Chapter 1. The Aviation Disaster. Above the vast and boundless expanse of the Pacific, the sky stretched out in a clear azure, devoid of a single cloud. A Boeing 747, en route from Yenjing to Nationam, soared smoothly through the cerulean heavens. In the spacious and luminous first-class cabin, the esteemed female president of the future biological gene group, Ding Yuyan, rested with her eyes closed. Dressed in a sharp professional suit, with delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, her skin was as fair as snow, seemingly fragile to the touch. Beside her sat Haoran, a retired Special Forces soldier and the head of the company's security team. His posture was impeccable, with striking brows and bright eyes that conveyed the unique sharpness of a special operative. Though clad in ordinary attire, his inherent charisma was undeniable, drawing the attention of several beautiful flight attendants along the way. They were on their way to Nation M at the invitation of an international conference on biological gene technology. In the front row sat the deputy leader of the security trio, Haoran, alongside network administrator Du Ziding. Haoran, a comrade of Haoran from their military days, was a quintessential northeastern man, tall and robust. He assisted Haoran in managing the daily operations of the security department. The Future Gene Engineering Project, a key national research initiative, had achieved remarkable results in recent years, particularly in the realms of aging delay and the treatment of complex ailments. It had reached international acclaim. This drew the attention of nobility, business magnates, and even cyber hackers from around the world. After all, who does not yearn for health and longevity? Consequently, cybersecurity became paramount in their security operations. In daily life, Du Ziding lived up to his name in every aspect of his interactions. Anyone who encountered him either found themselves doubled over with frustration or laughter. "Hey, miss, could you please open the window? I'm feeling a bit airsick," he called out as he spotted the charming flight attendant number 6 passing by. A playful grin adorned his face, making him appear quite the jester. Flight attendant number 6 was undeniably a highlight of the aircraft. Her skin was alabaster and smooth, her eyes deep like tranquil pools, and her brows shaped like a crescent moon. The form-fitting skirt accentuated her long legs, while her blue uniform elegantly outlined her tall and graceful figure. "I'm sorry, sir, but we cannot open the windows during the flight," she replied with a persistent smile. "If your airsickness is severe, we have medication available." "Sir, would you like some coffee?" Flight attendant number 6 approached Haoran once more, coffee in hand, her gaze flirtatious. "Ugh," sighed Ding Yuyan, the aloof president seated nearby, unable to bear the scene any longer. "Hey, miss, I'll take that. I'm quite thirsty," Du Ziding chimed in cheerfully. Suddenly, the airplane lurched violently. "Careful, beautiful. Please don't spill that on yourself," Du Ziding exclaimed, but before he could finish, the aircraft began to shake violently. With a swift motion, the coffee from the attendant's tray flew directly onto Du Ziding's face. He wiped his face, now a comical sight, and remarked, "Do you flight attendants also handle feeding duties?" At that moment, the airplane continued to sway left and right. It felt as though an invisible hand was toying with them, swaying like a leaf in the wind. "Boss, is the plane going to crash?" Du Ziding shouted anxiously, disregarding the burn on his face. Yes, soon as the words fell, the urgent voice of the flight attendant echoed through the cabin. "Attention, passengers. The aircraft is experiencing an emergency malfunction. Please fasten your seatbelts, don your oxygen masks, and put on your life vests. We are preparing for an emergency landing. We are preparing for an emergency landing." What the hell? Haoran thought, a sudden chill coursing through him. A wave of unease surged within him. On such a fine day, how could the plane malfunction? Could it be? What on earth is happening? Even the usually composed Ding Yuyan was thrown into a flurry, interrupting his thoughts. "President Ding, are the samples safe? The future number 3? Haoran asked urgently. Ding Yuyan, with a hint of confusion, nodded quickly. Gripping Ding Yuyan's wrist tightly with his right hand, Haoran looked at her with unwavering determination. "Do not fear, I am here." His steady and powerful voice brought her a modicum of solace. At that moment, the aircraft felt like a runaway meteor. The fuselage scraped violently against the air, producing a series of jarring, ear-splitting sounds. It was as if a wounded behemoth was screaming in despair. The aircraft was tossed about by fierce gusts, swaying violently from side to side. Each jolt felt as if it could tear the plane apart in an instant. "Captain, we've lost communications. We can't reach the control tower." The co-pilot, Wang Yong, shouted urgently. "Even if we couldn't report our exact position. The plane has likely veered off course." The captain responded while frantically pressing the autopilot button, desperately hoping the autopilot system would intervene in this critical moment. Alarms blared within the cockpit. Various instruments shrieked like death knells, echoing ominously. The red lights on the instrument panel flashed erratically, resembling the blood-red eyes of infernal demons. The captain's expression darkened, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. All instruments had failed, and the autopilot was incapacitated. Beads of sweat rolled down his face incessantly. With hands gripping the control yoke like a vice, his veins bulged as he resolved to leverage his experience to carve out a sliver of hope for everyone. The co-pilot's voice was urgent as he communicated with the captain. "According to the manual, let's first cut off non-essential power." The captain replied swiftly. "Already in the process. Let's try contacting the control tower with the satellite phone." The two raced against time, attempting various emergency protocols. In a cramped and tense space, they engaged in a heart-stopping contest against death. The sensation of weightlessness from the rapid descent and violent swaying made everyone feel as though they were on a frenzied roller coaster. In the cabin, passengers screamed in terror. Some clutched their heads tightly, while others wept uncontrollably. The cries of children and the clattering of belongings intertwined, spreading fear throughout the confined space. The flight attendants, pale-faced yet feigning calmness, grasped the handrails tightly while loudly reassuring the passengers. However, their voices were instantly drowned out by the howling wind. "Captain, approximately at 2 o'clock to the right, an island has been spotted," the co-pilot exclaimed urgently, lowering his binoculars. With all his might, the captain adjusted the aircraft's heading. The wings tilted dramatically, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Gripping the control yoke with an iron fist, the captain's gaze remained fixed ahead. The aircraft plummeted rapidly, veering erratically towards the island. "Good heavens! I've yet to even touch a beautiful woman's hand," Du Zitong suddenly cried out, his voice piercing through the chaos. "Hold on to the handrails, protect your head, and remember to unbuckle your seatbelt when we hit the water." Before Haoran could finish his sentence, a blinding flash of white light engulfed the cabin. The plane plunged into the ocean, creating a tumultuous spray of water. The fuselage was instantly consumed by the tremendous force of impact. The surging waves quickly closed in, leaving behind only a vast circle of ripples, along with the debris of the aircraft and spilled fuel, slowly dispersing across the surface. Haoran felt darkness envelop him, his body abruptly submerged in the icy embrace of the sea. Chapter 2. Stranded on a deserted island. As a special forces soldier, diving and swimming were undoubtedly essential skills for Haoran. He could hold his breath underwater for an astonishing 15 minutes, and his resilience to external forces was nothing short of remarkable. The moment the plane struck the ocean, Haoran swiftly unfastened the seatbelts of both himself and Ding Yuyan. He grasped Ding Yuyan's hand tightly and, orienting himself towards the faint light above, he fought his way to the surface. Haoran surveyed his surroundings, noting that the wreckage of the plane was skewed at a 45-degree angle, embedded in the water. The fuselage was in tatters, resembling a shattered pile of building blocks. Numerous passengers had been ejected from the cabin, and the sight of floating bodies was harrowing. Survivors struggled desperately on the water's surface, alongside drifting luggage and fragments of the aircraft. The entire scene resembled a Hell's Cape, chaotic and disordered. Looking down at Ding Yuyan, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, her face as pale as a sheet, he quickly hoisted her onto the debris of the aircraft and removed her life vest. Commencing chest compressions, he counted silently 1, 2, 3, each movement executed with unwavering diligence. At last, Ding Yuyan coughed softly, seawater escaping her lips as her eyes fluttered open. A surge of relief washed over Haoran, just as he was about to inquire about her well-being. "Boss, help me." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Turning around, he saw Du Zitong clinging to a seat, swaying precariously from the severed tail of the plane, his face ashen and trembling. "Incredible. This is absurd." Li Haoran thought to himself, yet he acted without hesitation. He quickly crawled over to Du Zitong and unbuckled his seatbelt. With a splash, Du Zitong plunged into the water. "Boss, I can't swim," he spluttered, panic evident in his voice. "You have a life vest, you won't drown." Li Haoran shouted back, "Do you see those large luggage pieces? Cling to them." With that, he turned and returned to Ding Yuyan's side. "Where are we?" Ding Yuyan surveyed the surroundings, her eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. "The plane has crashed into the sea. Are you all right?" Li Haoran asked with concern. "I'm fine, but what about the others?" Ding Yuyan's gaze darted around, anxiety creeping into her voice. "Zitong is safe, but I have no news of the others," Li Haoran replied, shaking his head, his expression grave. "What shall we do next?" Ding Yuyan inquired anxiously, her eyes brimming with helplessness. "Manager Ding, I will check the cabin to see if there are any survivors," Li Haoran responded, adding a cautionary note. "Be sure to prioritize your safety." Ding Yuyan nodded, a flicker of gratitude illuminating her gaze. With determination, Li Haoran plunged into the cabin. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. The violent impact of the crash and prolonged submersion had claimed the lives of many. He stifled his overwhelming sorrow, meticulously searching through the rows of seats. He hoped to uncover a glimmer of life among the wreckage. Yet, each exploration deepened his despair. Suddenly, his foot snagged on something. Leaning down, he reached out to feel it. The object was soft and pliable, sending a jolt of surprise through him, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. Nevertheless, he extended his hands once more, embracing a delicate form. Breaking the surface of the water, he looked down to find it was the beautiful flight attendant, Han Wenfang, adorned with a number 6 badge. Her life vest was missing, and her uniform was in tatters, revealing her pristine thighs and chest. Li Haoran's face flushed, and he quickly transferred her to Ding Yuyan before diving back into the cabin. After fruitless searching, he surfaced, inhaling a few gulps of warm, humid air before plunging down again, repeatedly exploring the cabin. The frigid seawater had rendered his limbs numb, yet he persevered without a hint of retreat. After more than half an hour of relentless effort, exhaustion washed over him. He shook his head in resignation, having seen no sign of his colleagues, either in the water or within the cabin. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Li Haoran scanned his surroundings and noticed a sizable island to the north, where others were already making their way. A thought sparked within him, and he promptly informed Ding Yuyan, "Manager Ding, we must leave this place. Swiftly lingering here could be perilous." Ding Yuyan nodded, her eyes reflecting newfound resolve. "Ziding, try to gather as many floating luggage pieces as you can," Li Haoran called out to Du Ziding, who was struggling in the water. "Understood, boss," Du Ziding replied, exerting himself to fulfill the captain's orders. "Handsome, thank you for saving me," Han Wenfang exclaimed upon regaining consciousness, embracing Li Haoran and planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Caught off guard by her sudden display of affection, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "You two, organize any useful items you can find." Wiping the moisture from his face, he addressed them, "Gather as many metal scraps and food supplies as possible." With that, he plunged into the water with a splash, swiftly swimming toward the scattered luggage. "Be careful," Ding Yuyan and Han Wenfang shouted in unison, exchanging exasperated glances. After a flurry of activity, the group found themselves clinging to several large suitcases, embarking on their arduous journey of survival on the deserted island. "Boss, do you think there could be sharks in this water?" Du Ziding's anxious voice broke the tension. Silence. The two beauties spoke in unison, their eyes flashing with a piercing intensity. Du Zidong's mouth was akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. Li Haoran couldn't help but recall that memorable Qingming festival when the company organized a mountain climbing event. On that day, laughter and joy echoed among the group, spirits soaring high. However, as they reached the midpoint of the mountain, Du Zitong, suddenly inspired, blurted out, "During the Qingming season, rain falls in torrents." Strangely enough, despite the initially fine weather, a sudden drizzle began to fall. The group was instantly drenched, resembling a flock of drowned rats, utterly disheveled. In the end, Du Zitong found himself on the receiving end of a flurry of punches and pinches from a dozen beautiful women, who greeted him with affectionate yet fierce reprimands. He spent 3 days bettered and groaning softly, Even afterward, he stubbornly insisted. It is a pain mixed with joy. Perhaps he had feasted his eyes on the beauty's post-rain splendor. From one angle, the ridge looks like a mountain, and from another, it appears as a peak. Li Haoran mused, a smile creeping onto his face. Although sharks were rarely sighted near the coast, he remained cautious. The lingering scent of blood might very well attract some desperate predators in search of a meal. As he pondered this, he turned to see a row of fins slicing through the water in the distance. They resembled banners raised on a battlefield, sounding the call to advance towards the wreckage. "This is bad. Swim quickly. There are indeed sharks," Li Haoran shouted, sending the group into a flurry of activity. Fortunately, everyone was a competent swimmer, gradually increasing their pace. Thankfully, the sharks, enticed by the abundant food near the crash site, did not pursue them. Yet, poor Du Zitong was suffering immensely. Already struggling in the water, his plight was now even more dire. At one moment he cried, "Boss, save me!" And at another, "Ladies, wait for me." The waves surged high, and several individuals battled against the vast sea, striving towards the island. "Hold on, the island is just ahead," Captain Li shouted, his voice ringing out in encouragement. After a grueling struggle, they finally approached the island. "We are finally safe," Ding Yuyan exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, that was perilously close. Han Wenfang couldn't help but express her relief. "Boss, what should we do now?" Du Zitong inquired. Li Haoran surveyed the desolate island, where wild grass thrived and traces of beasts were apparent. The crowd on the beach huddled together like a solitary boat, devoid of the vibrant life one might expect. Only the challenges of securing water, food, and shelter loomed ahead. The weight of survival hung heavily like leaden clouds, and only by addressing each obstacle could they carve a path to safety in this dire situation. Furthermore, the fate of sample number 3 loomed like the sword of Damocles, its cold glimmer a constant reminder, casting a shadow of unease over them all. Chapter 3. The son of an old friend at this moment, far away in the capital city of Yanjing, Ding Xiaoqin. The chairman of the Future Biological Group and the father of Ding Yuyan received the news of the air disaster. As the only daughter in the family, she was the sole light of her parents' lives. Upon hearing of her tragic fate, both Ding Xiaoqin and Yao Qin felt as if their world had collapsed in an instant. The teacup in Ding Xiaoqin's hand fell to the ground, his body swayed, and his eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. His lips trembled, unable to form coherent words, and his legs buckled as he sank into the sofa, unwilling to accept this brutal reality. Yao Qin stood frozen. The color drained from her face, her heart shattered as she wept uncontrollably. Staggering a few steps, her legs gave way, and her hands flailed in the air, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. "Yin, my daughter, is this true?" Upon hearing the devastating news, she had already fainted from grief numerous times. As a former soldier, Ding Xiaoqin still managed to maintain a semblance of military composure. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone and called Li Haoran's superior, a former subordinate and the head of a special operations unit. "Old leader, to what do I owe the pleasure of your call?" Wu Ding Tian feigned calmness, joking lightly. "Spare the pleasantries. You must know about the plane incident." Ding Xiaoqin replied succinctly. "Is there any other information?" "Report, old leader. I have not received any further details." Wu Ding Tian responded solemnly. "If anything arises, I will inform you immediately. I'm not too concerned, but it's your sister-in-law." Ding Xiaoqin's face was etched with worry. She is truly heartbroken at this moment. "Old leader, although the situation is dire, please trust the head of security I assigned to Yin." Wu Ding Tian quickly reassured him. "He is quite capable, and his assistant is also exceptionally competent." "Li Haoran? I've seen him a few times. The young man looks quite spirited. Does he possess any remarkable qualities?" "Old leader, given the current circumstances, I will no longer keep anything from you." Wu Ding Tian's voice was imbued with sorrow as he recalled Li Yongqiang. "In fact, Haoran is the son of our old comrade, our lifesaver, Li Yongqiang." "What did you say? Haoran is Yongqiang's son. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Ding Xiaoqin was instantly agitated. 23 years ago, at the rank of colonel, Ding Xiaoqin led an elite special operations team tasked with an exceedingly challenging covert mission. At that time, the M country had clandestinely organized a military espionage infiltration, attempting to penetrate the core areas of the nation, gathering classified intelligence, which posed a severe threat to national security. The primary objective of Ding Xiaoqin's special forces was to apprehend the enemy before their nefarious plot could come to fruition. In the initial stages of the operation, everything proceeded in an orderly manner according to plan. The special forces, equipped with exceptional military skills and rigorous training, silently lay in wait at their designated positions, poised for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. However, the unexpected arrived without warning. A young Miao girl inadvertently stumbled into their covert area. Her presence instantly heightened the tension of the situation. Oblivious to the imminent danger before her, she remained motionless. If discovered by the enemy, the girl could be in mortal peril. Yet, should they strike early and reveal their position, the special forces would find themselves in jeopardy. At this critical juncture, Ding Xiaoqin hesitated not for a moment. The safety of the populace was paramount. He resolutely issued the command to engage prematurely. In an instant, gunfire erupted and the battle commenced. As anticipated, the Special Operations Team, having revealed their position too soon, fell into the enemy's encirclement, their situation perilous. In this dire moment, Li Yongxiang stepped forward. To afford his comrades a chance to break free and draw the enemy's fire, he deliberately exposed his position and launched a fierce assault. The enemy, indeed, was drawn to him, with the majority of their forces converging on Li Yongxiang's location. With tenacity and combat prowess, he single-handedly held back a significant portion of the enemy. His actions created a precious opportunity for his comrades to eliminate the adversaries. After a fierce struggle, the Special Operations Team ultimately succeeded in annihilating the enemy and completing their mission. Tragically, Li Yongxiang made the ultimate sacrifice in battle, departing forever from his comrades. In the aftermath, Ding Xiaoqin was engulfed in profound remorse and anguish. He could not bear the reality of Li Yongxiang's sacrifice for the mission and his orders. Despite his superior's full understanding of his command and repeated attempts to retain this esteemed commander, he remained resolute and chose to resign in shame. Time passed swiftly, and 23 years flew by. Now, many of Ding Xiaoqin's former subordinates have risen to the rank of at least brigadier general, their epaulets adorned with a golden star. Whenever his spouse mentions this, regarding the safety of the citizens, should a similar situation arise again, Ding Xiaoqin always replies with unwavering determination that he would make the same choice. Today, the son of an old comrade stands beside him, yet he remains oblivious to his presence, leaving him to ponder how to confront the memory of his fallen comrade. Wu Ding Tian, understanding the old leader's sentiments, hurriedly revealed the truth. After Li Haoran graduated from high school, his mother entrusted him to Wu Ding Tian, urging him to inherit his father's legacy and serve the nation, insisting on arranging the most arduous positions and repeatedly requesting not to trouble others. "Leader, it is not that I did not wish to inform you," Wu Ding Tian lamented. "It was your sister-in-law who insisted on keeping it from you. How have they managed all these years?" Ding Xiaoqin inquired anxiously. "They have not accepted any assistance from the military or comrades," Wu Ding Tian replied, his eyes moist and voice heavy. "They never sought a single penny from the government, not even during your sister-in-law's illness." "What? Then what have you been doing all this time?" Ding Xiaoqin exclaimed, taken aback. "I left the army." Ding Xiaoqin was suddenly filled with emotion. "You must have news of them. What are you all doing?" Wu Ding Tian, witnessing the old leader's anger, hurried to explain the situation. "Please do not be alarmed, esteemed leader. I visit the child and sister-in-law each year, but she has persistently remained tight-lipped regarding financial matters. She insists that one cannot live off past achievements. Yongxiang's sacrifice was merely his duty as a soldier. Haoran also earned his place in the Special Operations Team through 2 years of diligent effort. His performance in all assessments has been exemplary, and he has even self-studied 3 foreign languages. He is truly deserving of the title king of soldiers. This aspect of him mirrors his father, which is quite reassuring. I have stated that every time I send money, it gets returned. Is this my fault?" Ding Xiaoqin reiterated his inquiry. "Ah, but Yongxiang is still around. Why didn't you inform me when he joined the company?" "Old leader, the secrecy surrounding this mission is primarily due to the confidentiality of the research project." Wu Ding Tian responded with a hint of helplessness. Furthermore, the sister-in-law does not wish to burden you, encouraging the child to be independent and self-reliant. In truth, Wu Dingtian had sent Li Haoran to be near Ding Yuyan for his own reasons. Firstly, he believed that Haoran would have better opportunities for development at Future Group after his discharge. Secondly, he thought Haoran and Yuyan were a particularly well-matched couple, and there might be unexpected surprises, of course, depending on the personal wishes of the two young people. Additionally, old leader, let us maintain a unified stance regarding this incident. Wu Dingtian advised, do not inform the sister-in-law just yet. Her health is fragile, and I fear she may not handle it well. I understand. If you receive any news on your end, please notify me at once, Ding Xiaoqin remarked after ending the call, feeling deeply moved. This is our honest and kind-hearted common folk. They have sacrificed their husband and now send their son without a trace of complaint or expectation of reward. In his heart, he silently added a new concern. Haoran, Yuyan, you must live well and return soon. Chapter 4: Constructing the Cabin on the Beach. The fortunate survivors who had narrowly escaped death lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. The immense shadow cast by the air disaster loomed over them like a heavy leaden cloud, weighing down on each heart. A gathering of 30 to 50 individuals had already amassed on the shore. Li Haoran's anxious gaze swept the surroundings, yet he could not catch sight of his colleagues. Hao Weiguo seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from existence. Ziding, how are you holding up? Li Haoran inquired with deep concern etched on his face. I'm fine, boss. Just feeling utterly drained, Du Ziding replied weakly. Li Haoran rummaged through his pocket, vigorously shaking his phone in an attempt to expel the seawater within, hoping to rid himself of all the misfortunes that accompanied it. However, the phone, akin to a petulant child, had entirely ceased to function. Everyone, follow me to find a safe spot, Li Haoran instructed softly to the 3 individuals beside him. Let us see if there's anything edible in the suitcase. On this beach, they were the only ones visibly carrying luggage, which made them conspicuously stand out. Though still in shock, it was only a matter of time before others would covet their possessions. Innocent bystanders are often ensnared by the envy that wealth attracts. On this deserted island, human nature was as fickle as the weather in June, unpredictable and unreliable. They walked along the beach for approximately 500 meters when Li Haoran's eyes suddenly brightened. Before him lay a space embraced tightly by 3 rock walls, resembling a natural harbor. It was as if the heavens had prepared this blessed sanctuary specifically for them. The area measured around 20 square meters, adequately shielding them from the howling sea winds while maintaining a safe distance from the shoreline. Perfect for establishing a camp. Li Haoran casually tossed his suitcase to the ground. With fingers dancing deftly, he swiftly unlocked the combination lock with a few precise clicks. Then, with a flourish, he lifted the lid of the suitcase, as if unveiling a mysterious treasure. Wow, handsome, you're quite impressive, exclaimed the flight attendant Han Wenfeng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The finesse with which he unlocked the case resembled a magician's trick. You're absolutely stunning, she added, like an uncontrollable little rocket, ready to launch herself toward him. Quick to react, Li Haoran raised a hand to block her advance, inwardly pondering, this girl is as clingy as bubblegum. If she continues like this, I want to be able to manage. Inside the suitcase were several sets of high-end men's clothing, an electric shaver, toiletries, and a few stacks of US dollars. However, in this desolate island setting, money had become nothing more than worthless paper. Glancing at the cash, Li Haoran carelessly tossed it aside. His eyes sparkled with excitement when he discovered 2 fishing rods and a set of sea fishing gear within the suitcase. In the context of a deserted island, these were indeed invaluable treasures. Alas, it's a pity there's nothing for us girls, Han Wenfeng pouted, her face a portrait of disappointment, resembling a little girl who had endured many grievances. Patience, my dear, Du Zitong said eagerly. There's still several boxes here. Watch my magic. He seized a pink box and, with a few swift movements, opened it triumphantly, tilting his head in self-satisfaction. What do you think, beautiful? Am I not impressive? However, as the contents spilled forth, the faces of the 2 ladies flushed crimson. They immediately turned away, resembling startled rabbits. Du Zitong glanced down his expression frozen in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Scattered across the floor were several sets of lace lingerie, three-piece swimsuits, thigh-high stockings, and even a nurse's outfit. In addition, the box contained sunscreen and various cosmetics. After all this fuss, was this the embarrassing surprise he had intended for them? The flight attendant, both embarrassed and furious, tossed the clothing at Du Zitong's face. "I truly had no idea," he stammered, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. "I just wanted to surprise you. Who knew it would turn out like this?" Meanwhile, Haoran observed the debacle quietly, gathering up the lingerie and stockings and carefully placing them back into the box before locking it shut. So it appears our charming friend has a particular taste," Han Wenfeng remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had discovered treasure. She reached for the suitcase, as if to seize that rare delight. On the plane, she had exerted tremendous effort to flirt and charm, yet had left empty-handed, not even acquiring the handsome man's phone number. "Is my beauty so unappreciated?" she mused, while Haoran replied calmly, "Those silks have other uses. Do not misconstrue their significance." At that, Ding Yuyan could not help but stifle a laugh, her giggle ringing like silver bells. Du Zitong joined in with a rather inappropriate chuckle, sending shivers down the spine of those who heard it. "What are you laughing at? Get back to work," Han Wenfeng scolded, hands on her hips, exuding the ferocity of an angry tigress. After a thorough search, they unearthed numerous men's garments, several sets of women's clothing, and a cache of snacks including biscuits, instant noodles, and dozens of bottles of mineral water. These supplies were undoubtedly a godsend for them. To their astonishment, they also discovered several bags of dog chews, which delighted the group as if they had stumbled upon a rare gem. Captain Li and his team concealed the boxes as if relocating, then changed into clean clothes. Ding Yuyan selected a fitted blue denim outfit, and her tall stature made her the center of attention as her long legs instantly became the focal point of the scene. Her curves perfectly accentuated by the snug attire. As if a living embodiment of fashion, the beautiful flight attendant donned a form-fitting pink dress. Her movements were graceful, akin to a fairy fluttering among blossoms. Her sweet, doll-like voice resonated with an enchanting allure reminiscent of a siren's call. Every gesture exuded an array of charm. Haoran, clad in a fitting black casual outfit, stood tall at an impressive height of 6 feet. His handsome and resolute visage resembling that of a protagonist sprung forth from the pages of a comic book. He appeared increasingly dignified and suave. Han Wenfeng gazed at him, utterly transfixed, her heart fluttering with infatuation. The thought crossed her mind that this handsome man was indeed the epitome of her ideal male deity. The most comical figure among them was undoubtedly Du Zitong, who had somehow unearthed a traditional Arab outfit from some obscure corner. The oversized garments draped over his gaunt frame precariously, resembling a giant wind chime swaying in the breeze. He sported a large headscarf and chewed on a piece of dental stick, his eyes glimmering with desire as he fixated on the beautiful flight attendant, practically drooling. Laughter erupted from the crowd at the sight of his ludicrous appearance, a cacophony that momentarily dispelled the looming dread of their predicament. "I just feel a bit chilly on my head," Du Zitong hastily justified himself. "Everyone, let us eat something to fill our bellies. We still need to construct a shelter." Haoran swiftly interjected, "We cannot spend the night here in this desolate wilderness. We have less than 3 hours until darkness falls. Time is of the essence." He located a hefty boulder weighing over 10 kilograms and gripped it tightly, striking it against the rock face with great force. After several strikes, he finally procured a stone that met his satisfaction, one side sharp as a blade, glinting coldly in the sunlight. He then found a stick as thick as a forearm, along with some flexible vines. Splitting one end of the stick, he cleverly inserted the stone and secured it tightly with the vines, crafting a rudimentary stone axe. The island was abundant with the wood and vines necessary for establishing a camp. The group approached the edge of the jungle, with Haoran and Du Zitong tasked with chopping wood, while the two ladies gathered banana leaves and vines to serve as roofing. "Are you really going to use that stone axe to chop wood?" Du Zitong lamented, eyeing the crude tool with a furrowed brow. "At this rate, we'll be chopping until the year of the monkey. The stone axe may suffice for cutting vines, but other tools were required for lumber." Li Haoran removed a large mechanical watch from his wrist, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Odd. Why isn't this watch functioning? He shook it vigorously, but the hands remained steadfast and unmoving. This timepiece was no ordinary object. It was a meticulously crafted self-defense tool, specially designed for him by Ding Yuyan. Not only does it possess waterproof and shockproof capabilities, but it also houses a compass. It can emit a mist that renders individuals unconscious for 3 to 4 hours, proving to be a potential lifesaver in critical moments. Upon lifting the specially designed glass cover, one discovers a convex lens, which serves as a magnifying glass and can also harness sunlight to ignite a fire in the wilderness. By pressing the winding handle on the side, a slender titanium alloy chain, approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, springs forth, capable of bearing the weight of a 100-kilogram adult. At its end is a barb needle, able to take a life silently. The serrated edge of the chain can effortlessly sever a number 12 rebar. In previous missions, this watch has repeatedly helped him avert peril. No wonder you refuse to part with it. It is indeed a treasure. Du Zedong's eyes bulged like copper bells. Boss, let me take it apart and study it, he exclaimed eagerly. Get to work. Can't you see that night is fast approaching? Li Haoran replied curtly. Oh, fine, Du Zedong said, deflated like a puncture balloon. With the assistance of this remarkable tool, they swiftly felled several slender trees, dragging them back to camp. After trimming the excess branches for kindling, Li Haoran measured the distance around the stone wall and dug 4 pits over 30 centimeters deep with a stone axe. They then bound the tops of 2 trees together in a crisscross fashion, resembling antlers. Across the tops and along the diagonal sides of the intersecting trees, they secured a horizontal beam to construct a roof covered with banana leaves. After more than an hour of diligent labor, a triangular wooden cabin, capable of sheltering them from the wind and rain, was finally completed. Looking at their creation, a sense of joy and accomplishment filled their hearts. Wow, this is incredible. It's like a luxurious villa on a deserted island. The beautiful flight attendant exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. Even the usually icy CEO, Ding Yuyan, rarely showed such warmth, allowing a rare smile to grace her face. The group, akin to industrious ants, gathered numerous branches and soft grass for firewood and bedding. Taking advantage of the setting sun's glow, Li Haoran swiftly utilized the watch cover to concentrate sunlight and ignite a fire. The roaring flames danced merrily, seemingly celebrating their efforts and achievements. Suddenly, a series of gurgling sounds broke the serene twilight, ringing out clearly in the stillness. The beautiful flight attendant's face blossomed like a peach flower, her voice sweet as honey. I'm really hungry. Captain Li smiled gently, sprang to his feet, and waved his hand dramatically. Come, let me take you all to a feast. Chapter 5. Campfire dinner. After a brief respite, the group finally regained their composure. Let's take advantage of the evening low tide to gather seafood for dinner, Li Haoran declared with a grand gesture. Food was scarce on the island, and the limited snacks and water had to be rationed for emergencies. If you come across any empty bottles or marine debris, be sure to collect them, he added with a note of caution. As soon as someone approached, the small crabs on the beach scurried away in haste. Oh, how adorable! Han Wenfeng exclaimed eagerly, reaching out to catch one. Be careful with your hands. Captain Li's warning was cut short as a shriek escaped the beautiful flight attendant. A crab had tightly clamped onto her finger. She hurriedly raised her hand in an attempt to shake it off. Don't shake it. The more you move, the tighter it will grip. Gently place it on the ground, Li Haoran urgently instructed. Remember, when catching crabs, you must hold them from this position. He demonstrated once more, pinching the crab shell with 2 fingers to avoid getting pinched. How do you know so much? You are truly impressive. Han Wenfeng, no longer reckless, sent him a playful kiss. To avoid getting pinched, perhaps you should join Mr. Ding in collecting oysters and clams, Li Haoran said with a wry smile. Before long, they returned to the campsite with a bountiful harvest. They had gathered over a dozen oysters, the largest of which was as big as a fist, along with 30 or so clams and mussels. They also collected 7 or 8 plastic bottles, several pieces of foam board, some discarded fishing nets, and abandoned ropes. Li Haoran even caught a 3 to 4 pound grouper from a puddle, while Du Zeding proudly presented a more than half-a-pound octopus to Han Wenfang, who squealed in delight. Du Zeding, you rascal, she exclaimed. But how do we cook all this without a pot? Ding Yuyan asked, her face clouded with worry. Do you still have the airplane fragments I asked you to collect? Haoran inquired. Yes, they're all in the box, Ding Yuyan replied. Then go fetch them, he commanded. Zeding went to gather some larger stones and wash the empty bottles. He then fashioned a frame from the remaining wood and found 2 relatively straight sticks. After cleaning the grouper and octopus, he skewered them onto the sticks. Using the stones Zeding brought, he constructed a rudimentary stove. What are you doing with the stone platform and wooden frame? Han Wenfang asked curiously. I will prepare a seafood stew and grilled fish for you shortly. Haoran patiently explained. The wooden frame will be used to wash and dry clothes later. Before long, Ding Yuyan returned with 3 pieces of metal, 1 large and 2 small. Haoran took the basin-sized metal piece and placed it on the stones. Using a stone axe, he diligently hammered around the edges and center. Soon enough, a makeshift frying pan was crafted. Wow, you even know how blacksmith? The gaze of the beautiful flight attendant was filled with admiration. One cannot help but wonder what else one might be incapable of. Perhaps childbirth, mused Haoran leisurely. A soft chortle escaped as he observed Han Wenfang's somewhat awkward demeanor. The beautiful so couldn't help but laugh, casting a glance at the industrious Haoran. This fellow, usually so earnest at the company, surprisingly possessed such a humorous side. Reflecting on this, Ding Yuyan felt a ripple of emotion within her. Influenced by her father, Ding Yuyan had harbored a special fondness for soldiers since childhood. She once aspired to be a cultural soldier in the army. Unfortunately, being the only daughter, her mother vehemently opposed it. Moreover, there were numerous affairs to manage within the future corporation, and her father could hardly handle it alone. Since becoming CEO, she had been relentlessly occupied, her once lively personality gradually turning aloof. Countless suitors could fill 2 streets, yet she exhibited no interest whatsoever. Company employees secretly refer to her as Little Dragon Girl. 2 lovely ladies, take the frying pan and the empty bottle with me to fetch some water, Haoran said, casually picking up a stone axe. Zeding, grab the torch and find a wooden stick. Boss, have you located a freshwater source? Du Zeding inquired curiously. Not yet, but while gathering vines this afternoon, Haoran replied as he walked, I discovered several carrying vines that contain fresh water. Upon reaching the edge of the jungle, Haoran took the wooden stick from Du Zeding's hands, striking the grass and bushes as he proceeded. Boss, are you trying to catch grasshoppers? Du Zeding asked, puzzled. In this pitch darkness, how can one see anything? Catch grasshoppers? No, I'm merely startling the snakes. Captain Lee shot him a glance. Remember, anyone entering the jungle must strike carefully. Haoran warned sternly. Tropical rainforests are rife with venomous snakes and insects. A moment's inattention could cost one their life. Understood, boss. The 2 ladies nodded eagerly. After advancing approximately 50 meters into the jungle, they arrived before a colossal banyan tree. Han Wenfang, following closely behind Haoran, suddenly exclaimed, Ah, a snake! She then tightly clutched Haoran's arm, her legs wrapping around him like an octopus. Where is it? Haoran asked warily. Above you, just look up. Han Wenfang replied, her voice trembling with fear. Haoran glanced upward, feeling both exasperated and amused. The banyan tree was covered with various vines, among which a dead vine swayed gently in the torchlight. Come down. That is merely a carrying vine, albeit dead, Haoran said, casting her a bemused glance. How could she know? It's pitch black. One can hardly see, Han Wenfang murmured, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly released her grip on Haoran. Everyone, take a close look. Is this truly the carrying vine? Due to its thick, flat vines resembling a yolk, the yolk vine is easily recognizable. It is often referred to as a natural water container. The fresh water stored within its vines is sweet and safe for consumption. In times of scarcity, it can serve as a reliable source of hydration. The stem of the traveler S banana plant can also provide fresh water, although its taste pales in comparison to that of the yolk vine. Haoran elaborated on these survival skills. Wow, handsome! You are so knowledgeable in medicine as well, exclaimed a beautiful flight attendant, her admiration evident. When on a mission in the jungle for 10 days or more, Li Haoran stated. Water and treatment for sprains all depend on this. I didn't know you were a soldier. I have a soft spot for military men, said Han Wenfang. Stuff. All right, let's quickly gather water and return to prepare the meal, he said, wiping the drool from his face. Have you forgotten to brush your teeth today? He teased, causing Ding Yuyan to burst into laughter. Li Haoran brandished a stone axe and severed several yoke vines, from which clear, fresh water gushed forth. The group eagerly drank, their bellies swelling with satisfaction, yet still craving more. Wow, this is the most delicious beverage I have ever tasted, Han Wenfang exclaimed, unable to suppress a satisfied burp. After filling a frying pan and empty bottles, they returned to their campsite. Li Haoran poured the cleaned oysters and shellfish into the pot, placing it on the stone stove, and added a few burning logs. He then set the fish to roast over the campfire, and soon an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Gurgle, Han Wenfang's stomach audibly protested. I'm indeed hungry, she said bashfully, her cheeks flushed. All right, it's nearly done. You can eat first. Li Haoran offered her a piece of the roasted fish from the branch. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the fish and stuffed it in her mouth, blowing on it to cool it down as she mumbled, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's absolutely delicious. In no time, the 2 fish and pot of seafood had been devoured completely, with not a drop of the seafood soup remaining. Particularly, the broth made with yolk vine water carried a subtle plant aroma, mingling with the freshness of the oysters and shellfish, creating an exquisite delicacy. Once satiated, the group reclined lazily on the beach, the warmth of the fire-kissed sand soothing their backs. Military man, not only did you save my life, but your cooking is also delightful, the flight attendant exclaimed excitedly. Sitting up, I'm not sure how to repay you. Perhaps I should offer myself to you? She teased. As if others wouldn't know how to do the same. The beautiful CEO shot her a sidelong glance, mumbling under her breath. Hearing this, Li Haoran felt a surge of excitement within him, recognizing it as a most enticing temptation. Though I'm a special forces soldier, I'm not part of any extraordinary populace. I possess the same emotions and desires as any ordinary person. In the city, with nothing to my name, I am compelled to lead a solitary existence. Must my 26 years of singlehood come to an end on a desolate island? Alas, take heed, just after a hearty meal. Do not flaunt your affections, for I can scarcely endure it. Du Zitong quickly protested aloud. We ought to discuss our plans for tomorrow. Sighing inwardly, Li Haoran reflected. Let us be pragmatic. On this island, a single sumptuous meal could win the heart of a beautiful woman. Yet upon returning to the city, would I not still be a penniless lad without a car or a home? Li Haoran reined in his tumultuous thoughts. Zitong was correct. Rescue may not arrive promptly. He sat up and declared, let us deliberate on our next course of action. I believe we must first elect a leader to facilitate coordinated efforts. Du Zitong, unusually earnest, suggested. I think it is more fitting for the captain to continue in that role. I concur. The soldier is indeed suitable, chimed in Han Wenfang, raising her hand in agreement. His outdoor survival skills are exceptional. There is scarcely anything he cannot accomplish. Haoran is already the security captain of our company. I have no objections. The beautiful CEO made her decision with finality. Since all agreed to my leadership, I would like to emphasize a few points. First, each of us must fulfill our respective roles. Only through our united efforts can we hope to survive. Secondly, we must swiftly locate our other colleagues to ascertain if there are any survivors. After all, we embarked on this journey together. We can address other issues later. It is getting late. Let us rest early. Tonight, we shall take turns on watch, for there are many unknown dangers on this island. Li Haoran said to Du Zitong. There are also numerous survivors nearby. Caution is advisable. Captain, could there truly be wild wolves on this island? Du Zitong anxiously surveyed the inky darkness of the jungle. Silence. The piercing gazes of the 2 beauties simultaneously bore down upon him. Very well, very well. Forget I said anything. Du Zitong immediately raised his hands in surrender. Fine then, I will take the first half of the night watch, and I shall call you for the second half. With that, Li Haoran stood and turned towards the woods. Hey, Captain, where are you going? Han Wenfang hastily called out. Just taking care of business. What, do you wish to join me? Li Haoran replied with a mischievous grin. Haha, the beautiful so could not help but laugh. How annoying. I simply wish to attend to my needs, but I fear the darkness. The flight attendant, her face blooming like a peach blossom, spoke gently. No worries, beautiful. I shall accompany you. Du Ziton bravely stepped forward. As if I need you. Han Wenfang shot him a glare. Come, let us go together. I wish to relieve myself as well. Ding Yuyan took Han Wenfang by the hand and led her toward the other side of the jungle. Chapter 6. Conversations under the moon. 3 individuals entered the quaint wooden cabin. Ding Yuyan reclined at the innermost part, while Han Wenfang occupied the second position. Du Ziton, filled with eagerness, approached Han Wenfang's side. Just as he was about to lie down, he was unceremoniously kicked out by the beauty. Stay away from me. Umph. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Han Wenfang muttered with a hint of resentment. Initially, she had hoped to sleep next to the captain, but fate had conspired against her. After lying there for a while, the beautiful flight attendant tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Meanwhile, Du Zitong, seemingly devoid of care, was sound asleep. Bored and restless, Han Wenfang sat up and gazed outside. She noticed the captain opening a pink box and carefully examining a set of silk lingerie by the campfire. Oh, what is the captain doing? Han Wenfang wondered aloud. Could he possibly have some psychological issues? Beside her, Ding Yuyan stifled her laughter, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Oh, Yuyan, so you weren't asleep after all? Han Wenfang exclaimed, both embarrassed and annoyed, as she playfully swatted at Ding Yuyan. What is the big deal? If you're curious, just take a look. Ding Yuyan replied with feigned seriousness. Oh, Yuyan, you're so annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Han Wenfang turned away, pouting as she laid down on her side. All right, Fang, I was just joking, Ding Yuyan said, rising to her feet. It's getting late. You should sleep. I need to have a word with the captain. Approaching the campfire, she observed Li Haoran, illuminated by its glow, fiddling with several net-like contraptions. He first secured the openings of the nets with discarded ropes, then fashioned a funnel-like entrance using vine and banana leaves. The broader end was attached to the net with fine vines, making it difficult for fish to escape once they ventured inside. Before long, 2 rudimentary fishing traps were complete. He casually stuffed leftover fish entrails inside. Captain Li, what are you doing? Ding Yuyan inquired with curiosity. Oh, just making some fish traps. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Li Haoran glanced at her, his tone casual. A bit. It's hard to adjust to a new place, Ding Yuyan admitted, her cheeks slightly flushed. Since you can't sleep, why don't you join me in setting the traps? Li Haoran suggested, picking up a torch from the fire and handing it to Ding Yuyan as they made their way to the seaside. He chose a shallow bay near the rocks, cast the traps into the water, and secured them to the rocks with rope. This way, we'll have fish to eat by morning, he assured her. Washing his hands, Li Haoran settled onto a rock. Let us sit here for a while. Where did you learn all these skills? Ding Yuyan inquired, intrigued. She felt that since arriving on the deserted island, Li Haoran had transformed into someone extraordinary, possessing an array of talents. I grew up in the mountains. To fill our stomachs, I hunted birds and caught fish in the rivers, he recounted nonchalantly. I've foraged for wild vegetables, roasted sweet potatoes. There's nothing I haven't done. I've also learned quite a bit during military training. What about your family? Ding Yuyan asked, her face slightly reddening. It's just my mother and me, he replied. Li Haoran's expression darkened as he replied, What about your father? Ding Yuyan asked with curiosity. He passed away when I was very young. He sacrificed himself. Li Haoran silently produced a cigarette. Only by looking at photographs can I recall his visage. He lit it with a flame and took a deep drag. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know, Ding Yuyan expressed, her voice laced with regret. It's nothing. It's been many years, Captain Li reassured her. You must have endured quite a bit of hardship. Ding Yuyan felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. I've grown accustomed to it. In truth, my mother has suffered the most over the years. Li Haoran inhaled quietly. Each night, when I awaken, I often see her weeping in secret. A glimmer of tears shimmered in Captain Li's eyes. To support my education, she has denied herself food and clothing. Then why don't you bring your mother to live with you? Ding Yuyan inquired. Where'd she stay? With the housing prices in Yanjing. Li Haoran sighed and wiped his eyes. Even if we toil our entire lives, we couldn't afford it. I can help you. Ding Yuyan blurted out. her cheeks flushing slightly. You, better not. I've served in the military for 8 years now. Haoran responded with a sense of relief. Once this mission is completed, I can return to be with her. What are you saying? You are my savior. How can I not help you? Ding Yuyan playfully admonished him. At that moment, the night sky over the deserted island was adorned with countless stars, harmonizing beautifully with the moonlight. Far removed from the city's clamor, the golden sands shimmered under the moon, and the azure waves sparkled. The entire island resembled a forgotten paradise, tranquil and exquisite. In the hazy moonlight, Ding Yuyan appeared ethereal, resembling a celestial being. Unbeknownst to Haoran, his heart raced, captivated by her presence. Speak up. Why are you lost in thought? Ding Yuyan said, a hint of shyness in her tone. Let's discuss our next plans. Haoran quickly redirected the conversation. On the deserted island, he was undeniably a formidable presence. However, returning to the city was fraught with uncertainty. Furthermore, relying on a woman was a hurdle he could not overcome. Haoran, I feel that this incident is rather suspicious. Noticing his discomfort, Ding Yuyan refrained from continuing the previous topic. Yes, you've noticed it too? Haoran regarded her perceptiveness with newfound admiration. Truly, as the president of a corporate group, she possessed a unique insight. The sky was clear, devoid of wind or waves. Yet the airplane experienced malfunctions and strayed from its course. Upon making an emergency landing on the deserted island, they encountered magnetic interference. All these occurrences were no mere coincidence. The target was most likely the research achievements they carried. However, he feared that voicing this concern would only instigate Ding Yuyan's anxiety and panic among others. Since Ding Yuyan had already begun to suspect, there was little left to conceal. I suspect this is a premeditated act. We must confront not only the harsh challenges of this deserted island. Captain Lee declared earnestly, we must safeguard our scientific achievements, especially the absolute security of Project Number 3 in the future. Rest assured, the samples are stored in a place of utmost secrecy. Ding Yuyan sighed with a sense of melancholy. Yet, I cannot help but wonder when the rescue will arrive. I fear that the rescue might not proceed smoothly. There is magnetic interference on this island. Captain Lee extracted his phone from his pocket, only to find it unresponsive, indicating that assistance would not come in the near future. My watch has also stopped. What shall we do next? Ding Yuyan appeared increasingly anxious. It is within our power. We must first locate our other colleagues. Captain Lee declared resolutely. I will do my utmost to protect everyone and ensure a safe return to our homeland. I have faith in you, Ding Yuyan said, nodding earnestly. It is getting late. You should rest early. Captain Lee advised. Oh, and please refrain from informing others about what just transpired. I understand. And you should also return to rest soon. Ding Yuyan rose and made her way back to the small cabin. As night enveloped the seaside, Captain Lee sat alone, contemplating amidst the whispering waves. On this deserted island, how can we ensure everyone is nourished while also improving our living conditions, all while fulfilling our mission? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, as if a flicker of hope ignited in the darkness. Chapter 7. A touch of revival at the break of dawn the following day. Captain Lee awoke promptly, preparing to rise from his slumber. Suddenly, he felt as though he had been ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Turning his head, he discovered that Han Wenfeng's arms and legs were draped over him. Her face bore a gentle smile, illuminated by the morning glow, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, enhancing her enchanting allure. Captain Lee felt a rush of warmth coursing through him. He mused silently. No wonder I have been indulging in delightful dreams. It seems I am ensnared by the beauty beside me. He cautiously shifted Han Wenfeng's limbs, preparing to rise. Captain, you're awake. Han Wenfeng chirped, pecking him lightly on the cheek. Come, let us share another embrace. As she spoke, she nestled closer, her voice laced with a hint of playful affection. Captain, we finally have a stable home now. Oh, I fear you might cover my face and drool again. Captain Lee feigned disdain, wiping his cheek. A soft giggle escaped from Ding Yuyan, who stood nearby. Humph, you insufferable captain. This young lady is a rare beauty. A kiss from me is an honor. Han Wenfeng retorted, her cheeks tinged with pink and her tone teasingly coy. An honor? You say? Yet last night you called me an extraordinary person, he replied, rising and stepping outside. Yuyan, do you think our captain is a dog? He can hear from such a distance. Han Wenfeng asked, her expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. I'm not sure what sign a captain belongs to, but a special forces soldier's hearing is undoubtedly keen. Ding Yuyan teased, nudging her playfully. From now on, you ought to be more cautious with your words. We should get up now. The group made their way to the seaside, where Captain Li and Du Zeding had already collected the fishing nets. Fortune smiled upon them, as they had caught 2 grouper and an octopus, along with several shrimp and a large crab. Breakfast was assured. Oh, we shall feast on grilled fish again, Han Wenfeng exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Are you not concerned that the fish caught in this net might be problematic? Captain Li inquired, raising the silk net in his hand. Huh. The beautiful president's smile is captivating. At that moment, Li Haoran appeared increasingly appealing to Ding Yuyan. After enjoying grilled fish and crab, they gathered their stone axes and fresh water, proceeding eastward along the beach in search of their colleagues who had been stranded on the deserted island. They arrived at the assembly point from when they first landed on the island, where several new faces now dotted the shoreline. The waves continued to crash violently against the rocks, emitting a somber sound, as if mourning the calamity that had befallen them. Survivors clustered in small groups, some appearing dazed, while others shouted curses, anxiously awaiting the uncertain arrival of rescue. A sweet-faced young girl was mechanically drawing a large SOS in the sand with a branch. Her tattered dress and disheveled hair suggested she had not attended to her appearance that morning. Not far away, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut struggled to stand, his legs seemingly injured, each step a challenge as he fought against the pain. He wore a black silk shirt, unbuttoned at the chest, adorned with a hefty gold chain around his neck. On his chest was emblazoned a fierce tiger head. Flanking him were 2 subordinates, one stout and one slender, one tall and one short, carefully supporting him. He was clearly a figure of authority in the underworld. Behind him trailed a captivating young woman. The group gathered at the easternmost point was the largest, comprising around 20 individuals, with a wealth of luggage and supplies amassed around them. One could only wonder if any of them were his colleagues. Li Haoran led the assembly eastward. Hey, buddy, did you hurt yourself? It's a troublesome situation out here on this deserted island, with scarce medical supplies, Du Zeding remarked casually as they passed the tattooed man. Zeding, hurry up. Let us go check if Captain Hao and the others are over there, Li Haoran urged, glancing back. Hey, buddy, can you take a look at my leg? Please help my big brother, the tall subordinate implored, noticing Du Zeding's exotic attire, mistaking him for someone skilled. I'm not entirely sure I can. Du Zeding hesitated, instinctively rubbing his nose. Regardless of your skills, please, just give it a try, the lead brother pleaded earnestly. Everyone appreciates your help. All right then, fetch me 2 straight branches and some strips of cloth, Du Zeding instructed the tall subordinate. Got it. The tall subordinate eagerly dashed back to the camp to retrieve 2 sticks. The beach was littered with torn clothing and scraps. Bear with it, it'll hurt a bit, Du Zeding said as he had the 2 subordinates lift the tattooed man's injured right leg. He then secured the ankle with the branches and tightly bound it with cloth strips. Ah! The tattooed man cried out in agony. Li Haoran, who had not wandered far, turned back, thinking Du Zeding was in conflict with someone. Zeding, what are you doing? He asked as he approached. Treating him. His leg is injured, Du Zeding replied, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Treating him? Since when did you learn to heal? Li Haoran questioned skeptically. Back home, I learned from my grandfather. Du Zeding responded proudly. I even healed Xiao Hua's broken leg from next door. Your grandfather is a doctor? Li Haoran inquired. Yes, a doctor, albeit a veterinarian. Du Zeding added with a hint of pride. A laugh escaped Ding Yuyan, amused by the exchange. Li Haoran wore an expression of amusement. You tricked us. The short, stout subordinate erupted in fury, launching a kick at Du Zeding's midsection. Li Haoran, quick on his feet, caught the heel of his foot and with a swift motion, flip him upward. The short subordinate flew through the air like a ball. Step aside. Let me take a look, Li Haoran said as he approached the tattooed man. Upon releasing the wooden splints, he saw that the ankle had swollen to the size of a loaf of bread. You've dislocated it. Be cautious. Li Haoran cradled his right leg with both hands. I counted 1, 2, 3 for your reset, and then 1, 2. Following that, I pulled, twisted, and pushed. A faint crack echoed through the air. All done. Take a couple of steps and see how it feels. He turned to the tattooed man and remarked, "Why did you stop counting at 2? What about 3? The tattooed man looked utterly bewildered. "I was merely trying to distract you from the pain." Haoran shuja nonchalantly. "Hey, buddy, I must admit, your skills are truly impressive." The tattooed man beamed with excitement. "My foot doesn't hurt at all now. Thank you, brother." He then curiously inquired of Du Zidong. "Hey, brother, you mentioned treating Xiao Hua's leg. Is she a girl?" "Oh, no. She is Wudama's little flower dog." Du Zidong replied slowly, scratching his nose. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter. The tattooed man, taken aback, simply stared. After such an amusing exchange, a good number of people gathered around. "Little brother, I see you have quite the skills and knowledge of medicine," a charming young woman beside the tattooed man said, casting a flirtatious glance. "Why not become our leader? It would provide mutual support for everyone." Indeed, indeed. The leading man nodded enthusiastically. "Yesterday, that co-pilot tried to recruit me," he added, giving a thumbs up. "I declined. Among all the brothers, I respect you the most. You suggest forming a group without even consulting me first?" Han Wenfeng declared possessively, linking her arm with Li Haoran's. Li Haoran, bearing a significant responsibility, clearly understood the weight of the situation. He clasped his fists and respectfully addressed the tattooed man. "I apologize, brother, but I must seek out a few colleagues and cannot comply for the time being." "No worries, brother. Go about your business." The tattooed man nodded in understanding. "My surname is Mu. Should anything arise on the island, feel free to command me." With that, he turned and led his companions back to the camp. Just as Li Haoran and the others were about to depart, a sudden roar of an engine echoed from the sea. A sound that shimmered like a glimmer of hope ignited in the dark night. Chapter 8. The pirate assault. Li Haoran was just about to turn away when a faint, yet distinct sound of an engine reverberated from afar. This sound was akin to celestial music. The once cacophonous beach fell into a sudden silence. Time seemed to freeze, and all movements came to an abrupt halt. Countless pairs of eyes were drawn by an invisible force, all fixated in unison towards the source of the sound. Was it the sound of a sailboat? How could a fishing vessel appear in the vast ocean from miles away? Years of training as a Special Forces soldier had honed Li Haoran's alertness to an extraordinary level, causing his nerves to tighten like a drawn bowstring. A sense of foreboding loomed over him, heavy and oppressive as dark clouds, swiftly enveloping his heart. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, intently scanning the surface of the sea, striving to discern the identity of the approaching vessel from its indistinct silhouette. "There's a ship. We are saved." Someone shouted this exclamation first, igniting a powder keg of suppressed hope within the survivors. In an instant, they discarded their belongings and rushed towards the shore with reckless abandon. Some frantically waved their hastily removed shirts while shouting hoarsely, their voices distorted and roughened by excitement, yet imbued with the euphoric joy of survival and fervent anticipation for rescue. Li Haoran scrutinized closely and discerned several bare-chested foreigners at the bow of the ship, including a robust black man. They bore AK-47s slung across their bodies, glinting coldly and cruelly in the sunlight. The dark muzzles resembled menacing beastly mouths, ready to devour at any moment. They gestured wildly at the crowd on the beach, their shouts filled with indistinct yet malicious words. The twisted expressions and raucous laughter they displayed were unmistakable signs of their arrogance and brutality. "Not good, they are pirates. Everyone, flee into the woods." Li Haoran's voice rang out like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the brief chaos and exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Ding Yuyan's wrist and turned to sprint toward the jungle. Du Zidong hesitated for a moment, instinctively reaching out to pull Han Wenfeng along. Yet before his hand could reach her, she recoiled as if dodging a plague, darting away towards Li Haoran with unwavering determination. In that critical moment, she solely wished to follow closely behind the captain, the man who bestowed upon her an unparalleled sense of security. Du Zidong clicked his tongue in resignation, a bittersweet taste lingering in his heart. However, the instinct for survival compelled him to quickly pursue them. "Hey guys, help is on the way, why are you running?" The local tough shouted in confusion, his face etched with bewilderment. It was hard for him to fathom that the vessel, which he believed to be a beacon of hope, was in fact a fearsome pirate ship. In his understanding, rescue signified liberation from suffering. Forget about rescue. That is a pirate ship. Run now. Du Zeding replied without looking back. The air was thick with anxiety and dread, footsteps hastening with urgency. In a fleeting moment of hesitation among the crowd, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted from the sailboat. Bullets cascaded down upon the beach like a torrential downpour, sending sand flying in all directions. Each bullet, akin to a vengeful specter, ruthlessly traversed through the masses, leaving only terror and despair in its wake. The entire beach was instantaneously engulfed in a haze of gunpowder and chaos. A young girl, having just turned to take a step, was suddenly pierced through the back by a bullet, as if it were an apparition. Her body lurched forward violently, arms flailing helplessly in the air, grasping for a flicker of hope for survival. Ultimately, her hands fell to the ground, clutching the sand that slipped away through her fingers. Her eyes widened, filled with a mixture of defiance and fear, seemingly questioning the cruelty of this world. Gradually, her eyelids fluttered shut, the light of life fading swiftly. Blood surged from her wound, swiftly saturating the ground beneath her, transforming the once golden sands into a harrowing shade of dark crimson, piercing the eyes of every survivor. The survivors, now awakened from their stupor, let out a piercing scream and began to flee in a frenzied panic. Their figures appeared diminutive and powerless amidst the barrage of gunfire. The scene of terror and confusion incited the pirates to erupt into even more maniacal, unrestrained laughter. The sound carried by the sea breeze, echoing with a chilling eeriness. It was as if a horde of demons from hell were celebrating their victory. The black pirate, with a sinister grin, seized a rocket launcher and aimed it towards the beach. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted skyward, and the ensuing dust cloud billowed like a colossal mushroom, swiftly obscuring the sun. The force of the explosion hurled sand and debris into the air, only for them to crash down heavily. The pirates continued to laugh maniacally, indiscriminately pulling triggers, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets upon the beach. Their faces radiated a twisted ecstasy, reveling in the wanton destruction of life. In their eyes, the fleeing souls on the beach were mere ants, tools for their amusement and release. Following the bloody massacre, the black pirate, with a lewd expression, bellowed to his comrades, "This island must have plenty of beautiful maidens. We should thoroughly scour it." His eyes sparkled with greed and desire, as if envisioning the women they would capture, trembling under their control. A pirate with a ponytail furrowed his brow, surveying the blood-stained beach with disdain. Impatiently shaking his head, he gestured towards the west, seemingly weary of this now joyless shore. Perhaps they had more significant endeavors to pursue. Soon, the pirate ship slowly turned its bow, the engine roaring to life as it set sail towards the horizon. Concealed within the trees, Haoran witnessed the entirety of this atrocity unfold. His body trembled violently with rage, his teeth chattering in a furious clench. Veins on his forehead throbbed like enraged earthworms, prominently bulging. As a soldier, witnessing the brutal slaughter of his compatriots, yet being unable to act immediately, filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt and self-reproach. It felt as though he had betrayed the very mission of safeguarding his homeland and its people. Blood for blood. This deep-seated enmity demanded retribution. Haoran silently vowed to reclaim justice with his own hands. At that moment, he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, leaving trails of crimson. His eyes burned with intensity as he fixated on the departing pirates, suppressing the wrath that threatened to erupt within him, much like a volcano brimming with pent-up energy, poised for the perfect moment to unleash its fury. Chapter 9. Each going their own way, Haoran trudged heavily, step by step, onto the beach. At that moment, the shore resembled a hell ravaged by demons. The acrid scent of gunpowder intertwined with the pungent stench of blood, causing one to feel nauseous. Bloodstains dotted the landscape like grotesque flowers, blooming wantonly in every corner of the beach. Corpses lay sprawled in disarray, seemingly narrating the fragility of life and the atrocities of the pirates. Despairing curses echoed, rising and falling like a mournful tide. The once tranquil and beautiful beach had, in an instant, devolved into a purgatory of humanity. The sea roared like a sorrowful elder, weeping and raging, surging with tumultuous waves. In the sky, the sun and moon dimmed, shrouded in a heavy veil of gloom. Seagulls circled low, emitting cries that were both forlorn and mournful, as if lamenting the unfortunate souls who had perished. A woman with a social media influencer's allure wore a mask of terror, her eyes brimming with boundless despair. As if consumed by darkness, unable to find a flicker of light, she gazed blankly at the ravaged beach, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Choking on her words, she lamented, "We fought so hard to survive. How did it come to this?" Just moments ago, they had been comrades in a shared plight, supporting one another through dire straits. In the blink of an eye, they were now separated by the chasm of death. The tattooed man clenched his jaw, his facial muscles twitching with indignation and sorrow. "Brother, can we truly not escape this calamity?" His eyes were red-rimmed, filled with a hint of choking despair. "All our efforts have been in vain. Brother, let us first give these victims a proper burial," Haoran urged, suppressing the tidal wave of grief swelling within him. After all, they had endured hardship together. They deserved a peaceful resting place. The tattooed man nodded solemnly in response, their gazes reflecting respect for the deceased and a bleak resignation to fate. At that moment, the group of survivors gathered at the easternmost edge approached wearily. Each one appeared dejected and listless. From a contingent of over 20, only a handful remained. "Ding, is that you? We finally found you." Ding Yuyan looked up in surprise, recognizing Su Shiyuan and Jia Halian from the marketing department. Ding Yuyan's face lit up with joy as she quickly grasped their hands. "Are you both all right? It's such a relief to see you." Concern radiated from her every word. "Have you seen Captain Hao?" Haoran stepped forward anxiously, his eyes searching Su Shiyuan's face. She shook her head sadly. "Since we arrived on the island, it's just been the two of us. We haven't seen any of our colleagues." "Xiaofeng, is that you?" "It really is you." Suddenly, a young flight attendant in tattered uniform burst from the crowd, her eyes alight with joy and excitement. "Tianjie, is that you?" Han Wenfeng, equally astonished and elated, hurried forward, embracing Tian Jingjing, her colleague and dearest friend. Two individuals clung to one another, weeping on the desolate island. In their despair, they found a flicker of warmth and solace. "Sister Tian, who are you with?" Han Wenfeng gently inquired, wiping her tears. Tian silently raised her hand, pointing toward a figure not far away. "Our co-pilot, Brother Wang Yong." Upon hearing this, Han Wenfeng muttered softly, "How did you end up with him?" Just then, Wang Yong approached with a group of companions. The crowd trailing behind him consisted largely of spirited white-collar workers from the city, along with social elites regarded as paragons of success. Though their garments were tattered, the underlying pride and confidence remained subtly evident. Wang Yong and his entourage exchanged polite nods before directing their attention to Han Wenfeng. "Xiaofeng, why not join us in forming a team?" he said, striving to adopt a gentle demeanor. "Given the rampant piracy on this deserted island, our numbers provide relative safety." "Indeed, Xiaofeng, Vice Captain Wang is now the captain." Tian Jingjing added earnestly. "We are all colleagues. We can look out for one another. But we already have a captain, who is particularly remarkable," Han Wenfeng declared proudly, her eyes shimmering with admiration for Haoran. "The captain, is he the one who treated the leg of the tattooed man?" Wang Yong seemed to recall witnessing Haoran's act of compassion. At that moment, Haoran approached with others, and the two exchanged slight nods, extending their hands for a courteous handshake. "Given your captain's impressive abilities, perhaps we should consider merging our teams," Wang Yong earnestly proposed to Haoran. "We happen to be in need of a vice captain. There's no need to join forces. I prefer solitude," Haoran instinctively declined, feeling an inexplicable unease upon first seeing Wang Yong. Moreover, burdened by his own mission, he resolutely stood by his decision. "I see. Then we shall not press the matter," Wang Yong replied, a trace of barely perceptible regret flickering in his eyes as he discreetly scanned the beauty behind Haoran. "Sister Tian, Why not come with us? Look at your clothes. They are in tatters, Han Wenfeng said playfully, like a child seeking affection. Our camp has plenty of new clothing, and I have missed you dearly. Tian Jingjing, after glancing apologetically at Wang Yong, smiled and replied, All right, I would love to accompany you. It's nice to have company. Wang Yong, seeing this, could only nod in resignation, feeling a surge of frustration within. TMD, unable to win over the stunning Han Wenfeng, he was now left with another. The group worked together, carefully laying the remains of the victims to rest in the vast crater. Li Haoran picked up a stone axe, carving a piece of wood into a simple gravestone. Brother, it was wise to refuse that Wang fellow, the tattooed man whispered, joining Li Haoran's side. They, emboldened by their numbers, forcibly seized a considerable amount of supplies. After speaking, his gaze swept over Ding Yuyan and several other beautiful women. Understood. Thank you, brother. Li Haoran replied politely. Brother, from now on, should any matters arise on this island, rest assured, Mugo will not disappoint you. The tattooed man declared with a hearty slap on his chest, exuding a sense of camaraderie and righteousness. All right, Mugo. Until we meet again, Li Haoran smiled as he bid farewell to the tattooed man. Captain Li, may I join your team? The girl with the popular internet celebrity face asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I'm afraid our Team S situation is rather special, and we are at full capacity, Li Haoran replied, though he felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Considering the circumstances, he could only gently decline. Miss, if you don't mind, why not stick with Mugo? The tattooed man urged, extending an invitation. On this island, Mugo guarantees you'll have food to eat. A nearby attractive woman shot him a disapproving glance and pinched him sharply at the waist. The internet celebrity girl glanced at the tattooed man and subtly shook her head, then turned towards Wang Yong and his group. There, with more people and abundant supplies, she felt a stronger sense of security. Li Haoran bid farewell to the group and, leading his team, turned towards the direction of their camp. Along the way, he gazed at the vibrant companions beside him, a sigh escaping his heart. While the blossoming flowers and lush willows were pleasing to the eye on this perilous deserted island, he had to ensure everyone's basic needs were met while also providing for their living arrangements. Each and every matter required considerable thought. It seemed the strategies he had painstakingly devised the previous night must be put into action without delay. Chapter 10. Constructing a raft. Having endured the harrowing trials of survival on the beach, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Their footsteps were heavy, and they appeared utterly dispirited. Upon returning to the camp, they either lay down or sat, gasping for breath on the sand. Today was truly a brush with death. Those pirates were nothing short of demons, Han Wenfeng said, wiping the sweat from her brow, her voice low and somber. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, evidently recalling the brutal scenes they had just faced, a reminder of their lingering fears. Tian Jingjing silently nodded beside her, her voice choked with emotion. Indeed, we barely escaped the plane crash, and we almost perished at the hands of those scoundrels. I truly do not know what lies ahead. Su Shiyuan trembled slightly, her voice trembling. I always believed rescue would come swiftly, that we would leave this place safely. It seems I was overly naive. Well, let's not be too pessimistic. I have faith that our country will not abandon us. They will surely make every effort to rescue us, Ding Yuyan remarked, attempting to lift the spirits of the group as she observed their despondence. Come, ladies, let us hydrate first. Only Du Zitong appeared unperturbed, diligently attending to the women with unflagging energy. Ding is right. Regardless of the circumstances, life must go on. Since you all chose me as your leader, I shall strive to guide us through each day and endeavor to return to our homeland as soon as possible, Li Haoran declared, surveying the group. As you all have seen, there are pirates lurking near the island. Our current camp is no longer safe. Our immediate priority is to find a more secure location. Indeed, with more people, food becomes a pressing issue. Ding Yuyan expressed her concerns. Relying solely on fishing and foraging will hardly suffice for our sustenance. I have given it considerable thought last night. The best way to procure food at this point is to head to the wreckage of the plane. Li Haoran articulated his plan. The aircraft's kitchen is stocked with a fair amount of provisions, and besides, the crash site is not far from shore. Boss, let me accompany you, I am quite adept at picking locks, Du Zitong eagerly offered. What locks are you talking about? Do you think we are breaking into a safe? Besides, can you even swim? Li Haoran retorted, casting a glance at him. You should change your clothes. You look like a grim specter, and it's not practical. He noticed the inadequate clothing of Tian Jingjing and the others. Ding, please fetch a few more garments for them to change into. They certainly need more suitable attire. Captain, I will go with you. I can swim. Han Wenfang exclaimed impatiently from his side. But how will you enter the water dressed in a skirt? Liaoran Tiasa. You stubborn fool. ISNT their swimsuit in the pink suitcase? The flight attendant blushed, playfully stomping her foot. When will you depart? Ding Yuyan inquired. We shall set off at dusk. The daylight attracts too many prying eyes. This afternoon, we need to construct a raft first, so let us have lunch now. Li Haoran organized their plans methodically. The harvest from the fishing nets remains quite satisfactory, especially considering the raft construction plan for the afternoon. Li Haoran grilled 2 ocean fish and prepared a pot of seafood soup, allowing everyone to enjoy a simple yet delightful lunch. Wow, this seafood soup is exquisite. After a day without proper sustenance, the ladies relished their meal with exceptional gusto, and their spirits began to lift. Indeed, culinary delights possess the enchanting power to heal all sorrows. Do you all dine this well, every meal? Tian Jingjing inquired softly. All thanks to the captain's skill. Not only is he an excellent cook, but he can handle everything else too. Moreover, he is quite handsome, Han Wenfang replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she spoke of the captain. With so many beautiful women around the captain, you must seize the moment, Tian Jingjing teased. Oh, stop it. Sister Tian, I am a paragon of grace and charm. Why would I be interested in that foolish boy? Han Wenfang retorted playfully. Don't pretend to be tough. Haiyan, you should pay attention. Tian Jingjing laughed, continuing her playful banter. The captain is surrounded by so many beauties. You must act when the time is right. How annoying. Sister Tian, Han Wenfang said shyly. As the ladies settled for a makeshift lunch, Li Haoran glanced at the sun, realizing time was slipping away. This afternoon, Zidong and I will construct the raft. You should help them sort the seafood and gather some firewood from the forest. He then turned to Ding Yuyan, reminding her, remember, don't wander too far and stay safe. Li Haoran and Du Zitong ventured into the woods, felling a dozen trees of considerable girth. They also cut numerous vines with a stone axe, dragging everything back to the camp. The two first trimmed the excess branches from the logs with the stone axe, then fashioned a rectangular frame using 4 thicker pieces of wood. Subsequently, they tied 3 to 5 smaller trees horizontally and vertically in rows, securing each with vine. To enhance buoyancy, they firmly affixed 4 empty waterproof boxes to the corners of the raft and bound the collected life jackets around its perimeter. Using leftover vines, Li Haoran crafted several wicker baskets intended for collecting supplies from the plane. After nearly 3 hours of diligent work, a rudimentary raft was finally completed, and they both exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, the sun sank slowly toward the horizon, painting the clouds in vibrant hues of orange and red, resembling a magnificent tapestry. The afterglow scattered across the beach, enveloping it in a shimmering golden veil, radiant and resplendent. The gentle waves produced a melodious sound, akin to an enchanting symphony. Against this picturesque backdrop, Ding Yuyan and the others returned from their ocean excursion. Their flowing hair danced freely in the sea breeze, each resembling a radiant lotus emerging from water, captivatingly beautiful. The 2 men, entranced by the splendid scene before them, found themselves momentarily spellbound. What are you staring at? Do you find this lady to be the epitome of beauty, perhaps harboring unwarranted thoughts? Han Wenfang waved her hand in front of Li Haoran's eyes with a self-satisfied expression. Ding, the raft is ready. We must set off now. Li Haoran hastily shifted the topic and addressed Ding Yuyan. Together, everyone exerted their efforts to drag the raft into the sea. Li Haoran and Han Wenfang climbed aboard the raft to test its buoyancy, which felt satisfactory despite its considerable sway. Although the raft rocked violently, one being a special forces soldier and the other a flight attendant, neither was prone to seasickness. Ding, I've already set the campfire. Everyone should stay close to the campsite during the night. We will return shortly, Li Haoran advised with concern. Remember to stay safe and return early, Ding Yuyan urged, her eyes filled with reluctance as she reiterated her words. Amid the vast twilight, Li Haoran paddled the raft with determination as it gradually drifted towards the direction of the plane's descent under the wistful gazes of the women. Chapter 11. The wreckage of the airplane the night enveloped the sea like a tender silk, gently embracing its vastness. Li Haoran, bare-chested, fervently paddled the raft. His broad chest resembled a sturdy barricade, while the defined contours of his eight-pack abs exuded both firmness and fluidity, radiating an exuberant vitality. The waves incessantly lashed against the wooden raft, and glistening droplets cascaded down his cheeks, imbuing him with an irresistible masculine allure. Han Wenfeng sat demurely at the forefront of the raft, her arms wrapped around her knees, reminiscent of a timid fawn. Her gaze was firmly captivated by Li Haoran, unwilling to glance away even for a moment. As the waves ebbed and flowed, her heart mirrored their rhythm, fluttering anxiously. A rosy hue crept on her cheeks, akin to a ripe, dew-kissed apple. How she wished time could freeze at this moment, allowing the romantic and pleasant ambience to persist eternally. Hey, what are you thinking about? We've arrived, Li Haoran quipped with a smirk, imitating her usual tone. Oh, you must be utterly captivated by my charm. Of course not. How annoying. Han Wenfeng retorted, her cheeks growing even warmer as she shyly lowered her head. Fortunately, the sea was calm tonight, and the airplane wreckage remained in its accustomed place. Li Haoran let out a long sigh, his demeanor relaxing somewhat. That old hulk, the Boeing 747, weighs over 100 tons, not to mention the cargo. It's certainly not easily swept away by the waves, he remarked. Han Wenfeng's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, Do you know where the airplane's kitchen is located? I'm not entirely sure, but with you as our expert, I suppose we'll find out, Captain Li said while securing the raft. The two of them took up a wicker basket and, using both hands and feet, clambered onto the wreckage of the airplane. The kitchen of the Boeing 747 was situated at the rear, and when the aircraft plunged into the sea, its tail had entered at an angle, likely leaving the kitchen not too far below the surface. Han Wenfeng patiently explained, Our objective this time is the refrigerator and the freezer. They must contain a considerable amount of meat and vegetables. I'll take potatoes and onions, as they're more durable, Li Haoran added methodically. Han Wenfeng adeptly shed her outer garments, revealing a simple yet refreshing swimsuit. Under the ethereal moonlight, it draped over her fair skin like a delicate veil, accentuating her slender waist and graceful form, rendering her even more enchanting. Li Haoran gazed, momentarily entranced, until Han Wenfeng playfully nudged him, Come on, you fool. Snapping back to reality, a faint blush crept across his face. This girl was truly captivating. The two of them navigated through the breach in the aircraft, diving along the aisle. Before long, they surfaced, arriving at the cabin's corridor. Seats still bore the remnants of the unfortunate souls who had perished, casting an eerie and haunting atmosphere in the dim twilight. Han Wenfeng turned pale with fright, clutching Li Haoran's arm tightly, unwilling to part from him. They groped their way along, and after considerable effort, finally reached the kitchen door, only to discover it had been severely deformed. With great exertion, they managed to pry it open, revealing a scene of chaos inside. The once orderly cabinets were now askew and in disarray. The stainless steel sink was overturned by the impact, and most of the ceramic dishes shattered into pieces. Fortunately, the cutting board, utensils, and stainless steel tableware remained barely usable. The fresh vegetables in the refrigerator had spoiled beyond recognition, but the potatoes and onions were still relatively intact. The frozen beef, chicken legs, sausages, and fries suffered minimal damage. The two quickly selected the essential food items and utensils, filling the several wicker baskets they had brought in no time. Roman ikonti. Han Wenfeng's keen eyes spotted several cases of wine. Like discovering a treasure, she eagerly lifted the beautifully packaged bottles. The Roman Ikani was encased in EPP material, which offered exceptional elasticity and flexibility, leaving the wine unscathed. What else with the Roman Ikani? We're in dire straits, and you're still thinking about this? Li Haoran glanced over, his face full of confusion. You really are quite the simpleton. This is an exceptionally rare vintage. Han Wenfeng lamented, caressing the wine bottle with reluctance. But with so many items, what shall we use to carry them? Li Haoran furrowed his brow, posing the critical question. The two looked at the plethora of supplies scattered about, feeling despondent and indecisive. I've got it. Let's head to the cabin and find a few boxes. Han ven fong excellerme schlopping har food. They hurried to the economy section at the rear of the plane. There, they selected a dozen or so larger suitcases from the overhead compartments. After opening them one by one, they set aside essential clothing and discarded everything else. Li Haoran was fortunate enough to discover a waterproof flashlight among the belongings, a rare find on a deserted island, which he treasured. Han Wenfong diligently gathered some personal items for women. At last, most of the urgently needed supplies were packed. Li Haoran and Han Wenfong first moved the wicker baskets filled with food onto the makeshift raft. Fong Fong, you rest here for a moment, and then help me with the boxes, Li Haoran said, noticing her weary expression. I'll come with you. Many hands make light work, Han Wenfong quickly replied. No need. I can manage on my own, Li Haoran insisted, plunging back into the cabin. Han Wenfong understood that he was concerned she might be frightened by the devastation within the cabin. He preferred to shoulder the burden alone. This thought warmed her heart, making the tribulations of the previous night seem worthwhile. After several trips back and forth, all the boxes were finally transported. Seeing Li Haoran preparing to descend again, Han Wenfong was taken aback. "What are you going down for now? Haven't we moved everything?" she asked. "I forgot something important. Do you know where the first aid kit is?" Li Haoran inquired. "You're exhausted. Let the first aid kit go," Han Wenfong said, her heart aching for him. "That one do. The island is lacking in medical supplies, and the first aid kit could be crucial in an emergency," Li Haoran replied resolutely. "All right." There are dedicated cabinets at the front and middle of the cabin, marked with a red cross. Han Wenfong sighed in resignation. After a considerable wait, Li Haoran had yet to return. Alas, has so much time truly passed? One wonders if the captain has encountered some misfortune. Han Wenfong paced anxiously on the raft, her restlessness palpable. Just as her unease intensified, a sudden splash broke the surface of the water. Li Haoran emerged, clutching a first aid kit in his left hand while triumphantly raising a fire axe with his right. His face radiated excitement as he exclaimed, "Look what I've found. At last, we can bid farewell to that wretched stone axe." "You're laughing? Do you have any idea how worried everyone has been?" The beautiful flight attendant feigned anger, her voice laced with playful reproach. The two of them, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the wreckage of the aircraft, their bodies feeling as if they had been dismantled, devoid of the will to move. "Captain, this time we struck it rich." Han Wenfong's eyes sparkled with delight as she surveyed the bounty on the raft. "Indeed, for the time being, we need not fret about food or clothing," Li Haoran agreed with a satisfied nod. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something. "No, I must check the cargo hold. Perhaps we can uncover treasures that might prove useful on the island." With that, he sprang up eagerly. However, the luggage compartment is at the bottom of the plane, and the sea is certainly quite deep. Let's not take any unnecessary risks, shall we? Han Wenfong pleaded, her expression one of deep concern. The longer we linger, the more perilous the situation becomes. If a storm arises and the plane is swept away, we would suffer greatly. Li Haoran inquired about the location of the cargo hold and, without hesitation, seized a flashlight. With a resolute dive, he plunged into the depths of the sea. "Be careful," Han Wenfong shouted, her voice rising with worry. 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters. As the depth of the water increased, descending became increasingly arduous. Li Haoran was now utterly fatigued. Each meter descended felt like a battle, sapping his strength. At last, he spotted it, nestled 7 to 8 meters beneath the surface. Utilizing the feeble light of his flashlight, he discerned the door of the luggage compartment, which had been compromised. He located an opening large enough to slip through and maneuvered himself inside. Battling the discomfort brought on by the high-pressure depths, he frantically opened one suitcase after another, desperately searching for essential supplies. Meanwhile, Han Wenfong remained on the raft, her heart heavy with anxiety. The cold sea breeze whipped around her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Yet she remained oblivious to the chill. Her gaze was fixed intently on the water's surface, repeatedly murmuring, Come back soon. Come back soon. Please don't let anything happen. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, you stubborn fool. I told you not to go, but you wouldn't listen, she cried, overwhelmed by desperation. What will we do if something happens to you? Unable to withstand the torment of her own thoughts any longer, she took a resolute leap into the frigid waters. Chapter 12. The return of Captain Hao. At this moment, on the beach of the camp, a group of individuals gathered around the fire, their eyes eagerly fixed on the horizon, yearning for their captain's return. No one had the heart to prepare dinner. The bonfire blazed brightly, crackling and popping, with sparks flying like fireworks. The flickering light gently cascaded over the seated figures. The night air was thick with the briny scent of the sea, while the waves lapped against the shore, whispering softly in an attempt to soothe their inner turmoil. Ding Yuyan could no longer contain her anxiety. She stood up and began to pace back and forth, her gaze locked onto the inky expanse of the ocean. It had been so long. Why had the captain and Xiao Fong not returned? Her heart raced with worry as she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with distress. Indeed, the crash site was not far from here. The captain and Xiao Fong should have been back by now. Tian Jingjing clutched her knees tightly, her body trembling slightly, her face etched with concern. I sincerely hope the captain is safe, she expressed, her voice barely above a whisper. The petite Jia Halian spoke with a quivering tone. We have just found you all, secured such a shelter from the storm. What shall we do if something were to happen to the captain? The others nodded in agreement, their expressions a mirror of worry. As the minutes ticked away since the captain's departure, their hearts grew heavier. Could they have encountered a shark? Du Ziting suddenly broke the silence with a grim suggestion. You jinx! Su Xiuan, sitting nearby, erupted in fury, seizing a branch and hurling it at Du Ziting. The other women cast him sharp glances, as if they wished to consume him whole. I'm worried about the captain too. I never said they were eaten by a shark. Du Ziting protested, his face a portrait of innocence. How dare you? The group rebuked in unison. This time, Du Ziting found himself in trouble. As stones and branches flew through the air, he could only shield his head and awkwardly retreat into the small cabin. I must go find the captain. Ding Yuyan's emotions finally erupted. She could no longer hold back her tears, her composure as the beautiful president forgotten. Like an arrow released from its bow, she dashed toward the sea, calling out for the captain with all her might. Haoran! Haoran! Each cry seemed to drain her of strength, laden with boundless worry and fear. She raced across the sand, leaped over the rocks, and without hesitation plunged into the frigid, biting waters. Everyone stood frozen in shock at this scene. Then, they rushed toward the shore, reaching out to grab her arms, offering soothing words, straining to pull her back to safety. Captain, is that you? Suddenly, Du Ziting's voice echoed from the direction of the cabin. The captain is back. The women exclaimed in unison, elated at the news. Ding Yuyan hastily broke free from their grasp and sprinted toward the camp. I am Hao Weigua Zitong, is that you? In the distance, the faint voice of Captain Hao Weigua could be heard. Captain Hao, you have finally returned. And Sister E, Du Zitong exclaimed with both surprise and delight as he greeted them. Upon approaching, the crowd realized it was Vice Captain Hao Weigua and Yi Xiuan from the Research Institute. Behind them followed a petite young woman. Captain Hao carried a large suitcase, his uniform tattered and wrinkled, his face etched with the weariness of travel. Yet his eyes radiated unwavering determination. Yi Xiuan and the young woman appeared somewhat disheveled, but otherwise presentable. Captain Hao, where have you been during this time? Ding Yuyan inquired softly, suppressing her inner sorrow. Hello, Director Ding. After the crash, we were swept ashore by the waves onto that beach over there, Hao Weigua explained, gesturing towards the beach to the west. We made do on the beach for the night. How did you find your way here? Du Zidong asked curiously. In the afternoon, we searched the beach for you, but had no luck. It was not until we encountered a group of survivors on the eastern beach that we learned of your whereabouts. We followed the site of the flames to find you, Hao Weigua patiently clarified. Director Ding, I heard someone calling for the captain. Where has he gone? Hao Weigua inquired with concern. He went to the crash site in search of food, but it has been 2 or 3 hours, and they have yet to return. Ding Yuyan replied, worry etched on her face. Captain is a strong swimmer. He should be fine, Hao Weigua reassured her. Hearing this, Ding Yuyan felt a slight sense of relief. She hastily invited the three to sit down and rest, instructing Du Zitong to fetch them some water. "What is the name of this young lady?" Ding Yuyan asked, glancing at the unfamiliar woman behind Captain Hao. "Her name is Yamamoto Sachiko, a foreign exchange student from Yenching University. We both drifted to this island," Hao Weiwei responded. "Is she from an island nation?" Ding Yuyan inquired. "Yes, Director Ding. I am Yamamoto Sachiko. I look forward to your guidance," Sachiko said, bowing deeply with a gentle demeanor. The group gathered around the campfire, sharing their experiences since the crash. However, when the conversation turned to the merciless acts of pirates during the day, the slight relief Ding Yuyan had felt was replaced with anxiety. "What if the captain encounters the pirates?" she asked, her face clouded with concern. "That is unlikely. You need not worry, Director. Pirates typically do not venture out at night." Hao Weiwei reassured her once more. Thus, Ding Yuyan and the others endured the agonizing wait, their hearts heavy with anticipation. Chapter 13. Returning with abundance, Han Wenfeng could no longer endure the immense pain and torment within her heart. With a desperate cry of "Captain," she resolutely leapt into the frigid, biting sea. The water enveloped her instantly, a chilling sensation rapidly invading her entire being. She vigorously flailed her arms, her legs propelling her through the water like a nimble fishtail, moving with both grace and considerable effort toward the unfathomable depths below. As she descended deeper, the water pressure bore down upon her like a colossal mountain, intensifying her breathlessness. Fortunately, her 3 years of diving training at the swimming club had equipped her for this moment. Otherwise, she might have drowned by now. At this juncture, a singular thought consumed Han Wenfeng's mind. "I must find him. I am determined to save him." Finally, in the dim, lightless abyss of the ocean floor, she caught sight of a remarkably familiar warehouse door. Anxiously, she searched for an entrance. Suddenly, a pair of powerful hands emerged, swiftly pulling her through a gaping hole. Upon seeing the familiar figure of Captain Li Haoran, Han Wenfeng's heart surged with excitement. "I will save him. I must save him." She instinctively parted her lips, ready to deliver breath to Li Haoran. Initially taken aback, he then placed a finger gently on his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Han Wenfeng's face flushed crimson, and she silently scolded him. How could he be so concerned with such matters at a moment of life and death? With that thought, she prepared to act once more. Li Haoran again halted her with a hand, then subtly pointed toward the hatch door. Only then did Han Wenfeng awaken from her daze. She turned to look back and saw a massive shadow gliding slowly past the door. "Ah, shark!" Instinctively, she opened her mouth to scream. In that instant, her scalp prickled, her legs tightened, and a rush of warmth surged forth uncontrollably. Almost immediately, bubbles erupted from her mouth like wild, unrestrained spirits. Her arms flailed erratically, and her legs struggled desperately. Her mind spun wildly, and her body involuntarily fell backward. In that hazy moment, she felt a pair of strong arms securely encircle her waist. Then, her lips tightened, and an indescribable breath flowed into her mouth. A rush of warmth surged through Han Wenfeng's body, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Her heart began to race violently, an intricate blend of emotions flooding her mind as if she had survived a calamity. Once they regained their senses and locked eyes, they quickly averted their gaze, a blush creeping onto their faces. They silently marveled. Ah, such a unique first experience. The two of them readjusted their breathing and cautiously approached the door, surveying their surroundings without spotting any trace of a shark. If not now, then when? Li Haoran grasped Han Wenfeng's wrist with his right hand while firmly holding onto a suitcase with his left. With a powerful push of his legs, they shot back toward the surface like an arrow released from a bow, climbing onto the wooden raft. Li Haoran, not daring to slacken his efforts, untied the vines and seized a paddle from the raft, propelling them swiftly through the water. The raft glided through the perilous waters like a nimble fish, swiftly departing from the treacherous sea. Under the gentle caress of the hazy moonlight, it advanced slowly. Han Wenfeng sat quietly at the front of the raft, scarcely daring to breathe. She remained ensnared in the heart-stopping moments beneath the waves, unable to extricate herself from the memory. A blush adorned her cheeks. reminiscent of resplendent flowers blooming vibrantly in the spring. Within that rosy hue lay the shyness of her heart and a sense of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. Her tear-filled eyes were brimming with bashfulness, at times timidly cast downward, and at other moments, unable to resist stealing glances at Captain Lee. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, a tumult of nervousness and excitement interwoven. "Did you plunge in to save me on purpose?" Li Haoran asked softly, his voice gentle as if afraid that any misstep would shatter the tranquil beauty of the moment. Han Wenfang's reply was as faint as a whisper. Immediately, she felt a surge of embarrassment, reflecting on how she had inadvertently lost face. She had intended to offer aid, yet found herself rescued instead. At that moment, Li Haoran too was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, deeply moved. "Wenfang, thank you for your profound kindness. However, please do not take my earlier actions to heart." Captain Lee spoke calmly. "I am merely a retired soldier, without wealth or possessions. I am not worth risking your life to save." "How can you say you are not worth it? If it weren't for you saving me from the sea twice, I would have long since become a lifeless corpse." Han Wenfang exclaimed passionately. "Now, you risk your life to find food for everyone. Is your life any less precious than anyone else's?" Her heartfelt words flowed like a warm current, stirring Li Haoran's very soul. In that instant, he felt that all his sacrifices had transformed into the most beautiful reward in the world. Yet, he was acutely aware that on this perilous island, everyone, particularly women, yearned for the assistance of the strong, seeking a reliable shoulder to lean upon. But he vowed to himself never to exploit their vulnerability for personal gain. Such actions would betray his conscience and tarnish the honorable title of a soldier of Huagua. Li Haoran silently resolved that, on this desolate island, he would strive with all his might to improve their lives and ensure their safe return home, back to their homeland. During their days on the island, to alleviate the psychological pressure of the women, he would often share light-hearted jokes with them, especially when recalling the adorable sight of the stunning Han experiencing mishaps. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. As they conversed, they unknowingly drifted close to their camp. In the distance, the flickering bonfire on the beach appeared particularly radiant, its warm glow akin to the guiding light of the North Star in the night. It resembled a solitary lamp left by family for a late-returning loved one, radiating a brilliant yet comforting light. Chapter 14. Beach Gathering Captain. The captain has returned. The girls cheered as they rushed towards the shore. In an instant, tears welled up in Ding Yuyan's eyes. At this moment, Li Haoran resembled a triumphant general returning from battle, yet he also bore the simplicity of a humble farmer, smiling broadly as he gazed affectionately at his companions, akin to children eager for nourishment. "Are you tired? Have some water." Observing Li Haoran's weary expression, Ding Yuyan tenderly offered him a bottle of water. "Wait, you're back." Spotting his former comrade, Li Haoran hurriedly approached him, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Reporting to the instructor, Hao Weigua requests to rejoin the team. Hao Weigua straightened his attire and executed a crisp salute. In their military days, Li Haoran had been his captain as well as their martial arts instructor. "You rascal, spare me the formalities," Li Haoran chuckled, giving him a playful pat on the shoulder. "Fa Fang, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Ding Yuyan inquired with concern upon noticing Han Wenfang's persistent gloom. Han Wenfang's eyes reddened as she gently shook her head. "Wow, look at all this food. Now we can finally eat," Du Zitong exclaimed, bouncing with excitement at the sight of the raft piled high with provisions. "Eat, eat. You only know how to eat. You'll stuff yourself to death." Han Wenfang glared at the growing number of people in the group, unable to contain the swell of her bitterness any longer. Her emotions erupted, and she began to sob uncontrollably. "Do you know where all this food came from?" The captain risked his lifetime and again to bring it up from the sea so that everyone could eat. Han Wenfang's voice trembled with emotion. The thought of Li Haoran diving into the depths, almost becoming prey to a shark, weighed heavily on her heart. Finally, her feelings poured out as she crouched on the beach, weeping openly. Upon hearing Han Wenfang's heartfelt words, the gaze of the group immediately turned to Li Haoran. Several women's eyes glistened with tears, and Ding Yuyan's cheeks streamed with sorrow. In the dim moonlight, Li Haoran's tall and resolute figure appeared even more imposing. resembling an insurmountable mountain. Hiding behind the others, Du Zitong shrugged his shoulders and slapped himself a few times. Shark? Haoran, are you all right? Ding Yuyan urgently pulled Li Haoran closer, inspecting him from head to toe. I'm fine, Ding. Just a minor mishap, Li Haoran replied nonchalantly. A minor mishap? A shark swam right past us, and people were terrified enough to almost drown. If it weren't for your timely intervention. At this point, the flight attendant's face flushed with embarrassment. Ding Yuyan's intuition stirred, casting a suspicious glance between the two. Well then, has everyone eaten? Let us hurry and unload the supplies. We'll have a feast tonight to welcome Captain Hao and the others back, Li Haoran declared, waving his hand enthusiastically. Great! We've brought back some wine. Han Ven Feng, having vented her emotions, gradually regained her composure. Amidst a flurry of activity, the crowd busily prepared a sumptuous feast, momentarily forgetting the sorrow brought by the recent calamity. The kitchenware was plentiful, with an abundance of utensils and seasonings, including a large box of salt. Each person showcased their culinary skills, frying steaks, roasting chicken legs, and stewing fish. Soon, a magnificent array of delicacies adorned the sandy beach. The remaining beef and chicken were marinated with salt by Ding Yuyan and her companions, ensuring they would not spoil for a while. The fish caught in the traps, which could not be consumed immediately, were also preserved in salt, with plans to smoke them later for long-term storage. The group gathered closely on the beach, and lacking glass cups, they poured wine into stainless steel mugs. Ding Yuyan was the first to raise her cup, proclaiming, "We have gathered from all corners of the world and, against the odds, survived this tragedy. It is indeed a rare fortune. I propose this first toast to our Captain Li, who risked his life to save us, allowing us to live decently on this deserted island. Thank you, Haoran." With a heartfelt glance at Li Haoran, she drained her cup. The memories of their recent hardships on the deserted island weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, prompting them to raise their cups in unison and drink deeply, their gazes filled with gratitude and admiration for their leader. Since you all trust me to be your captain, it is my duty to care for each of you, Li Haoran stated, gesturing to encompass everyone. As we will be living together from now on, we must collaborate and strive to survive better. I suggest we introduce ourselves, as there are still many among us who are unacquainted. Great idea. Allow me to start, Han Wenfang chimed in, reverting to her usual vivacious self. I'm a native of Yanjing, and after graduating from university, I became a flight attendant. Currently, I'm flying this route with Sister Tian. So if you ever find yourselves in Yanjing, do come visit us. Miss Fong, being young and beautiful with a good job, you must have many admirers. Do you have a boyfriend? Xiaowen asked bluntly, her northeast accent evident. Not at all. The ones my family introduced don't meet my standards. And the ones who are exceptional don't fancy me. I'm still single. Han Wenfang shot a glance at Li Haoran, her tone tinged with a hint of frustration. Ding Yuyan interjected, with your remarkable qualities, Fong, I'm sure you 1T have trouble finding a good man. She continued, as for myself, I believe many of you already know that I was coerced by the old man to join the company and have been so busy that I hardly have time to consider personal matters. Besides, I'm rather awkward and shy, so I suppose I'll remain a solitary soul. She glanced at Han Wenfang as she spoke. Miss Ding is being modest. If you were to open your heart, suitors would surely line the streets, remarked Su Shiyuan, the head of the marketing department, a tall beauty from Rongqing in her mid-20s. With a delicate complexion and graceful demeanor, she exuded an air of elegance. In the future group, she and Ding Yuyan were often referred to by their colleagues as a pair of exceptional talents. Compared to Miss Ding, I am quite lacking. Thanks to General Ding's guidance. After graduating from university, I have been striving in the marketing department of Future Group. Su Xuan chuckled bitterly, self-deprecatingly remarking that as time passes, she remains single, which is quite helpless. Sister Shiyuan, don't say that. Your standards are simply too high, whispered Jia Halian from the marketing department. Jia Halian, a petite girl from Jiangnan, had a fair, oval face adorned with a few playful freckles. I hail from Sioux City and have been a flight attendant for 5 or 6 years. I particularly relish the sensation of soaring freely in the blue skies, which is why I also prefer an unrestrained life. Tian Jingjing embodied the quintessential grace of a Jiangnan woman, elegant yet understated, captivatingly charming. Let the captain introduce himself, exclaimed Han Wenfang, unable to contain her excitement. Sure, sure. The ladies eagerly clapped in enthusiastic agreement. I'm just an ordinary person, truly nothing much to share, Li Haoran replied with a smile, light-heartedly mocking himself. He had grown up in the mountains and joined the army right after high school. After his service, he worked under General Ding in Yanjing. He had neither car nor house and remained single to this day. Captain, you mustn't be too modest. You won the championship in a military competition for 5 consecutive years. Self-taught in 3 foreign languages, and you're the martial arts instructor for the brigade, Hao Weiwa interjected. Our chief surely wouldn't let you go. General Ding treasures you. He, with a bold and righteous character, was Li Haoran's closest brother and comrade. Wu Dingtian had specifically sent him to assist Li Haoran. Captain Li being so exceptional, you must have many girls pursuing you, Yishuan inquired curiously. She, also from northeast China, though in her mid-30s, still possessed an alluring grace. Others have introduced a few to me, but once they hear I have no car or house, there's no further interest, Li Haoran said, shyly rubbing his ear. That's just their lack of insight. Captain, when we return, I'll take care of you. Han Wenfang proclaimed, thumping her chest boldly. Let us not. We soldiers are accustomed to hardship and aren't used to soft living, Li Haoran teased with a smile. Ding Yuyan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. You, saying you're fat and yet out of breath. Truly your kindness is mistaken for foolishness. Han Wenfang feigned anger, glaring at Li Haoran. As a few cups of wine were consumed, everyone's spirits soared, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Captain Li, seeing how these ladies adore you, why not marry them all? Yi Zhujian wished it. After all, we want to be rescued from this deserted island anytime soon. We might as well settle down and live a carefree life here. Indeed, Captain, no work here, how delightful. Du Zitong was the first to raise his hand, joining in the revelry. Oh, stop that nonsense. Han Wenfang immediately retorted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. She said to Yishuan, if that were the case, you would surely be the first. I am afraid that's not possible. I am already married and do not possess such fortune. Yishuan quickly gestured in response. Then let us arrange by age. Sister Xuan is the eldest, followed by General Ding. Han Wenfang murmured while counting on her fingers. You should cease your ramblings. It seems you are the one yearning for marriage, Ding Yuyan remarked, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Li Haoran observed the lively scene before him. Su Xuan exuded an air of grace, akin to a resplendent peony, reminiscent of Xue Baochai from the Dream of the Red Chamber. Ding Yuyan, radiant and enchanting, resembled a dew-kissed rose, embodying the elegance of Lin Daiyu. Han Wenfang, exuberant and vivacious, was akin to a brilliant peony, a true embodiment of the candid and forthright Shi Shangyun. Hey, what are you thinking about? Captain Li self-deprecatingly shook his head. To dispel this awkward atmosphere, let me share a joke with everyone, Li Haoran suggested with a smile to shift the topic. Sure, the captain's jokes are always amusing. Han Wenfang clapped in approval, her face alight with anticipation. There was a woman who, due to her small bust, was unable to find a husband, so she sought the assistance of a matchmaker. The matchmaker assured her that it was a simple matter and introduced her to a young man from the neighboring village. The young man also harbored concerns about the woman's physique, but the matchmaker hastily claimed it was a misunderstanding. In fact, it was not small at all. The man then inquired, just how big is it? The matchmaker replied, like a steamed bun. Upon hearing this, the man readily agreed. However, on the wedding night, shortly after entering the bridal chamber, the groom exclaimed, I thought it was a steamed bun. It turns out to be a little Wang Zai bun. Upon finishing his tale, everyone was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. Well, it is getting late, and everyone seems to have had their fill, Li Haoran remarked as the night grew deeper, reminding them that there were many tasks awaiting them the following day. The women, still lingering in delight, tidied up their belongings and returned to their wooden cabins to rest. Chapter 15. A private discussion. Mr. Ding and Weigua, please stay a moment. Ziten, you go on duty. We will relieve you shortly, Li Haoran said methodically. Mr. Ding, Captain Hao, now that there are no outsiders here, let us 3 discuss our next course of action thoroughly, He continued earnestly after Du Zeding had departed. Weigua, yesterday, Mr. Ding, and I sensed that something was amiss on this island. Both our watches exhibited strange behavior, and our phones became unresponsive. Haoran expressed his concerns, his brow furrowed. I suspect there is magnetic interference on the island, which suggests that rescue teams will be unable to locate us in the near future. Indeed, my watch has been erratic as well. Captain, what should we do next? Weigua inquired eagerly. Haoran analyzed the situation at hand. With the increase in personnel, our current camp has become unsuitable for habitation. Moreover, there are pirates in the vicinity, and the beach is unsafe. Our food supply can last another 10 days to 2 weeks, so we face 2 pressing issues. First, we must find a new campsite situated further from the beach, ideally near a freshwater source. Second, we need to explore the entire deserted island comprehensively to locate more survival resources, preparing for a prolonged stay. What shall be our next steps? Ding Yuyan asked. Beginning tomorrow, Captain Hao and I will search for a new campsite while also seeking out freshwater sources. Haoran replied in a calm manner. Mr. Ding, you should lead the others to gather seafood and collect firewood. Ding Yuyan and Weigua nodded in agreement. Mr. Ding, it's getting late. You should rest first. Captain Hao and I have some matters to discuss, Haoran suggested. After a moment's thought, he added, also, keep an eye on Yamamoto Sachiko's movements. Caution is paramount. Understood. You two should rest early as well, Ding Yuyan replied, nodding before turning back to the camp. Weigua, I have something intriguing to show you, Haoran said, producing a large suitcase. Upon opening it, he revealed a rectangular package containing a bag of rice and some daily necessities. Take a look, Haoran urged, gesturing for Weigua to open it. Curious. Weigua accepted the package, noting it was made of waterproof Oxford cloth. A compound bow, Weigua exclaimed in delight as he unveiled the contents. Indeed, and it comes with a sight. Regrettably, it is not a compound crossbow, Haoran remarked with a hint of disappointment. This is already remarkable. Besides, they do not allow compound crossbows on planes, Weigua said, his face beaming with satisfaction. The compound bow is a distinguished weapon among cold arms, an invaluable tool for self-defense and hunting on this deserted island. Weigua examined it with admiration, his eyes sparkling with joy. During his time in the Special Forces, he had frequently encountered such modern weaponry, with the compound crossbow being standard for their missions. There exists a significant difference between a compound bow and a compound crossbow. The modern military crossbows in our country are designed with grips and triggers. Additionally, an advanced scope has been installed, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The production costs are significantly higher than those of typical rifles. The military crossbow comes in various types, with the standard military models boasting a range of approximately 200 meters, while some can reach up to 600 meters, surpassing the range of ordinary handguns, thus categorizing them as control devices. The Special Operations Unit, of which Haoran is a part, frequently undertakes missions in complex terrain such as jungles, where the advantages of the military compound crossbow become distinctly apparent. It operates in utter silence while delivering remarkable precision. In jungle environments, firearms are far less effective compared to crossbows. Typically, modern compound bows equipped with scopes have an effective range of between 50 to 100 meters. Within this range, trained archers can fully leverage the high accuracy and formidable power of the compound bow to achieve precise strikes. The Matthews Delta TRIX compound bow, in the hands of a skilled archer and under optimal conditions with suitable arrows and specialized sights, can achieve an effective range of up to 100 meters or even farther. With enhanced precision, compound bows are commonly found in clubs and various competition venues, and they are not yet classified as controlled devices. Haoran took the compound bow from Captain Hao, caressing it gently, as if reuniting with an old friend. I found it in the luggage compartment of the plane. For this and a bag of rice, I nearly became a meal for a shark, he remarked with half a jest. The risk was worthwhile. With it, hunting and self-defense have become significantly easier, Captain Hao responded with a smile. Unfortunately, there are only 12 arrows. Each use diminishes our supply, and on a deserted island, resupply is impossible. Haoran frowned slightly, a look of regret crossing his face. No worries. Arrows can be retrieved and reused. We must aim for a single. Decisive strike each time, suggested Guoweigua, playfully bestowing accolades. With your skills as captain, it should be a mere formality. Do not be modest. Your abilities are commendable. Li Haoran replied with a smile. By the way, Captain, I need to report a situation. I find Yamamoto Sachiko somewhat suspicious. Captain Guo's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Oh, please elaborate. Li Haoran immediately became alert, his gaze sharpening. I have noticed her unusual interest in our research project, frequently inquiring about the progress from Zion. Captain Guo analyzed the situation carefully. Let us keep this matter between us for now, aside from General Ding. I fear others may inadvertently reveal something. Li Haoran cautioned earnestly. We must keep a close watch on Yamamoto Sachiko and ensure no mistakes occur. Understood. In fact, I brought her back to help us maintain control over the situation. Captain Guo remarked confidently. Indeed, she will inevitably reveal her true intentions. As Li Haoran spoke, he removed the scope and surveyed the surroundings. Even in the darkness, visibility was remarkably clear. The scope performed well, equipped with night vision capabilities, likely used by some outdoor enthusiast for nocturnal hunting. Wait, who is that? Li Haoran suddenly paused, inwardly pondering. Could it be that someone is wandering during the night? Li Haoran meticulously adjusted the focus, observing intently. Something felt amiss. Why was this individual behaving so furtively? Suddenly, he became alert. Li Haoran gestured towards the thicket of the eastern beach, signaling to Guoweigua. The two had executed numerous missions together, their cooperation seamless, their thoughts intertwined. Understanding the unspoken cue, Guoweigua nodded in acknowledgement. The pair swiftly maneuvered to encircle the target from both sides. Chapter 16. The stark contrast to the carefree lives of Ding Yuyan and her companions. The group, led by Deputy Captain Wang, was enduring a rather dismal existence on the eastern beach campsite. At this moment, Wang Yong was feeling somewhat agitated. He had initially believed that the greater number of people would facilitate survival on the deserted island. However, he never anticipated that these seemingly successful individuals, who were accustomed to a life of luxury in the city, would turn out to be utterly ineffectual in such dire circumstances. Not only could they not procure a morsel to eat, but their predicament had also resulted in a loss of life. On the first day following the crash, they had managed to gather a fair amount of supplies, including a considerable quantity of food. Everyone assumed that rescue would come swiftly, leading them to indulge in abundant feasting. A group of 13, comprising 7 men and 5 women, consumed food at an alarming rate. Soon, Wang Yong realized that their food reserves were dwindling perilously low. The following morning, in a state of urgency, Captain Wang summoned everyone to discuss the pressing issue of their food supply. It was evident to all that their provisions were running out, and the timing of rescue remained uncertain. With a northeastern accent and an air of authority, Deputy Captain Wang stated the importance of urgently procuring sustenance. A newly joined social media influencer, Hu Lijing, with a pleasing demeanor, eagerly responded, "Captain, just give the orders." "How sycophantic," muttered Xiao Yongxia, a middle-aged woman exuding an air of sophistication. Ever since Hu had joined the group, she had contributed little and consumed much, merely following the captain around in flattering servitude, a behavior Xiao had long found intolerable. "Xiao, you take a few ladies to the beach to gather some seafood," Wang Yong quickly interjected, "and also keep an eye out for any floating crates." He then turned to Wu Daji, instructing, "You and Xiao Chui should venture into the woods to search for mushrooms and the like. If you can catch any wild chickens or rabbits, that would be splendid. Roasted meat is always delightful." As he spoke, he internally criticized, "Daji is a fine name, but alas, it has been sullied." "Captain, what shall Xiao Wang and I do?" inquired Manager Zhang, eager to be assigned a task. Each time Wang Yong heard Manager Zhang, he felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering what his parents must have been thinking when bestowing such an awkward name. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing them to gather firewood. "And what will you be doing, Captain?" Xiao casually asked. "I must remain here to guard the camp. With so many supplies, we cannot afford to lose any," Wang Yong replied with an air of certainty. "I'll help you keep watch," Hu Lijing cooed, casting a flirtatious glance at Captain Wang. Xiao rolled her eyes and departed with a few of the women. Wu Daji then led Xiao Chui and their group into the northern forest. Initially, everyone was captivated by the allure of the tropical rainforest, filled with excitement. However, as midday approached, the relentless sun transformed the vibrant jungle into a stifling sauna. Wu Daji, once a polished urban professional, now found himself drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging uncomfortably to his skin, rendering him utterly miserable. It was as if enveloped in an impenetrable layer of cling film. Everyone's lips were chapped and cracked from the lack of moisture. Blisters had formed on their feet, and each step felt as though they were treading upon burning coals, both scalding and painful. Even more irritating were the swarms of mosquitoes, each one the size of a fly, seemingly intent on draining every last drop of blood. Behind them, Chui Yoming's face was sunburned a vivid red, resembling a ripe tomato. As he walked, he scratched at the welts on his body caused by the incessant bites, breathlessly inquiring, "Wu Ge, after walking for half the day, where are we supposed to find something to eat?" "How would I know?" Wu Daji replied tersely, his gaze fixed on the ground, unable to locate any food, leaving everyone to face hunger. Old Chun, who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, was somewhat portly, with a few remaining strands of hair clinging tightly to his scalp. At that moment, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. "I can't go on. I simply cannot walk any further." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What is that?" He bent down and rummaged through the grass with his hands. Moments later, a shriek escaped his lips. "I've been bitten by a snake. Please help me." Old Chin cried out in terror. Wu Daji rushed over and picked up a branch, swinging it around him. A vividly colored venomous snake, about a meter long, swiftly darted into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. "Please save me, I beg you." Old Chin clutched his right index finger tightly, pleading incessantly. The three men exchanged glances, none daring to speak. "Xiao Chui, I saw on television that when someone is bitten by a snake, they suck out the venom with their mouth. Why don't you help Old Chin?" Wu Daji commanded loudly. "I want to go near that venomous snake. If anyone should go, it should be you." As the leader, Chui Yuming retreated several steps in alarm. Wu Daji then turned his gaze toward the man, surnamed Zhao, who shook his head and hurriedly stepped aside. By this time, Old Chin's complexion had darkened. His right index finger swelled to the size of a carrot, and as he bent his head, he fainted. Meanwhile, Captain Wang was pacing back and forth near the campsite. With dusk approaching and those sent to find food yet to return, he felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him after secretly sharing a few potato chips with Hu Lijing at noon. Zhang, oh no! That young Zhang and Wang Chong did manage to bring back quite a few branches. But what use are branches without food? Go, you too. Stop being foolish and check the woods to see if they VE returned. Captain Wang shouted. Just then, Sister Qiao and her companions staggered back, looking exhausted. "Did you find anything to eat?" Captain Wang asked, his heart leaping with anticipation. "Here." Sister Qiao coldly tossed a dozen green clams and other seafood onto the ground, along with a few crabs. The other three women handed over 7 or 8 thumb-sized crabs, their freshness uncertain. "After half a day, this is all you managed to bring back." Captain Wang restrained his anger and questioned. "If you think it's too little, why don't you go find more?" Sister Qiao shot a glance at Hu Lijing, her expression far from pleasant. Just then, footsteps were heard approaching from behind. Wu Daji and his companions returned with a dispirited demeanor. "Why are only you few back? Where is Old Chun?" Wang Yong inquired with a scowl. The group lowered their heads, remaining silent. "Speak up. Wu Daji, where is Old Chun gone?" Wang Yong shouted furiously. Old Chun was bitten by a venomous snake. Wu Daji mumbled quietly. "Where is he? Is he dead or alive? Did you leave him there all alone?" Sister Qiao asked incredulously, bombarding them with questions. "He is dead," Wu Daji replied in a hushed tone. The three men averted their gazes, unable to meet the eyes of the others. "Do you still consider yourselves men? We escaped together from a plane crash and the guns of pirates." Sister Qiao could no longer contain her sorrow, weeping softly. "Now Old Chun is dead, and you can't even retrieve his body? Are you even human?" The other women, overwhelmed with grief for Old Chun and their own uncertain fates, began to weep quietly. The matter of dinner was awkwardly avoided as they sat listlessly by the camp, each lost in their own thoughts. Captain Wang discreetly glanced at Hu Lijing, signaling her. The two stealthily exited the camp and ventured into the woods. Sister Qiao shot them a disdainful look and spat in disgust. Xiao Jing, we have only this little food left, which I had secretly stashed away, Wang Yong whispered to Hu Lijing. Eat sparingly, then head to the western beach to find that lad named Li. See if he can spare some food. I've approached him before, but he refused to let me join, Hu Lijing recalled, feeling a twinge of disappointment. That's because you didn't use the right approach. You should catch him when he is alone. Captain Wang murmured in her ear. Remember, a hero struggles at the threshold of beauty. He pinched her lightly on the chest. You must believe in your allure. I await your good news. With that, Wang Yong playfully slapped her on the backside. How annoying. I'm going to give it a try now, Hu Lijing replied in a coy tone. Chapter 17. A visitor approaches. Li Haoran moved with a lightness in his step, stealthily approaching the enigmatic shadow. His hand rested on the military knife at his waist. Poised for action. Is it you? Li Haoran's voice, filled with astonishment, rang out clearly in the stillness of the night. Oh, Captain Li, you finally made it. How wonderful. Hu Lijing turned around, her face illuminating with surprise. The expression was so pitiful that anyone who beheld it would inevitably feel a pang of compassion. When did you arrive? Li Haoran's alertness peaked, his gaze sharpening with scrutiny. I've been here for a while, but there were so many people over there. I didn't dare approach you. Hu Lijing replied, her voice laced with a hint of grievance. Weren't you with Deputy Chief Wang? How did you end up here? Li Haoran asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Don't mention it, he's hardly human. Hu Lijing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He not only hoarded the food, but also kept groping me. As she spoke, she slowly rolled down her sleeve, revealing her snow-white shoulder. Look, this is where he grabbed me. He's a complete pervert. Hu Lijing edged closer to Li Haoran, her delicate form seeming to sway like a fragile flower. Just stand there and tell me what happened. Li Haoran quickly stepped back, deliberately maintaining a distance. Today he sent us out to look for food, but we found nothing. Old Chun was even bitten by a venomous snake. He took all his rage out on me, saying that if we didn't find food, he would beat us to death when we returned. Hu Lijing's agitation grew with her words, tears streaming down her face. I was utterly desperate, which is why I came to find you. Captain, who is she? Do you know her? At that moment, Captain Hao approached with a steady gait. She is a survivor who washed up on the beach with us, seeking something to eat, Li Haoran explained, his expression calm, though a flicker of wariness lingered in his eyes. Captain, what has happened? Ding Yuyan and Han Wenfeng, drawn by the faint sound of weeping, approached with curiosity. Their gazes landed on Hu Lijing, filled with suspicion. At that moment, Hu Lijing appeared disheveled, her clothing in disarray. Crystal tears cascaded down her delicate, heart-shaped face, shimmering under the moonlight, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. What is your name? Why are you here in the dead of night? Han Wenfeng, feeling a surge of jealousy upon seeing Hu Lijing's state, sharpened her tone. My name is Lijing. I came here to find something to eat. We met before, beautiful. Hu Lijing forced a charming smile, her voice soft and gentle. Lijing, isn't that the name of Nez's father, the king of the heavenly toad? Han Wenfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter, her mockery evident. Lijing is my name. My surname is Hu. Hu Lijing corrected quietly, a tinge of embarrassment in her voice. Hu Lijing, fox spirit? You truly are a vixen, sneaking in the dead of night to seduce our captain. Han Wenfeng exclaimed, her anger palpable as she pointed a finger accusingly at Hu Lijing. A light chuckle escaped Ding Yuyan's lips at this remark, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Li Haoran shrugged helplessly, inwardly lamenting how he had become entangled in this situation. We lack provisions ourselves. We certainly have none to spare. Han Wenfeng firmly refused, her stance unwavering. Mr. Ding, perhaps we could offer them a portion of the marinated fish prepared this afternoon. After all, we share a common plight, Li Haoran suggested earnestly, glancing at Ding Yuyan. How opportunistic. Han Wenfeng scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. Oh, you, Ding Yuyan remarked, pointing a finger at Li Haoran, at a loss for words before turning to fetch some food. Captain, beware of the tale of the farmer and the wolf. This woman seems rather cunning. Captain Hao cautioned quietly, stepping closer to Li Haoran. Hu Lijing accepted the marinated fish, casting a flirtatious glance at Li Haoran as she swayed away. Her every movement an artful display. Vixen, I hope to never see you again, Han Wenfang shouted at Hu Lijing's retreating figure. After this commotion, none of them felt inclined to sleep, and they gathered together to chat. Unbeknownst to them, the sky began to brighten. The first ray of dawn emerged like a sharp sword, silently piercing the dark horizon. A delicate hue of purple, reminiscent of a graceful fairy, gently spread across the sky, draping it in a mysterious and splendid veil. The sea shimmered with glimmers of light, the waves gently undulating as if whispering the tales of dawn. As the waves collided with the shore, the droplets of spray sparkled like diamonds. Soon after, the orange-yellow light surged forth like a mighty tide, swiftly enveloping the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if the heavens had been ignited by a colossal flame, the dazzling brilliance shattering the night's veil completely. The sea, too, was infused with this vibrant orange glow, shimmering with life. The waves danced joyfully, each crest resembling a flickering flame. The island's palm trees swayed gently in the caress of the morning breeze and light, rustling softly, as if celebrating the dawn. Seagulls stretched their long, powerful wings, gliding gracefully over the sea. Sometimes they flew in neat formations, other times they scattered freely. Their cheerful cries pierced the morning tranquility, breathing vitality into the desolate island. Seagulls. The sky, the sea, the beach, and the palm groves formed a vivid and enchanting tableau. How beautiful! Li Haoran could not help but exclaim, his gaze fixed intently upon the breathtaking scene, fearful of missing any detail. Indeed, it has been far too long since I last witnessed such a magnificent sunrise. How Weigwa chimed in, his face aglow with wonder. Come, Weigwa, let's take advantage of this splendid moment to practice. Li Haoran, suddenly feeling an irresistible urge to stretch his limbs, moved his body slightly, his eyes shimmering with eagerness. What's the matter, instructor? Feeling a bit restless? How Weigwa teased, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Indeed, it has been several days since I last practiced, and my hands feel somewhat unaccustomed. Let us begin. Li Haoran rose, shedding his shirt to reveal a tall, athletic physique defined by graceful lines. Captain, I hope you will show some restraint, How Weigwa remarked, simultaneously removing his own shirt. The two stood facing each other, cupping their fists in a salute, their movements perfectly synchronized. It felt as if they had been transported back to the days of rigorous training in the military. Chapter 18. The Art of Xingyi Quan. Subsequently, the two individuals assumed their stances, exchanging blows with vigor amidst the beautiful morning light, engaging in a captivating duel. Their figures melded with the surrounding picturesque scenery, creating a unique tableau. Sweat cascaded from their foreheads, forming droplets that fell like pearls upon the golden sands. Yet, both were engrossed in their long-awaited sparring session, reveling in the fervor and passion that Xingyi Quan bestowed upon them. They were deeply immersed in the profound and vast essence of traditional Chinese martial arts. Nearby, Ding Yuyan and Han Wenfang were also captivated by their formidable presence, momentarily forgetting their earlier displeasures. They watched intently, occasionally gasping in astonishment. With a deep, resonant shout, Captain Li initiated the attack, launching a powerful punch with remarkable swiftness. His arm muscles tensed instantaneously, his fist slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Akin to an arrow released from its bow, aimed directly at Hao Weigwa's chest. Hao Weigwa, displaying remarkable agility, sidestepped with the grace of a cheetah, simultaneously unleashing a drilling punch. His arm coiled like a sinuous serpent, muscles undulating smoothly with each movement. This maneuver not only deftly deflected Captain Li's fierce assault, but also directed his fingertips menacingly towards Captain Li's throat, presenting a cunning counterattack. Captain Li promptly shifted to a defensive stance, executing a horizontal punch. With a sudden surge of power from his waist, he swept his arms sideways with tremendous force, resembling a rolling wheel, creating a powerful arc that pushed Hao Weigwa back. The two fighters exchanged blows with the ferocity of a tempest, the sound of fists cutting through the air mingling with the sharp whoosh of kicking legs. The resounding thuds of their strikes reverberated as they intertwined with the brief, forceful shouts of exertion, composing an intense symphony of battle upon the beach. Captain Li's movements were grand and sweeping, exuding a sense of bravado. Each punch carried the weight of an avalanche, revealing the subtle definition of his abdominal muscles. His tall and athletic physique displayed remarkable coordination. In contrast, Hao Weiguo was nimble and versatile. Despite his robust build, he exhibited no clumsiness. Suddenly, seizing the right moment, Hao Weiguo unleashed a rising cannon punch. His leg muscles taut as he propelled himself from the ground. The entirety of his physical strength converged into his fist, which surged forth like a thunderbolt towards Li Haoran. Observing this, Captain Li swiftly leaped back, his leg muscles contracting as he traced a powerful arc through the air. Upon landing, without a moment's hesitation, he followed up with a downward axe punch. His arm muscles tightened, resembling the weight of Mount Tai, imbued with immense force. In the gentle morning light, their sweat glistened like scattered beads, their robust physiques shimmering with radiant luster. They were enveloped in the realm of Xingyi Quan, each movement and technique epitomizing the allure of martial arts, combined with their impeccable physiques and extraordinary poise. Xingyi Quan, it is said, was founded by the illustrious General Yu Fei during the Song dynasty. Mastering the art of the spear, he later transformed it into a form of boxing known as Yiquan, also referred to as Yu Family Fist, which became widely disseminated within the ranks of the Yu army. Through the efforts of renowned martial artists such as Ji Jike, Li Luonan, and Chao Jiwu, Xingyi Yiquan has been further refined and gloriously propagated. This martial art has gradually spread across the nation, evolving into one of the most influential schools within Chinese martial arts. Xingyi Yiquan stands alongside Taijiquan and Baguazhang, all belonging to the category of internal martial arts. Its techniques are characterized by direct and forceful movements, distinctly contrasting with the lateral motions of Baguazhang and the poised stability of Taijiquan. The short and straight strikes of Xingyi Yiquan are particularly suited for battlefield engagements, devoid of ostentatious maneuvers, and are executed with remarkable speed. In the chaos of battle, amidst the clamor of thousands, there exists little room for evasive maneuvers. One must advance with resolute determination, akin to the relentless flow of a yellow river. The military unarmed combat techniques widely employed today bear the imprint of Xingyi Yiquan. On a sandy beach, kicked up by the tumult of combat, two figures engaged in fierce struggle. At that moment, Hao Weiguo seized an opportunity when he noticed Captain Li's brief lapse in focus. Lowering his stance like a stalking cheetah, he lunged forward with a swift and powerful punch, striking with the force of thunder towards Li Haoran's abdomen. Startled, Captain Li instinctively retreated. In that fleeting moment, he adeptly adjusted his posture, skillfully evading the lethal blow. Unyielding, Hao Weiguo pressed on, taking advantage of Li's unsteady footing, launching another crushing punch aimed directly at Li's chest. The force behind the strike was immense, as if it could pierce the very air. Yet, Captain Li remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on Hao Weiguo's fist. Just as the punch was about to connect with his chest, he abruptly sidestepped, extending his left hand with precision. In a deft grappling motion, he seized Hao Weiguo's arm, his grip like an iron vice, disrupting the onslaught instantaneously. Caught off guard by Li's rapid response, Hao Weiguo inwardly lamented his miscalculation. He attempted to withdraw his arm to regroup for another attack, but Li's grip held firm, as if forged from steel. In a split second, as Hao Weiguo struggled to free himself, Captain Li seized the opportunity, exerting force through his waist and swiftly twisting his body, guiding Hao Weiguo off balance. Following this, he took a substantial step forward with his right foot, slightly bending his knee to stabilize his center of gravity. At the same time, he raised his right fist, delivering a ferocious chopping strike towards Hao Weiguo's shoulder. This punch harnessed the full extent of his strength, descending with the might of a colossal axe. Hao Weiguo felt an overwhelming force assail him, as his shoulder was struck heavily, causing his body to sway involuntarily. Capitalizing on Hao Weiguo's momentary instability, Li Haoran pressed his advantage once more, launching another powerful punch directly at Hao Weiguo's abdomen. Unable to suppress a grunt of pain, Hao's body swayed uncontrollably, his feet instinctively retreating a few steps, stirring up a cloud of fine sand before he fell heavily onto the beach. With determination, Hao Weiguo pushed himself up, hands bracing against the ground, his eyes revealing no trace of defeat, but rather an admiration and respect for Li Haoran. Instructor, indeed the older ginger is the spicier. I still have much to learn from you. Hao Weiguo expressed his heartfelt admiration, proclaiming, "What a thrill, truly exhilarating. However, you, my young friend, have shown remarkable improvement." Li Haoran responded with a smile, showering praise, "Absolutely splendid. Our captain is truly impressive." The beach resonated with enthusiastic applause. The ladies, unbeknownst to them, had gathered nearby, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed upon the two. Han Wenfeng, her eyes sparkling, fixated on Li Haoran, cheering joyfully. "Captain, could you teach us?" she inquired, brimming with anticipation. "Eager to learn, are we? Then you must first run 10 laps around the beach each day to establish a solid foundation." Li Haoran teased her playfully. "Humph, you arrogant captain. I'm not even that keen on learning." Han Wenfeng pouted, murmuring under her breath. "All right, let's have breakfast first. I will find time to let Captain Hao teach you some self-defense moves," Li Haoran remarked, dressing as he spoke to Du Zidong. "Zidong, check if the fishing net has yielded any catch. Let's feast on grilled fish and seafood." Chapter 19. A glimpse of the deserted island after breakfast. Captain Li meticulously organized his backpack, carefully stowing away essential supplies such as medicines, dining utensils, and ropes. He slung a composite bow over his shoulder, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Hao Weiguo carried provisions and fresh water, wielding a fire axe in one hand and a sturdy wooden stick in the other. Both donned lightweight, form-fitting attire and rubber shoes, securing their pant legs tightly with resilient vine. With preparations complete, they were poised to embark on their expedition to the deserted island. "Captain, allow me to join you. By the way, why are you tying your pant legs?" Han Wenfeng inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she implored softly. "This is no leisurely outing. We shall discuss it later. The tropical jungle teems with venomous snakes and deadly creatures, and a moment's carelessness could cost us our lives." Li Haoran explained patiently, his tone imbued with an unyielding determination. "Tying our pant legs is a precaution against venomous insects. Mr. Ding, please smoke the fish and meat at home. Remain vigilant against pirates and prioritize your safety." Li Haoran turned to Ding Yuyan, earnestly imparting his counsel. "Yes, you must also take care and return soon," Ding Yuyan replied softly, her gaze filled with concern, tender as a devoted wife. Amidst the worried and reluctant glances of their companions, Li Haoran and Hao Weiguo commenced their journey westward along the sandy beach. Their figures receded into the distance, officially embarking on the adventure of this enigmatic island. As they walked, Li Haoran detailed their forthcoming itinerary to Hao Weiguo. At the heart of the island lies a substantial mountain, its highest peak estimated to be around 800 or 900 meters. Where there is a mountain, there is water. If we wish to find fresh water, we must search for river valleys around the mountain. The thorns in the jungle make navigation arduous. Thus, we shall continue along the beach. Once we locate the river mouth leading to the sea, the task will become manageable. "Understood, Captain. I shall forge ahead, and you can remain on guard," Hao Weiguo responded, brandishing his axe and striding forward with purpose. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, its relentless rays poured down upon the beach, the scorching sand akin to burning coals. With each step, it felt as though they were treading upon a searing iron plate, making progress exceedingly challenging. Li Haoran and Hao Weiguo trudged onward, their lips parched and cracked, sweat streaming down and quickly soaking their garments. "Captain, let us rest for a moment to regain our strength." Li Haoran's voice was hoarse, tinged with fatigue. The two found a shaded spot and settled down, briefly replenishing themselves with water and food before taking a moment to rest. "Where shall we seek a new campsite?" Hao Weiguo inquired after finishing his drink. "First, we must locate a water source. A nearby cave would be ideal. If that proves impossible, we shall construct a wooden shelter in a concealed area," Li Haoran replied, rising and brushing off the dust from his clothing. "Time is of the essence. We must hasten our journey." They resumed their arduous trek, traversing approximately 300 meters, when a half-dry riverbed abruptly came into view. "Captain, there's a riverbed ahead," Hao Weigua exclaimed in surprise, his voice brimming with excitement. "Let's venture inside." Captain Li could not suppress his joy either, and the two hastened towards the riverbed. The river widened to approximately 5 or 6 meters, with a gentle current that merely trickled along a slender line. The riverbed was strewn with pebbles, while vines entwined on either side, creating an impenetrable wall of verdant foliage. Walking upon it felt akin to treading on rolling dice, each step accompanied by the frequent slips of their rubber shoes. Their ankles twisted upon the uneven stones, producing distressing sounds. Hao Weigua drew his military knife, occasionally hacking away at the obstructive branches and vines to clear a narrow passage for the two of them. As they trudged forward with great difficulty, Hao Weigua suddenly found his ankle ensnared by a robust vine. He stumbled, dropping to one knee, and hurriedly reached down to untangle the wild kudzu. "Be careful, Haoran Barnad Ludli." No sooner had he spoken than a brown grass snake darted from the decaying wood beside him, vanishing instantaneously into the dense thicket. Hao Weigua exhaled in relief. Just as he intended to rest, a sudden sharp pain shot through the back of his left hand. Looking down, he saw a vividly colored lizard clinging tightly to his skin. Captain Li, quick-witted and swift, knocked the lizard off Hao Weigua's hand and pressed firmly on the wound. After a careful inspection, he remarked, "Fortunately, the blood is bright red. It appears to be non-venomous. However, this lizard carries numerous viruses. We must remain cautious." Li Haoran surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted several half-meter tall 7-leaf flowers in the humus nearby. He hurried over, carefully plucking a few leaves and chewing them before stashing some into his backpack. Subsequently, he applied the chewed herbal paste on a Hao Weigua's wound and tore a strip of cloth from his clothing, binding the injury tightly. "What exactly did you apply to my wound?" Hao Weigua inquired with curiosity. 7-leaf flower, known domestically as Yunnan Zhongluo. It has properties that clear heat, detoxify, and reduce swelling and pain, Captain Li explained. "Ah, flint." Li Haoran squatted down, picking up several gray-black stones from the riverbed. After inspecting them carefully, he placed them in his backpack, exclaiming, "We have a means to make a fire tonight." As dusk quietly descended, enveloping the earth in twilight, the two weary travelers arrived at a thicket of reeds. In the dimming light, they discerned several clusters of ethereal blue phosphorescence, gliding along the ground as if they were mysterious envoys from another realm. Captain Li, filled with curiosity, cautiously approached. Beneath the phosphorescence lay a decayed skeleton of a wild buffalo. Scattered around the bones were a few empty shell casings that glimmered with metallic sheen in the faint light. Could it be that someone had visited the island before? Who were they, and what had they left behind? A flurry of questions filled Li Haoran's mind as he casually placed the shell casings into his backpack. The two continued forward, and the river gradually narrowed, forming a passage barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. Crimson parasitic vines clung to either side of the passage, resembling sinuous serpents of blood. They swayed gently in the breeze, exuding an eerie aura. The two individuals painstakingly traversed the narrow pass as nightfall had fully descended, the starry sky revealing only a sparse twinkle of faint light. Not far beyond the pass, a pond, over 20 meters wide, suddenly unfolded before them. The pond took on an irregular oval shape, resembling a grotesque wound left by a colossal beast gnawing at the earth. To the south of the pond, a thin layer of soft mud blanketed the ground, marred by the chaotic footprints of animals seeking water. Li Haoran approached, crouching down to scrutinize the scene. A series of delicate paw prints, closely spaced and shallow, evidently belonged to wild dogs that had hurriedly come to drink. Nearby lay a row of massive hoof prints, deeply embedded in the mud, their edges raised as the mud was pressed outward. The puddles filled with murky water were unmistakably left by the formidable presence of wild buffalo. Additionally, there were dainty bird tracks, 3 toes pointing forward and 1 backward, densely scattered, likely indicative of a flock of wild ducks frolicking and drinking. Also present were slender, goat-like traces, meandering cautiously among the other footprints, suggesting that goats or deer had approached to quench their thirst, each step imbued with wariness and caution. As dusk deepened, darkness enveloped the other three sides of the pond, necessitating a more thorough exploration by daylight. Clearly, this was a favored watering spot for the local fauna. The night posed dangers. Thus, they decided to set up camp and kindle a fire on the shore. Having spoken, Haoran and Haoran struggled to ascend the eastern bank, clambering over vines. Not far from the water's edge, a bamboo grove, sprawling over 100 acres, came into view. The moonlight draped over this vast expanse like a delicate veil, casting a serene luminescence upon the towering bamboo, which stood like exquisitely carved jade pillars, exuding a cool glow. A gentle breeze stirred the bamboo leaves, producing a soft rustle akin to a tender nocturne. In harmony with the moonlight, the melody resonated like a dream. A few beams of moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, creating dappled shadows on the ground, resembling shards of silver scattered across the earth. Unknown wildflowers dotted the scene, subtly illuminated by the moon, lending a touch of vitality and charm to the tranquil bamboo grove. "Captain, this place is breathtaking," Haoran exclaimed, his voice brimming with admiration and enchantment for the splendid sight before him. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. We shall camp here tonight," Haoran replied, equally satisfied. The weariness that had weighed upon him seemed to dissipate in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of contentment in his gaze. "Wegwa, please fetch some thinner bamboo while I tend to the fire." "Be cautious of snakes," Haoran advised, before seeking a suitable location to establish their campsite. Captain Lee soon found a flat clearing and set down his backpack. He gathered some dry grass and twigs from the surroundings and retrieved 2 pieces of flint from his pack. Gripping the flint tightly in both hands, he struck them against each other with forceful friction. As the 2 pieces collided vigorously, a dazzling shower of sparks erupted. He intensified his efforts, the sparks flying forth in increasing numbers, appearing particularly radiant under the moonlit sky. At last, one spark stubbornly nestled among the dry grass, a wisp of delicate blue smoke rising gently. Haoran softly blew on the tendril of smoke, nurturing its ascent. Suddenly, a flame the size of a soybean flickered to life. Haoran continuously added dry grass and twigs, and the blazing bonfire roared upwards, casting a warm glow upon his face, which was filled with anticipation and joy. The fire gradually dispelled the desolation of the night, bestowing endless hope upon the new life of survival on the deserted island. Chapter 20. Rescuing the wild dog. "Captain, look what I've caught," came the excited shout of Haoran from afar. In his left hand, he held a bamboo rat weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, while under his right arm, he clutched several bamboo stalks, striding back with vigor. "Bamboo rat. How plump." Haoran's eyes sparkled with delight. Having trekked across the deserted island all day, they hadn't even managed a proper lunch. Their weary bodies craved a delectable meal to dispel their fatigue. The bamboo grove was alive with sounds, suggesting an abundance of bamboo rats, so I refrained from venturing deeper. Haoran set down the bamboo and wiped the sweat from his brow. "I'll handle the bamboo rat. You chop off the branches and leaves for kindling. Also, leave a few 2-meter-long bamboo poles. They will be useful later," he instructed. Haoran picked up the bamboo, rat along with a dining knife and a packet of salt, hastening toward the pond. Haoran deftly chopped several bamboo poles with his axe, splitting the remaining bamboo into firewood. Concerned that they might not have enough firewood for the night, he cut a few more bamboo stalks to bring back. He noticed Haoran was threading a clump of mud onto a bamboo pole and placing it over the fire to roast. "Captain, what are you doing?" Haoran inquired with curiosity. "Ever heard of beggar's chicken? Today, you'll get to taste beggar's rat," Haoran replied with a smile, handing him the bamboo pole. "You take care of the roasting. I'll craft a few self-defense weapons. Make sure to turn it frequently so it doesn't burn." With that, Haoran picked up a bamboo pole from the ground and meticulously smoothed the surface of the bamboo joints with the axe blade. He then sharpened the thinner end of the bamboo into a point. Next, he found a sturdy vine and tightly wrapped it around the pole about 10 centimeters from the tip to reinforce it. In no time, a sharp bamboo spear was fashioned. Haoran brandished the spear, thrusting it left and right with ease, nodding in satisfaction. Once he had completed 3 bamboo spears, The bamboo rat was also ready. "Captain, come and eat," Hao Weigua called out joyfully. Hao Weigua used his axe to break apart the charred earth. The skin of the bamboo rat had been completely stripped away by the burnt clods, revealing its tender, pink flesh. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses and making their mouths water. The bamboo rat, also known as the bamboo civet or bamboo weasel, belongs to the bamboo rat family. Its meat is not only devoid of any gamey odor, but is also delicate and delicious, characterized by low fat, low cholesterol, and high protein content. This is precisely why there is a saying among the folk, the dove in the sky, the bamboo rat underground, praising the exquisite taste and nutritional value of the bamboo rat. Hao Weigua eagerly tore off a piece of tender meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The fat burst between his teeth, enveloping his palate with exquisite flavor. Although the only seasoning was simple salt, they found every bite utterly intoxicating. "Captain, it's so fragrant. It even has a hint of roasted duck flavor," Hao Weigua mumbled, savoring the meal. "Indeed," Haoran replied. "The compendium of Materia Medica states, the bamboo rat is as large as a rabbit, and many people eat it. Its flavor resembles that of duck meat. The history of the Qing dynasty also records, rat meat is a fine delicacy, roasted to serve guests, from ancient times to the present. The bamboo rat has been considered a rare delicacy," Haoran remarked with a hint of pride. "Captain, you truly possess vast knowledge," Hao Weigua said, his eyes filled with admiration. "Alas, as a homebody, I merely enjoy reading, with no other hobbies," Haoran replied, self-deprecatingly. As they conversed, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the grass. Captain Li swiftly grasped the bamboo spear beside him and, illuminated by the firelight, focused his gaze to discover a gaunt black dog. The creature supported itself on 3 legs, its right foreleg injured and suspended in midair. Its amber eyes shone brightly in the moonlight, fixated on the bamboo rat in Hao Weigua's hands. It was a wounded wild dog, prompting Captain Li to lower his spear. He picked up several meaty bones from the ground and approached the dog. The black dog instinctively took a half-step back, emitting a threatening growl from its throat. It stared intently at the meat in Captain Li's hand, yet its tail betrayed its excitement, wagging uncontrollably. "Do not fear. We mean you no harm," Captain Li said, squatting down and placing the bones 2 meters away from himself, waving gently at the dog. The black dog scrutinized him, hesitating for a moment before limping closer and devouring the offering. After consuming the bones, the dog lay quietly nearby, occasionally whimpering as if lamenting its pain. Its leg bore a bite wound, now crusted over. Haoran retrieved a bottle of clean water from his backpack, along with hydrogen peroxide and several leaves of the 7-leaved one-flower plant. Hao Weigua brandished a torch, and the two slowly approached the black dog. Though somewhat anxious, the dog did not flee. Haoran first rinsed the wound on its leg with clean water, then gently applied the hydrogen peroxide. As the cold solution touched the injury, the dog trembled violently, letting out a mournful whine without attempting to bite. This creature exhibits quite a degree of intelligence. It is enduring the pain, Captain Li murmured to himself. He then crushed the leaves of the 7-leaved one-flower plant and applied them to the wound, carefully wrapping it with a strip of cloth. Returning to the campfire, Hao Weigua picked up the bamboo spear, examined it closely, and swung it a few times. "Captain, this bamboo spear is lightweight and easy to handle. Far superior to an axe," he remarked. "Indeed, the bamboo spear has numerous advantages for self-defense in the wild. It is easy to source, simple to craft, and less prone to damage during use," Haoran patiently explained. "Its lethality is not inferior to that of iron knives or firearms. Captain, given our proximity to the bamboo forest and fresh water," Hao Weigua suggested, gazing at the expansive bamboo grove in the distance, "there are likely many animals like bamboo rats around. Shall we consider establishing our new camp here?" "Indeed, that is a fine idea, and the bamboo shoots are edible. Plus the location is concealed," Haoran nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow, let us further investigate the terrain. If it proves suitable, we shall relocate here at the earliest opportunity. I wonder how things are faring at the camp." A look of concern shadowed Hao Weigua's face. "Do not worry. We shall return tomorrow. Now rest early. You take the first watch, and wake me in the latter half of the night." Upon concluding his words, Haoran fashioned a rudimentary bed from hay and bamboo twigs, then reclined to slumber. Chapter 21. The anxiety of gains and losses. As the sun gradually ascended, a myriad of rays burst forth, painting the horizon with unparalleled beauty. The tropical rainforest island, bathed in the gentle sunlight, resembled a magnificent painting unfurling before one's eyes. The sinuous coastline outlined the island's unique silhouette, while the delicate, powdery sands sparkled with fragmented glimmers beneath the sun's tender caress, akin to golden grains scattered by nature's unintentional hand, shimmering brilliantly. At this moment, Han Wenfeng sat beside the campfire on the beach, her gaze somewhat distant. Mechanically, she turned to fish roasting on a stick, her thoughts already adrift. "Hey, silly girl, what are you thinking? The fish is nearly burnt." Ding Yuyan approached with a light-footed grace, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Han Wenfeng snapped back to reality, hurriedly removing the fish and placing it gently in the nearby storage box. "Sister Yuyan, it's been 3 days, yet there hasn't been any news of rescue," she expressed, her voice laced with concern, her brows unconsciously knitting into a frown. "Are you homesick?" Ding Yuyan inquired, leaning in slightly with genuine concern. "Yes, a little. I miss my grandfather. He dotes on me the most," Han Wenfeng confessed, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her eyes, her tone softening. "Your family is in Yinjing, right? Who else is there?" Ding Yuyan continued, attempting to alleviate Han Wenfeng's anxiety through conversation. "My grandparents, my parents, my older brother, and 2 uncles. My father is the eldest," Han Wenfeng replied, her lips slightly pursed. "But it's my grandfather who loves me the most. As for the others, I hardly care." "Don't they care for you?" Ding Yuyan asked, curiosity piqued. "Oh, it's not like that. Sister Yuyan, let's not discuss this anymore." Han Wenfeng clearly wished to change the subject. Her gaze shifted, and she suddenly whispered, "Sister Yuyan, do you think mine is really small?" Her eyes inadvertently fell upon her own chest. "What?" Ding Yuyan feigned ignorance, though a smile crept upon her lips. "Ugh, it's just what the captain said." "That it's very small," Han Wenfeng admitted, her cheeks flushing as she pointed to her chest, her voice barely audible. Ding Yuyan couldn't suppress a laugh. "Well, mine isn't small, all right?" Han Wenfeng muttered softly, stealing a glance at Ding Yuyan's figure. Did that fellow perhaps favor those particularly well-endowed? "Huh." Ding Yuyan chuckled lightly. "Silly girl, I think you've developed a crush," she teased. "Have you fallen for the captain? What's it to me? There are so many beauties on this island," Han Wenfeng grumbled, her words tinged with resentment. "Who knows what the captain truly thinks?" In truth, the captain was merely joking, not targeting anyone in particular. Ding Yuyan quickly reassured her. "Everyone is feeling quite tense right now. The captain just wants to lighten the mood." With a gentle sigh, Ding Yuyan reflected on their current plight. He is concerned not only about our sustenance, but also about everyone's emotions. It is quite a burden. There are certain things she cannot express too candidly to Han Wenfeng, fearing that this straightforward girl might inadvertently reveal something. "Is that true? Does the captain not harbor any disdain for me?" A flicker of secret delight crossed Han Wenfeng's eyes. As she spoke, she sprang up, eager to rush outside. "No, I must inquire with Sister Tian." "What do you need to see Tian Jingjing for?" Ding Yuyan asked, her face a mask of confusion. "I want to involve her too, to place her third in line. I cannot bear to be alone in this." Han Wenfeng appeared to have an epiphany. "That appellation is far too unflattering. I shall not accept it." "Enough, you impudent girl. Do not create more trouble for the captain." Ding Yuyan quickly interjected. "That was merely a jest from Sister E and the others. You took it too seriously." Ding Yuyan feigned a stern expression, attempting to intimidate her. "Moreover, with so many women on the island, do you truly expect the captain to marry them all?" "Ah, that is a valid point." Han Wenfeng scratched her head, appearing to comprehend at last. "Both of us were rescued from the sea by the captain and have spent the most time together." Ding Yuyan glanced at Han Wenfeng. "You have also witnessed how hard the captain strives. We must take more responsibility and help him share the burden." Ding Yuyan recalled Captain Li's perilous dive into the sea. Her eyes filled with sorrow and concern. "Yes, I understand, Sister Yuyan. I will certainly do my part." Han Wenfeng nodded earnestly, puffing out her chest. She then sighed deeply. Alas, I wonder when the captain and the others will return. Who knows? Let's hope they are safe. Ding Yuyan gazed into the distance, her expression rife with anxiety. Meanwhile, the other women were gathering firewood, sighing heavily, their faces etched with worry. It has been 3 days. Why has no rescue come? The petite Jia Halian's voice trembled with evident anxiety. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing. What if the rescue signal never went out, and the base did not receive it? Su Shiyuan frowned, her face clouded with distress, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. That cannot be. Even if our signal does not reach back, the base will notice something amiss and respond. Flight attendant Tian Jingjing gently shook her head, her tone assured, though her face betrayed concern. We are situated in this boundless ocean. A solitary island is not so easily located. The composed Ishioan quickly spoke up to comfort everyone. We must trust the captain. He will certainly bring us back. Her gaze was resolute, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Only Yamamoto Sachiko, trailing behind the group, remained silent, as quiet as a docile kitten. She simply followed the procession, occasionally glancing up at the horizon, her eyes reflecting a barely perceptible loneliness. I wonder if the captain can successfully locate a new camp. I hope he does not encounter any danger. The long-silent Du Zitong suddenly exhaled deeply, shattering the brief tranquility. Be quiet. In an instant, countless icy gazes pierced through him, akin to sharp blades. Du Zitong hastily swallowed the remainder of his words. On this seemingly tranquil, yet perilously concealed island, each individual harbored disparate thoughts. They awaited the arrival of rescue, while simultaneously fretting over the safety of their captain and others. The captain, regarded as the cornerstone of their hopes, was at that moment enduring his own set of trials. Had he discovered a new camp? Or was he ensnared in peril, grappling with danger? No one possessed the answers. They could only silently pray for the well-being of all amidst the endless weight and anxiety. The sun continued to shine brilliantly, and the beach remained stunningly beautiful. Yet beneath this veneer of beauty lay the profound unease and anxiety of the group. Their fates mirrored that of a solitary boat adrift on the boundless sea, tossed by unknown tempests, uncertain of when they would reach the safety of harbor. Chapter 22. The Han Group in the depths of night, far away in Yanjing. The Han residence remains brightly illuminated, as if it were midday. The Han Group stands as an indomitable giant in the realm of Chinese commerce, navigating the tumultuous waves of the era and crafting an awe-inspiring commercial landscape. The group meticulously delves into the high-end technology research and manufacturing sector, ranging from the intricate development of precision chips to the production of cutting-edge smart electronic devices. With its core technologies rooted in independent innovation, it occupies a pivotal position in the domestic market. Currently, the group's assets have surpassed the remarkable threshold of 100 billion, with operations having expanded into overseas markets, establishing itself as a true leader in industry innovation. Han Wenfang's grandvater, Han Dai, a figure who once commanded respect in the political arena, despite being well over 70, remains spirited and vigorous. At this moment, he sits upright in an intricately carved mahogany chair, leaning slightly forward. His hands grip the armrest tightly, veins protruding from the back of his hands, as if they were a manifestation of his inner turmoil. His once bright eyes, usually sharp and discerning, are now bloodshot, reflecting an overwhelming sense of anxiety and distress. Han Wenfang's father, Han Weihua, the chairman of the Han Group, stands quietly by the window. The cigarette he lights is nearing his fingers, yet he remains oblivious. His once towering figure now appears slightly stooped. Han Weihua rubs his forehead incessantly, attempting to alleviate the worries that plague his mind. Han Wenfang's two uncles, Han Weimin and Han Weidong, sit quietly on the sofa, scarcely daring to breathe. The atmosphere in the room is stifling, almost suffocating. Is there any news regarding the rescue? Will my precious granddaughter return? Han Daoi's expression is stern, his voice resonating like thunder as he inquires. Before his retirement, the elder had held a significant position in a military department, wielding substantial power. He has raised 3 sons. The eldest, Han Weihua, has immersed himself in the business world, leading the Han Group to thrive as a titan in the electronic technology and financial sectors. The second son, Han Weimin, has followed in his father's footsteps, serving in a military unit in Yanjing, defending the nation. Only the youngest, Han Weidong, enjoys a relatively leisurely life, assisting his elder brother with external relations for the group. Regarding the next generation, only Han Weigua has a treasured granddaughter, while the rest are boys. From a young age, Han Wenfang has been her grandfather's cherished jewel, the apple of his eye, showered with affection. Now, 3 days have passed since the tragic plane accident, and there has been no word from her. How could the old man not be consumed with worry and anxiety? There is still no news. Han Weigua speaks cautiously, his words measured. No news, yet again. You only use these words to placate me. Han Dawei explodes in anger. If it weren't for your insistence, would such a thing have occurred? Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. We did not do anything wrong, Han Weigua replies carefully. Did not do anything? If you hadn't pressured her into blind dates, would she have run off to become a flight attendant? If she hadn't become a flight attendant, would she have encountered this disaster? Old Master Han's emotions grew increasingly agitated, his entire being resembling a powder keg ready to ignite. We're doing this for her own good. Han Weigua stammered, his voice barely rising above a whisper. For her good, I am well aware of your intentions. You simply wish to forge an economic alliance, seeing as the other family possesses some measure of influence, Han Dawei thundered, slamming his hand on the table, causing the walls to reverberate. Does my granddaughter truly require such means to achieve prosperity? Would that not be a source of ridicule? At that moment, Han Dawei's spouse entered, having heard the commotion, and poured him a glass of water. Gently, she urged, calm down, let us converse amicably. The children are grown. Grown? Just look at those foolish adults in other families. What era are we in, still meddling in our children's marital freedoms? Old Master Han seethed, his anger escalating. And you? Han Dawei pointed an accusing finger at Han Weidong, certain of his involvement in this scheme. What does this have to do with me? Han Weidong exclaimed, bewildered and utterly perplexed. Does it not? Your elder brother is perpetually occupied, while you squander your days idly. After uttering this, Han Dawei's finger shifted to the second son. And you? Han Weimin was equally confused, feeling as if he were caught in crossfire. You all seem to vanish for days on end. Only Xiaofang visits frequently to check on me and your mother. As he spoke, Han Dawei could not help but shed tears, lamenting, if anything were to happen to Xiaofang, how could your mother and I possibly endure? His spouse, too, succumbed to sorrow, wiping away her own tears. All right, Mom and Dad, please do not worry excessively. The relevant authorities have established a rescue command center. I will inquire further tomorrow, Han Weimin hastily reassured, attempting to soothe the elder's distress. Indeed, Father, let us reach out to some professional rescue organizations overseas. I'm certain they will locate Xiaofang, Han Weidong quickly added in comfort. Get out of my sight. I do not care what methods you employ. If you cannot find my dear granddaughter, none of you shall return to see me. Han Dawei weakly waved his hand, momentarily engulfed by despair. In the dead of night, the Rescue Command Center for the Yanqing air disaster remained a flurry of vigorous activity. Various electronic devices flickered with incoming information. The chief commander and his assistant sat before a computer, wholly absorbed, their eyes fixed on the map and surveillance footage displayed on the screen. They engaged in continuous dialogue with specialized personnel, formulating a specific rescue plan based on feedback from the disaster site, maintaining real-time communication with all rescue teams. Racing against the clock. Hello, old leader, still awake at this hour? Wu Dingtian was on the phone with Ding Xiaoqin. I cannot find rest, Dingtian. It has been 3 days since the incident. Has there been any progress on that front? Ding Xiaoqin inquired anxiously, filled with concern. The situation is rather peculiar. Prior to the mishap of Flight 617, the control tower was unable to establish contact. Wu Dingtian replied, wearied and haggard. Moreover, upon the arrival of the aircraft and rescue vessels near the site, there were instances of instrument malfunction. This complicates the rescue efforts even further. Ding Xiaoqin was deeply troubled, his heart aflame with anxiety. While retrieving passenger information, he discovered several foreign individuals whose identities raised suspicions. Hence, He tentatively concluded that this tragic air disaster was a man-made calamity. Wu Ding Tian continued, his tone grave. What of Haoran and Yuyan? Are they not in greater peril? Upon hearing this news, Ding Zhaoqin's worries intensified. Not necessarily, old leader. Your concern may lead to confusion. Wu Ding Tian organized his thoughts and reassured him. Since their targets are Haoran and Yuyan, it suggests that they should be safe for the time being. That does make sense. I shall not intrude upon your work any longer. Please inform me of any new developments promptly. After listening to Wu Ding Tian's words, Ding Zhaoqin felt a slight sense of relief. Understood, leader. Moreover, let us keep our earlier discussion confidential for now. Good night. With that, Wu Ding Tian ended the call. Meanwhile, at the campsite on the eastern beach of the deserted island, the tattooed brother Mufugue was seething with rage, his expression one of utter frustration. You too. He glared fiercely at his tall subordinate, Zhu Yichun, shaking his head and pacing in circles. He then turned to his plump accomplice, Fan Tong, his irritation growing ever more intense. How am I supposed to take you two out? One is a swine, and the other a glutton. Can I expect to have a good life? Mufugue jabbed a finger at their heads, glaring fiercely. What were your parents thinking when they named you? Zhu Yichun. My father hoped I would stand out for my talents as I grew older, Zhu Yichun replied with a hint of pride. Boss, my father wished for me to unify the world. You two, get out of my sight. Mufugue kicked Fan Tong's backside in a fit of exasperation. At that moment, the beautiful young woman, Simingya, could no longer contain herself. She thought to herself, your name is quite peculiar. Together, your names form a rather odd trio. However, she refrained from voicing her amusement, stifling her laughter. I instructed you to discreetly seek out Captain Li to avoid being discovered by that deputy pilot. Mufugue lamented in frustration. Seeking assistance from Captain Li does not entail stealing. Besides, if you were to pilfer some food, what use is a broken pot you brought back? The more Mufugue pondered, the angrier he became. If Captain Li learns of this, how shall we ever face him again? We can't even find Captain Li in the pitch darkness. Moreover, they have sentries, and we have no idea where the food is hidden. The two protested defensively, justifying their actions by noting that they had realized the pot had some utility, which prompted them to retrieve it. Enough, enough. Close your mouths and go to sleep. Mufugue waved his hand in exasperation, utterly worn out. Chapter 23. The great battle with the wild boar of the first rays of dawn, like a sharp sword, pierced through the darkness of the night. Li Haoran gracefully completed a set of military boxing routines and took out a towel to meticulously wipe away the sweat from his brow. Raising his gaze, he beheld countless bamboo branches gently swaying in the breeze, resembling green waves cascading from the distant horizon. The dawn light trickled down, leaving delicate golden flecks upon the ground strewn with bamboo leaves. Birds began to chirp joyfully from the treetops, infusing the tranquil bamboo forest with vibrant vitality. Captain, the bamboo grove at dawn appears even more beautiful. Unbeknownst to him, Hao Weigua had quietly approached Li Haoran. As the dew washes the lead powder festival, the wind stirs the jade branches. Li Haoran murmured softly, lost in thought. I carefully observe the terrain. To the south lies an expansive bamboo forest. 20 meters to the west is a river, abundant in water. To the east stretches a vast primitive jungle, while to the north is an open area with a small grove of camphor trees, ideal for constructing bamboo huts, free from summer's pesky mosquitoes. Hao Weigua followed Li Haoran's pointed direction, peering northward. In the distance, the mountains rose and fell, shrouded in swirling mist, resembling a poetic landscape painting. Indeed, it is splendid. Chief, not far to the northwest lies the mountain range. Hao Weigua nodded in agreement. In the event of an emergency, we can retreat in that direction. Li Haoran picked up a bamboo spear and several empty water bottles, along with an axe. Let us venture into the bamboo grove to gather fresh water and perhaps forage for some edible provisions. Just then, a black dog limped toward them. Though its injured front leg had not fully healed, it was now able to bear weight, a clear sign of improvement. Little Black, you haven't left? Li Haoran exclaimed joyfully as he approached the dog. The wild dog glanced at the bamboo spear in Li Haoran's hand and then wagged its tail enthusiastically. Since you wish to stay, you shall accompany me from now on. Li Haoran recalled the black dog he had raised back home. Ah, henceforth, your name shall be He Wang. The black dog let out a soft whine and wagged its tail vigorously, seemingly accepting its new name with delight. Captain, this black dog is truly perceptive. Hao Weiguo remarked with admiration. Indeed, sometimes animals exhibit a deeper sense of gratitude than humans, especially on this deserted island, Li Haoran replied, rising to his feet. Hey Wang, let us go find something to eat. As they approached the edge of the forest, He Wang suddenly barked a few times, turning back to glance at Li Haoran. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the bamboo grove. Old Hao, be alert. Something's amiss, Li Haoran exclaimed, firmly gripping his bamboo spear. The morning mist had not fully lifted, and not far within the bamboo thicket, a group of wild boars were foraging leisurely. Leading them was a robust adult boar. Weighing at least 300 pounds, its coarse, dark brown fur bristling, with two long tusks jutting from its mouth. In the dim light, a cold, glimmering sheen shimmered. Several piglets trailed closely behind a larger boar, their rotund forms exuding an endearing charm. The wild boars were irresistibly drawn to the lush bamboo shoots flourishing in the thicket. They incessantly dug into the earth with their snouts, unearthing the tender bamboo shoots below. Soon, they began to greedily chew, producing a satisfying crunching sound. Suddenly, the lead boar seemed to sense danger. It lifted its head, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, its nostrils flaring. Without warning, it reared up, sending dirt flying, charging towards Captain Li and his team like a rampaging tank. Weiguo, move aside, Captain Li shouted, deftly tapping his toes against the ground. Using the momentum, he agilely leaped to the left, evading the oncoming boar. He swiftly raised his bamboo spear, channeling all his strength to pierce the side of the wild boar. The spearhead punctured the thick, rugged hide, and blood gushed forth from the wound. The beast violently twisted its corpulent body, eyes glinting with ferocity, glaring at Captain Li. A low, menacing grunt emanated from its throat, undoubtedly signaling its intent to attack once more. At that moment, blood continued to drip from the boar's wound onto the ground, further igniting its savage nature. It bellowed, stirring up a cloud of dust, and charged fiercely at Captain Li again. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Li executed a nimble pivot. The bamboo spear struck like a white serpent, aiming for the side of the boar's neck. The beast violently tossed its head, its coarse bristles scraping against the spear shaft with a harsh sound. Captain Li was compelled to release his grip, and the spear spiraled upward before embedding itself into the muddy ground. Meanwhile, Hao Weiguo rushed forward, brandishing an axe. He aimed for the boar's front leg and unleashed a sweeping strike. The sharp fire axe sank deeply into the boar's limb. With a thunderous crash, it was as if a wall had collapsed. The wild boar instantly fell heavily to the ground. Li Haoran swiftly retrieved the bamboo spear from the earth, leaping high to target the boar's throat, delivering a fierce thrust. A warm spray of blood erupted, and the boar kicked its legs, convulsing a few times before lying motionless. Nearby, the loyal dog, He Wang, barked loudly at the fallen boar, then lunged forward to fiercely tear at it. Li Haoran let out a long sigh of relief and approached to pat He Wang's head. Was it this beast that hurt you? The black dog gently nudged Captain Li's pant leg, its tail wagging joyously, eyes brimming with gratitude for its master. Li Haoran picked up the axe and ventured into the bamboo grove. He selected a sturdy bamboo stalk, steadied the axe with both hands, and aimed for a point approximately 30 centimeters from the ground, striking forcefully against the bamboo. With a crack, a fissure opened, revealing the vibrant green fibers within. With each powerful swing of the axe, the notch in the bamboo deepened. Captain Li pressed against the upper part of the bamboo pole, applying significant force. With a few creaks, the bamboo was successfully severed. At the cut, droplets of water slowly seeped out, soon coalescing into a gentle stream. Captain Li hastily brought an empty bottle close to the incision. In no time, the bottle was filled with crystal-clear drinking water. Come, have a taste. Li Haoran offered the bottle to Hao Weiguo. Parched and thirsty, Hao Weiguo took the bottle and tilted it back, gulping down a mouthful. The refreshing sweetness spread from his tongue throughout his entire being, akin to a brisk mountain breeze sweeping through. All weariness and thirst vanished in an instant, and he felt invigorated. "Captain, this water is truly delightful, imbued with the fragrance of bamboo," Haoran declared, his face radiating satisfaction. "Not only does it quench thirst, but roasting fresh bamboo can yield a delightful bamboo juice," Haoran remarked, "and it even has the effect of clearing heat and resolving phlegm. So once we move over, we could drink it daily." Haoran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "However, it cannot replace fresh water. It's getting late. Let us return to the camp for some roasted pork," Captain Lee said, as the two men laboriously dragged the wild boar back to the campsite. Chapter 24. A life-and-death moment, the delicate. Soft sands glimmered with a faint golden hue under the gentle caress of the morning light. Towering palm trees swayed gracefully in the mild breeze, producing a soothing rustle. Their whispers intertwined with the rhythmic crashing of the waves, harmonizing into a melodious symphony by the sea. At this moment, Ding Yuyan and several enchanting ladies strolled upon the carpet-like shore, eagerly inspecting the fishing traps they had set the previous night. Clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans, Ding Yuyan exuded a refreshing and competent aura. She carefully retrieved the last trap crafted from silk lingerie. Gasping in delight, "Wow, yet another bountiful catch." Ding Yuyan meticulously gathered all the fish, depositing them into a fishing net before placing it in a shallow pool. With a splash, the stunning Sushi Yuan could not contain her amusement upon seeing the net in Ding's hands. Her cheeks flushed slightly, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring. It was unexpected that the seemingly modest Captain Lee could devise such astonishing methods. As Sushi Yuan conversed with Ding Yuyan, she couldn't help but stifle a giggle, wondering how many more innovative ideas lingered in his mind. Alas, Captain Lee is indeed in a difficult position. "On this deserted island, we possess nothing," Ding Yuyan remarked, her expression a mixture of helplessness and determination to ensure everyone was well fed. Indeed, it is no easy task for the captain to lead this group of women. Sushi Yuan sighed, pondering when the captain and the others would return. "What is the matter, Sister Su? Are you missing your husband?" At that moment, Han Wenfang approached with a playful smile, teasingly inquiring. "Go away, you little rascal. You are the one thinking of your husband," Sushi Yuan retorted, her face instantly reddening. "Could it be that you, little girl, are in the throes of infatuation? Humph, you see how harshly the elder sister speaks. You must speak on my behalf." Han Wenfang feigned a pitiful expression, seeking Ding Yuyan's support. "I think you're the one who has gone mad, babbling nonsense all day," Ding Yuyan playfully scolded, bending down to scoop up a handful of sand. Seizing the opportunity when Han Wenfang was distracted, she stealthily sprinkled it atop her head. Realizing what had happened, Han Wenfang let out a shriek and lunged at Ding Yuyan with mock ferocity, ready to retaliate. Meanwhile, Tian Jingjing watched their playful antics, laughing heartily. Sushi Yuan, amused by the commotion, picked up a small seashell and threw it at them, joining in the delightful fray. As the playful exchange continued, the scorching sun intensified, and they all felt the oppressive heat. Han Wenfang was the first to discard her shoes, exclaiming, "I'm boiling. Let us go for a swim." No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly shed her outer garments, revealing a swimsuit underneath. Like a nimble fish, she darted towards the ocean. Tian Jingjing, not wanting to be left behind, quickly removed her dress and followed suit into the waves. Glancing around the camp with a hint of concern, Sushi Yuan asked, "Ding, do you think that loudmouth will come?" "Rest assured, I've sent him to gather firewood. He won't be back anytime soon," Ding Yuyan replied confidently. Ding Yuyan gently comforted with soft words. The two exceptional individuals exchanged a smile. Hand in hand, they dashed toward the surging waves of the sea. Ding Yuyan, with her graceful figure, swam joyfully in a freestyle manner, splashing droplets of water that sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. Meanwhile, Han Wenfang frolicked in the shallow waters, occasionally playfully splashing water at others. Laughter and cheer resonated across the azure surface of the sea. Tian Jingjing lay serenely on the water's surface, savoring the refreshing delight, her thoughts drifting off into the unknown. "Hey, Tian Jia, what are you thinking about? Could it be the captain?" Han Wenfang swam over to Tian Jingjing, feigning seriousness. Go away. Do you think everyone is like you, incessantly talking about the captain? Tian Jingjing retorted with a blush, annoyance tinting her tone. Ah, I wonder how the captain is doing now. When will we be able to return home? Han Wenfeng's smile gradually faded, a silent sigh escaping her lips. Her eyes filled with confusion and longing. Xiaofang, you can't possibly have developed feelings for the captain, can you? When we return to Yinjing, will your family approve? Tian Jingjing, well aware of Han Wenfeng's family's pressure regarding marriage, asked with genuine concern. What's wrong with liking him? What about Yuyan and the others? Don't you have feelings for the captain? Han Wenfeng countered, her gaze fixed intently on Tian Jingjing. Tian Jingjing's face flushed crimson, ready to retort when suddenly a faint yet discernible sound of a motor echoed from a distance. Pirates! The color drained from Han Wenfeng and Tian Jingjing's faces instantly. Their eyes widened in terror as they stood up abruptly, shouting hoarsely, "Run! There are pirates!" The girls were thrown into disarray, hurriedly putting on their clothes. Ding Yuyan swiftly bent down to grab the fish they had caught and sprinted toward the camp. Breathless, she set down the fish and seized a frying pan, desperately tossing sand onto the fire. Seeing her actions, the other girls hurried to assist, creating a cloud of dust in the camp. Ding Yuyan, frantic, looked up to see the pirate ship, now clearly visible. The menacing skull flag at the bow danced wildly in the wind, strikingly vivid. Beside the pirate ship, a motorboat gleamed with a cold metallic sheen akin to shark teeth. 4 or 5 pirates, armed with guns, swiftly descended along the ropes. Hurry, there's no time. Everyone grab food and essential items and hide in the woods. Ding Yuyan shouted anxiously. Split up. Clutching the frying pan in her left hand and the fish in her right, she dashed into the woods, struggling through the layer of decaying leaves barely covering her ankles. Su Xiuan raised a machete high, forcefully slicing through the vines obstructing their path, while tightly gripping a piece of smoked meat in her left hand. At that moment, all the poise and elegance of a city professional vanished. To the right, towards the banyan tree, Han Wenfeng called out, gripping a dinner knife in her right hand and dragging a suitcase with her left, shouting to Tian Jingjing, who was behind her with a backpack. Before her words could fade, she was abruptly ensnared by a gnarled tree root, sending her sprawling forward. Her knee collided forcefully with the exposed rock beneath, blood swiftly seeping through the fabric of her blue flight attendant uniform. Tian Jingjing hurriedly supported the limping Han Wenfeng as they stumbled toward the great banyan tree, pulling her into a narrow hollow within its trunk. Suddenly, a deafening barrage of gunfire erupted, as if to rend the very air. Following that, a cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed through the woods. Ladies, why run? We have chilled champagne aboard our ship. Han Wenfeng glimpsed an Asian-faced pirate through the narrow crevice, shouting in a somewhat broken Mandarin. Clad in filthy camouflage, a ghastly scar marred his face, rendering him particularly fearsome in the eerie jungle. Come out. I see you. The Asian pirate raised his AK-47, unleashing a frenzied hail of bullets into the foliage ahead. The projectiles whistled as they pierced the trunks, causing leaves to cascade down. The sound of approaching footsteps grew ever closer, each thud resonating heavily in their hearts. Hush! Tian Jingjing pressed her hand firmly against Han Wenfeng's mouth, signaling her to remain silent. Han Wenfeng gripped a dinner knife tightly, blood trickling from her wounded knee, gradually soaking the majority of her pant leg. Her eyes were filled with despair and terror, resembling a trapped fawn. Meanwhile, in the western thicket, Ding Yuyan and Su Xiuan gasped for breath, their arms and backs marred by thorny scratches. Their clothing lay tattered, and their faces bore the marks of hopelessness and helplessness. Before them stretched a vast expanse of swamp, resembling a profound green pitfall. Behind them loomed a burly pirate, his face obscured by a bushy beard, a telescope hanging from his neck, and a military pack slung over his shoulder. He held a gun in one hand, intermittently firing into the air, chewing gum as a lewd glint flickered in his eyes as he advanced toward them. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, an arrow streaked through the air like lightning, piercing his neck at an angle, the fletching quivering in the breeze. Blood gushed rapidly from the shaft, and the bearded pirate instinctively grasped his throat, muttering a curse. His body swayed before collapsing backward, instantly silenced. Captain Hao dashed from his hiding place, seizing the AK-47 from the pirate's hand. He swiftly removed the telescope and retrieved 2 magazines from the fallen man. "How, Captain?" Ding Yuyan exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding her voice, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. "Director din Ministersu." Hao Weiguo replied excitedly. "You two stay hidden here. I will go support the captain over there." With that, Hao Weiguo vanished into the dense jungle like a dark flash of lightning. Chapter 25. After the catastrophe, Part 1. The Asian pirate crouched low, gripping his weapon with utmost caution, each step taken with meticulous care. He resembled an owl, concealed in the shadows of the night, stealthily advancing towards a grand banyan tree, its lush foliage resembling a verdant parasol. Suddenly, a shadow surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, darting out from behind the tree. Immediately thereafter, a deep and menacing growl reverberated through the air. It was a formidable wild dog, lunging fiercely at the pirate with bared fangs and claws. "Ah, wolf!" The Asian pirate's face drained of color, turning ashen, bereft of any semblance of blood. Instinctively, he pivoted his weapon, his finger tightening around the trigger. The dark muzzle of the gun aimed squarely at the menacing canine. At that critical moment, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A bamboo spear, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, shot forth like a meteor, striking the pirate squarely in the chest with astonishing precision. With a dull thud, the spear penetrated the pirate's left chest, its tip protruding ominously from his back, glinting with a chilling light in the mottled sunlight. The pirate's body convulsed violently, his previously sinister eyes widening in shock. His mouth gaped open, as if to emit a heart-wrenching scream, yet his throat was constricted by an unseen force, rendering him voiceless. After a brief struggle, his body succumbed to an overwhelming sense of despair, slowly toppling backward. Blood gushed forth like a torrential flood from his chest and mouth, rapidly staining his shirt front crimson, spreading across the ground to form a gruesome pool. Captain Lee, swift as lightning, dashed to the pirate's side. He seized the AK-47 from the pirate's grasp, then forcefully yanked the bamboo spear from the pirate's chest, wiping off the bloodied remnants on the pirate's clothing. Simultaneously, he scanned the surroundings with vigilance, leaving no potential hiding spot unchecked for lurking dangers. He then knelt down, meticulously searching the pirate's person, discovering 2 magazines, a Makarov pistol with a dozen rounds, a Swiss Army knife, half a pack of Captain Black cigarettes, and a windproof lighter. Captain Lee carefully collected these items, placing them into his backpack, even taking the pirate's camouflage uniform and tactical boots. He swiftly removed the watch from the pirate's wrist, glancing at it only to find the hands had ceased to move. "Captain, is that you?" Han Wenfeng approached, tears glistening in her eyes, limping toward Li Haoran. Her voice was filled with uncontainable joy, akin to witnessing dawn break through the darkness. She rushed into Li Haoran's embrace, her emotions surging forth like a flood. Unable to restrain herself, she tilted her face upward, gently pressing her lips against his. Nearby, the beautiful flight attendant, Tian Jingjing, averted her gaze in haste. Her delicate face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple, vibrant and succulent. At that moment, the black dog, Haoran, galloped towards them with astonishing speed, its discontented barks echoing as if it were reproaching itself for losing favor. "Ah, wolf!" Tian Jingjing's complexion paled in fright at the sudden appearance of Haoran, unable to suppress a terrified scream. "It's all right, that's my adopted wild dog," Li Haoran gently reassured her, stepping forward. He tenderly caressed Haoran's head, infused with affection. He then raised his gaze to Han Wenfeng's knee, his eyes brimming with concern. "Wenfeng, are you injured? Let me take a look." Li Haoran swiftly retrieved medical alcohol and sterile cotton swabs, delicately cleaning the blood from Han Wenfeng's wound. He then applied anti-inflammatory ointment evenly across the injury, carefully bandaging it afterward. "Captain, is everything all right here?" At that moment, Hao Weiguo approached silently, inquiring softly, "Is it safe? Have you found Ding and the others?" Li Haoran quickly countered, "Ding and her group are safe. There is no news about the others for now," Hao replied. "We must hasten to scout ahead and check if the pirates have departed. Li Haoran said, turning back to Han Wenfang. You two should stay here and hide for a while. Return when it is safe. After speaking, he slung the AK-47 over his shoulder and took the compound bow from Hao Weigua, knocking an arrow with steady hands. He waved farewell to Han Wenfang and the others, who swiftly vanished into the dense, shadowy jungle, their figures soon lost from sight. The trio moved silently through the forest, each step taken with utmost caution, carefully assessing their surroundings. Before long, they arrived at the shoreline. On the beach where the speedboat was moored, a pirate with braided hair wore an expression of fury, animatedly arguing with a black pirate. The latter appeared helpless, hands raised as if earnestly attempting to persuade him. Captain, what do you think they are arguing about? Hao Weigua leaned closer to Li Haoran, whispering. It seems the braided pirate is blaming the black one for coming to this cursed island, Li Haoran surmised from a distance. The black pirate appeared to be urging the one with the ponytail to return and search for their two missing companions. His gaze remained fixed on the pirate's every movement, not overlooking a single detail. Moments later, the braided pirate shouted something at the black pirate and climbed onto the speedboat, heading back to the sailing vessel. Shortly thereafter, the sailboat slowly set sail towards the east, leaving a long white wake upon the sea's surface, reminiscent of a winding ribbon that sparkled under the sunlight. The white pirate mentioned going back to report. It seems we are safe for the moment, Li Haoran observed. The two men patiently waited for another 10 minutes, ensuring there was no danger before parting ways to search for the other team members. After a long wait until the afternoon, all personnel gradually returned safely to the camp. Hao Weigua brought back all the equipment from the bearded pirate, including his combat uniform. Li Haoran inquired meticulously about everyone's physical condition. Aside from Han Wenfang, who had injured her knee, and Du Zitong, who had twisted his foot, the others suffered only minor scratches and were largely unharmed. As the group gazed upon the camp, ravaged by the pirates' wanton destruction, a blaze of fury ignited within their hearts. They vocally condemned the pirates' heinous acts while setting about to restore the camp to its former state. Fortunately, some crucial items had been discreetly hidden away in the jungle by Ding Yuyan and her companions, thus minimizing the losses sustained at the camp. All right, everyone, let's take a moment to rest. We shall feast on roasted wild boar legs, Li Haoran announced, as he and Hao Weigua retrieved 2 already smoked hind legs of wild boar from their backpacks, hoping to dissipate the oppressive atmosphere of the camp with delightful cuisine. Wow, wild boar meat. It has been ages since we last savored fresh pork, exclaimed Han Wenfang, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the mention of pork, resembling a little glutton eagerly anticipating a feast. Little glutton, today you shall indulge to your heart's content, Li Haoran chuckled teasingly, as he took out a lighter to ignite the campfire. He skewered the pork legs with a stick, each holding one, and began to roast them over the flames. The flames danced joyfully, affectionately licking the pork legs and producing a satisfying sizzle. The rich aroma wafted through the air, gradually enveloping the entire camp. Nearby, Hei Wang, the black dog, observed this delightful scene and let out a few eager barks, filled with anticipation for the delicious feast. What's wrong? Do you want some too? Li Haoran turned to Hei Wang, smiling as he inquired. The dog wagged its tail joyfully, making soft sounds while fixated on the pork leg in Li Haoran's hand, displaying an unmistakable eagerness. Captain, this black dog truly understands human sentiments, Han Wenfang remarked, stepping closer to pet Hei Wang. However, the dog shot her a disdainful glance and promptly scurried to hide behind Li Haoran, much to the amusement of the others, who erupted into hearty laughter. This is Hei Wang, a wild dog tamed by the leader. He only listens to the captain, Hao Weigua quickly explained, coming to Han Wenfang's rescue. Suddenly, someone shouted from the beach, "Is that you, Captain Li?" Chapter 26, Surviving the Aftermath, Part 2. As everyone lifted their heads, they beheld the tattooed man, Mu Fugue, accompanied by 2 subordinates and a beautiful young woman, Si Manya. They emerged from the thicket, limping towards the beach, looking utterly disheveled. Their bodies were drenched, and their garments were tattered, resembling ragged cloth torn asunder. Their hair was a chaotic nest, tangled with fine strands of grass and leaves. Their faces bore the marks of mosquito bites, and they were covered in mud, as if they had just clawed their way out of a mire. Upon spotting Captain Lee by the fire pit, the tattooed man hoarsely called out, "Captain Lee, oh my dear Captain Lee, we have finally found you." His voice was imbued with the joy and fatigue of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Hearing the call, Captain Lee handed the roasted pig leg he had been preparing to Ding Yuyan, rose to his feet, and approached them. Nearby, the black dog, Haoran, perked up its ears and barked loudly, clearly alert to the presence of unfamiliar faces. "Ah, there's a wolf," Sima Yao exclaimed, instinctively retreating behind Mu Fuguwei. "It's all right. He's my adopted stray," Li Haoran reassured, waving at Haoran, who seemed to comprehend and returned to lie down, continuing to observe the bustling scene. "Mugu, how did you end up in this state? Please sit down and have some water," Li Haoran inquired with concern, surveying them. He then offered several bottles of fresh water. "Thank you, Captain Lee. We were nearly parched," Mu Fuguwei replied, his voice weak. "We intended to gather some seafood for lunch by the seaside, but unexpectedly encountered that vile group, which left us exhausted and famished." Sima Yao, appearing drained, eagerly snatched a bottle and gulped it down, letting out a loud belch of satisfaction. After quenching her thirst, her gaze fixated longingly on the wild boar leg roasting over the fire, clearly starved. It was terrifying. They even shot at us. Mu Fuguwei wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of weeping. "We fled for our lives, but alas, my leg is injured. We endured days without food or water and without a fire. When will this hardship end?" His words were laden with grievances and helplessness regarding their arduous experiences. "No fire? So you had to eat raw? How did you manage to survive these past few days?" Li Haoran asked, his curiosity piqued. "The first 2 days were manageable. We found some food in a box, along with a few bottles of water," Mu Fuguwei lamented. "But these last 2 days have been dreadful. When hunger struck, we scavenged for oysters and clams along the shore to fill our bellies. And when thirst came, we simply had to endure." "Mugu, were you traveling to M country?" Li Haoran casually inquired, seeking to uncover their origins. "Oh, don't even mention it. I was previously delivering sand and cement to the construction site. The brothers in the trade were kind enough to support my business, which was somewhat satisfactory," Mu Fuguwei sighed, lamenting the recent downturn in the real estate market, which had inevitably affected their business. He contemplated a journey to country M, confident that with his abilities, earning a fortune would be a trivial matter. Little did he anticipate such misfortune. His eyes were filled with confusion and regret about the future. "Brother, is your name really Mu Fuguwei, Wooden Fortune? Planning to make a fortune in country M?" Li Haoran could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, finding the name and its accompanying notion both amusing and absurd. "Huh!" Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan burst into laughter simultaneously, clearly finding the combination of the name and the idea rather comical. "What is wrong, Captain Lee? Is there an issue?" Mu Fuguwei asked, bewildered, not understanding why everyone was laughing. "Oh, nothing. Are you a monkey sent to amuse us? Off to country M to make a fortune?" Captain Lee mused inwardly, questioning Mu Fuguwei's naivety regarding the riches of country M. "And these two brothers, are they accompanying you to seek fortune in country M?" Li Haoran pointed at 2 young men, one stout and the other slender, continuing his inquiry. "Oh, these are my 2 younger brothers. The tall one is Zhu Yichun, and the plump one is Fan Tong," Mu Fuguwei introduced. Puffed. Ding Yuyan and the other ladies finally erupted into uncontrollable laughter, while Han Wenfeng rolled on the ground, clutching her stomach in mirth. The 2 younger brothers stood up, bowing awkwardly towards the crowd, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Speaking of names, when my parents named me, they hoped I would possess the talent of Yichun and achieve great things in the future." Zhu Yichun scratched his head, feeling rather ashamed now. "Indeed, I'm Fan Tong. My parents wished for me to unify the world." Fan Tong chimed in eagerly, only to realize how far from that aspiration he had strayed. "Look at Captain Lee, so exceptionally gifted and valiant. He is truly a talent worthy of leadership," Fan Tong extolled, expressing unwavering faith that under Captain Lee's guidance, they would surely dominate the islands and be unstoppable. Hearing this, Mu Fuguwei's expression shifted to one of complex emotions. He then declared, "Though I have never bowed to anyone in my past, in this strange place, I am but a nobody. As long as there is food and drink, I am willing to be a humble follower, accompanying Captain Li. Seeming Yao bit her lip gently, her gaze drifting towards Captain Li intermittently. Her gestures of tidying her hair became increasingly delicate, her voice unconsciously softening. As a woman, I know little of these matters. I merely hope to follow someone capable, as it brings me a sense of security. Captain Li listened to these flattering words, casting a glance at them, his thoughts swirling as the glow of the campfire danced upon his face. Chapter 27. Hidden Motive. Captain Li, I implore you, could you possibly take me in? Mu Fugue gazed earnestly at Captain Li, his inner urgency blazing like a fervent fire. That won't do, Brother Mu. Li Haoran gently yet resolutely interrupted before Mu could finish his plea. As you can see, our camp is already brimming with people, and I'm truly overwhelmed with tasks. He clasped his hands in an apologetic gesture, expressing his sincere regrets. Indeed, do you wish to overburden our captain? Han Wenfang chimed in, her tone tinged with mild reproach. Brother Mu, here are the sea delicacies we gathered this morning. Please take them to alleviate your immediate needs. Li Haoran said, handing over the fish that Ding Yuyan had painstakingly collected. After a moment's thought, he also offered Mu the fishing net. This fishing trap is for you as well. Simply add some bait, and you shall have a modest catch each day. I'm immensely grateful, Captain Li, Mu Fugui exclaimed, quickly accepting the fish and passing them to his shorter companion. Moreover, I shall give you these 2 flint stones. With a bit of friction, you can ignite a fire. As Li demonstrated, he explained further, for fresh water, you might search the island, or you could distill seawater using a pot. Li Haoran glanced around, contemplating. As for the pot, no need for that, brother. Mu Fugue's face flushed slightly as he turned to glare at his 2 companions. This scene cast Ding Yuyan into deep contemplation, her gaze filled with thoughtfulness. Well, Brother Mu, these are all I can offer. I have exhausted my efforts. Li Haoran said courteously. The adage teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish resonated with him. After all, they were all compatriots from Huaxia, united as survivors of misfortune. Any assistance was a blessing. Beyond this, they would have to rely on their own resilience. Ah, thank you, brother. This is a tremendous help. Mu Fugue replied, casually removing a hefty gold chain from around his neck. Captain Li, on this desolate island, I truly have nothing to repay you with. Please accept this. Once we return to our homeland, I shall express my gratitude properly. I cannot accept such a gift, my brother. I fear I cannot bear the weight of it. Li Haoran quickly shook his head in refusal. What do you mean by that? Mu Fugue asked, his expression one of confusion. Brother Mu, it is wise to keep one's wealth discreet. In this wilderness, it is better to remain low profile, Li Haoran delicately advised. Oh, Mu Fugue initially appeared startled, but then enlightenment dawned upon him. He promptly stowed the gold chain into his pocket. Let's leave it at that, Brother Mu. We have matters to attend to this afternoon, so we shall not keep you any longer, Li Haoran concluded. Do carry on with your tasks, Captain Li. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Mu Fugue and his companions departed, overflowing with gratitude. The captain just loves to play the benevolent soul. The fish catch was brought back by Sister Yuyan, who braved danger. Han Wenfang pouted, you just gave them away so easily. A friend on a deserted island opens up new paths. Captain Li accepted the roasted pork from Ding Yuyan. Come, let us savor this fresh wild boar meat. Meanwhile, at the eastern camp, Vice Captain Wang and his group sat dejectedly on the beach. When the pirates landed, they scattered in every direction to escape. A man named Zhao hid behind a large tree, only to be bitten by a venomous scorpion. By the time he was discovered, it was too late to save him. Wang Yong observed these so-called elite individuals, who were often self-important yet lacked true ability, and felt a wave of disdain. These grown men were less useful than a group of women. Even the women managed to salvage a few dead fish and rotten shrimp daily. Otherwise, they would have starved to death long ago. Come on, everyone, let's pull ourselves together. Once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. We must continue living. Wang Yong glanced at Sister Qiao, formulating a plan. I would like to announce that from now on, Sister Qiao will be our vice captain. With that, he looked expectantly at Xiao Yongxia. Sister Qiao was well aware of Wang Yong's intentions. However, The coming days would indeed require collective effort to survive on this deserted island. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. If I am to be the vice captain, I must emphasize one point. Our team does not support idlers. She then cast a sharp glance at Hu Lijing. Humph, how petty, Hu Lijing muttered disdainfully. Sister Qiao is right. With the scarcity of food on the island, we should all work together. The handsome Zhao Wenjie quickly voiced his agreement. Everyone nodded in unison, turning their gazes towards Captain Wang. Why are you all looking at me? Let us proceed as Sister Qiao suggests, Captain Wang said awkwardly. That includes you, Captain Wang, Sister Qiao stated without hesitation, striking straight to the heart of the matter. Captain Wang stammered, feeling regretful. What a blunder I've made. Just look at Captain Li's side and compare it to our plight. Sister Qiao's words were piercing. I would say, a poor soldier leads a poor army. In terms of wisdom and capability, Sister Qiao was no less competent than Captain Wang. Very well. We shall proceed as Sister Qiao advises. Wang Yong gritted his teeth, secretly calculating. Just wait for it. Sister Qiao, you must be wary of that Wang fellow. His gaze was quite menacing just now. Zhao Wenjie whispered as he rummaged for seafood on the beach. I've long seen through his little schemes. I just haven't held it against him for the sake of the greater good. Sister Qiao scoffed. If he truly provokes me, then so be it. I will risk everything. Ah, that Wang is certainly not a good person. He is always associating with that vixen. Ouyang Shui, standing nearby, expressed her indignation, recounting how he had made unwelcome advances towards her in the woods last night. With her fair complexion and forthright demeanor, she spoke without reservation. You girls must learn to protect yourselves when you are out in the world. Xiao Yongsha advised patiently, suggesting that it is safer to go out in pairs whenever possible. Sister, when do you think the rescue will finally arrive? Asked Tao Huiwan, her timid nature evident in her worried expression. Who knows? Sighed Xiao, bending down to pick up a small, slender sand crab, her exasperation palpable. Chapter 28. Deep Sea Salvage After a Modest Lunch. Captain Li convened Ding Yuyan and Hao Weigua to discuss their next course of action. Ding, we have identified a new campsite, he stated directly. The location is exceedingly concealed and suitable for erecting bamboo huts. Time is of the essence. This place is no longer secure, and we must relocate swiftly. Hao Weigua, his face etched with concern, interjected, I fear the pirates may retaliate. Captain Li, the pot you made has vanished. I suspect Mu Fuguwei and his crew have stolen it. Ding Yuyan remarked, her brows furrowed and worry evident on her visage. Moreover, my box has been rummaged through. I have no idea who is responsible. It appears we have attracted the attention of some unsavory individuals. Hao Weigua murmured darkly. For now, we have sufficient supplies for clothing and sustenance. But we lack the tools necessary for constructing a shelter, Captain Li pondered. I plan to return to the site of the plane crashed tonight with Weigua to search for useful tools. Are we really going back there? It's far too perilous. Ding Yuyan said, her expression rife with trepidation. I am concerned that the rainy season is approaching. If we encounter a severe storm, the plane could be quickly swept away by the waves, he explained patiently. Do not worry, Ding. I will accompany the captain, Hao Weigua assured, producing a simple diving mask from the pirate's pack. Both of us are competent swimmers, and with this, our descent into the water will be much easier. Captain Li's eyes sparkled with surprise as he took the pack. Let me see if there are any other treasures. From a bag, Captain Li extracted a sailor's knife, a pistol resembling a Browning, 2 magazines, a first aid kit, and a nautical chart. Items of utmost necessity. The remaining contents included sleeping bags, blankets, and other basic necessities, along with a bottle of liquor and a lighter. He picked up the pistol, gently flicking the magazine release, allowing it to drop into his palm like a magician's trick. After inspecting the bullets, he swiftly reloaded the magazine with a satisfying click. He then raised the firearm to shoulder level, quickly aiming into the distance. His index finger poised on the trigger with the precision of a spring. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, akin to a well-choreographed dance. Ding Yuyan watched in awe, disbelief etched across her features. How about you, Ding? Can you use it? Captain Li inquired casually. Yes, my father often took me shooting, Ding Yuyan replied. Then take it for self-defense, but be sure to handle it carefully, he said, handing her the Browning along with the 2 magazines and the lighter. After organizing the remaining items back in the backpack, he reassured her, "Yin, you can feel more at ease now. With these supplies, venturing into the sea will be considerably safer." "Very well, but please ensure your safety," she urged. "I will go help the others gather their belongings." With that, the trio dispersed, each attending to their own tasks. As Captain Lee and his companion meticulously arranged the raft and prepared their diving equipment, the sky gradually darkened. The group shared a simple meal before collectively dragging the raft to the shore. "Captain, may I join you?" Han Wenfang said in a soft, almost coquettish tone. "What purpose would you serve? Besides, your legs cannot yet touch the water," Captain Lee replied, his expression one of confusion. "Oh, I'm just worried about you." Han Wenfang's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a furtive glance at the captain. "What, do you wish to dive in and rescue me, as you did last time?" he teased with a smile. At that moment, Ding Yuyan could not contain her laughter, casting a knowing look at Han Wenfang. Nearby, Hao Weigua also stifled a chuckle, remarking, "The captain is a diving champion, diving in to save him." "Humph, I won't talk to you anymore," Han Wenfang replied, embarrassed and blushing, retreating to a corner. "Haoran, you both must exercise utmost caution and return promptly," Ding Yuyan urged, her eyes filled with concern. "Everyone else should head back. Keep an eye on the bonfire and ensure your safety," Captain Lee instructed. "Captain, stay safe." Amidst the reluctant gazes of the women, the 2 men climbed aboard the raft and ventured into the vast ocean. At that moment, night had just fallen and scattered stars twinkled faintly in the sky. The waves, shrouded in darkness, surged more violently, resembling a monstrous beast relentlessly battering the raft. The splashing spray sparkled with a cold, fierce glimmer under the starlight, akin to the menacing fangs of a wild creature. Li Haoran gripped the oars tightly, his eyes fixed resolutely ahead, filled with determination and resolve. In each confrontation with the harshness of nature, he dared not let his guard down, fully aware that he bore the future and hopes of everyone on his shoulders. "Captain, let me row for a while. You should rest," Hao Weigua said with concern. "No need. We will arrive shortly. Remember to collect plenty of aircraft debris," Captain Lee replied while continuing to row. "The island is deficient in metals, and it'll be useful later." "Understood, Captain," Hao Weigua acknowledged. Just then, the wreckage of the aircraft began to materialize in the distance. "Captain, it seems the plane is more visible above the water and closer to the shore," Hao Weigua exclaimed in surprise. "Perhaps it's a significant low tide today. That will make our task much easier." The 2 quickly secure the raft. "Weigua, I'll descend with a rope shortly to retrieve the essential carpentry supplies," Captain Lee declared, taking a flashlight and sailor's knife, donning a diving mask. "I'll tug the rope. When you feel the signal, pull me up quickly." He tightly secured one end of the rope around his waist and made his way to the spot where he had entered the water previously. With a splash, he plunged into the icy, bone-chilling sea. The frigid water enveloped him instantly, sending a sharp chill through his body. The murky depths rendered his vision unclear, but with the dim light of the flashlight, Captain Lee gradually swam toward the cargo hold. He scoured the area, eventually locating the same entrance he had used previously, and swiftly slipped inside. Various suitcases swayed gently under the impact of the water-esque current. Captain Lee wielded his flashlight, weaving between the luggage in a fervent quest for large and heavy crates. He was acutely aware that carpentry tools were likely stashed within such containers. His gaze fell upon a particularly substantial and weighty suitcase. With a military knife, he severed the restraining straps and attempted to flip it over. However, the suitcase was firmly wedged among others. Mustering all his strength, Captain Lee braced his legs against the cargo rack and yanked vigorously. At last, he managed to extricate it from the crevice. He hastily opened the suitcase, only to find it filled with clothing and foreign liquor. Disappointed, he cast it aside and continued his search for the next target. The relentless assault of seawater, coupled with prolonged submersion, rapidly drained his stamina, rendering his movements sluggish. The second suitcase contained a tent and items resembling a parachute. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to leave them behind. Upon opening the fifth suitcase, a compact, explosion-proof electric saw emerged before him, accompanied by several other carpentry tools. Captain Lee was elated and quickly unfastened the rope from his waist, securing it tightly to the suitcase's handle before grasping it in his hand. He also picked up the glove box containing the parachute and navigated out of the luggage hold. He tugged on the rope with force, signaling towards the surface. Subsequently, dragging his weary body, he pulled the suitcase slowly upward through the water, a glimmer of hope lighting his path. Exhausted, he climbed onto the wooden raft, removed his diving mask, and exhaled deeply. "Captain, did you find anything?" Hao Weiguo inquired, his impatience palpable. "I finally found something, along with a tent and a parachute. They may prove useful in the wilderness," Captain Lee replied. "So shall we head back now?" Hao Weiguo asked. "The tide is receding, and a significant portion of the fuselage is exposed. We should search the cabin for any useful items," Captain Lee suggested. "Once the storm hits, these belongings may be washed away." The two men entered the cabin, where seawater was slowly flooding in through the breach. The interior was in disarray. Seats lay askew, and luggage was strewn about haphazardly. A fetid odor pervaded the air. Captain Lee grasped a large suitcase and dragged it to a relatively dry spot before opening it. Inside, it was packed to the brim with thick clothing, all tightly sealed in plastic bags, down jackets, windbreakers, and several sets of thermal wear. Uncertain of how long they would remain on the island, he contemplated the potential utility of these items in a critical moment. He closed the suitcase and set it aside. Hao Weiguo opened a black suitcase, and a delightful aroma wafted forth. It contained several well-sealed packs of compressed biscuits, beef jerky, and several cans of luncheon meat. A few bars of chocolate were neatly arranged within a box. He carefully gathered the food items, ensuring nothing was left behind. Captain Lee discovered a compact red suitcase containing various feminine items, including sanitary napkins and cosmetics. He thought of the numerous beautiful women at the camp and decided to take them along. Hao Weiguo, rummaging through the overhead compartments of the airplane cabin, stumbled upon a dozen blankets in assorted patterns and 2 flight suits. He packed them into 2 large suitcases. "Weiguo, there is no time to be choosy." After inspecting the last suitcase, he warned, "The tide is rising." The two swiftly lifted the suitcases from the ground and made several trips back and forth, transporting the numerous boxes filled with clothes, blankets, and food to the raft. "Let us go, Captain. It's time to return home." Weiguo, gazing at the raft laden with boxes, joyfully seized the wooden oar. Chapter 29. The relocation camp. The night unfurled like an endless expanse of black silk, gently enveloping the entire deserted island. The moonlight, reminiscent of a delicate veil, softly cascaded upon this dreamlike realm. The sea breeze caressed the air, playfully tousling the hair of everyone present, rendering them irresistibly entranced, as if time itself stood still in that moment. Ding Yuyan sat quietly beside the campfire, her beautiful eyes steadfastly fixated on the direction of the ocean, filled with an unshakable longing. Beside her, the other women exhibited a range of emotions. Some anxiously rose on their toes to gaze into the distance, while others huddled in small groups, whispering in concern for Captain Lee and Hao Weiguo. The captain 1T. Du Zitong's abrupt remark shattered the tranquility of the night. In an instant, piercing gazes, sharp as blades, converged upon him. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Du Zitong recoiled slightly, hastily adding, "I meant to say the captain should be returning soon." Alas, words could be a double-edged sword. It seemed prudent to speak less in the future. At that moment, the languid black dog, Hei Wang, suddenly perked up, its ears alert. It then dashed excitedly toward the shore, barking joyously as it ran. "The captain is back," Han Wenfang exclaimed with delight. Instantly, the women surged toward the beach like a flock responding to a rallying call. In the dim moonlight, the raft appeared as a solitary leaf adrift amidst the turbulent waves, struggling yet resolutely making its way toward the camp. "Captain!" the women cried out, their arms waving in fervor, their voices intertwining in a jubilant chorus that shattered the stillness of the island night. Ding Yuyan felt her eyes moisten, tears glistening as they threatened to spill. Yet her lips curved into a smile, one born from the joy of reunion after enduring worry. Han Wenfang exhaled a sigh of relief, her face radiating uncontainable happiness. The raft gradually approached the shore. Captain Li stood up, summoning all his strength to thrust the raft toward the land. Without hesitation, he leaped into the water, striding through the waves to meet the eager crowd. Before he could steady himself, Ding Yuyan rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his. "Captain, you've finally returned. Everyone has been so worried." Han Wenfang, emboldened, boldly leapt forward and planted a kiss on Captain Li's cheek, playfully admonishing, "Humph, don't you dare evade. This is a reward from me." The other women gathered around, each taking turns to express their greetings, their eyes brimming with warmth and joy, like the gentle embrace of a spring sun, instantly dispelling the fatigue that clung to Captain Li. Everyone's gaze followed Captain Li's movements, ultimately resting upon the raft piled high with survival supplies. In that moment, the soft moonlight illuminated Captain Li's weary face, his clothes drenched and clinging to his frame, outlining his slightly gaunt yet still upright figure. His eyes were bloodshot, with slightly swollen lids, and his cracked, purplish lips lacked any trace of color. The once straight posture now bore a hint of stoop, as if the burdens of life had bent his spine. Yet, in the hearts of the women, his resolute visage and indomitable military spirit appeared immensely magnified, akin to an immovable and majestic mountain. He provided them with a sanctuary, becoming their most steadfast support on the desolate island. "Now, let's not linger any longer. It's time to rest. We shall place the supplies on the raft and transport them from the sea tomorrow," Captain Li said, his face slightly flushed under the concerned gazes of the women. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, with a soft chuckle, Ding Yuyan couldn't help but laugh at the captain's awkwardness. She cast a gentle glance at Haoran before leading the women back to the wooden cabin. The first rays of dawn caressed the island with a gentle warmth, enveloping everything in a captivating golden glow. Ding Yuyan and the others busied themselves early, flitting tirelessly between the cabin and the raft like industrious bees, embarking on a journey filled with hope and anticipation for their campsite relocation. Ding Yuyan emerged from the cabin, carrying a large box of neatly organized clothing, her steps light and buoyant. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the exertion, resembling the morning glow on the horizon. Strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her cheeks, adding an exquisite charm to her demeanor. "Sisters, let us move quickly. We are about to settle into our new home." Her voice rang clear and melodious, like a mountain spring echoing in the air, infusing the bustling migration with vigor and joy, igniting a sense of expectation for the future within everyone. Han Wenfang's legs had not fully healed, and her movements were somewhat unsteady. She struggled to hand the last box of wine to Haoran, her words trailing off, "Captain, there are only 2 boxes left. Please take good care of them." "Rest assured, I never would have guessed you were such a little wine enthusiast," Haoran replied, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he teased her. Han Wenfang blushed, playfully glaring at the captain, her adorable expression evoking a sense of affection. The other women were also engaged in their tasks, some meticulously sorting through the gathered wild fruits, while others transported makeshift tools. Smiles adorned their faces, as if each tool held the promise of a beautiful life ahead. Laughter and cheerful banter intertwined, resonating through the tranquil air of the deserted island. As Ding Yuyan placed the final item onto the raft, she could not resist pausing for a moment. She turned back to gaze affectionately at the little cabin they had built with their own hands. A hint of nostalgia and reluctance flickered in her eyes. "I truly shall miss this little home. It holds so many of our memories," she murmured softly to herself. Each plank and leaf seemed to whisper the tales of their days and nights spent here, where laughter and tears had woven into an indelible tapestry of precious memories. Han Wenfang stood upon the wooden raft, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of resting in the captain's embrace. A gentle warmth and a sense of reluctance quietly rippled through her heart. Her eyes glistened slightly, and she tenderly linked her arm with Haoran's. With a voice tinged with emotion, she inquired, "Captain, will we be able to return?" "Do not worry. Our new camp will be even more beautiful. We shall construct a grander house." Haoran comforted her gently. "Yes, thank you, Captain. You are truly wonderful," Han Wenfang replied, her cheeks flushed, resembling a bashful bride nestled beside Haoran. Captain Hao, please ensure your safety on the journey. We shall meet at the river mouth, she added. As she spoke, Captain Li paddled the raft resolutely towards the vast expanse of the westward sea. The raft glided slowly across the water, leaving behind long, rippling traces. These marks represented their journey and served as a testament to their struggles on this deserted island. On the beach, the others turned back, their gazes once more fixed upon the quaint wooden house. In their hearts, they silently bid farewell to the home they once knew. The little wooden house stood quietly under the sunlight, as if bidding them farewell and bearing witness to the commencement of their new journey. Meanwhile, in another camp deep within the jungle, Thomas York, the spy dispatched by M. Country, paced about in evident frustration. Damn it, it has already been 5 days, and the cursed rescue has yet to arrive, he exclaimed, venting his anger with fervent gestures, as if to cast away the endless waiting and irritation into the air. Our food supply is dwindling as well. What shall we do next? The female spy, Anita, voiced her concerns, her brow furrowed tightly, her eyes betraying unease and confusion. We cannot simply wait idly. There is no signal on the island, and I suspect that rescue is also a significant issue. Thomas halted his pacing. Anita, go find out more about that General Ding. I will seek a way to procure some food. With that, he turned and exited the camp, disappearing into the dense foliage. Chapter 30. Long journey. The raft glided languidly towards the west. The sun ascended gradually, its scorching rays surging like waves. Li Haoran shed his shirt and raised a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. The sunlight poured unabashedly onto his bare torso, draping his sturdy muscles in a resplendent golden hue. His skin tinged slightly red, as if gently kissed by the warmth of a fire. Captain, you truly resemble a fisherman setting sail, Han Wenfang remarked with a playful smile, dipping her feet into the sea to relish the refreshing coolness. Li Haoran turned to her, captivated by her exquisite beauty, radiant like blooming peach blossoms, and jested, "If I am the fisherman, then you must be the charming fisherwoman." Bark, bark. Black Wong nearby joined in the merriment, barking enthusiastically as if in hearty agreement. "You are insufferable, Captain," Han Wenfang exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, playfully splashing water at Li Haoran. She then feigned annoyance at Black Wong, saying, "Humph, you too." As the two frolicked, the raft jostled along, swiftly reaching the river's mouth leading to the sea. Meanwhile, on the scorching beach, Ding Yuyan and the other women trudged forward with difficulty. With each step, the burning sand seeped into their shoes, piercing their soles like sharp needles, inflicting relentless pain. Sweat cascaded down their cheeks, falling onto the sand where it vanished without a trace. The waves crashed violently against the shore, producing a deafening roar as if to challenge them. The sea breeze, laden with salty moisture, swept in but failed to alleviate the stifling heat. Their garments were already drenched in perspiration, clinging to their bodies, both uncomfortable and unbearably heavy. Jia Halian stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Quick as a flash, Ding Yuyan steadied her. "Be careful," Ding Yuyan said with genuine concern. Jia Halian cast a grateful glance her way, managing a faint smile despite her pallor. "Director Ding, let everyone have some water and take a break," suggested Captain Hao, observing the weariness etched on their faces. The group sought shelter in a shaded area. Ding Yuyan and her companions eagerly collapsed onto the sand, stretching their legs as much as possible. This arduous trek had drained them of all energy. The sound of the waves, which had once seemed so thunderous, now appeared softened in the atmosphere of fatigue. Everyone sat in silence, enveloped in this fleeting moment of respite, reluctant to break the tranquility, wishing only to savor this brief peace. "Zeding, be careful. Don't move." Suddenly, Hao Wei was shouted at Du Zeding, who lay beside him. He swiftly drew his sailor's knife, executing a precise motion that sliced through the air, deftly flicking off a spider that had been crawling on Du Zeding's clothing. Before the spider hit the ground, Captain Hao brought his foot down with force. When he lifted his foot, the vividly colored spider lay crushed into a grotesque smear, its greenish bodily fluids mingling with sand, a shocking sight. Captain Hao let out a long breath, his taut nerves finally easing as he slumped to the ground. Relief etched across his face. "What was that?" Yuyan asked, still trembling with trepidation. The Black Widow, the most venomous spider in the world, delivers a fatal bite. Haoran took a moment to compose himself as he spoke. The others, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear, filled with profound respect for the perilous nature surrounding them. We should leave. It seems this place is unsafe. The captain is still waiting for us up ahead, Ding Yuyan urged, hastily beckoning everyone to rise and proceed. Du Ziting, still shaken, limped along behind. Ziting, your foot hasn't healed properly. Why don't you join the captain on the raft? Haoran inquired. I have a slight fear of water, Du Ziting replied, his expression one of embarrassment. Haoran shook his head and walked to the edge of the forest, cutting a branch to offer him as a walking stick. After enduring countless hardships, they finally arrived at the riverbank. At that moment, Captain Li had already unloaded most of the supplies. The group rushed forward, eager to assist, and quickly unloaded the items onto the sandy shore. Observing the towering pile of goods, Ding Yuyan expressed her concern. Captain, with so many supplies, we cannot possibly carry them all in one trip. Leaving them on the beach isn't safe. What shall we do? Don't fret, Ding. In a while, Weigua and I will head to the campsite to cut some bamboo and construct a raft to transport the supplies. We should be able to make it in one trip, saving both time and effort, Haoran replied methodically. But can't we use the wooden raft to carry the goods? Ding Yuyan queried, puzzled. The wooden raft will become too heavy when soaked in seawater and will be unable to move. However, we can save it for later. Just make sure to hide it in the grass at the riverbank, Haoran explained patiently. Then you all should eat something and take a short rest. Ding Yuyan urged with concern. Time is of the essence. We can eat on the go. By the way, do you have a handgun with you? Haoran asked again. Ding Yuyan nodded. Be cautious. If there is danger, retreat to the river. You all take a moment to eat and rest. We will return shortly. With that, Haoran picked up the toolbox and took hold of the AK-47. Haoran also slung an AK-47 over his shoulder, grasping a bamboo spear. And the two men, along with the dog, swiftly vanished into the river. The group quickly consumed some food and took a brief respite. Ding Yuyan addressed them. Pirates often roam the sea, and leaving supplies on the beach is unsafe. We must hurry and conceal them in the river. Thus, they hurriedly transported the supplies into the river and dragged the wooden raft into the thicket for concealment. Chapter 31. The Enchanted Paradise. In the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely, mercilessly scorching the sandy shores of the tropical rainforest. Ding Yuyan and her companions sat upon the searing sands, their hearts brimming with anxious anticipation for Captain Li's return. Why hasn't the captain come back yet? Han Wenfeng's voice was laced with worry. Just then, the sound of barking echoed from the river. The unmistakable barks of the black dog. It must be Captain Li and his team. Ding Yuyan was the first to notice, her excitement bubbling over as she pointed towards the distance and called out loudly. Upon hearing this, the previously weary faces of the women instantly lit up with joy. They all sprang to their feet and hurried towards the direction of the bamboo raft, their arms waving in jubilant celebration as they shouted, Captain Li, you have finally returned. As they approached the bamboo raft, they beheld Captain Li and his companion, their faces etched with exhaustion, their bodies drenched in sweat. The rough rattan ropes had left deep, alarming marks on their bare shoulders. The group quickly took the rattan from their hands, working together to haul the bamboo raft beside the goods. Without pausing to rest, Captain Li and his companion joined forces with the others to load the supplies onto the raft. They fetched additional rattan, binding the cargo tightly, and after a firm tug to ensure its security, they finally felt at ease. Let us go, we're heading home, Captain Li declared, his commanding gesture reminiscent of a general preparing for battle. The river, under the midday heat, appeared to crack and splinter like a mosaic of scales. With every step, their shoes sank into the gravel of the riverbed, producing a delicate crunching sound. The wooden crates on the raft swayed and clashed, creating a dull, thumping noise akin to an awkward musical instrument in performance. Some pulled on a rattan on one side of the raft, while others pushed from behind. In that moment, the weariness of the journey was overshadowed by their joy of returning home and their aspirations for a new life. The lively footsteps startled the water birds hidden among the reeds, sending them soaring into the sky. There's no way forward, someone suddenly shouted. Instantly, everyone tensed, their faces reflecting despondency. Brows furrowing tightly. "Ha, comrades, we have arrived home." Li Haoran gestured ahead. "Beyond this narrow passage lies our camp." The group paused in surprise, only to erupt into fervent cheers moments later. They grasped their luggage and followed Captain Li to the eastern side of the river. As they walked, their curious gazes took in the long-awaited new campsite. At this moment, the sunset was resplendent, painting the sky with fiery hues. Standing on this magical land, their eyes beheld nature's wondrous craftsmanship. To the south, vast bamboo groves rustled softly in the gentle breeze. The slender emerald stalks, akin to finely carved jade, were outlined in golden light by the setting sun. Shadows danced among them, each bamboo leaf shimmering with a radiant glow. Towards the east, the lush tropical rainforest unfolded like a mysterious green labyrinth. Towering trees loomed overhead, while climbing vines twisted and intertwined freely. Various exotic birds flitted through the trees, their melodious calls adding a lively vibrancy to the rainforest. To the north of the bamboo grove lies an expansive green meadow. The unique flora of the tropical rainforest unfolds, transforming the boundless prairie into a vibrant tapestry of colors. The traveler's banana plant stands tall, resembling an array of open green umbrellas, or perhaps a graceful fairy dancing in the wind. The flowers, varying in form, range from large as platters to delicately petite. Their hues are strikingly vivid, red as flames, pink as dawn, and purple as dreams. Bathed in the soft, enchanting glow of the sunset, the air is imbued with a sweet, fragrant aroma of blossoms. Not far to the west, a freshwater source awaits. At this moment, the setting sun has painted the sky in shades of orange and red, while the clouds are suffused with this brilliant palette, taking on myriad shapes. Some resemble galloping steeds, others evoking ethereal maidens in dance, adorning the heavens with a dreamlike allure. Han Wenfeng's eyes widened, sparkling with delight, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her hands clasped tightly to her chest, striving to contain her inner exuberance. She murmured, "This is simply too beautiful, akin to a fairy tale. Captain, I adore this place. Thank you." Saying this, she tiptoed and planted a kiss on Captain Li's cheek, leaving a clear, saliva-laden mark. Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan, the enchanting duo, were equally entranced, spinning joyously in place. The group of women reveled in this idyllic paradise, wholly immersed in this rare and exquisite moment. "Ladies, let's not forget our tasks," Li Haoran called out loudly. "It is getting late. We must first set up a shelter and prepare a fire for cooking." "Umph, you're calling out to whom, Captain? I am still a young maiden." Han Wenfeng reiterated, her face flushed. "Indeed, Captain, you are quite the mood dampener," Su Shiyuan chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Ding Yuyan blushed, casting a slightly reproachful glance at Captain Li. Captain Li rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. He, along with Hao Weiguo and Ding Yuyan, gathered together to assign their respective tasks, after which they dispersed to commence their duties. Li Haoran and Hao Weiguo were tasked with chopping bamboo to create a simple bedding area, while also capturing a few bamboo rats and digging up some bamboo shoots for dinner. Ding Yuyan and Han Wenfeng prepared the evening meal, while Su Shiyuan, Yishouan, and Tian Jingjing organized the supplies they had brought. Du Zitong and two others were responsible for gathering dry grass and branches for the fire and bedding. The campsite quickly transformed into a hive of activity. Captain Li ventured into the northern thicket, using the seized Swiss Army knife to cut several sprigs of mugwort. He then instructed Hao Weiguo to collect some dry leaves. "Weiguo, let us catch a few bamboo rats for dinner," he proposed as he and Hao Weiguo, armed with a fire axe and bamboo spear, along with the dog He Wang, approached the edge of the bamboo forest. Captain Li knelt by a bamboo root, meticulously examining the signs left by the bamboo rats. He used a branch to clear away the decaying leaves, revealing a hole the size of a bowl. The edges of the opening were still adorned with grayish-brown fur. "This is the spot," Li Haoran declared, piling dry leaves at the entrance and layering it with mugwort before igniting the leaves with a lighter. A wisp of blue smoke suddenly emerged from the gaps of the mugwort. He and Hao Weigwa each grasped a bamboo tube, forcefully blowing dense smoke towards the cave entrance. The leaves, mingling with the yellow smoke of the mugwort, slithered into the cave like serpents, where the terrified cries of bamboo rats echoed. Soil crumbled down, and one could hear the frantic scratching of tiny claws within the tunnel. "Watch the side hole," Captain Lee suddenly whispered a warning. Hao Weigwa turned around to see a gray-brown bamboo rat peering out from a slanted vent, its whiskers adorned with fragments of bamboo leaves. Just as Captain Hao was about to take action, a shadow darted forward like an arrow. It was Hei Wang, who clamped its jaws tightly around the bamboo rat's throat. "Well done, Hei Wang," praised Li Haoran. The smoke gradually accumulated within the cave. The remaining 3 bamboo rats huddled deep inside, appearing utterly frantic. Captain Lee shoved some ignited mugwort into the main tunnel. The bamboo rats, disoriented by the smoke, stumbled towards the exit. The first bamboo rat burst out of the cave, and Hao Weigwa swiftly swung his axe, striking it down instantaneously. The second bamboo rat had just emerged when Captain Lee, quick as lightning, thrust his bamboo spear forward, impaling it firmly to the ground, as the creature emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks. The last to escape was the largest and most cunning bamboo rat. Seizing the moment when Captain Lee and his companion were distracted, it attempted to break free amidst the chaos. However, it hadn't ventured far before Hei Wang pounced, capturing it with precision. "That should suffice for a meal," Captain Lee remarked, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Weigwa, please tidy up and keep the skins. I will gather some bamboo to construct a bamboo bed." Captain Lee retrieved a small electric saw from the toolbox, switched it on to test its functionality, and, upon confirming that the solar battery was sufficiently charged, nodded with approval before turning towards the bamboo grove. Chapter 32. The Joy of Relocation. As twilight gradually enveloped the earth, the sky grew increasingly somber. Captain Lee resolutely pressed the switch of the chainsaw, and in an instant, it roared to life, shattering the serene stillness of the bamboo grove. A multitude of birds, startled from their perches, took to the sky, swirling in a chaotic dance, their cacophonous cries echoing their displeasure at the disturbance. With both hands firmly gripping the chainsaw, Captain Lee aimed it at a robust bamboo stalk, measuring over 20 centimeters in diameter, and made a decisive cut. The sharp teeth of the saw embedded themselves into the bamboo, which trembled violently, emitting creaking sounds as if engaging in a final, stubborn resistance. Bamboo shavings cascaded down like snowflakes, swirling freely in the air. With a crisp snap, the first bamboo could no longer bear the strain and slowly toppled to one side. Without hesitation, Captain Lee swiftly set his sights on the next bamboo. The chainsaw erupted once more, its thunderous roar reverberating through the valleys of the desolate island. A relentless wave of sound that lingered in the air. Under the chainsaw's formidable power, bamboo after bamboo succumbed, some crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, while others fell at odd angles, intertwining with their brethren, forming a unique maze of bamboo. A satisfied smile illuminated Li Haoran's face as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, soaking his shirt. At that moment, he was entirely engrossed in the joy of felling bamboo, having cast aside all weariness. Each bamboo he cut down felt like a declaration of war against the island, affirming his resolve to take root here and his unwavering determination to challenge fate. Amidst the unrelenting roar of the chainsaw, the clearing soon became a mound of straight, verdant bamboo. These would soon become the warm and cozy beds for the night. Subsequently, Li Haoran cut the thicker ends of the bamboo into 3-meter segments, preparing to fashion them into beds. The thinner ends and leaves were preserved for kindling the evening's bonfire. With the materials ready, the next task was to construct the beds from these 3-meter-long bamboo segments. At this moment, a group of women, elated with their harvest of bamboo shoots, hurried over to assist. Li Haoran instructed Tian, Jingjing, and the others to seek out an area where mugwort grew, clearing a space 5 meters wide and over 10 meters long. "Captain, why choose a spot with mugwort for the beds?" inquired the beautiful flight attendant Tian Jingjing, her face alight with curiosity, appearing innocent and naive to the ways of the world. "Areas with mugwort have fewer mosquitoes and fewer venomous insects," Captain Li responded with a playful smile. What? Do you wish to bleed profusely at night or be covered in wealth from bites? Tian Jingjing's face flushed slightly as she playfully glared at the captain, yet deep down, she felt an increasing admiration for his attentiveness. Meanwhile, Hao Weiguo and Du Ziding meticulously cleared the branches from the bamboo stalks, and Captain Li called out, "Ladies, please gather more fine grass." After a while, they laid out the bedding on the bed, ensuring a more comfortable sleep at night. He picked up the fire axe once again and headed to the riverbank to gather some vines. A soft giggle escaped the beautiful Su Shiyuan, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. The captain was increasingly embodying the demeanor of a family patriarch. The other women, upon hearing this, blushed and hurriedly turned to take action. In the open space, Captain Li bent his body and steadily raised a bamboo segment. He called out to Hao Weiguo beside him. "Weiguo, lend a hand and align these two bamboo segments." Hao Weiguo promptly stepped forward, and together they worked diligently to position the two segments parallel to each other, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 centimeters. Captain Li picked up a flexible vine from the ground and knelt down. He tightly wrapped one end of the vine around one end of the bamboo segment several times, skillfully tying a secure knot. The tail end of the vine danced nimbly at his fingertips. As he bound the vine, he cautioned, "Make sure to tie it tightly. Otherwise, the bamboo segments will roll, and we want to be able to sleep soundly at night." Hao Weiguo followed suit, diligently securing the vine at the other end. Every 10 centimeters, he firmly connected the bamboo segments with the vine. Before long, the bamboo segments were solidly secured, forming the basic framework of the bed. Finally, Captain Li used additional vines to horizontally secure two slender bamboo rods at both ends of the bed, further enhancing its stability. Next, he gathered the cut bamboo branches and began to carefully lay them across the bamboo segment framework. He arranged the branches neatly, with the thicker ends facing outward and the thinner ends inward. The branches interwove, creating a tight texture, while he occasionally adjusted their angles to ensure an even surface. Once the bamboo branches were laid, Captain Li sprinkled the fine grass collected by the women evenly over the branches. He gently pressed down with both hands, smoothing it out to fill the gaps between the bamboo, ensuring it would not feel uncomfortable when lying down. Su Shiyuan's eyes lit up as she quickly approached, gently caressing the newly laid bamboo bed. She exclaimed in delight, "Wow, this bed looks fantastic. It must be incredibly comfortable to lie on." Indeed, the captain and his team were remarkable. Tonight, they would finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Tian Jingjing nodded enthusiastically beside her, expressing her excitement. Several beautiful women gathered around the bamboo bed, chattering animatedly, their eyes brimming with fondness and anticipation. Meanwhile, Captain Li moved aside, selecting some thinner bamboo rods. He shaped one end of the rods with the axe to create a slant, and then sharpened them with a military knife, fashioning 5 or 6 simple bamboo spears. "Captain, what are we making the bamboo spears for?" "Duziton enquailed? Buzzard. It's not very safe here at night. We'll need a few for self-defense," Li Haoran explained earnestly. At that moment, Han Wenfang, hearing the joyous laughter of the women from a distance, couldn't help but limp over. She dashed to the bamboo bed, not even bothering to take off her shoes, and jumped right on. "Let me try first," she exclaimed. "Wow, this bed is so soft and comfortable." She stretched luxuriously, savoring the moment. "You cannot monopolize the space. Make some room," Su Shiyuan responded swiftly, seating herself beside Han Wenfang. With a playful demeanor, she reclined and gently nudged her with her foot. "All right then, you are the boss. Last night, I let you sleep next to the captain," Han Wenfang teased with a mischievous grin. "And you, the third one, come join us," she beckoned to Tian Jingjing with a playful gesture. "You cheeky little rascal. I'll have you speak no more nonsense," Tian Jingjing replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she circled around to Han Wenfang's other side, reaching out to tickle her underarm. Su Shiyuan soon joined in this delightful skirmish, reaching for Han Wenfang's neck. Before long, Han Wenfang could no longer withstand their playful assault. Her features contorted in laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Desperately, she attempted to grasp their hands, her body glistening with perspiration as she pleaded intermittently, "Please, please stop. Eldest sister, third sister, I truly cannot endure this any longer. Do you dare to speak out of turn again?" The two women unleashed another flurry of tickles upon her. Other lovely ladies gathered to witness the merriment, some bursting into hearty laughter, while others whispered softly. Even a usually reticent Xingzi displayed a cheerful smile. The anxiety of the past few days and the exhaustion from their travels were finally released in this moment of joy. "Dinner is ready," came the gentle call of Ding Yuyan from a distance. "Come, let us feast and celebrate our new beginnings," Captain Li said with a smile, gesturing grandly as he led everyone toward the dining area. Chapter 33. It is called Hei Wang, Part 1. Ah, what a delightful aroma! Before the group could approach, the rich fragrance of bamboo, rat meat intertwined with the essence of bamboo shoots wafted through the air, instantly igniting their appetites. "Hold on. Let us move the food and utensils to the bamboo bed," Captain Li instructed, turning to Hao Weigua. "It's more spacious there, and dining will be more comfortable. Bring out the tent to lay on the bed." At this moment, Ding Yuyan's face radiated joy. "We can use it as a tablecloth, and it will also serve its purpose when we sleep tonight." With enthusiasm, she retrieved a bottle of foreign liquor from her backpack. "Tonight, we shall indulge in some fine spirits." Her voice was filled with delight. "Let us celebrate our new abode and ease our fatigue." After the group collaborated to transport the food and utensils, they ignited a roaring bonfire around the bamboo bed. The warm, flickering flames resembled lanterns of hope, instantly dispelling the darkness and solitude of the night. Everyone's hearts brightened and warmed in unison, gathered around the bamboo bed, their cups brimmed with liquor. The crystalline liquid sparkled enticingly in the firelight. I sat beside the captain, while Han Wenfang, quick-witted, seized the opportunity to sit next to Li Haoran. Ding Yuyan, with a gentle smile, gracefully settled on the captain's other side. "It's fine to sit next to me, but do refrain from spitting on my face," Li Haoran remarked with a teasing grin. The group paused for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter that echoed through the night sky. "Humph. I am a beauty of unparalleled grace. Han Wenfang pouted playfully. A kiss for me would be your utmost honor," her voice soft and laced with a hint of pride. "All right, everyone, let us raise our glasses to celebrate our joyous relocation." Captain Li lifted his cup, taking a dainty sip, his movements elegant and composed. The others eagerly followed suit, and soon the sounds of clinking glasses and laughter intertwined harmoniously. As the pot lid was slowly lifted, an irresistible aroma surged forth, enveloping the air. The bamboo rat meat had been stewed to perfection, each morsel saturated with broth, tender enough to seemingly melt in one's mouth. The fresh sweetness of bamboo shoots harmonized exquisitely with the rich, savory meat, enhanced by the bamboo's subtle fragrance, as though encapsulating the vitality of an entire spring in this one pot. The spices also made their presence known, the robust scent of star anise, the gentle sweetness of cinnamon, and the unique fragrance of bay leaves layered together, intertwining in a symphony of flavors that tantalized the senses, awakening the taste buds. After days of enduring the elements and fatigue, the group had scarcely enjoyed a proper hot meal. At this moment, their suppressed desires surged forth, their eyes fixated on the pot, as if they could see through to its very bottom. Han Wenfang was the first to act, picking up her chopsticks and deftly grasping a piece of meat. Unconcerned by the scalding heat of the meat, she eagerly placed it in her mouth. In an instant, her eyes sparkled like stars twinkling in the night sky. Mumbling with a sense of joy, she exclaimed, "It's so delicious. How can it be so fragrant?" As she spoke, she swiftly picked up another piece and, casting a glance at Captain Li, promptly placed it in his plate. Sweetly, she urged, "Captain, you must try it too." Sister Yuyan's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Han Wenfang, indulging in her meal, couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising the dish profusely. "This is all thanks to the captain and you. Without those seasonings." Ding Yuyan smiled gently, her humility evident as she replied, "Even if I possessed the greatest talents, I could never create such delectable dishes." Captain Li nodded with a smile, reflecting inwardly. It seems that the trials on this deserted island serve as a baptism of growth, allowing these pampered young ladies to mature gradually, often without their awareness. Seeing this, Tian Jingjing could no longer contain herself and quickly speared a piece of meat with her fork, stuffing it into her mouth. She ate so hurriedly that soup dripped from the corners of her mouth, yet she paid no heed to her image. Swallowing with gusto and emitting satisfied sounds akin to a greedy little hamster. Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan maintained a more refined demeanor. Yet they too continued to devour the food without pause, their eyes filled with rapture and enjoyment, clearly captivated by the exquisite flavors. The broth is particularly delightful. Su Shiyuan gently set down her chopsticks, expressing her genuine admiration, and it carries a subtle aroma of bamboo. It's simply exquisite. Indeed, this bamboo shoot is exceptionally tasty. Jia Halian's mouth never ceased its movement, noting the hint of duck flavor in the dish. As she ate, she mumbled indistinctly. Yamamoto Sachiko, being a native of the island nation, was always open to culinary experiences and was thoroughly enjoying her meal, her face radiant with satisfaction. The eldest, Ishioan, harbored some reluctance towards the bamboo rat meat, opting instead for the bamboo shoots. However, witnessing the joy of the others as they feasted, her curiosity began to outweigh her hesitation. She tentatively inquired, "Captain, is this rat meat really safe to eat? There won't be any issues, will there?" Captain Li glanced at Ishioan and elaborated. The meat of the bamboo rat has long been considered a rare delicacy. In the Zhou dynasty, it was referred to as pu meat, a prized dish reserved for nobles and dignitaries. In the Song dynasty, the poet Chao Gongsu penned a verse, traveling far and dining in the wild mountains. Bamboo rats and wild chickens are equally delectable. This signifies that bamboo rats are as esteemed as wild chickens among chefs. Captain Li picked up a piece of bamboo rat meat and savored a bite, further noting a popular saying that compares the bamboo rat's deliciousness to that of the heavenly dove. While engaging in his discourse, Li Haoran placed a piece of bamboo rat meat in front of Ishioan. He smiled and said, "Come, give it a try. It would be a pity to miss out on such exquisite delicacy." "Captain Li, you truly possess profound knowledge and have read extensively," Ishioan couldn't help but praise. She delicately picked up a small piece of bamboo rat meat with her chopsticks, savoring it slowly, and her eyes sparkled instantly. Soon after, she began to eat heartily, evidently enchanted by the delectable flavor. But what is the use of extensive reading? Li Haoran feigned a sorrowful expression, letting out a gentle sigh. "I have flipped through countless books until my hands are nearly worn raw. Yet here I am, a pauper without even a girlfriend." He resembled a wronged young man. "Oof, you insatiable pervert. Your romantic confidants are already up to the fourth, and you still complain about the scarcity of women?" Upon hearing this, Han Wenfang's cheeks puffed up instantly. "Are you hoping for 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines?" Her eyes widened, resembling a fierce tigress ready to pounce. A burst of laughter erupted from the women, echoing through the night sky. The atmosphere in the camp grew increasingly jovial. Wong Wong, the black dog nearby, seemed to be infected by the joyous ambience, barking a few times. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to express discontent at Li Haoran's forgetfulness towards his loyal companion. "Oh, hey Wong, my apologies. I nearly overlooked you. Our great contributor." Li Haoran snapped back to reality and quickly changed the subject, tossing a stewed rat head to Hei Wong. The dog joyfully wagged its tail, contentedly picking up the bone and leisurely lying down to enjoy its feast. The group soon devoured the bamboo rat meat in a whirlwind, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Each person's face radiated satisfaction and happiness. Chapter 34. It's called Hei Wong, Part 2. Hei Wong. Why did you name the little black one that? It's rather unrefined, isn't it? Quite unpleasant, Han Wenfang remarked, her brow furrowed in distaste as she glared at Captain Li after finishing her meal. "What would you suggest? Call it a Fong," Captain Li replied leisurely, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Huh." Ding Yuyan couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Oomph. You could at least name it to Hei or Hei Pai. Both sound much better than Hei Wong," Han Wenfang retorted defiantly. "We are from the countryside, and when naming, we seek auspiciousness and ease of pronunciation Without excessive pretension, Captain Li said, lighting a cigarette with a torch, inhaling deeply and exhaling a puff of smoke. His expression gradually softened. I named it Hei Wang to commemorate a black dog I had during my childhood, he divulged, lost in a profound reverie. When I was young, my family was impoverished, and to alleviate my mother's burden, I often ventured into the mountains to gather firewood and forage for herbs, earning a little money to support the household. I was so frightened every time I entered the mountains, but Hei Wang was always there with me. With him by my side, I felt an overwhelming sense of security. Were you so young that your parents allowed you to go into the mountains alone? Han Wenfang interjected, her face etched with concern. My father passed away when I was very young, so my mother raised me alone, which was particularly challenging, Li Haoran replied, taking another deep drag from his cigarette, a flicker of barely perceptible sorrow crossing his eyes. How did your father? Han Wenfang began to inquire, but suddenly noticed Ding Yuyan giving her a series of urgent signals. She quickly realized and hastily added, "Oh, I'm sorry. I shoot you prize so much. It's all right. It has been over 20 years. I have asked my mother many times," Li Haoran said calmly, though his words carried a hint of melancholy. She only mentioned that my father sacrificed himself while on a mission, but she never elaborated further. Then, Captain, please share with us the story of your Hei Wang. It must be particularly interesting, Han Wenfang said, her curiosity piqued, her face alight with anticipation. One winter, Hei Wang and I ventured into the mountains to forage for herbs. Captain Li began, but was interrupted by Han Wenfang. Captain, can one really find herbs in winter? Han Wenfang asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Let the captain finish his story without interruption. Ding Yuyan quickly interjected, and the other women shot Han Wenfang disapproving glances. Han Wenfang stuck out her tongue, feeling sheepish, and fell silent. In winter, licorice and other herbs are particularly potent, yielding better prices, Captain Li patiently explained. Don't mind her, please continue, Captain, the women urged eagerly. That day, as we entered the mountains, it suddenly began to snow heavily. Before long, I was lost. Captain Li gazed into the distance, ensnared in distant memories. I wandered aimlessly in the mountains, unable to find my way home. He reached down to pick up a bamboo branch and tossed it into the fire. As we continued walking, a sense of unease washed over me. My foot slipped, and I tumbled into the ravine beside us. A chorus of gasps arose from the women, their faces etched with terror and concern. In a bid to rescue me, Hei Wang clamped down on my pant leg with his teeth. At this juncture, Li Haoran took a deep drag from a cigarette, his voice thick with emotion. Yet, his strength proved insufficient, and ultimately we both fell into the ravine, resulting in a fracture to one of his front legs. What happened next? Han Wenfang pressed anxiously. The other women, equally eager, fixed their gaze upon Li Haoran. He inhaled sharply, striving to regain his composure before recounting. The path was treacherously slippery, and I struggled several times to ascend the slope. Hei Wang remained steadfast by my side, shielding me with his body. As darkness descended, the thought of spending the night outdoors filled me with dread. I would surely succumb to the cold. I could only imagine the depth of my mother's worry. Suddenly, with one leg injured, Hei Wang laboriously ascended the slope, only to disappear from my sight. And then, Han Wenfang, noticing Li Haoran's pause, could not contain her curiosity. Eventually, Hei Wang led the village elders to find me and brought me back to safety. My mother later recounted that when Hei Wang returned, he bore numerous wounds and refused to allow anyone to bandage his leg. He persevered through over 10 miles of rugged terrain, only collapsing into a deep slumber after ensuring my safety. As Li Haoran spoke, tears welled in his eyes, his voice growing hoarse. The women, too, were visibly moved, their eyes glistening with emotion. What became of Hei Wang? Han Wenfang asked softly, wiping her tears. He passed away shortly after the new year, Li Haoran replied. Sorrow etched across his face. Oh, how'd he die? Ding Yuyan could not help but inquire, her voice trembling slightly. While foraging for food, he accidentally consumed a poison rat. Li Haoran wiped his eyes, the redness evident. At that time, our family was impoverished, and Hei Wang often went hungry, venturing out to scavenge for food, never anticipating such a fate. At this moment, Tears flowed freely from everyone present, glistening like jewels in the light of the fire. The women gazed at their leader with tear-streaked faces, a man who had brought them laughter and sorrow, who had become their anchor in times of difficulty, and who had risked his safety to help them survive. Behind him lay a childhood fraught with hardship, yet he had always presented a sunlit, warm smile to the world. Overwhelmed by emotion, the women could no longer contain their grief, dissolving into inconsolable sobs. Chapter 35. Surrounded by hyenas when I beheld the black dog. Limping and emitting a plaintive cry for help, I instinctively recognized it as Haoran. Haoran raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, his gaze earnest as he looked at Han Wenfang. Do you still find the name Haoran to be unrefined? I apologize, Captain. I was unaware before. Han Wenfang could no longer suppress the tumult of her emotions. She threw herself into Haoran's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Captain, you have endured so much suffering over the years. The flames of the campfire danced joyously, casting a warm orange glow upon the captain's resolute face, outlining his somewhat weary, yet still upright figure. In the eyes of the women surrounding him, he appeared immeasurably tall, evoking a sense of reverence. They could not help but draw closer, their eyes shimmering with tears, filled with tenderness and concern, silently gazing at their captain. In truth, adversity is not to be feared. It serves as a catalyst in one's journey of growth, fortifying an individual's strength. Captain Li's gaze swept slowly over the group. He observed the children who had lived in comfort, squandering their wealth in extravagance when prosperous. He addressed them earnestly, stating that in times of poverty, they leaned on their parents, succumbing to despondency. Such an environment of growth does little to benefit their lives. Upon hearing this, the group felt a profound clarity, each lost in contemplation. The trials endured on this deserted island would ultimately become the most treasured wealth of their lives. Captain Li spoke with fervor, his eyes ablaze with passion. When you return to the bustling city, I believe you will face the storms of life with newfound strength and confidence. His words, imbued with wisdom and power, shone like a guiding light in the dark night, illuminating the hearts of the women and imparting a sense of enlightenment upon them. Their gazes grew brighter and more resolute, as if they were prepared to embrace all future challenges. Suddenly, a chilling howl pierced the stillness of the night from afar. The alert Haoran also barked loudly towards the east. This is not good. Something is amiss. Captain Li and Hao Weiguo swiftly reacted, reaching for the AK-47s at their sides. The sharp clicks of bullets being chambered echoed in the air. Weiguo, our ammunition is critically low. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from firing. As Captain Li spoke, he picked up a nearby fire axe. Weiguo also grabbed a bamboo spear, readying himself for battle. Du Zitong and Ding Yuyan, witnessing the urgency, hurriedly picked up 2 more bamboo spears. Captain Li swiftly distributed the previously crafted simple bamboo spears among the group. He then instructed everyone to gather more firewood, stoking the flames to form a protective barrier for all. At this moment, the eerie howls of hyenas reverberated around them, sending chills down their spines. Under the hazy moonlight, pairs of glowing green eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty gleam, as if demons lurked within the shadows. Upon closer inspection, there were over 20 hyenas densely surrounding the bamboo bed. Everyone, remain calm. The flames around us deter them for now, Captain Li declared, his countenance grave, yet his voice steady and commanding. Let's stand back to back, grip our weapons tightly, and heed my commands. His unwavering demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance among the group. At that moment, Han Wenfang beside him began to breathe rapidly, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched her bamboo spear. Fear tinged her voice as she confessed, Captain, I am somewhat afraid, her eyes reflecting panic and unease. Fear not. These beasts thrive on the weakness of others. The more timid you appear, the bolder they become. Captain Li replied with calm assurance. Moreover, we possess firearms, and no matter how many come, we shall prevail. His words flowed like a soothing balm, gradually alleviating Han Wenfang's anxiety. The hyenas, indeed wary of the flickering flames, prowled restlessly, biding their time for the opportune moment to attack. Their hunger was palpable, and they emitted low, guttural growls, as if proclaiming their presence and ambitions to the group. Ultimately, the tantalizing aroma of flesh overcame their fear of the flames. One particularly sizable hyena cautiously circled the fire, initiating the assault. Like a bolt of black lightning, it lunged with alarming speed toward Han Wenfang, who bore an injury on her leg. "Watch out!" Captain Li shouted, brandishing his axe with a swift motion. The axe sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, startling the hyena into a sharp twist of its body, narrowly evading the lethal blow. This moment ignited a frenzy. The encirclement of hyenas erupted into chaos as their ferocity surged. Hao Weigua thrust his bamboo spear fiercely, piercing the front leg of one hyena. It emitted a wretched howl and rolled over, but quickly regained its footing, defiantly rejoining the fray. Ding Yuyan inhaled deeply, summoning her courage, and thrust her bamboo spear toward the advancing hyena. The spear's tip clashed with the hyena's sharp claws, producing a series of resounding thuds. The immense force left her hands tingling, yet she maintained her grip on the spear, refusing to retreat. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with everyone's stamina rapidly depleting. Captain Li swung his axe with relentless vigor, calling out, "Hold your ground. We must not let these beasts prevail." Each strike of the axe against the hyenas echoed ominously, a clash of strength and valor. One hyena seized the opportunity to stealthily ambush the petite Jia alien from behind. In that critical moment, Hao Weigua, with remarkable reflexes, hurled his bamboo spear with precision. The bamboo spear shot forth like a released arrow, its tip swiftly penetrating the abdomen of the hyena, pinning it firmly to the ground. The creature emitted a desperate scream as Hei Wang dashed forward, sinking its teeth into the hyena's throat. In mere moments, silence enveloped the lifeless body. Yet the threat persisted. Another hyena, seizing the opportunity, lunged at the unarmed Hao Weigua. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Yuyan drew her Browning pistol. With deft fingers, she disengaged the safety, and with a decisive click, the bullet was chambered. She raised her weapon and, without faltering, pulled the trigger, the gun roaring with a thunderous crack. The bullet, like a shooting star, pierced through the hyena's skull. Its body halted mid-air, the once ferocious glare in its eyes extinguished. It fell to the ground with a heavy thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The remaining hyenas, startled by the sudden gunfire, momentarily froze, their eyes betraying a flicker of terror. Seemingly paralyzed by the cacophony and the demise of their comrade, their advance faltered. Seizing the moment, Li Haoran swiftly hurled his axe toward Hao Weigua. He then turned, extracting a blazing bamboo stick from the fire, and with a mighty roar, charged at the hyenas, illuminated by the flickering flames like a deity of war. Hei Wang barked loudly, loyally trailing behind him, as if the most steadfast of allies. Hao Weigua grasped the flying axe and quickly followed suit. The others brandished their bamboo spears, shouting in unison, resolutely joining the fray. Their battle cries echoed through the night sky, resonating with valor and courage. The hyenas, intimidated by the unyielding spirit of the group, hesitated. The lead hyena let out a reluctant howl, ultimately choosing retreat. They abandoned the 5 fallen comrades, fleeing into the vast darkness as if they had never existed. The battle had finally drawn to a close. The tension that had gripped everyone dissipated in an instant. A wave of exhaustion washed over them, nearly rendering them unable to stand. Captain Li tossed the still-glowing bamboo stick into the fire and collapsed onto the bamboo bed. He gasped for breath, sweat cascading down his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming pride for his team. In this contest of life and death, each individual had exhibited remarkable resolve and fearlessness. What brought him even greater solace was the belief that after this harrowing trial, the spirit and survival instincts of the women would undergo a profound transformation, emerging tougher and braver. The group gathered around Captain Li for a brief respite. Hei Wang lay nearby, panting heavily, its body marked by the remnants of battle. Hao Weigua, feeling utterly drained, reclined on the bamboo bed, gasping as he inquired, "Captain, wasn't it said that hyenas do not attack humans unprovoked?" Perhaps we encroached upon their territory, came the reply. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, there are certain matters over which we have no control. Captain Lee sighed and continued, this time, we have undoubtedly made enemies. I suspect they will not let this matter rest, and we must proceed with caution. Han Wenfang slumped beside Captain Lee, panting heavily. A faint smile graced her lips as she hoarsely remarked, this battle was truly arduous. Mr. Ding's marksmanship is exceptional. Captain Lee extended his thumb towards Ding Yuyan, genuinely praising her. It was a fortunate coincidence. The situation was so urgent that I had no choice but to fire. Ding Yuyan responded bashfully, humility evident in her demeanor. Sister Yuyan, I want to learn too. Please teach me how to shoot. Han Wenfang pleaded, tugging at Ding Yuyan's arm with a playful charm. You're not familiar with handguns. They can easily misfire. Moreover, ammunition is scarce on the island, and replenishing it is quite difficult, Li Haoran patiently explained to Han Wenfang. Once the camp is secure, I will craft a few bows and arrows for you. Bows and arrows? Captain, can you really make them? Su Shiyuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. What? You can shoot arrows? Li Haoran questioned her, puzzled. What's wrong? Do you doubt me? Don't underestimate me. Su Shiyuan replied, lifting her chin proudly. We are both VIP members of the archery club. Sister Su has been learning for 2 years longer than I have. Ding Yuyan explained with a smile. That's splendid. From now on, you two shall be their archery instructors, Captain Lee said, elated, as if he could already envision everyone skillfully wielding bows and arrows. This prospect instilled a renewed sense of confidence in their future defenses and survival. Captain, the way you wielded that bamboo branch amidst the blazing flames was truly magnificent, Han Wenfang exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. She gazed at Captain Lee as though he were a superhero in her eyes. In truth, most beasts are afraid of fire. Moreover, Mr. Ding's shot frightened them immensely, sending them into a panic, Li Haoran remarked as he lit a cigarette with a bamboo stick. He continued, do not underestimate this seemingly fearsome bamboo branch. It is a legendary weapon of the Qijiao army against the Japanese pirates. What legendary weapon? What is it called? Han Wenfang asked, her expression one of bewilderment and curiosity, yearning for a glimpse into that historical period. There are 6 legendary weapons of the Qijiao army against the pirates. Li Haoran took a puff of his cigarette and began to narrate, his voice steady and engaging. Chapter 36, The 6 Divine Artifacts. Li Haoran stood tall, his gaze piercing as it swept over the crowd. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, do you know why the Qijiang army was able to vanquish the pirate invaders during the anti-Japanese war? He slightly raised his chin, a hint of mystery flickering in his eyes. Ding Yuyan, with a curious expression and wide-open eyes, eagerly inquired, why, Captain? A faint smile graced Li Haoran's lips. It primarily relies on weapon innovation and tactical ingenuity. Take their 6 divine artifacts, for instance. They are truly formidable. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, forming a gesture of 6 with his thumb and pinky extended. What are the 6 divine artifacts, Captain? Please tell us. Hao Weiguo leaned forward, his face brimming with urgency. Li Haoran patted Hao Weiguo on the shoulder, chuckling. First, we have the Qijia spear, which is based on the Yang family spear technique and infused with practical combat experience. Its hallmark is the spear thrusts in a straight line, particularly emphasizing the mid-range stabbing technique. He mimicked the grip of a spear, demonstrating the stabbing motion. In the paired formation, the long spear creates a dense curtain of destruction, delivering immense power. A popular saying goes, sweeping through 1,000 armies with an overwhelming might. The pirates tremble at the mere sound. It is the perfect counter to the Japanese sword. Su Shiyuan's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, that sounds incredible. What else is there? Li Haoran crossed his arms, his demeanor relaxed. Next is the Qijiang saber, which has been modified to counter the sharpness of the Japanese sword. He extended his hands, mimicking the motions of slashing and blocking with a blade. The curvature of the blade has been increased while its width has been reduced. The tip retains its strength while the overall weight is lightened, allowing for remarkable agility in close combat. It effectively suppresses the Japanese sword and serves as the Qijiang army's signature melee weapon. Han Wenfang hopped in front of Li Haoran, looking up with eager anticipation. What is next? What is next? Li Haoran was amused by her enthusiasm and shook his head with a smile. Then there's the wolf fong, crafted from a long bamboo pole, topped with an iron spearhead and adorned with numerous branches coated in tung oil poison, measuring nearly 5 meters in length. He spread his arms wide to illustrate its length. The branches can obstruct the slashing of the Japanese sword, providing cover for advancing soldiers. In the paired formation, it acts as a barrier, serving both defensive and offensive purposes. Qiji Guang himself deemed it the primary weapon for piercing the Japanese. Hao Weiguo stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "The design is truly ingenious. What about the firearms?" Li Haoran's expression turned serious as he replied, "The Tiger Squat Cannon, a lightweight artillery piece developed by Qiji Guang, resembles a crouching tiger, making it convenient for transport in mountainous terrain." He crouched slightly, mimicking the shape of the cannon. It can fire shot pellets, compensating for the insufficient lethality of the matchlock and the cumbersome nature of the Falcon cannon, serving as the core weapon for assaults and fire support. Li Haoran took a sip of water before continuing. Additionally, there's the matchlock gun, an improvement upon the Japanese flintlock, with a long barrel and high precision. It boasts a range of up to 300 meters. As he spoke, he squinted one eye, mimicking the act of aiming. In the ranks of the Qijiao army, approximately 40 of the infantry were equipped with bird guns. Through the three-layered formation for rapid fire, they maintained a continuous barrage, relying on it to eliminate enemies from a distance. Furthermore, landmines were employed, with Qijigang enhancing the fuse technology and inventing the steel wheel ignition device, which utilized mechanical friction for detonation, significantly improving reliability. Captain Li paused for a moment before continuing. This tactic, often combined with ambush strategies, effectively blocked vital routes or fortified defenses, leaving the marauding Japanese invaders utterly defenseless. Ding Yuyan expressed her astonishment. So the Qijiao army is truly formidable. With these weapons paired with the Mandarin duck formation, it's no wonder they achieved victories. Li Haoran nodded slightly and succinctly summarized. Indeed, the Qijiao army skillfully integrated these weapons into the Mandarin duck formation, adapting it to form the 2 talents formation or 3 talents formation based on the terrain, allowing them to flexibly counter the guerrilla tactics of the Japanese. This maximized the effectiveness of their weaponry, ultimately culminating in the legendary 9 battles, 9 victories against the invaders. It stands as a classic example in the annals of ancient military history of victory through technological superiority. After saying this, Li Haoran casually picked up a bamboo spear. With a focused expression, he addressed the group. The bamboo spears we currently utilize are largely inspired by the wolf thorn. Additionally, bamboo is widely used in ancient military applications, such as weapons, bows and arrows, trebuchets, and defensive stakes. In civilian life, bamboo had even broader uses. Next, we shall construct a bamboo tower. Will building a bamboo tower be cumbersome? Ding Yuyan furrowed her brow, voicing her concerns. Constructing a tower of bamboo is actually far easier than erecting a wooden house. A bamboo tower, made with mortise and tenon joints, is robust and durable. Su Shiyuan cheerfully explained to everyone. This area is close to a water source and teeming with wildlife, which poses certain dangers, Li Haoran remarked, tightening his brows. After pacing thoughtfully for a moment, he added, "Therefore, not only must we build the bamboo tower, but the foundation should also be elevated. We need to construct a perimeter wall using bamboo stakes and install defensive stakes." He bent down, picked up a twig, and sketched a rough outline of the stakes in the ground. Defensive stakes were historically installed at city gates and passes to obstruct cavalry. By sharpening one end of wood or bamboo and crossing them to resemble deer antlers, they can deter both beasts and humans. This way, we can secure the area against both threats and ensure safety during our daily activities. We might even cultivate potatoes and onions in the courtyard. Captain, we could set traps outside the wall with bamboo sticks. We might catch wild boars. Hao Weiguo suggested excitedly, his eyes gleaming. And let's plant some flowers. Han Wenfeng exclaimed, her hands clenched in anticipation. Are there not enough wildflowers on this prairie for you to admire? Li Haoran responded with a bemused smile, slightly exasperated. You uncultured oaf. Lacking in taste, Han Wenfeng muttered softly, casting a sidelong glance. Weiguo, let us head to the pond and take care of the hyena. Noticing that the group had rested sufficiently, Haoran clapped his hands and stood up. Otherwise, the strong scent of blood might attract other beasts. We can dry the fur and use it for bedding. Captain, can we eat hyena meat? Ding Yuyan blinked and inquired. Hyena meat is both sour and foul, unpalatable and rife with bacteria. A quick roast would suffice to feed Black Wang. Haoran waved his hand, displaying an expression of distaste. He instructed the women to gather firewood and bring a few torches. Hao Weigua hefted an AK-47 on his back and carried a bamboo spear. Together, they transported the hyena to the pond's edge and ignited a bonfire. As night enveloped them, the flames blazed brightly, casting a crimson glow upon the water surface. Captain Li squatted by the pond, deftly manipulating a sharp Swiss Army knife. With precision, he made an incision in the hyena's abdomen, his movements smooth and fluid. The skin and flesh were separated flawlessly, without the slightest hesitation. Soon, a complete hide lay before them. Captain Li meticulously scraped away the remnants of flesh from the hyena's skin, preparing it for drying and tanning. Wow, this is akin to a master butcher at work, Han Wenfan exclaimed, covering her mouth in awe. The women cast admiring glances, wondering what else their captain might excel at. Hao Wei would drag the skinned hyena aside, raising his axe and skillfully chopping it into palm-sized chunks. Mr. Ding, we shall not consume the hyena meat. A simple roasting will suffice, Haoran declared, straightening up and addressing Ding Yuyan. The women sprang into action. Some skewered the hyena meat on bamboo sticks, while others roasted it over the fire. In no time, 5 hyenas were processed. Captain Li discarded the remaining entrails into the flames to prevent contamination of the water source. After washing his hands meticulously by the pond, he was about to rise when a sudden, thunderous splash erupted from the water surface. Chapter 37. Breaking ground. Hao Weigua and the group of women on the shore were startled by the sudden sound of splashing water. Captain, what was that noise just now? Ding Yuyan and the others inquired in a chorus, their tones laced with curiosity and unease. It could be a large fish drawn by the scent of blood. Captain Li conjectured calmly, without a hint of alarm. What kind of fish could make such a commotion? Hao Weigua asked, his curiosity piqued, unable to restrain himself from speaking. The flickering firelight cast shadows that barely revealed a fleeting dark shape, leaving them uncertain of its true nature. Perhaps it is a catfish or a blackfish, carnivorous species. Captain Li mused. It seems fortune smiles upon us. Let's find some time to fish here. As he wiped the droplets of water from his hands, he turned to Ding Yuyan and inquired, do we bring our fishing nets? If we place some scraps of hyena meat as bait, we might awaken to a fresh catch by morning. Yes, we brought them, though only 2 remain, the one you gave to Brother Mu, Ding Yuyan replied. I shall set up the fishing traps shortly. It is getting late. Everyone should rest early. We will take turns standing watch, Weigua, Captain Li instructed before leading the group back to camp. At dawn, a soft glow emerged on the horizon, like an agile brush delicately painting a thin golden edge along the clouds. Gradually, the light became more radiant, casting a gentle, gossamer sheen over the vast grassland. The dewdrops on the tips of the grass appeared enchanted, shimmering in golden hues like scattered diamonds, dazzling and captivating. The group reveled in the enchanting, poetic beauty of the dawn, eagerly welcoming the promise of a splendid day and the beginning of a new chapter in their survival on the deserted island. Ah, Captain, there are fish. The women, on their way to the pond to wash up, were drawn by the rhythmic splashes of water. Wow, what a huge blackfish, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. Ding Yuyan exclaimed as she struggled to lift the fishing net. The dark creature within thrashed violently, sending sprays of water soaring high. Ding Yuyan's clothing was instantly drenched, resembling a drenched chicken, which caused the girls to erupt in laughter. Their joyful laughter startled a flock of waterbirds from the reeds, which circled and danced above the pond, adding a lively spirit to the tranquil morning. The yield from another net was equally impressive, with over a dozen white bass thrashing about within. Their dark gray forms stirred up whirlpools, muddying the water along the pond's edge. With this bountiful catch, it seems we are truly breaking ground today, a sign of prosperity, Haoran remarked with a smile, his eyes gleaming as he watched the women by the pond. their laughter echoing like that of a farmer who, after laboring diligently, is rewarded with a bountiful harvest. Hao Weigua and Du Zitong, drawn by the commotion, hurried to the pond with their knives in hand. They began to clean the fish meticulously, ensuring they were spotless. Mr. Ding, shortly, please gather some reeds by the pond. Once dried, they will serve well for thatched roofing. I shall prepare a fish stew for you. Li Haoran accepted the carefully arranged catch from the two individuals. He then turned to Hao Weigua and said, Weigua, while the weather remains cool, venture forth to procure some sturdy bamboo for the foundation. After finishing his instructions, Li Haoran grasped his military knife and strode purposefully into the northern thicket. Captain Li turned to the campfire, adding several logs to stoke the flames, and set a pot over the fire, pouring in half a pot of crystal-clear bamboo water. With adept precision, he chopped the fish into chunks, then finally minced the wild shallots and ginger he had foraged, adding them to the pot. Gently stirring the fish soup, his movements were both tender and practiced. He then sat down, producing woodworking tools and sandpaper, meticulously refining several soup bowls crafted from bamboo, each action imbued with focus and patience. Before long, the fish stew began to bubble, the milky broth joyously swirling in the pot. An aromatic fragrance wafted through the air, exuding a rustic and pure essence of nature. Dinner is served. With the captain's exuberant call, Han Wenfang sprang forth like a sprightly deer. Taking a deep breath, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Wow! The aroma is utterly divine. Captain, your culinary skills have truly reached new heights. Eagerly, she seized a spoon to taste, only to yelp in surprise as the heat contorted her features, drawing in a sharp breath. Such a little glutton. Can you not be a tad more patient? Captain Li remarked with a mix of exasperation and fondness, hastily handing her a bamboo bowl filled with fish soup. When did you craft these exquisite bowls? They're stunning. Thank you, Captain. Han Wenfang accepted the bowl with glee, bouncing away to savor her meal. Su Shiyuan, equally unable to contain her eagerness, promptly reached for a bamboo bowl. Captain, please serve me a bowl. It smells so good. I feel I could consume the entire pot. After enduring the trials of life on the deserted island, Su, the beauty, had become increasingly unreserved. Ishioan nodded in agreement from the side, softly adding, Indeed, to enjoy such a delectable fish broth on this deserted island, we must express our gratitude to the captain. True to her role as the eldest sister in the group, she did not forget to commend the captain even in the face of such tempting delicacies. Ding Yuyan took a delicate sip, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. The flavors of the shallots and ginger are perfectly balanced, artfully masking the fish's earthy taste, while harmonizing beautifully with the freshness of the fish. It is exquisite. Curiously, she then inquired, Captain, where did you find the shallots and ginger? These are wild shallots and wild mountain ginger, found in the northern thicket, where there is plenty more. Captain Li patiently explained. In fact, this island likely harbors other wild seasonings like Sichuan pepper and star anise. We should take some time to seek them out together. Captain, save some for us. Du Zitong called out from a distance. Fear not. There is an abundance. You shall have your fill. Captain Li replied with a smile. Beside him, the loyal black dog, Wong Wong, let out a few timely barks. You clever creature. Of course, you are part of this too. I could never forget you. Captain Li affectionately patted the dog's head and then tossed it a piece of fish. After breakfast, he hastily gathered everyone together to unveil his plans and outline the day's tasks. I intend to construct a bamboo house among those camphor trees. The structure, supported by these trees, will be sturdier, providing us assurance even in the face of a storm. Moreover, the camphor trees naturally repel insects, sparing us from pesky mosquitoes. The location also offers a broad view, allowing us to detect any potential dangers promptly. The ground floor will be approximately 1.5 meters above the ground, ensuring it remains dry during rain and safeguarding against wild animals. It can also serve as a storage area for firewood and other supplies. Captain, how will we access it at such a height? Han Wenfang asked, her face etched with concern and her brow slightly furrowed with doubt. We can construct a bamboo ladder. Many southern bamboo houses are built this way. Su Shiyuan interjected, her quick wit shining through. Shiyuan is absolutely right, Captain Li affirmed with a nod of approval. He continued. In the evening, we will pull the ladder up to enhance safety. Will both levels of the bamboo house be tied with vines? Won't that be insufficiently sturdy? Ding Yuyan inquired, her expression laced with worry. Typically, bamboo houses utilize mortise and tenon joints, often eliminating the need for nails altogether. Rest assured, they are remarkably strong. Su Shiyuan eagerly elaborated once more. Indeed, our bamboo house will also employ the mortise and tenon structure. With our carpentry tools, the construction will be efficient and effective. Once the house is completed, I will find time to craft several sets of tables and chairs for our living necessities, Haoran declared confidently, patting his chest in assurance. I believe it won't be long before we are all residing in a beautiful and comfortable bamboo house. The women gazed dreamily at the prospect of their forthcoming blissful life. Their eyes filled with longing. Unanimously, they turned their gazes toward Captain Li, their expressions brimming with admiration and anticipation. Han Wenfeng blinked her large, sparkling eyes, slightly lifting her chin, and gazed adoringly at Captain Li. Captain, it will be entirely up to you to create my boudoir. With that, she stepped forward and playfully planted a kiss on his cheek. Feigning annoyance, Captain Li rubbed his cheek and remarked, "Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning?" Laughter erupted among the women, their giggles resonating joyfully in the air. Amidst their merriment, Captain Li raised his hand and called out, "All right, everyone, let us break ground today." Chapter 38. Coming into shape, Captain Li and Hao Wei was strapped on their AK-47s and grasped their compound bows. He instructed everyone to take up bamboo spears and proceed to the edge of the grassland, where a cluster of fragrant camphor trees stood. Captain Li scrutinized the trees carefully and ultimately selected the two stoutest camphor trees. Estimating the distance between them to be approximately 15 meters, these lush camphor trees stood silently, resembling natural pillars that majestically upheld a piece of the sky. Standing tall between the two trees, Captain Li surveyed the surroundings before his resonant voice pierced the tranquility. "Let's get to work. Today, we shall securely construct this bamboo house between these two trees." His voice emanated an undeniable authority, invigorating everyone present. He led the group to work in unison, first transporting the freshly cut bamboo from the morning to the construction site. The bamboo, still glistening with morning dew, exuded a refreshing fragrance. Captain Li opened the carpentry box and retrieved a measuring tape, using the two camphor trees as reference points. He measured out a foundation area of 15 meters in both length and width, meticulously marking the corners. Ishioen led a few individuals, armed with bamboo shovels, to vigorously dig at the four corners. They aimed to excavate holes with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a depth of about half a meter to secure the pillars at the corners of the bamboo house. Everyone worked fervently, sweat soaking their clothes, yet no one complained of fatigue. With all preparations complete, Captain Li began demonstrating the creation of the mortise and tenon joints. He picked up a bamboo pole with a tenon and aligned it steadily with a pre-drilled mortise on another pole before giving it a firm push. A satisfying click echoed as the two poles fit snugly together as if they were destined to unite. The mortise and tenon joint, a testament to ancestral wisdom, enabled the bamboo house to be remarkably sturdy without a single nail. Captain Li smiled, pride for traditional culture gleaming in his eyes. Su Shiyuan, hailing from the south, was no stranger to bamboo houses. She and Tian Jingjing willingly took on the task of carving the mortises for the main framework of the bamboo house. They first snapped straight, precise lines on the bamboo with a chalk line. Then, they carefully chiseled the mortises along the marked lines, with shavings fluttering like snowflakes with each stroke of the chisel. The two were wholly absorbed in their work, beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads, shimmering in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Captain Li, Hao Wei, and Du Ziting continued to cut bamboo, which would be used to construct the walls and floor of the bamboo house. Each bamboo pole felt contributed a brick to their future home. Han Wenfeng, like a joyous deer, nimbly navigated through the crowd, carrying various tools. Upon seeing that Su Xian needed a hammer, she promptly dashed over, hands outstretched, offering the hammer with a bright smile. "Here you go, Sister Su." Her grin radiated more brilliantly than flowers blooming in spring. As time passed quietly, Noon approached, and the materials for constructing the bamboo house were nearly ready. Captain Li instructed Ding Yuyan and the other women to return to the camp and prepare some smoked meat for lunch. He and Hao Weigua did not remain idle. The two selected a bamboo pole with a diameter of over 30 centimeters, intending to craft bamboo buckets. Captain Li aimed the electric saw at the bamboo joint, while Hao Weigua firmly held the bamboo in place to prevent any movement. As the saw gradually sliced through, a crisp sound resonated, and bamboo shavings erupted like fireworks, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. The two worked in perfect harmony, swiftly cutting out several bamboo tubes, which they neatly arranged beside them. Captain Li secured the bamboo tube between his legs and skillfully used a chisel to carve two symmetrical holes. Hao Weigua chose some sturdy rattan, cut it to the appropriate length, and threaded it through the holes. He intertwined it and tied it securely, confirming its steadfastness. In no time, they had fashioned 7 or 8 bamboo buckets. These buckets would prove to be essential tools in their future lives. After a simple lunch and a brief rest, they returned to their intensive labor. Captain Li led Hao Weigua, Du Ziding, and Su Shiyuan in continuing the construction of the bamboo house, while Ding Yuyan and the other women went to harvest some reeds and thatch to dry and make into mats for bedding. Between two robust camphor trees, Captain Li, Hao Weigua, Su Xian, and Du Ziding stood on a makeshift scaffold elevated 1.5 meters off the ground, commencing the construction of the first level of the bamboo house. Beside them lay a pile of bamboo exuding a fresh aroma, symbolizing their aspirations for a future home. Captain Li stood at the center of the scaffold, holding a chalk line. He squinted slightly, meticulously examining each mark with an expression of diligence and focus. Everyone, pay attention. Cut according to the chalk line to ensure precise dimensions. Captain Li's voice rang out, deep and steady. Hao Weigua gripped the electric saw tightly and pressed the switch. The saw emitted a low hum, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. He steadily maneuvered the saw along the chalk line, and as it penetrated deeper, the bamboo rasped against the teeth of the saw, producing a hissing sound. Tiny bamboo shavings cascaded like snowflakes, intensifying the fresh aroma. Hao Weigua's arm muscles tensed, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He paid no mind to wiping them away, utterly absorbed in his task. With his gaze fixed solely on the bamboo being cut, Su Shiyuan held a chisel and hammer, carving mortises into a bamboo pole. She crouched down, firmly positioning the bamboo on the scaffold. One hand gripped the chisel while the other raised the hammer high. Her eyes were focused and serious, each strike executed with precision to ensure the mortise's depth and angle met the requirements. Her movements were both graceful and strong, showcasing a unique blend of femininity, delicacy, and resilience, shining brightly amidst the arduous labor. Meanwhile, Du Ziding assisted by passing tools and bamboo. He tirelessly traversed the scaffold, cradling various tools and materials in his arms, his face radiating a warm smile. Throughout the entire construction process, everyone collaborated seamlessly, exhibiting remarkable synergy. Captain Li provided guidance and adjustments from the sidelines. His wealth of experience illuminated the path ahead like a beacon. When challenges arose, the team engaged in collective discussions to seek solutions together. The construction site resonated with laughter and joy, a symphony of unity and hope. As each bamboo pole was meticulously processed, the initial framework of the bamboo house gradually took shape. They connected the prepared bamboo using traditional mortise and tenon joints, each fitting carefully adjusted and confirmed. Each connection resembled the weaving of a splendid dream, fortifying their future abode. "Captain, are these 2 windows too small?" Hao Weigua wiped the sweat from his brow, voicing his concern. As long as there is ventilation, the windows need not be large. Larger openings pose safety risks. Furthermore, storms frequently besiege the island, making it prudent to ensure proper protection against the elements. Captain Li patiently elucidated, "We will leave observation ports on both sides of each floor." As the sun descended, the sky dimmed gradually. After more than 3 hours of dedicated effort, the primary structure of the first level of the bamboo house was finally complete. Their clothes soaked with perspiration, yet no one paid it any mind, gazing at the nascent bamboo house before them, soon to become their warmest sanctuary. Relief and joy illuminated their weary faces. At that moment, Ding Yuyan and the other women returned from cutting grass. From a distance, they spotted the bamboo house peeking out between two camphor trees, their eyes sparkling with surprise. Han Wenfeng's eyes glimmered with excitement as she bounced toward the bamboo structure, exclaiming, "Wow, it's absolutely beautiful." Ding Yuyan's eyes shone with delight, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. "You all are truly remarkable. Living in this bamboo house will surely be both comfortable and lovely." Her words, laden with admiration, enveloped the hard-working crew in warmth. The women excitedly explored every corner, their exuberance palpable as they danced with joy. Laughter and cheer echoed above the bamboo house, as if celebrating the imminent birth of this cherished home. Just then, Haoran barked a few times towards the south, abruptly halting the joyous atmosphere. Following that, a rustling sound emanated from the bamboo grove. Chapter 39. The Foundation Ceremony. A situation has arisen. Captain Li and Hao Weigua swiftly seized their AK-47 rifles resting beside them. The group tightened their grip on their bamboo spears, gathering closely around the captain. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tense, enveloping everyone like an invisible net. Each individual was on high alert, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of the bamboo grove, not daring to overlook even the slightest rustle of leaves. Suddenly, a small, furry wild boar emerged from the thicket. Its coat, a mix of black and streaks of brown, shimmered in the fading light, while its eyes, resembling glossy black beans, darted about. Its nose twitched incessantly, and its rosy snout occasionally rooted into the ground, foraging among the bamboo roots. With an adorably clumsy demeanor, it elicited smiles from those who beheld it. Han Wenfeng was instantly captivated, her excitement palpable as she dashed toward the little boar. Her face radiated delight as she exclaimed, "How adorable! I just want to hug it." Nearby, Jahalian echoed her sentiments, remarking, "I've never seen such a beautiful wild boar. It looks just like a plush toy." The other female team members, too, felt the urge to approach and investigate further. "Come back. Don't get too close. It's dangerous." Captain Li's urgent call pierced the air. His voice, laced with an invisible force, tightened the hearts of the women. Han Wenfeng halted, looking back at Captain Li with a pained expression, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Captain Li swiftly approached them, his demeanor unusually grave. "By the sound of it, there are quite a few wild boars in the bamboo grove," he explained earnestly, gesturing toward the little boar. "Mother boars are fiercely protective of their young. We must not provoke them." Quickly, return to the bamboo house. Seeing the captain's serious expression, the women, though reluctant to part with the little boar, understood the gravity of the situation and complied, making their way back to the bamboo house. As they walked, they exchanged murmurs of admiration, casting lingering glances at the small creature. Just as Captain Li reached the bamboo house, a deep, ominous roar erupted from within the depths of the bamboo grove. Moments later, a robust mother boar charged forth, leading several half-grown wild boars in a furious stampede. The mother boar's bristled fur stood on end, and her sharp tusks glinted ominously in the waning light. Like a dark tempest, she surged forward, propelled by the scent of earth and bamboo shavings, heading directly toward Captain Li. The sound of her hooves pounding the ground reverberated ominously, echoing in the hearts of the onlookers. Amidst the collective gasps of the women, Captain Li's gaze sharpened. In an instant, he summoned his strength, propelling himself upward like a nimble leopard. With a powerful leap, he landed firmly atop the bamboo house. The next moment, a thunderous crash reverberated as the mother boar, unable to halt her momentum, slammed violently into the supporting pillar of the bamboo house. The stout pillar trembled violently, splintering wood flying in all directions. The bamboo house creaked ominously, as if on the brink of collapse. Above, Han Wenfeng's eyes widened in terror, her hands pressed tightly over her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably. A chorus of piercing screams erupted from the women, their legs trembling and faces ashen, eyes filled with sheer terror, as if paralyzed by fear. Without a moment's hesitation, Captain Li dashed towards the composite bow hanging on the wall of the bamboo building. His hand gripped the bow with the precision of a vice, smoothly drawing out an arrow. The motion was seamless, fluid as water. With the arrow knocked, he summoned his strength, his gaze fierce and unwavering. Locking onto the mother wild boar, still shaking its head, poised to charge once more. With a deft release of his fingers, the arrow whistled through the air, slicing like a bolt of black lightning, accurately piercing the boar's neck. The massive creature staggered, blood gushing from its wound, before collapsing with a thud that stirred a cloud of dust, falling silent forever. After vanquishing the formidable mother boar, Captain Lee exchanged a knowing glance with Haoran. Their understanding was instantaneous, and they nodded in unison, seizing their bamboo spears and leaping from the bamboo structure. Ding Yuyan, Han Wenfang, and the other women hesitated momentarily, but soon followed suit, descending the bamboo tower with unwavering resolve. Their hands clutched the bamboo spears tightly, eyes gleaming with determination and courage. Though fear still lingered in their hearts, they found the strength to press on. A group of juvenile wild boars, enraged by the death of their matriarch, glared menacingly, issuing a series of low growls as they charged towards the group like dark cannonballs. Captain Lee and Haoran, armed with their bamboo spears, moved with agility, leading the charge into the fray. Captain Lee's steps were nimble, weaving effortlessly among the wild boars. With fluid motions, he jabbed, thrust, and swept with his spear, each action a harmonious blend of precision and grace. One particularly robust boar lunged at him with a roar. He sidestepped deftly, thrusting his spear sharply into the creature's flank. The boar cried out in pain, staggering back. Haoran, not to be outdone, wielded his spear with vigor, creating a fierce wind as he swung it, deterring the oncoming boars and repelling their advances. Under their leadership, the group rallied, shouting in unison, forming an impenetrable line with their bamboo spears. Time and again, the boars charged but were forced back, sustaining numerous wounds, blood spilling from their bodies. At that moment, Haoran joined the fray, circling behind the herd of wild boars, barking furiously and occasionally lunging to nip at their hind legs. The boars, caught between the humans and the dog, faltered, their previously organized attack disarrayed. With the combined efforts of the group and Haoran, the wild boars began to waver, losing their will to fight. They emitted reluctant cries before turning to flee, one plunging into the dense bamboo forest, vanishing without a trace. Haoran set his sights on the last small boar, eyes locked onto the target, body low to the ground, paws rapidly alternating on the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust as he charged forth like an arrow released from its bow. The little boar, filled with dread, scrambled desperately, its short legs futilely attempting to shake off the relentless pursuit of Haoran. Haoran leaped high, pouncing forward and firmly pinning the little wild boar with his front paws. He then sank his teeth into its neck, rendering the boar immobile beneath his weight. Triumphantly, Haoran picked up his prize and scampered over to his companions, dropping the boar at their feet. He joyfully wagged his tail and let out a few jubilant barks, as if to invite everyone to share in his glory. "Wow, Haoran, you are magnificent!" Han Wenfang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she lifted the wild boar, her face radiating a brilliant smile akin to that of a child who has just received their most cherished toy. As the fierce battle came to an end, the group gazed at the three wild boars lying on the ground, their expressions weary yet filled with the joy of victory. Sweat-soaked clothes clung to their bodies, and dust marred their faces, but each heart brimmed with a profound sense of accomplishment. Ding Yuyan's eyes glimmered, her face aglow with the exhilaration of survival and the thrill of their harvest. Unable to contain herself, she raised her arms and shouted, "Oh, we have won!" Her voice, imbued with strength, echoed throughout the forest. Su Xin, flushed with excitement, stared wide-eyed, her eyes sparkling with fervor. She waved her arms vigorously in the air, her voice rising as she exclaimed, "Look at all these wild boars. We can feast tonight." Her gaze was fixed on the spoils, unable to conceal the smile that danced on her lips. Tian Jingjing let out a long sigh of relief, a proud smile illuminating her face as she turned to Han Wenfang. "It seems that this deserted island is not so terrifying after all. With our captain leading the way, we can conquer any challenge that comes our way. Han Wenfang glanced at the captain, her face reflecting unabashed admiration and pride, as if to say, following our captain gives us the confidence to overcome anything. Captain Li stood with his hands on his hips, a look of satisfaction on his face as he surveyed his team, a gentle yet proud smile gracing his lips. He spoke with conviction. Ladies, you have done splendidly. As long as we work together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. You are all remarkable. Such simple words flowed like a warm current, filling each heart with warmth and strength. The group gathered around the wild boar, exchanging excited words, laughter ringing through the forest, as if proclaiming their victory to the island itself. Now that we have begun our bamboo hut, we still need a foundation ceremony. Let us offer this beast's head as a sacrifice to bless us with good fortune and safety in the future. Li Haoran declared, waving his hand. Gourmet, let's enjoy roasted pork. With exuberance, the group hoisted the wild boar and triumphantly returned to the camp. Chapter 40. An unforgettable feast. As dusk descended like a gentle veil, it gracefully enveloped the entire campsite. Captain Li and his companions returned triumphantly, laden with bountiful spoils of victory. Their faces radiated joy, and the sweat glistened in the twilight's embrace. Upon their return, a bonfire was kindled, igniting a flurry of activity as everyone eagerly prepared for the evening feast. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with an infectious sense of merriment. Let's first savor this medium-sized wild boar. Its meat is tender and particularly delightful when roasted, Captain Li declared, rolling up his sleeves with deft precision as he wielded his military knife to expertly disassemble the boar. Hao Weigua and Du Zidong, armed with axes and cleavers, deftly chopped the freshly butchered meat into bite-sized pieces, which were then meticulously washed in the clear water from a bamboo bucket. Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan carefully placed the uniformly cut pieces into a large iron pot to stew. The other girls busied themselves as well. Some prepared bamboo skewers, while others focused on slicing the meat into strips. A few skillfully threaded the cut strips onto skewers. The roaring flames flickered, casting a warm glow upon the faces of all gathered. As everyone congregated around the fire, the much-anticipated barbecue feast was on the verge of commencing. Ding Yuyan was fully engrossed, occasionally turning the skewers over with gentle care. The firelight painted her cheeks a rosy hue, and an involuntary smile graced her lips as her eyes fixated on the skewers, occasionally leaning closer to inhale their mouth-watering aroma, brimming with uncontainable anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Shiyuan hummed a cheerful tune as she brushed oil onto the skewers, the sizzling droplets hitting the flames with a delightful pop, adding a unique charm to the festive atmosphere. Tian Jingjing and Han Wenfang huddled together, earnestly discussing the proportions of the seasonings. Occasionally, their differing opinions sparked light-hearted debates, but they quickly exchanged smiles, restoring the amicable atmosphere. Ishiowen and the others busied themselves with preparing the remaining wild boar meat into jerky for future provisions. The air was rich with the tantalizing scent of roasting meat, interwoven with laughter and joy, as everyone reveled in this warm and cheerful moment. Nearby, Hei Wang wagged his tail excitedly, displaying an eagerness that mirrored the festive spirit and the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Li Haoran, observing the girl's eager expressions and glistening eyes, couldn't he help but chuckle. Let us fashion a cage from bamboo to secure this little fellow, he said, gesturing toward the small wild boar bound on the ground. As Ding Yuyan slowly lifted the pot lid, the rich, savory aroma of the stewed wild boar wafted forth, filling the campsite like a liberated beast. The intoxicating scent, akin to an invisible yet powerful hand, beckoned to everyone, weaving its way into their nostrils and tantalizing their taste buds, drawing them into an enchanting reverie. The roasted skewers, equally enticing, released their captivating fragrance, dancing playfully in the air like mischievous little sprites. The surface of the skewers gleamed golden and crisp, a testament to the culinary delights about to unfold. The oil sizzled and hissed, emitting an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Han Wenfang's eyes widened like gleaming copper bells, fixated on the simmering meat and skewered delights. She murmured to herself, "This fragrance is truly irresistible." Her expression suggested that she was poised to leap forward and indulge in a lavish feast at any moment. Ding Yuyan could hardly contain her saliva, her hands tightly clenched, her eyes brimming with impatience, longing to devour all the delectable offerings before her. Ding Yuyan wore a radiant smile, her lips curling upwards to reveal a row of pristine teeth, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, filled with anticipation and delight for the culinary delights. Occasionally, she would gently wave her hand to coax the drifting aroma closer, as if wishing to intensify its allure. Everyone was deeply captivated by the exquisite flavors, as if they yearned to inhale the scent into their very souls, etching it permanently into their memories. "Ladies, why stand idly by? Let us feast." Captain Li's voice broke through the reverie of the entranced women. Instantly, they erupted in joyous excitement, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration and expectation. "Wow, we can finally eat!" Han Wenfang exclaimed with glee. "I'll fetch the wine." The group sprang into action. Before long, the bamboo bed beside the roaring bonfire was laden with an array of aromatic delicacies. "Today is indeed a momentous occasion, a double celebration," Captain Li announced, lifting the wine. "First, our bamboo house has taken shape, and second, we have gathered such a bountiful feast. Come, let us toast and indulge." With that, he downed his drink in one swift motion. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain," the others chorused, raising their glasses in unison and drinking heartily. Han Wenfang set down her glass, moving with the agility of a playful monkey. She seized 2 sizzling meat skewers, handing one to the captain while she unabashedly bit into the other, ignoring the heat. "Ah, it's so delicious," she exclaimed, her words muffled as she savored the flavor, her cheeks puffed up like a greedy little hamster. Ding Yuyan, with a gentle smile gracing her lips, picked up a piece of golden-brown wild boar meat, savoring each bite as she relished the rich taste that enveloped her palate. Occasionally, she would elegantly dab at the corners of her mouth with a napkin. Tian Jingjing held aloft a bowl of steaming wild boar stew, the fragrant steam rising to greet her. Taking a deep breath, she scooped a spoonful, blowing gently on it before tasting. The tender meat melted in her mouth, and the savory broth cascaded down her tongue, releasing a robust flavor that spread throughout her mouth. She closed her eyes in satisfaction, a soft sigh escaping her lips as she continued to savor one spoonful after another, unable to stop. At that moment, the spirited Ding Yuyan lifted another pot's lid, a wave of uniquely fragrant steam billowing forth. It was rice. "Sisters, we have rice," she exclaimed with delight. The gazes of the group were instantly drawn to her, their expressions mingling surprise and joy. Ding Yuyan quietly smiled to herself. After drifting on this deserted island for many days, the group had indeed long been deprived of the taste of rice. Captain Li couldn't help but regard Ding Yuyan with newfound admiration for her attentiveness. Han Wenfang cast aside her half-eaten roasted meat and hurried to the rice pot, her eyes wide with desire. "Is that really rice? Am I dreaming?" She eagerly accepted the bamboo bowl handed to her by Ding Yuyan and filled it to the brim with rice. Grabbing her chopsticks, she scooped up a generous mouthful, feeling the plump grains roll on her tongue, soft and sweet. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked out, "It's so delicious. I've missed this flavor so much." Tian Jingjing set down her bowl of stewed meat and quickly approached to serve herself a bowl of rice. Cradling the bowl gently, she inhaled the fragrant aroma of the rice, savoring each bite as if it were the most precious gift in the world. Ding Yuyan first served a bowl of rice to the captain before taking half a bowl for herself. Returning to the campfire, she drizzled the rice with meat broth and mixed it together. The tenderness of the rice balanced the richness of the broth, and the harmonious blend brought a radiant smile to her face. The women gathered around, indulging in their meal while sharing this rare joy, their laughter echoing across the deserted island. At that moment, this simple feast of wild boar and rice became the most beautiful banquet of their lives, warming their bellies and soothing the souls that had long wandered on the desolate shore. Chapter 41. The Completion Ceremony, Part 1. As the first ray of dawn pierced through the lush canopy like a gleaming sword, delicate golden specks cascaded down, enveloping the bamboo grove in a dreamlike veil. Captain Lee, as was his custom, approached the pond with steady steps to inspect the yield from the fishing nets. Lifting the net from its trap, he beheld the fish, lively and vibrant, their silvery scales shimmering in the soft light, suggesting yet another fruitful catch. He crouched down to scrutinize the edges of the reeds, where wild ducks and waterfowl had left a multitude of disordered footprints. With a sharp military knife, he deftly severed a few resilient vines, skillfully twisting them into slender ropes before meticulously setting several traps. Having completed these tasks, he rose and gazed into the depths of the rainforest, lost in thought. After freshening up, Captain Lee hurried back to the camp with the prepared fish. Ding, I sense that the weather is rather ominous. It seems we may face rain today. We must hasten the construction of the bamboo hut, he remarked. Ding Yuyan looked up at the sky. Above the rainforest, the cumulonimbus clouds appeared akin to a bronze shield scorched by high temperatures, displaying an eerie patina. The edges curled with charred tufts, as if brewing a storm. The epiphytic plants, clinging to the tree trunks, seemed to sense the impending danger, abruptly ceasing their breath as their leaves curled defensively. Even the usually boisterous hornbills had retreated into the depths of the vines, vanishing from sight. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire rainforest. Ding Yuyan, sensing the urgency, swiftly returned to the camp to summon Su Shiyuan to kindle a fire for breakfast. Come, Wangguo. Let us venture to chop some bamboo and gather wood for charcoal, Captain Lee declared, picking up the chainsaw. Captain, with so much firewood in the camp, why we still need to make charcoal? Hao Weigua inquired, shouldering his rifle and grasping a firefighting axe. The weather today is quite unusual. Rain might fall. And if it does, we will be unable to light a fire, Captain Lee replied hastily as he rushed towards the bamboo grove with the chainsaw in hand. Let us first produce some charcoal. Later, we can roast pork in the bamboo hut. As he walked, he called out to Du Zitong, gather some dry branches and firewood. The sharp roar of the chainsaw shattered the tranquility of the forest, startling several birds perched upon the branches, which flapped their wings and soared into the distance. One by one, bamboo stalks fell to the ground amidst the chainsaw's thunderous din. Captain Lee glanced at the pile and quickly shouted, "All right, Weigua, this will suffice for now." United in purpose, they dragged the bamboo back to the camp. Next, Captain Lee directed everyone to excavate a neatly arranged pit in the earth using bamboo spades. Hao Weigua cut the felled bamboo into suitable lengths, stacking them tidily within the pit. Captain Lee proceeded with great care, occasionally adjusting the position of the bamboo to ensure each piece was perfectly aligned. Once the pit was filled, they used the bamboo spades to cover it securely with soil, leaving only a small ventilation hole, which would be crucial in controlling the fire's intensity. Captain Lee gathered the freshly cut wet bamboo branches and placed them beneath the ventilation outlet. As the damp bamboo made contact with the flames, it emitted a sizzling sound. A voluminous cloud of white water vapor, intertwined with the fragrant smoke of the bamboo, ascended into the air, infusing the atmosphere with a unique ambience amidst the laborious task at hand. The process of properly crafting charcoal typically demands several days. However, we shall suffice with a rudimentary batch adequate for roasting meat, Captain Lee remarked before turning to Ding Yuyan. Ding, please keep a watchful eye here and be ready to add firewood as needed. The rest of you, after finishing breakfast, hasten to construct the bamboo structure, aiming for completion today. After a swift breakfast, Captain Lee inquired of Yi Xiuan, Sister Yi, are you familiar with weaving reed mats? Yi Xiuan, intrigued, responded, I have seen them weave grass mats back in my northeastern hometown, but what purpose do we have for reed mats? They'll serve as roofing for the structure and can double as bedding at night, achieving two objectives with one endeavor, Captain Lee explained as he approached the dried reeds, measuring out 3 meters with a ruler. He then drew his military knife and deftly cut a substantial bundle of reeds. Next, he laid a vine on the ground, arranging the cut reeds neatly atop it, and placed another vine over them. With nimble hands, he intertwined the 2 vines tightly, securing the reeds firmly in place. His movements flowed seamlessly, captivating onlookers. Using this method, we shall bind each mat at both ends, Captain Lee demonstrated while speaking. Approximately 45 meters should suffice. Understood, Captain. Leave it to us, Ishioan replied as she, along with Haoran and Yamamoto Sachiko, busied themselves. The trio worked with clear division of labor and remarkable synergy. Meanwhile, Captain Li and Hao Weigua led the others in continuing the construction of the second layer of the bamboo structure. Standing beside the completed first layer, Captain Li surveyed the team with unwavering determination. Everyone, let's put in extra effort today to raise this second layer. The group responded in unison, their spirits high, their voices resonating as if to pierce the oppressive clouds above. With the experience of constructing the first layer behind them, their confidence soared and their pace noticeably quickened. Under the blazing sun, the construction site in the tropical rainforest buzzed with activity. The chorus of cicadas harmonized with the sounds of bamboo clashing, creating a symphony of labor. Captain Li focused intently, crafting mortise and tenon joints on each precisely measured bamboo piece. His woodworking axe and chisel flew with precision, sending wood shavings spiraling into the air with each forceful strike, as if engaged in a dialogue with the bamboo itself. Sunlight danced upon the completed first layer of the bamboo structure. Hao Weigua and Su Shiyuan stood atop it, surrounded by the mortise and tenon bamboo materials prepared by Captain Li. Hao Weigua lifted a bamboo board while Su Shiyuan quickly supported the other end, and together they maneuvered it into position. Hao Weigua crouched, carefully aligning the tenon with the mortise, while Su Shiyuan gripped the bamboo board firmly. Once satisfied with the alignment, Hao Weigua exerted force, and with a satisfying click, the bamboo board was securely fixed in place, a sound reminiscent of a triumphant trumpet. During the wall construction, Su Shiyuan grasped a bamboo pole and forcefully pushed it into the mortise. However, due to exerting too much force, they nearly stumbled, but fortunately, Hao Weigua was there to support them. The melodious chirping of birds surrounded them as they were drenched in sweat and covered in dust. They paid no mind to wiping themselves, for a singular conviction resided in their hearts: to complete the task at hand as swiftly as possible. The outline of the second floor of the bamboo house gradually took shape. They meticulously crafted two operable windows on the walls at both the north and south ends, infusing their future home with a touch of warmth. Du Zitong and Han Wenfang scurried between the material storage area and the bamboo house. The harmonious pairing of men and women made the labor less burdensome, and Du Zitong seemed to possess boundless energy. Each time he transported materials, he moved with haste, his face aglow with the joy of labor. Sunlight cascaded upon everyone, illuminating their busy yet resolute figures. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed through the tropical rainforest, accompanied by the sounds of bamboo clashing, weaving together a labor song brimming with hope and vitality. After lunch, everyone gathered to witness the final step in constructing the bamboo house, the crowning of the roof. Han Wenfang and Tian Jingjing cheerfully hummed a lively tune as they were the first to carry bundles of reed mats to the rooftop. Their singing infused a touch of levity into the intense work. Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan, standing nearby, meticulously trimmed the bamboo with their tools, ensuring precise dimensions. Each cut imbued with anticipation for their future home. Captain Li and Hao Weigua assembled sturdy bamboo into a solid framework. The women laid the reed mats tightly along the framework. Han Wenfang, lively and animated, exclaimed while working, "Once our bamboo house is completed, it will surely be both cool and beautiful." This prompted a wave of light laughter, dispelling some of their fatigue. Subsequently, they evenly applied red clay to the seams to waterproof the structure. The red clay symbolized their fervor for the life that awaited them. With the framework and waterproofing completed, it was time to cover and secure the water-guiding layers with banana leaves. Ding Yuyan and the other women were tasked with gathering and transporting the banana leaves. They flitted through the rainforest like a diligent swarm of bees. Hao Weigua stood atop the building, directing everyone to pass the banana leaves, reminding them to maintain rhythm and handle them gently. Captain Li received the leaves and meticulously laid them flat on the roof, ensuring that the edges overlapped to form a sloped surface for drainage. Every action was executed with precision and care. Han Wenfang handed him the vines, and Captain Li skillfully bound the banana leaves to the bamboo framework with the vines. tying a knot at intervals to ensure the leaves would remain secure even in stormy weather, as though weaving a resilient dream. As dusk descended, after days of relentless effort, the bamboo house was finally crowned with success. Everyone gazed at the transformed bamboo house, exhilarated and cheering with joy. Their cheers reverberated above the bamboo house. Captain Li and Hao Weiguo exchanged a knowing smile of satisfaction. They understood that this bamboo house was not just a shelter from the elements. It was the culmination of their collective endeavors. It stood as a testament to the women's growth, embodying the hope of beginning anew on the deserted island. Just as the crowd was caught up in their jubilant celebration, a sudden, thunderous crack echoed from the distant sky. Chapter 42. The Completion Ceremony, Part 2. In an instant, a pale streak of lightning sliced across the distant horizon, akin to a sharp blade ruthlessly tearing apart the somber sky. Almost immediately, a deafening clap of thunder resonated, its immense force seeming to rouse the entire deserted island from its slumber. The wild winds grew increasingly agitated, resembling a ferocious beast thoroughly incensed. With boundless vigor, they howled and surged forward. Dark clouds, akin to a tumultuous wave of black, swiftly descended upon the island from all directions. "This is bad. Rain is imminent," Captain Li urgently called out. "Quickly, gather the suitcases and food into the bamboo lodge." He turned and sprinted towards the riverbank with all his might. "Don't forget the grass mats. Let's place the firewood beneath the lodge for now." Along the way, he reminded Hao Weiguo, you and Zeding grab a few rattan baskets and hurry back with some charcoal. The sky grew increasingly dim, as if a massive black curtain had enveloped it entirely. The fierce winds roared, heralding the impending storm. Captain Li bent forward, struggling against the tempest as he hastened toward the pond. His thoughts consumed by the rattan traps he had meticulously set that morning, fervently hoping for a fruitful yield. The murky surface of the pond churned violently under the onslaught of the winds, waves crashing relentlessly against the shore. Anxious and restless, Captain Li searched eagerly along the pond's edge. Before long, he spotted the rattan traps and rushed to inspect them. A surge of joy filled him upon witnessing two plump wild ducks desperately flapping and struggling against the rattan cords. A smile of satisfaction crept onto his lips. Swiftly, he extracted the ducks from the traps, securely binding them with rattan before carefully placing them into the basket. Subsequently, Captain Li, braving the fierce winds, navigated through the rocky terrain, meticulously selecting 3 appropriately sized stones. He painstakingly picked up each stone and placed them into the rattan basket alongside the ducks. The weighty basket caused his arms to tremble slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. With the basket brimming with his harvest, Captain Li dashed back towards the bamboo lodge amidst the sudden downpour. By this time, the others had completed their packing, exhaustedly seated on the floor of the lodge, panting heavily. "Wow, wild ducks!" Han Wenfang exclaimed with delight. Curiously, she inquired, "Captain, what do you need all those stones for?" "To build a stove. We shall prepare wild duck soup and roast wild boar," Captain Li replied, accepting the towel Su Shiyuan offered, drying the rainwater from his body as he spoke. "Where's Hei Wang?" Captain Li scanned the area, searching for the familiar figure, but finding none. The others shook their heads, as earlier, amidst the flurry of activity, no one had noticed Hei Wang's whereabouts. "Never mind. Perhaps when the weather clears, he will return on his own." "That fellow is quite clever," Captain Li reassured himself. Captain Li instructed Ding Yuyan to retrieve a larger fragment of the aircraft wreckage. This piece had been brought back during his search for a carpenter's box with Han Weiguo, and he had been reluctant to discard it. He first laid a row of coarse bamboo tubes on the floor, applying a thick layer of wet clay on top, and then evenly arranged metal sheets over it. Next, he used 3 stones he had brought back, positioning them in a triangular formation to secure the metal sheets. Adequate gaps were left between each stone to allow for airflow when starting a fire. A simple yet practical stove was quickly constructed. Captain Li then gathered some dry grass and branches to place in the stove, igniting the charcoal and setting a pot filled with half a pot of water on top. He bent down to retrieve 2 wild ducks from the basket and made his way to the bamboo building. Drawing his military knife, he expertly dispatched the ducks with swift precision. Returning to the bamboo structure, he plunged the ducks into the boiling water, causing the feathers to soften almost instantly. Captain Li's hands moved with the agility of a butterfly flitting among flowers, deftly tearing along the direction of the feather growth, effortlessly pulling off large clumps of down. In no time, the wild ducks were stripped of their outer covering, revealing their sleek bodies. Once the ducks were prepared, he chopped them into uniformly sized pieces with a cleaver and tossed them into the pot. He added clear, sweet bamboo water, along with a few tender and crisp bamboo shoots. Following that, Captain Li sprinkled several spoonfuls of salt into the pot, along with wild scallions and mountain ginger. Simple yet flavorful seasonings. He gently stirred the mixture with a bamboo stick before covering the pot with a lid. The bubbling sounds of the stew mingled with the patter of rain outside, creating a unique and enchanting symphony. The rich, tantalizing aroma of the meat gradually filled the bamboo building, stirring the appetites of all present. The women were left awestruck by Captain Li's fluid and skillful movements, as if they had been put under a spell, remaining in a daze for some time. Curiously, Captain Li glanced at the group and cheerfully asked, "What is wrong? Aren't you hungry? Hurry and prepare the meat skewers for grilling." The women, their faces flushed, seemed to awaken from a dream and quickly sprang into action. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they worked tirelessly, illuminated by the dim glow of the fire, uniting their efforts to prepare for the celebratory feast. The night was deep and dark as ink, with fierce winds whipping through the rain, howling outside the bamboo building. Large raindrops hammered against the structure, while the howling wind threatened to uproot this humble abode. Yet inside, a warm and lively scene unfolded. Captain Li and the others gathered together, the flickering light of the stove casting a gentle and comforting glow upon them. The table was laden with a fragrant stew of wild duck and sizzling roasted meat, the rich aroma wafting through the air and tantalizing everyone's senses. "Come, everyone, don't be shy. Today we celebrate the completion of our bamboo building," Captain Li exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he lifted a bamboo tube filled with wine and declared loudly, "Indeed, we have all worked hard during this time. This feast is perfectly timed." Ding Yuyan smiled brightly and promptly raised her own bamboo tube in agreement. Her cheeks, slightly flushed from the warmth and joy within the room, added a unique allure to her somewhat disheveled hair. "We must first express our gratitude to the captain. Without your meticulous considerations, we would not be residing in such a splendid bamboo house or savoring this delectable wild duck." Su Xian, her face blooming like a peach blossom, sincerely conveyed her admiration. Captain Li waved his hand modestly, stating that the greatest reward on this deserted island was witnessing everyone's continuous growth, their courage to confront challenges, and their positive approach to life. Upon hearing this, the group stood a little taller, their faces aglow with pride. The women gazed at the captain with unwavering attention, as if she were the sovereign of the island, a true superhero in their eyes. Mr. Dompa once penned, "Better to eat without meat than to live without bamboo." Now, here we are, dwelling in a beautiful bamboo house surrounded by expansive bamboo groves. Captain Li raised her glass, gesturing toward the view outside. "And we still enjoy delicious duck meat. Come, let us toast to the continued improvement of our lives." The charcoal blazed brightly, the meat on the grill sizzling and exuding enticing aromas. Captain Li, Ding Yuyan, and the others gathered closely, sipping wine while relishing the exquisite duck soup. Han Wenfang picked up a skewer of golden, crispy wild boar meat and took a hearty bite. With a smile, she urged everyone to try the grilled meat, claiming it was simply divine when paired with the duck soup. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air as the women indulged in this warm and delightful moment. "I feel like today's wine is quite an effect. I'm feeling a bit dizzy," remarked Captain Li as she chewed on a piece of bamboo shoot. "Umph, you country bumpkin. What you're drinking is Roman Econi, not just any ordinary wine," Han Wenfang shot back, rolling her eyes. "What is that?" Captain Li asked, bewildered. "Roman Econi. It was crafted in 1945 and costs several million for a bottle. Unfortunately, there is only this one left." Han Wenfang expressed a look of regret. "Our wine is almost gone." "Don't worry, Xiaofang. There are so many wild fruits on the island. We can brew fruit wine ourselves, Su Xin comforted softly from the side. Really, Sister Su? You can brew wine. Han Wenfeng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Yuan nodded with a smile. Oh my goodness. Are you saying we VE wasted a fortune tonight? Captain Li lamented, smacking her forehead in regret. Look at your attitude. It's merely a few million. Once we return to Yanjing, I'll gift you a villa. I'll take care of you. Han Wenfeng replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride in her tone. Perhaps not. Captain Li shot her a glance and teased. With your intelligence, we can't afford a dream. What's wrong with my intelligence? Hey, Captain. You're puffing up just because I called you fat. What is the matter? Do you look down on me? Under the enchanting allure of wine. Han Wenfeng's fair face flushed with a rosy hue. With an air of self-importance, she placed her hands on her hips and playfully declared, all right, you claim your intelligence is beyond reproach, so allow me to present you with a riddle suitable for a second grader. Captain Li, with a sly grin and a glint of mischief in his eyes, responded, I fear no challenge, be it second grade or even fifth. Unbeknownst to Han Wenfeng, she had fallen into a trap, adorably exuding confidence as she spoke. The other women watched with amused smiles, eagerly anticipating the ensuing spectacle. Speaking of which, just yesterday, a female wild boar, traveling at a speed of 80 miles per hour, crashed into a pillar. Captain Li regarded Han Wenfeng with utmost seriousness and asked, but why did it not turn? She confidently replied, because it was going too fast. The beautiful CEO, her cheeks blooming like peaches, couldn't help but chuckle, her smile captivating. Han Wenfeng looked bewilderedly at Ding Yuyan, utterly perplexed by the laughter surrounding her. Oh, silly girl, Tian Jingjing sighed, exasperated yet amused. The captain meant to say that the boar could not solve riddles. Realizing the implications, Han Wenfeng paused, then quickly grasped the joke. Her face heating with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation as she playfully scratched at Li Haoran. Laughter erupted among the group, echoing through the bamboo lodge, dispelling the gloom brought by the tempest outside. Beyond the bamboo walls, the storm raged on, but within, warmth and hope flourished in every heart, as joyous laughter resonated in the confined space. In that moment, the bamboo lodge transformed into the softest refuge for all, becoming their most steadfast support on the deserted island. Chapter 43. Unexpected gains. The fierce winds roared like a wild beast in the pitch-black night sky. Torrential raindrops were whipped into a frenzy by the gale, raining down like a barrage of dense bullets. At this moment, inside the small wooden cabin left by Captain Li on the beach, Mu Fuguwei and his companions were drenched to the bone, trembling with fear as they stared wide-eyed at the tumultuous waves before them. The sea seemed awakened by a demon, with towering waves, several meters high, crashing violently against the rocks, creating a deafening roar and splashing up white water high into the air, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. I'm starving, Fan Tong murmured weakly, his eyes sunken and filled with despair and helplessness, his body shivering slightly from hunger and fear. Zhu Yichun paced anxiously within the cramped cabin, furrowing his brow. Brother, the fishing nets have been swept away by the waves, and the pot is missing. Are we going to starve here? His voice trembled, his face etched with panic. And those wretched pirates, they come to harass us every few days. The beautiful woman also wore a face of terror. Mu Fuguwei slumped in a corner, glancing at Zhu Yichun and Fan Tong. Then, at the rickety wooden cabin, you really are a bunch of useless gluttons. His lips were cracked, his complexion pale. He muttered to himself, no, come dawn, I must go find Captain Li. At dawn, the storm that had raged all night finally ceased its fury. The horizon gradually brightened with a fish-belly white, soon to be painted with orange and red hues. The sun slowly rose from behind the clouds, its golden rays piercing through the leaves, casting a gilded glow over the emerald bamboo grove. Birds chirped joyfully in the branches, heralding the dawn of a new day in the tropical rainforest. Captain Li emerged from the bamboo house, greeting the rising sun as he practiced military boxing in front of the camp. His form was vigorous, his punches powerful and swift, each movement fluid and agile. Every strike seemed to summon the wind, showcasing the demeanor of a true soldier of Hua country. Good morning, Captain, Hao Weiguo approached, offering a greeting. At that moment, Ding Yuyan also arrived. "Captain, what are our plans for today?" As she spoke, she handed him a towel. Captain Lee thoughtfully analyzed the situation. The bamboo house has been constructed, so our accommodation issue is resolved. Our primary task now is to stockpile food and craft some ranged weapons like bows and arrows. We also need to build a fence around the bamboo house, ensuring greater safety for everyone. In the yard, we can plant some potatoes and wild vegetables, and perhaps raise some wild boars and rabbits. Under the rising sun, Ding Yuyan's face blossomed like a peach flower, filled with hope. The three of them briefly discussed their plans, and Captain Lee, along with Hao Weigua, headed to the shore to gather food. After the torrential rain, the beach would likely yield some fish, shrimp, and crabs. Additionally, near the plane wreckage, some luggage might wash ashore. Ding Yuyan, Du Zidong, and the others remained behind to dig trenches and fell more bamboo in preparation for the fence. After everyone had breakfast, they gathered in front of the bamboo house. Captain Lee took a measuring tape from the carpenter's box and approached the west side of the bamboo house. "Weigua, lend me a hand," he said to Hao Weigua. Hao Weigua grasped one end of the measuring tape, standing at a corner of the bamboo house. Captain Lee pulled the tape taut, measuring a straight distance of 20 meters towards the south. He laid down the tape and picked up a bamboo shovel filled with ash. Along the edge of the tape, he evenly scattered the wood ash, leaving behind a clear and straight line of gray. Subsequently, the two men proceeded to the east side of the bamboo house, similarly creating a southward ash line. Finally, they arrived at the southern end of the gray line, where they scattered another 15-meter line of ash in the east-west direction, aligning perfectly with the length of the bamboo house. Before long, a rectangle measuring 20 meters in length and 15 meters in width was neatly presented before everyone. "Mr. Ding, you can dig the soil trenches along these 3 straight lines, 20 centimeters wide and half a meter deep," Captain Lee said before washing his hands. He turned to Su Shiyuan and instructed, "Shiyuan, later you and Jie should set up a bamboo shed to serve as a kitchen on the east side of the bamboo house. If you need bamboo, let Zitong assist you." "No problem, Captain, you can rest assured," Su Shiyuan replied confidently, her chest puffed out. Captain Lee glanced at her, nodding in approval. "We should set off as well, Weigua," he said, turning back to the bamboo house. He strapped on his AK-47, picked up his compound bow, and found a pair of binoculars to hang around his neck. Hao Weigua slung his gun over his shoulder, lifted a bamboo spear in his right hand, and carried 2 wicker baskets in his left as they exited the bamboo house together. "Captain, where are you going?" Han Wenfeng hastily approached them with a curious expression. "We're heading to the beach to see if there's any catch," Captain Lee replied as he walked. "Can I come along?" Han Wenfeng said in a playful tone. "No, it's not safe there. Pirates often roam that area," Captain Lee said without looking back. Stubborn captain. If you don't want me to go, I don't care." Han Wenfeng pouted, picking up a bamboo shovel and approaching Ding Yuyan. Ding Yuyan smiled and playfully poked her, then turned to join the others in digging the soil trenches. The storm had just passed, and the morning beach still lingered with a salty, moist aroma. Captain Lee and Hao Weigua hurried to the shore. There, in the shallow puddles on the sandy beach, an array of seafood washed ashore by the waves awaited them. Crabs scuttled about with their claws raised. Clams squirted water from the sand, and small fish floundered in the shallow pools. Captain Lee's keen eyes spotted a rocky pool in the distance, where several grouper fish were thrashing about vigorously, each weighing at least 3 pounds. Their silver scales shimmered under the sunlight, glinting like scattered jewels. Elated, he removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs, deftly capturing the grouper and carefully placing them into the wicker basket. At that moment, he heard Hao Weigua's excited shout from ahead. "Captain, come quickly." Captain Lee swiftly ran over to find Hao Weigua struggling to lift 2 suitcases from the beach. Skillfully, he opened the black suitcase to discover several articles of men's clothing and toiletries. To his surprise, there were also 2 bottles of Maotai liquor. Captain Lee casually picked up 1 bottle of Maotai, and as the sunlight hit it, the familiar label caught his eye. He examined it closely, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "This is quite a windfall. Captain, this is truly a remarkable find. It has been quite some time since we savored the exquisite flavor of Maotai." Beside him, Hao Weiguo was beaming with joy, his excitement palpable. With great effort, Hao Weiguo pried open another somewhat deformed suitcase. In an instant, his eyes widened in shock and delight. "Captain, come take a look." As Captain Li leaned in for a closer inspection, he found a suitcase brimming with outdoor climbing equipment. At the very top lay a pair of black climbing gloves, their material evidently durable. Next to it was a professional climbing rope, several dozen meters long, its surface smooth yet exhibiting exceptional friction. Captain Li weighed it in his hands, nodding in satisfaction. The quality of this rope is commendable. It could prove life-saving in critical moments. Resting quietly nearby was a versatile ice axe, its head keenly sharp. The handle featured a comfortable grip design and was equipped with various interchangeable components. Moreover, an assortment of rock anchors, quick draws, and other small tools were all present. Hao Weiguo excitedly rummaged through the tools in the suitcase. "Captain, with this equipment, our exploration of the island will be significantly more convenient. Whether scaling steep peaks or navigating treacherous cliffs, it shall be a mere trifle. It seems the storm last night washed them ashore just in time for our mountain adventure." As Captain Li spoke, he lifted the binoculars before him, scrutinizing the area where the aircraft had crashed. At this moment, the sea was calm, the surface clear as day. The site of the crash no longer bore any trace of the aircraft wreckage, only a few seagulls circling overhead. Captain Li adjusted his direction, examining the eastern horizon one by one. Suddenly, a shadow of a sailboat appeared in his line of sight. His expression changed abruptly as he swiftly adjusted the focus for a closer look. There, fluttering from the mast, was a flag emblazoned with a menacing skull. Indeed, pirates. He quickly lowered the binoculars, his eyes now filled with wariness. Without delay, he grasped the suitcase laden with supplies in both hands. In a hushed tone, he called out to Hao Weiguo, "Weiguo, it's pirates. Back to the camp." Understanding the urgency, Hao Weiguo deftly lifted the wicker basket filled with seafood. The two crouched low, utilizing the scattered rocks and undulating dunes on the beach for cover as they swiftly retreated towards the camp. Chapter 44. Blood-soaked jungle. A sense of dread washed over Captain Li as he beheld the ominous pirate flag flapping violently at the bow of the ship. "Hurry, Weiguo. We must retreat to the river," he urgently called out to Hao Weiguo. Just as they grasped their boxes and wicker baskets, the air erupted with the staccato sound of gunfire. Moments later, desperate cries pierced the air. "Captain Li, help!" Captain Li and Weiguo swiftly turned to the eastern beach, where they spotted Mu Fuge, Zhu Yichun, Fan Tong, and the young woman, Si Ming, frantically rushing towards them, their faces etched with panic. Mu Fugue's face was flushed, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, each step seemingly sapping his strength. Behind him, the slender figure of Zhu Yichun stumbled forward, terror etched upon his features. As they ran, Fan Tong's voice rang out, hoarse with desperation. "Captain Li, wait for us." The sound was laden with despair and fear. Hot on their heels, the pirate ship sliced through the waves, its crew bellowing profanities as they fired indiscriminately at Mu Fugue and the others. Bullets whizzed past, stirring up clouds of sand on the beach. "Quick, over here!" Weiguo shouted, waving his arms vigorously. At last, Mu Fugue and the others reached Captain Li, halting to catch their breath. Captain Li handed over his boxes and wicker baskets to them. "Mu Ye, you and the others must run along the river ahead and wait for us at the pass," he instructed. Without delay, he removed his AK-47 from his back and, with Weiguo, dashed towards the northern jungle. "Captain Li, where are you going?" Mu Fugue called out anxiously, his voice barely a whisper. "We're going to divert the pirates. You must leave quickly. We will regroup at the pass." Before he could finish, the two men swiftly slipped into the thicket. Taking cover behind a tree, they carefully bound their pant legs with vines. "Weiguo, we must lure the pirates to the east side of the jungle. We cannot allow them to discover our camp," Captain Li whispered urgently. "Understood, Captain," Weiguo replied with resolute determination. At that moment, the pirate ship came to a halt, and a speedboat was lowered from its side. 6 pirates, armed and dangerous, propelled towards the shore like arrows released from a bow. "Let us draw the pirates into the jungle first, then we will deal with them," Captain Li declared, shaking the branches vigorously as he shouted. "We're over here." The two swiftly retreated deeper into the jungle. In the humid, oppressive undergrowth, the 6 pirates spread out in a fan formation, their expressions fierce as they barreled through the foliage. They violently smashed through the obstructing branches with their rifle butts, cursing loudly. The noxious odors of sweat and cheap tobacco hung heavily in the air. Captain Li and Wei Guo, agile and stealthy, navigated the trees with utmost silence, skillfully utilizing the natural obstacles to evade the pirates' search. Upon reaching a clearing, Captain Li halted, listening intently for any sounds behind them, then raised his hand to signal Wei Guo to remain vigilant. He excavated a deep pit in the ground, employing his military knife to cleave bamboo poles, which he then densely inserted into the trap, each sharpened to a deadly point. Subsequently, he covered it with branches and leaves, meticulously erasing any trace of his presence. Once the trap was set, Captain Li signaled to his companion. The two swiftly pivoted, flanking the pirates from either side. Unbeknownst to them, time edged towards noon. The lush tropical jungle enveloped them like a colossal steamer, the oppressive humidity rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. The pirates trudged forward with labored steps, unconsciously widening the gap within their ranks. Captain Li and Hao Weiguo stealthily maneuvered behind the pirates. Captain Li pointed at the 2 straggling pirates and gestured to Hao Weiguo. He swiftly unslung his compound bow, knocking a sharp arrow, his gaze fixed intently on the black pirate, and without hesitation, released the bowstring. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air like a meteor, accurately piercing the black pirate's throat. The pirate's eyes widened in shock, hands instinctively clutching his neck. As he slowly collapsed to the ground, blood gushing between his fingers, the other white pirate, sensing movement behind him, turned just in time for Hao Weiguo to close in like a wraith, covering the pirate's mouth with his left hand. His right hand, wielding a military knife, swiftly cut across the pirate's throat, the motion seamless and fluid. With the 2 pirates dispatched, Captain Li and Hao Weiguo advanced to secure the area. Hao Weiguo liberated a handgun from the white pirate, inspecting the magazine before fastening it to his belt. He opened the pirate's backpack, discovering several grenades, a sharp dagger, and a selection of first aid supplies. He stripped the pirate of his combat uniform and military boots, neatly packing them into his own gear and slinging it over his shoulder. Captain Li approached the fallen black pirate, forcefully extracting the arrow, cleaning it before returning it to his quiver. He also confiscated a handgun and several magazines from the pirate, gathering food and drink from the backpack before stowing everything away. The 2 men, burdened with the seized AK-47 and equipment, stealthily pursued the trail left by the pirates. Akin to silent cheetahs, the leading pirates, already exhausted and panting heavily, exhibited vacant stares and unsteady steps, as if they might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the foremost pirate misstepped, plunging into the trap meticulously laid by Captain Li. The sharp bamboo stakes pierced through his military boot. A harrowing scream escaped his lips as he clutched his foot, writhing in agony on the ground. The other pirates momentarily froze, then frantically raised their weapons, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Before they could react further, a deep growl echoed from a short distance behind them. A pack of ferocious wild dogs, barking wildly, quickly surrounded them in a fan-shaped formation. At the forefront, a black wild dog bared its sharp fangs, its eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity that sent chills down their spines. By the heavens, wolves! The pirates' faces turned pale, terror gripping them. They abandoned their injured comrade and turned to flee desperately back the way they had come. In the midst of chaos, individuals stumbled and fell, rolling and crawling until they vanished into the vast wilderness. A wounded pirate cried out desperately for help, leaning against a large tree, one knee on the ground. Blood flowed incessantly from the wound at his foot, saturating the earth beneath him in a glaring crimson. Faced with a pack of over 20 frenzied wild dogs not far away, the pirate was already paralyzed with fear. His eyes widened in terror, bloodshot and frantic, as he instinctively squeezed the trigger of his weapon. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the air like lightning, striking him squarely in the chest. His body convulsed violently before he slumped to the side, succumbing to his agonizing struggle. Captain Li and Hao Weigua appeared as if sent from the heavens. Swiftly approaching the pirate, the pack of wild dogs stirred restlessly nearby, growling lowly, their fangs bared, glaring at the two men with menacing intent. At that moment, the robust black dog leader let out a series of soft barks to the pack. Gradually, the previously agitated wild dogs began to settle down. Black Wong, Captain Li called out joyously to the black dog. The leader wagged its tail lightly and trotted over to Captain Li, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. With a gentle grunt, its demeanor transformed from ferocity to one of docility. "Come home with me, Black Wong," Captain Li said, squatting down to tenderly pet the dog as head. The dog looked up at him, letting out a few soft barks in response. Then, with a wag of its tail, it turned and returned to the pack. It glanced back at Captain Li one last time before leading the wild dogs away, swiftly disappearing into the boundless jungle. Chapter 45. The Three Principals Captain. It turns out that Hei Wong is the leader of the wild dog pack, exclaimed Hao Weigua, his face brimming with astonishment and excitement. Indeed, it sought our assistance after sustaining an injury, Captain Li replied, a hint of reluctance evident in his gaze as he watched Hei Wong disappear into the distance. "Let's return to the camp," he suggested. The two men made their way back to the shore, where Captain Li raised his binoculars, meticulously scanning the nearby waters. Only when he confirmed that the pirates had retreated did he breathe a sigh of relief. They returned to the pass to reunite with Mu Fugue and the others. By now, the afternoon sun cast a languid glow upon the scene. Leading Mu Fugue and the others, Captain Li and Hao Weigua arrived at the bamboo tower camp. As the group stepped into the enchanting glade filled with swaying bamboo and the sweet melody of birdsong, they gazed upon the rustic charm of the bamboo structure. Suddenly, Mu Fugue and his companions halted, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. With wide eyes and slightly parted lips, Mu Fugue murmured, "Captain Li, is this your newly constructed camp? It's simply incredible, utterly astonishing." His gaze flitted between the bamboo towers, as if he wished to etch every detail into his memory. Zhu Yichun, flushed with excitement, walked briskly forward, constantly surveying the surroundings. "This is marvelous. I never imagined such a beautiful place could exist in these mountains, hidden away with such exquisite bamboo towers." Fan Tong stood agape, nearly dropping his belongings in sheer shock. After a prolonged pause, he stammered, This is truly unimaginable." Ximing Ya's eyes widened, her cherry lips forming a Na shape. "Oh my, it's so beautiful, like a dreamland from a fairy tale." Her sparkling eyes reflected surprise and disbelief as she gazed at Captain Li with admiration. "Captain, this hardly seems like hardship. It is clearly a blissful retreat. How enviable. Envy is not for you." A sharp voice suddenly pierced through the air, snapping Ximing Ya and the others back to reality. Han Wenfeng hurried to Captain Li's side, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Oomph. Do you know how much effort the captain and we have invested in this camp?" Ding Yuyan and the other women cast scrutinizing glances at them. Observing the cold demeanor of the group, Mu Fugue abruptly knelt, clasping his hands in supplication. "Captain Li, I implore you, let us stay. The outside world is far too perilous. Returning would be tantamount to walking into death." Tears welled in Ximing Ya's eyes, her voice trembling with urgency. "Captain, those pirates are terrifying. Please allow us to remain. We shall certainly do all we can to repay your kindness." Zhu Yichun and Fan Tong nodded earnestly, their faces reflecting sincere pleading. "Captain Li, we assure you that we will not cause any trouble. Please allow us to stay." Captain Li paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping slowly over the crowd. "Mu, let me first discuss this with everyone. After all, this camp does not belong solely to me. Do you agree? As long as we can stay, we are willing to do anything. Captain, from now on, just call me Old Mu," said Mu Fugue, filled with trepidation. Captain Li smiled and nodded, then turned to return to the bamboo building with the others. "I certainly do not agree with their stay. Why should we support such a group of idlers?" As soon as they entered the bamboo building, Han Wenfeng was the first to voice her discontent loudly. "What do you all think?" Captain Li scanned the room, seeking opinions. "I will follow the captain's lead." Hao Weigua responded without hesitation. "I will also defer to the captain," the others chimed in simultaneously. "Very well, Since everyone trusts me, allow me to share my thoughts. Captain Li accepted the water handed to him by Ding Yuyan and took a gentle sip. Currently, the island is frequently besieged by pirates, and there are many wild beasts as well, he continued. Constructing walls and cultivating land requires substantial manpower. The more hands we have, the stronger our efforts will be. Oomph. I suspect you are merely enamored with that vixen, Han Wenfeng retorted with jealousy. Let the captain finish speaking, Tian Jingjing softly interjected. Oh, Captain, speaking of pirates. We seem to have heard gunfire earlier. Are you all safe? Ding Yuyan inquired with concern etched on her face. We are fine, Director Ding. They have already been driven away, and we even seized several rifles. Hao Weiguo quickly reassured her. This is precisely what I worry about. Captain Hao and I must swiftly scout the mountainous area. Should the pirates retaliate, we need to ensure an escape route, Captain Li pondered. Thus, keeping them here would provide us with additional support. I believe that having endured such trials, Mu Fugue and the others will also undergo a transformation. Ding Yuyan and Hao Weiguo nodded thoughtfully, and the rest expressed their agreement with the captain's perspective. Allowing them to stay is acceptable, but they cannot reside with us. Han Wenfeng remained unconvinced. Ding Yuyan smiled and cast a glance at her. Since everyone has no objections, I will inform them. As Captain Li spoke, he turned and instructed Ding Yuyan, Director Ding, please prepare more lunch. Let them help build the walls this afternoon. Also, please begin curing the seafood we brought back. Captain Li, what do you think? Can we stay? Mu Fugue asked anxiously upon seeing Captain Li emerge. It is possible for you to stay, but we must establish some ground rules, Captain Li said calmly, gazing at them. Very well, as long as we can remain, we will agree to any conditions. Mu Fugue replied with surprise, eagerly responding. The others nodded quickly, indicating their willingness to comply with Captain Li's arrangements. First, you must participate in labor alongside everyone. Our camp does not harbor idlers. We assure you that you will have food to eat. It is only natural to earn one's living through labor, a principle that is self-evident. Mu Fugue readily agreed. Secondly, you must seek alternative accommodations. You cannot reside with us without prior permission. You are not permitted to enter our yard indiscriminately. Captain Li observed the slightly dejected expression on Sima Ya's face and continued, of course. We will assist you in constructing a bamboo hut. Thank you so much, Captain Li. Mu Fugue sighed in relief, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. Lastly, in any matters, we must act in unison and heed commands. Captain Li's tone shifted, his demeanor growing serious. Otherwise, we will have to expel you from the camp. Absolutely. Captain Li, from now on, we are family, and we will unquestionably follow your lead. Mu Fugue hurriedly affirmed. Very well, Brother Mu, let us dine first. And in the afternoon, we shall repair the fence and build you a bamboo hut. Observing the attitude of Mu Fugue and his companions, Captain Li felt a sense of comfort and nodded in satisfaction. Captain, you will be our leader from now on. We are all family, so just call me Old Mu. Mu Fugue enthusiastically responded. Captain Li smiled slightly and led everyone into the bamboo dwelling. Chapter 46. Constructing the wall as they stepped into the bamboo house. A rich and savory aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Mu Fugue, upon catching a whiff of this delightful scent, felt a stirring in his throat, his eyes instantly brightening with longing. He could hardly resist the urge to devour the barbecued delicacies. Sima Ya inhaled deeply, her nostrils gently quivering with anticipation, her gaze filled with desire as she unconsciously licked her lips. Zhu Yichun and Fan Tong murmured to each other. It has been ages since we last savored the scent of grilled meat. It is simply irresistible. Mu Fugue, disregarding his image as the elder brother, eagerly seized a piece of grilled meat. His cheeks bulged as he hastily swallowed without thoroughly chewing, causing him to roll his eyes in distress. Siminja, though striving to maintain her grace, did not lag in her consumption, her bites quick and fervent as she murmured to herself, at last, a proper meal. Zhu Yichun and Fan Tong devoured their portions ravenously, employing both hands without a thought to wipe their grease-stained faces. Han Wenfeng couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Look at you all. How long has it been since you last ate? Su Shiyuan joined in the jest. It seems you must be starved. The allure of this grilled meat is truly remarkable. To be honest, my dear, Simenya confessed, her eyes glistening with moisture since arriving on this desolate island. I have not enjoyed a single fulfilling meal, nor had a good night's sleep. She cast a wistful glance at Mufugue. Ding Yuyan, observing this woman accustomed to a life of luxury, felt a pang of sympathy, were it not for the sacrifices made by the captain and the team. Her fate might have mirrored that of the noblewoman before her. She stepped forward, offering a comforting smile. From now on, with Captain Lee leading us, if we unite our efforts, our lives will undoubtedly improve. Simenya and the others nodded vigorously, filled with renewed confidence and anticipation for the future. After finishing their lunch, Mufugue and his companions eagerly joined in the toil of digging and weeding. Han Wenfeng and the other women couldn't help but admire the captain's keen insight. Captain Lee retained Hao Weigua and Ding Yuyan for a discussion regarding their supplies. Weigua, what is the current status of our weapons? Hao Weigua promptly replied, we have seized 5 AK-47 rifles along with 360 rounds of ammunition. There are also 5 handguns with over 200 rounds. Captain Lee decisively arranged. You and I shall each take an AK-47 and 90 rounds of ammunition, in addition to a handgun and 3 magazines each. Hao Weigua inquired, what about the remaining weapons? The surplus rifles and ammunition will be stored under Ding's supervision, with the bullets kept separately, Captain Lee instructed, turning to Ding Yuyan. There are also 3 handguns. Distribute them to you, Su Shiyuan, and Han Wenfeng. Please take some time to teach them how to use the firearms. The others will be provisionally equipped with bamboo spears. Ding Yuyan nodded in agreement. Understood. I will ensure proper arrangements are made. Food supplies are dwindling. We are left with only some smoked wild boar and a few smoked fish, Captain Lee added with a serious expression. We will refrain from using the rice and other storable food for the time being, reserving them for emergencies. Hao Weigua interjected, then we can go hunting and prepare some smoked meat for storage. Ding Yuyan added, we women can go fishing to dry some fish, and perhaps plant some potatoes and wild vegetables. Hao Weigua's eyes sparkled with inspiration. We can also catch some wild rabbits and pigs to raise. Regarding accommodation, aside from constructing fences, there are also partitions for the bamboo rooms. We should procure some essential furniture and build a simple toilet as well. Li Haoran felt a wave of overwhelm. There was so much to be done. Captain, do not rush. Let us break down the tasks and utilize our strengths wisely. After all, as the president of a corporate group, Ding Yuyan's organizational skills should not be underestimated. We must leverage the advantage of having many hands. Not everything needs to be shouldered by you alone. All right, let us focus on the priorities. Li, the captain, perked up. Today, we will concentrate on building the walls. Tomorrow, Weigua and I will tackle the food issue. Observing Li's assertive demeanor, Ding Yuyan finally felt at ease. Su Shiyuan will oversee the improvements to the bamboo house. The remaining tasks will be arranged by you, Ding. At that moment, outside the building, the earthen trench for the wall had been nearly completed. Captain Lee gathered everyone to assign their respective tasks. Hao Weigua was responsible for cutting bamboo, each segment measuring 3.5 meters long, ensuring to retain the branches and leaves, with one end cut to a 45-degree angle. Why the angled end? Han Wenfeng inquired, puzzled. It helps prevent humans or animals from climbing, serving a protective purpose. Hao Weigua explained. I will lead the team to build the fence, while Mr. Ding will gather vines and stones. Captain Lee then glanced at Mufugue. Su Xian was to construct a 20-square-meter bamboo house on the west side of the bamboo building, near the camphor tree. That should suffice. Thank you, Captain Lee. And thank you all. Mufugue hurriedly expressed his gratitude with a nod and a bow. No problem, everyone begin your tasks. Arm yourselves and stay safe. With Captain Lee's command, the group united in diligent effort. The scorching sun poured down, enveloping the entire forest as if it had been placed in a massive steamer. Hao Weigua and the men toiled in the bamboo grove, drenched in sweat and covered in dust. Hao Weigua and Du Ziding operated the electric saw to cut the bamboo into segments, while Mufugue and Fan Tong transported the bamboo back to the camp. Despite their exhaustion, the thought of a brighter tomorrow for the camp kept their spirits high. Meanwhile, Captain Lee led the team in constructing the fence along the earthen trench. To ensure the wall's stability, he instructed that bamboo strips be embedded in the middle of the wall for reinforcement. Captain Lee offered guidance. Ensure the spacing of the bamboo strips is even. This will balance the load. United in purpose, they accurately nailed the bamboo strips into place, securing them tightly with vines. At intervals, 2 bamboo poles were crossed to form a chevauda frise shape, fixed on either side of the wall. Tian Jingjing watched with curiosity and could not help but ask, "Captain, what is the purpose of this chevauda frise?" Captain Lee patiently explained, "The chevauda frise serves both a stabilizing and defensive function. If anything attempts to charge through, it will be obstructed. Furthermore, the bamboo branches and leaves should not be removed. Every 5 meters along the wall, a bamboo should be transplanted." Captain Lee continuously directed loudly, emphasizing that this could reinforce the wall while also concealing the camp. In the final stage, they began to bury the bamboo roots with stones and soil. Yuyan, accompanied by Jia Halian and several other women, utilized bamboo shovels to fill the ditches with soil and stones, carefully compacting them. Through the collective efforts of all, a sturdy fence wall finally took shape against the backdrop of the evening glow. With the resilience and fragrance of bamboo, it steadfastly protected the camp, this warm abode. Let us go. Let us first check on the progress of the bamboo house. We will later construct a grand entrance with bamboo. Captain Lee led everyone to the construction site on the west side. Su Shiyuan, Han Wenfang, and others had already completed the main structure of the bamboo house, with only the roof remaining unfinished. Captain Lee instructed everyone to work together to create reed mats and gather the necessary materials, such as clay and banana leaves. Having gained experience in building bamboo structures, the task was remarkably smooth. Soon, a sturdy and beautiful bamboo house stood before them. "How lovely! We finally have our own home." "Thank you, Captain. Thank you all." Mu Fuguwei and Si Mengya expressed their excitement, their emotions beyond words. Chapter 47. Net fishing. The evening glow unfurled across the sky like a magnificent oil painting. Captain Lee glanced upward, noting that time was of the essence. He resolved to weave fishing nets from the remaining vines, envisioning a sumptuous feast of fish for the evening. Turning to Su Shiyuan, he instructed, "Shiyuan, assemble a team to construct the gate. With your current craftsmanship, I am confident you will execute this task splendidly." Upon hearing this, Su Shiyuan nodded with assurance. Her recent progress in woodworking had been remarkable, and she was now fully capable of handling such responsibilities. After arranging for Su Shiyuan, Captain Lee directed his attention to Hao Weigua. Weigua gathered the other men to fell some bamboo and dig a few traps, in hopes of capturing wild boars or rabbits. Remember to prioritize safety and bring adequate weapons. Hao Weigua solemnly nodded, replying, "Captain, you can rest assured. I understand completely." With that, he and the others set off with enthusiasm. Captain Lee grasped 2 split vines, declaring, "Let's first fashion some ropes from these vines. Pay close attention. Interlace the vines like this, then twist them firmly, and you will create a robust and durable rope." Ding Yuyan, Han Wenfang, and the other women quickly formed a circle, their eyes fixed intently on each of Captain Lee's movements. Impatient by nature, Han Wenfang could scarcely wait for Captain Lee to finish his explanation before she eagerly picked up a vine to attempt her hand at the task. However, idealism clashed with reality, as the rope she produced was uneven, resembling a crooked little snake. A frown creased her brow, frustration evident on her face. "Oh dear, why is this so difficult?" she lamented. Observing Captain Lee's every step with meticulous attention, Ding Yuyan calmly began her own attempt after mentally organizing the process. The rope she crafted was straight and uniform, drawing admiration from the others. She smiled at Han Wenfang, saying, "There's no need to rush. Adjust your strength like this, and take your time." The women successfully completed the rope making, and without pause, they commenced weaving the fishing net. Captain Lee picked up a length of rope, deftly tying a secure knot at one end. He then skillfully anchored the knot to a bamboo branch at the edge of the wall, establishing a temporary weaving point. With preparations complete, he took the bamboo shuttle he had fashioned and expertly threaded it through the rope, beginning to weave the first mesh. His arms moved rhythmically, the shuttle darting through the ropes like a nimble swallow. With each pass, he meticulously controlled the direction and tension of the rope, ensuring that each mesh was consistent in size and evenly spaced. While weaving, It is crucial to maintain tension if the mesh sizes vary. The fish could easily escape through the larger openings. Captain Lee explained patiently as he worked. Captain, the mesh you are weaving is so large. Won't the small fish escape? Han Wenfeng inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Captain Lee paused his work to elucidate. We are aiming to catch fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds or more. If we deplete the smaller fish, we will have none left to catch in the future. Through the collective effort of everyone, 2 towering net panels, each approximately 3 meters in length, gradually took shape. Captain Lee meticulously bound the 2 panels together with resilient vine rope, securing tall bamboo poles at either end. With everything in place, the group cautiously approached the pond, holding the fishing net with great care. At this moment, the gentle hues of the evening glow bathed the shimmering surface of the pond, where layers of golden ripples danced. Occasionally, fish leaped joyfully from the water, their scales glistening like silver in the sunset, eliciting soft gasps of delight from the onlookers. Captain Lee stood at the pond's edge, methodically directing everyone to take their positions. Be gentle in your movements, tread lightly, and do not frighten the fish away. The group nodded in agreement, tiptoeing softly into the water. Ding Yuyan and Han Wenfeng stood on one side of the net, gripping the bamboo poles tightly, their faces a canvas of tension and anticipation. Meanwhile, Captain Lee stood on the opposite side, his gaze fixed intently on the water's surface, vigilant for any sign of movement. As the net silently edged closer to the school of fish, all held their breath, daring not to exhale. Their eyes riveted on the water, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, Captain Lee shouted, "Pull the net." The 3 swiftly lifted the bamboo poles, and the net broke the water surface. In an instant, countless crystalline droplets splashed into the air, cascading like pearls. The net teemed with lively, freshwater fish, which struggled vigorously, their tails thrashing against the net and sending sprays of water flying. Wow, so many fish! Han Wenfeng, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped into the air, entirely forgetting that she was still in the water. The splashing water felt like an unexpected downpour, soaking her entirely, her clothes clinging to her body. Ding Yuyan was not spared either, as water droplets from a fish's tail splashed across her face, her hair damply adhering to her cheeks. Yet her eyes sparkled with the joy of their catch. On the shore, Tianjing's eyes widened in astonishment, her feet bouncing with excitement as she waved her arms frantically, as if wishing to share this joy with every corner of the camp. Ximingya gently covered her mouth with her hand, exclaiming, "Incredible! We've caught so many in this net. Tonight, we shall feast." "What's wrong, Sister C? Didn't you have enough to eat at noon?" Han Wenfeng tia sit, playfully winking. With a chuckle, Ding Yuyan couldn't help but laugh at Ximingya's somewhat bashful demeanor. The net was filled with a dazzling array of fish. The crucian carp swayed their silvery fins, as if dancing gracefully in the water. The scales of the carp shimmered with golden hues in the sunlight, resembling a splendid garment of gold thread. The grass carp thrashed vigorously, attempting to break free from the net's grasp, each struggle sending sprays of water into the air. Most striking of all was a massive catfish, weighing over 10 pounds, thrashing desperately in the net. Its strength seemed capable of tearing the net apart, sending waves of water splashing, which prompted exclamations of awe from the girls. "Prepare for the second net." With Captain Lee's command, the women immediately sprang into action, their excitement undiminished. Tianjing and Ximingya eagerly approached the fishing net, replacing Ding Yuyan and Han Wenfeng to personally savor the joy of the harvest. Although the second catch yielded slightly fewer fish, it was still abundant. The air erupted with their exuberant laughter and cheer, observing the lively pile of fish on the shore. Han Wenfeng joyfully stomped her feet and exclaimed, "Tonight, I must have braised carp." Tianjing playfully tapped her shoulder and countered, "Steamed base is the most exquisite." As she spoke, she closed her eyes, inhaling deeply as if she could already sense the alluring aroma of the steamed base. Ximingya, with a shy smile, expressed her longing, "I would prefer fish soup." The faces of all were aglow with satisfaction and happiness, their laughter resonating in the air. "These fish will be dried, providing us with sustenance for quite some time, Captain Lee remarked, bending to lift a large catfish, a contented smile gracing his face. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Let us prepare fish soup with this tonight, and then feast on a grand banquet of fish, allowing everyone to indulge to their heart's content." As they carried the net brimming with their catch, filled with joy and hope, they merrily returned to camp. Along the way, the setting sun cast its golden glow upon them, painting a warm and beautiful tableau. Chapter 48. The grand fish feast. Upon returning to the camp, twilight had descended. The night sky enveloped the island like a vast expanse of black silk, tenderly cradling it within its embrace. The gaze of the crowd was immediately drawn to the newly constructed gate, which illuminated the surroundings with a sudden brilliance. The bamboo gate, crafted using traditional mortise and tenon techniques, appeared simple yet exuded the ingenuity of skilled artisans. Sturdy and robust, it retained an elegance akin to a seamlessly fashioned work of art. The bamboo's exterior preserved a fresh, natural emerald hue, while the top was sharpened into a row of pointed stakes, standing like loyal sentinels, silently safeguarding the camp's security. Su Shiyuan's carpentry skills had become increasingly refined, now deserving of the title of a true artist. Captain Lee generously praised, "This is all due to your guidance, Captain. We have all worked diligently together." "I dare not claim undue credit," Su Shiyuan replied playfully, a smile gracing her lips. Just then, Captain Hao and his companions returned, triumphantly bearing bamboo shoots and carrying bamboo rats, laden with their catch. "All right, let us prepare a grand feast to reward everyone." With Captain Lee's command, the group sprang into action. Each person dutifully assumed their role, bustling about in an orderly fashion. Ding Yuyan and Han Wanfang were tasked with preparing the dinner, while Tian Jingjing and Yi Xiuan assisted in handling the ingredients. Captain Lee and Su Shiyuan utilized the remaining bamboo to construct a simple dining table and stools. Hao Weiguo lent a hand in gathering the necessary bamboo, planks, and materials. Even Mu Laoda, accustomed to a life of ease, actively led two of his subordinates to the pond to gather fish. The other girls ignited the bonfire, preparing to smoke the fish. The courtyard buzzed with a lively atmosphere, filled with laughter and cheer reverberating in the air. Suddenly, a panic cry pierced the evening calm. "Oh my goodness, what is that? You scare me to death." Mu Fuchi's frantic voice disrupted the joyous ambience by the pond. In a flurry of alarm, he and his two companions stumbled back towards the bamboo house, splashing much of the water from their bucket in their haste. Soaked and disheveled, they collapsed onto the ground inside the bamboo house, as if drained of all strength. Mu Fuchi's lips turned pale, continually muttering, "There must be a water ghost." That sound was terrifying. His eyes were wide with panic and fear. What on earth happened? Captain Lee and Hao Weiguo swiftly grabbed their AK-47s and seized a torch from the fire. As they strode purposefully outside, they called out loudly, "By the pond, among the reeds, there might be a wild beast." Zhu Yichun gasped for breath, speaking in fragmented sentences. "With that little courage, you think you can survive in the M country?" Moments later, Captain Lee and Han Weiguo returned, chuckling as they closed the gate behind them. The group looked up, gradually relaxing their grip on the bamboo, weapons they had held so tightly. "Is this the water ghost you mentioned?" Captain Lee laughed, tossing two wild chickens bound with vines onto the ground. Mu Fuchi and his two companions, upon seeing the chickens, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the ground. "Wow, the wild chicken is absolutely stunning," Han Wenfang exclaimed in delight as she rushed forward, gently cradling the bird in her arms, her eyes shimmering with affection. "Captain, how did you manage to catch it?" she asked. "I set a few traps there, and to my surprise, I actually caught one. We can keep the wild chicken, and it will lay eggs in the future," Captain Lee replied with a smile. "Now we have both wild boars and wild chickens. However, you will be responsible for feeding them from now on." "Rest assured, Captain, I will take excellent care of them," Han Wenfang promised, her face beaming with joy. The bamboo forest on the deserted island rustled softly under the caress of the evening breeze, resembling a gentle symphony crafted by nature. A bonfire danced merrily in the center of the courtyard, casting warm orange light that enveloped the gathered people in a comforting glow. The bamboo dining table was adorned with a sumptuous feast of fish, featuring tender and succulent steamed bass, a creamy and delectable crucian carp soup, and an array of aromatic grilled fish. The steam wafting up carried rich, savory fragrances that filled the air, tantalizing the senses. Just a whiff was enough to make one's mouth water. Han Wenfang gazed at the bountiful fish banquet before her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, today is a treat," she exclaimed, eagerly reaching for her chopsticks to grab a piece of the vibrant red braised carp. As she took a bite, the tender fish meat melded beautifully with the rich sauce on her palate, awakening her taste buds and flooding her with a profound sense of happiness. Tianjingjing, dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, radiated a gentle charm. In front of her lay a long-awaited plate of steamed base, glistening with hot oil that enhanced the fragrance of the ginger and scallions. The tender fish meat complemented the aromas perfectly. She delicately picked up a piece of the pristine fish with her bamboo chopsticks, dipped it in the flavorful broth, and savored it slowly, her face alight with enjoyment, as if she were lost in the exquisite pleasure of the dish. Seeming Ya, with her eyes half closed, focused intently on tasting the creamy and delicious crucian carp soup. Spoonful after spoonful, it seemed as though the world around her faded away, leaving only this heartwarming bowl of soup. All her fatigue and worries dissipated in that moment. The ladies gathered together, their laughter and joy filling the air within the bamboo house courtyard. They indulged in the lavish fish feast, relishing the delight and satisfaction that the delectable food brought them, cherishing this rare moment of warmth. Captain Lee set down his chopsticks, leaning back contentedly in his chair and wiping his mouth. "It has been so long since I've enjoyed a meal this satisfying. Oh, I almost forgot. What is a feast without good wine?" He chuckled. "Weigua, go fetch a bottle of Matai." Upon hearing this, Han Wenfang hastily set down her bowl and chopsticks, rising to bring out the last case of wine from the bamboo house. "Let us ladies have some wine to ease our fatigue. But this is the only case we have left," she said, gently caressing the wine bottle, her eyes filled with reluctance, as if bidding farewell to an old friend about to depart. Seeing this, Su Shiyuan quickly moved closer, affectionately linking arms with Han Wenfang. "Xiaofeng, don't be sad. Look at this deserted island. It is abundant with wild fruits. We can brew our own fruit wine," she said soothingly, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "When the time comes, we can have as much as we desire, and the flavor will surely rival that of this grape wine." Han Wenfang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Su Shiyuan's hand. "Really, Sister Su, can you truly brew fruit wine? Let's go pick some tomorrow and get started." Ding Yuyan nodded with a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I cannot wait to savor the fruit wine we make ourselves. It will undoubtedly possess a unique flavor." Su Shiyuan stood tall, her confidence unwavering. "Rest assured, Xiaofeng, not only fruit wine, but with grain and yeast, I can also produce liquor." "Ah, but where can we find yeast on this deserted island?" Han Wenfang's face fell, disappointment evident. "We can use rice. We can ferment it to create our own yeast," Su Shiyuan declared with pride, as if revealing a remarkable secret. "Really, Sister Shiyuan, you know how to do that too?" Han Wenfang exclaimed, her joy palpable, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Seeing her eagerness, Su Shiyuan smiled and nodded, her gaze filled with fondness. "Captain, I raise a glass to you." "Thank you for your timely assistance," Mu Fuguwei said, his eyes slightly reddened, his face expressing sincere gratitude. "Otherwise, we would still be a loss. No need for formality. Brother Mu, are we not all family now?" They exchanged a knowing smile and drank heartily. The group engaged in lively chatter, enveloped in an atmosphere of joy. Everyone raised their glasses. The rich texture of the wine felt like a gentle hand, soothing their taut nerves and warming each heart. At that moment, the crackling of the campfire illuminated their smiling faces. The aroma of the fish feast intertwined with the scene, creating a warm and unforgettable tableau. It became a cherished and beautiful memory along their journey of survival on the deserted island. Chapter 49. The ingenious seizure on the 8th day following the tragic accident of Flight CA-617, a palpable tension enveloped the Yamamoto group within the island nation. In a conference room adorned with opulent decor, yet permeated by an atmosphere of cold severity, heavy curtains effectively shielded the space from the bright sunlight outside. The harsh, Piercing light emitted from the conference table illuminated the faces of those present. At the head of the long table sat Yamamoto Yu, the chairman of the Yamamoto Group, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Beside him, several leaders from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs International Intelligence Agency, including Ito Kamaji, sat rigidly. Each face bore the marks of seriousness and avarice, reminiscent of a pack of predators poised to pounce on their prey. Yamamoto Yu's fingers rhythmically tapped against the table, the sound echoing through the brief silence that had settled in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, the technology encapsulated in Gene Future No. 3 represents the key to unlocking the very code of human life. He began, his voice deep yet laced with seduction. Once it is secured, the Yamamoto Group will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the global medical technology realm. An immeasurable wealth shall flow forth. As he spoke, a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes, as if envisioning the Yamamoto Group's dominion over the world and its resplendent glory. General Ito furrowed his brow. A hint of concern etched across his face. This matter is of utmost significance. We must exercise the utmost caution, he cautioned, his tone tinged with prudence. Should the cause of the incident be thoroughly investigated, we may face consequences that are insurmountable. In response, Yamamoto Yu scoffed derisively, reclining in his chair with an air of nonchalance. From the very beginning, the situation has been entirely under our control. We have employed top-tier hackers to infiltrate the network systems of Flight 617, he declared, his demeanor lazy yet brimming with confidence. We meticulously engineered the flight malfunction to ensure that this catastrophe appears merely as an unfortunate accident. Not only have we tampered with the aircraft's flight data, but we have also completely compromised the communication systems, artfully redirecting blame towards mechanical failure. Seated nearby, technical advisor Suzuki adjusted his glasses and added, even if an investigation were to commence, the clues would only meander through the labyrinth we have designed, never leading back to us. General Ito nodded slightly before posing a crucial question. So, who currently possesses the samples of Gene Future No. 3? Yamamoto Yu, radiating confidence, responded with a victorious smile. Rest assured, General Ito, we have our operatives embedded on the aircraft. They have reported via satellite phone that our dispatch personnel have successfully infiltrated the inner circle of the Future Group. The samples are in their possession. Moreover, we have pinpointed their location on an island. Acquiring the samples of Gene Future No. 3 is merely a matter of time. However, another intelligence leader interjected, his face marred by worry. But the international rescue organizations and the Chinese side are also searching diligently. They will not readily abandon their efforts. This is of little concern. Yamamoto Yu replied, I have already sought the cabinet's approval to utilize satellite technology to disrupt signals. Yamamoto Yuichi appeared composed, confident in his strategy. The instruments aboard vessels in the nearby waters would become completely incapacitated, rendering any rescue attempts to the desolate island utterly futile. As he spoke, Yamamoto clenched his right fist tightly. The island's communication signals would be jammed, isolating it completely from the outside world. The fate of those on the island would henceforth lie in our hands, as if sample number 3 had been firmly grasped. What about the survivors on the island? They could potentially become a liability in the future. Ito Kamaji remained troubled, presenting yet another challenging dilemma. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yamamoto's eyes, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf lurking in the shadows. Then we shall dispatch spies to ensure their complete disappearance. This is one of the reasons I requested your presence. Lord Ito, however, with the crash site currently attracting global attention, how could our people approach it? Ito Kamaji posed another conundrum. We shall intervene in the vicinity of the crash site under the guise of a civilian rescue organization. A sinister smile gradually crept across Yamamoto's lips, akin to that of a cunning fox. At that time, we could strategically place our own agents within the rescue organization and act accordingly. General Ito took a deep breath, rising slowly with a serious and solemn demeanor. In that case, let us proceed according to plan. There must be no room for error. The consequences would be unfathomable. Meanwhile, in the distant headquarters of the Moore Group in M Country, Eric Moore sat regally on a leather sofa, an air of arrogance about him. He slightly raised his gaze towards his respectful butler, Michael Jones, standing nearby. Michael, Is there any progress regarding sample number 3? Have you received any news from the individual I had you place on the aircraft? Michael bowed slightly, his demeanor humble. Sir, we have yet to receive any information from them. Everything remains uncertain. According to reliable sources, the ill-fated aircraft is highly likely to have crashed in this region. Eric, immediately filled with anxiety, rose swiftly and strode to the wall, forcefully pointing at the map. We do not know how many eyes are watching this place. We must act swiftly or it will be too late. Sir, our associate James Brown is operating in these waters, isn't he? We could collaborate with him to seize sample number 3. A spark of inspiration flashed in Michael's eyes as he contemplated a brilliant idea. With his influence and familiarity with these waters, he could certainly lend us a helping hand. James Brown is a notorious leader of a highly active pirate gang in the Pacific, known as the Black Knight Brigade. For a long time, the Moore Group has covertly supported them, leveraging their power to engage in illicit activities at sea. Upon hearing this, Eric's eyes gleamed with delight. A splendid idea. You must immediately contact James and assist us in locating future number 3. The rewards for his cooperation will be substantial. He could not help but exclaim with delight. Should he dare to refuse, we shall sever all his supplies, leaving him stranded upon the tumultuous seas. Michael took his leave. Eric gazed out at the deepening twilight, a cold smirk slowly curling at the corners of his lips. In this world rife with desire and avarice, the fierce contest for future number 3 had quietly commenced. Meanwhile, the desolate island, adrift in the vast ocean, would soon see its survivors, those who had narrowly escaped death, mercilessly drawn into this endless vortex of darkness, their fates hanging in the balance. Chapter 50. Ranged weapons as dawn broke. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the delicate veil of clouds, gently cascading over the campsite. A new day unfurled in this unfamiliar yet hopeful land. Captain Li, Ding Yuyan, and Su Shiyuan were the first to awaken from their slumber. Today heralded yet another beautiful beginning. The bamboo loft had been completed, and it was time to commence the crafting of bows and arrows. Captain Li stood outside the tent, inhaling deeply the fresh scent of grass and foliage wafting through the air. We should prepare some ranged weapons. It will make hunting significantly more convenient. Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan nodded in agreement, endorsing the captain's proposal. Vigwo and Ijia, gather your team to clear the barren land in the courtyard and plant the potatoes and onions, Captain Li instructed, gesturing towards the southwestern corner where they would be sown. Subsequently, Captain Li, along with Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan, proceeded to the area where tools were stored. There, an array of electric saws, carpentry tools, chisels, and saws lay neatly arranged. These implements would play a crucial role in the tasks ahead. They gathered a pile of uniformly sized bamboo and prepared to begin the bow and arrow construction. Captain Li deftly activated the electric saw, its buzzing sound instantly shattering the morning tranquility. He focused intently, his eyes fixed on the bamboo as he accurately cut it to the required lengths. Each incision was smooth and even, as if meticulously polished. Ding Yuyan seized the saw, swiftly and decisively splitting the cut bamboo in half. Meanwhile, Su Shiyuan, armed with a planer and other tools, carefully refined the edges of the bamboo strips, meticulously removing every uneven splinter. Her expression was one of deep concentration, as if she were sculpting a rare treasure. The edges of the bamboo required precise treatment, otherwise it would compromise both the feel and the flight of the arrows. As Captain Li demonstrated the meticulous sanding process with fine grit paper, he advised Ding Yuyan, "Both of you are members of the archery club. Your skills are unquestionable. I will first craft a few composite bows for you." While working, he elaborated, this composite bow, also known as a laminated bow, is constructed from multiple layers of materials, providing high rigidity and substantial draw weight, allowing for a much greater range than conventional bows. The bow-making process demanded meticulous attention. They began by layering several finely sanded bamboo strips, using wood glue derived from rubber tree sap to adhere them together. After each layer was bonded, they tightly secured it with durable climbing nylon rope. Finally, they meticulously polished and adjusted the bow limbs, striving for uniform balance under stress. In crafting the arrows, Captain Li picked up a shard of metal from an aircraft wreckage, activating the electric saw to shape it into a sharp triangle. He then patiently sharpened the edges with a file until they were razor sharp. This metal, being robust, would undoubtedly enhance the lethality of the arrowheads during hunts. Ding Yuyan, attentively selecting feathers from wild chickens and ducks, prepared to create the fletchings for the arrow tails. She meticulously bound the feathers to the rear of the arrow shafts with fine thread, grouping 3 feathers together. The angles and spacing were calculated with precision, ensuring that the arrows would fly with enhanced stability. Immediately, she affixed the meticulously crafted arrowhead securely to the front end of the shaft using her homemade adhesive. Thus, a lethal arrow was born. The final step involved fashioning a bowstring from nylon, which was to be installed with precision and sturdiness at both ends of the bow's arms. As the others lacked archery experience and strength in their arms, Captain Lee spoke with great anticipation. Let's create a few more ordinary single bows. The subsequent training will rely entirely on you. Captain, rest assured, we shall accomplish the task. The 2 replied, brimming with confidence and determination. After an arduous half-day of labor, several composite bows and a dozen single bows were finally completed. Come, let us test the power of this composite bow, Captain Lee suggested enthusiastically as the 3 stepped outside the courtyard. He lifted the composite bow, knocked a carefully crafted arrow, and drew the string back slowly. His gaze, filled with focus and confidence, was fixed on a bamboo stalk in the distance, as thick as a bowl. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like lightning, striking its target with precision. It pierced through the bamboo, the feathers at the rear fluttering gently in the breeze. What an excellent shot, applauded Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan, unable to contain their admiration. How about you 2 give a try? Captain Lee smiled, noticing their eagerness. He handed the bow and arrow to Su Shiyuan, who accepted them with poised grace. With practiced skill, she knocked the arrow and drew the string, her movements fluid and seamless. The composite bow was drawn steadily in her hands, her gaze unwaveringly locked on the bullseye, calm and concentrated. Releasing her grip, the arrow flew forth like an unleashed arrow, striking the bamboo stalk dead center. Ding Yuyan's archery form was equally fluid, showcasing her expertise. Captain Lee was thoroughly pleased with their performance. Remarkable. This bow is truly formidable. Hunting will be much easier from now on. Meanwhile, on the other side of the camp, Yixuan, Tian Jingjing, and several other women were gathered, diligently preparing potatoes and onions. Yixuan, wielding a knife, skillfully chopped the potatoes into uniformly sized pieces as per the captain's instructions. Each piece must contain an eye. This ensures better growth when planted, she remarked. Tian Jingjing and the others worked with enthusiasm, focused on their tasks. Sima Ya, meanwhile, carefully sorted the chopped potatoes and onions, preparing them for planting later. Hao Weiguo wielded a bamboo spade, vigorously turning the soil and shouting, "Everyone, dig deep and loosen the earth. Break the clods into fine soil so that the potato and onion seeds can take root and flourish." Mu Fugue followed closely behind, wielding a pickaxe, clearing any stones in his path. They toiled diligently, sweat beading on their foreheads, yet not a single one of them complained of fatigue. After the ground had been prepared, Captain Lee instructed everyone to chop up the remaining fish entrails and weeds, layer them with soil, and then water them to create fertilizer. We must not waste these entrails. They will nourish our crops and help them thrive, he explained patiently as he demonstrated. All preparations were complete, and the group commenced the planting process, each member fulfilling their designated role. Some were tasked with digging holes, others with sowing seeds, and still others with covering the soil. Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan meticulously planted wild vegetables such as thunderroot and wild artemisia, which they had unearthed in the courtyard. As the final seed was nestled into the earth, the group straightened their backs, gazing at the freshly sown land brimming with hope, their hearts filled with anticipation. Ding Yuyan, looking at the vibrant camp, remarked, "Though we have faced misfortune, as long as we unite in purpose, we shall surely survive here." The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the midday sun cast its warm rays upon them, creating a vivid tableau of vitality and hope. On this perilous island, they were crafting their future with their own hands, fashioning bows and arrows, sowing crops, and creating homemade fertilizers. Each step taken was firm and resolute. marking a pivotal stride towards self-sufficiency. Captain Lee's attentive guidance and optimistic demeanor served as a beacon, illuminating the path ahead for the group, profoundly influencing their ongoing survival on the island. Chapter 51. A collective training at noon, the scorching sun poured over the bamboo camp, casting a warm glow as the air was imbued with a languid atmosphere. After lunch, many lay exhausted across the dining tables, succumbing to slumber, with faint snores resonating intermittently. Others gathered in groups, their conversations filled with laughter and cheer. Han Wenfeng hummed a tune, idly wandering through the courtyard. As she inadvertently passed by a corner where tools were stored, her gaze was instantly captivated by several pristine composite bows. The bows boasted smooth, elegant lines and exquisite craftsmanship, glistening under the sunlight with a delicate sheen, as if whispering tales of their extraordinary nature. "Wow, come quickly. These bows are simply magnificent," she exclaimed, her voice shattering the camp's tranquility. Curiosity piqued, the others flocked over. "These bows look incredibly powerful. Let me give it a try." Unable to contain her excitement, she positioned herself, gripping the bowstring tightly with both hands, summoning all her strength in an attempt to draw the string back. Her face flushed crimson, veins bulging on her forehead, her arms trembling from exertion. Yet the bowstring barely budged. Gritting her teeth, she stifled a grunt and pulled with all her might. With a whoosh, the arrow veered off course, landing clumsily a few meters away, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. "What are you laughing at? This bow is so difficult to draw. Anyone would struggle," Han Wenfeng retorted, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, though her spirit remained unyielding. At that moment, Su Shiyuan approached with a subtle smile, gracefully accepting the composite bow from Han Wenfeng. With an upright posture, she steadied herself, inhaling deeply before smoothly drawing the bowstring back in one fluid motion. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, striking a bamboo 20 meters away with precision, the arrow's tail quivering gently. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, their envious gazes fixated on Su Shiyuan. Captain Li stepped forward, gently patting Han Wenfeng on the shoulder, his tone earnest. "What appears simple requires diligent practice to master. This is a specially crafted individual bow for you all. It is essential that each of you swiftly acquires archery skills." As he spoke, he casually picked up a single bow. "From now on, Ding and Su Shiyuan will be your instructors. But Captain, we are merely women. What use is this for us?" Tian Jingjing questioned, her face a mask of confusion. On this perilous island, knowing how to shoot not only serves as self-defense, but also aids in hunting. Its utility is immense. Captain Lee's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the group. "You must not only learn archery. In the future, both Captain Hao and I will impart some basic self-defense techniques as well. Only by enhancing your capabilities can you thrive on this island." The initially bewildered expressions of the group gradually transformed into resolute determination, as if they had discovered a path forward. "From today onwards, we shall all engage in rigorous training. Regardless of the challenges we may encounter, we must forge ahead with unwavering determination." Captain Lee's resonant words served as a beacon, illuminating the hearts of all present. A flicker of hope ignited in everyone's eyes, their faces radiating confidence and enthusiasm. With feet shoulder-width apart and knees slightly bent, they lowered their center of gravity. Su Shiyuan meticulously explained the essentials of each movement. When drawing the bow, one must feel the tension of the string, and when releasing the arrow, decisiveness is key, all while aiming at the target. Under the blazing sun, Ding Yuyan and Su Shiyuan collaboratively imparted archery techniques to the group. The team members paired off, exchanging insights and correcting one another's form. Some practiced drawing the bow repeatedly, keenly sensing the power coalescing and releasing in their arms. Others attentively listened to the coach's guidance, nodding in understanding. They then eagerly attempted the techniques, executing each movement with utmost seriousness, striving for precision. Finally, they entered the long-awaited phase of practical training. The group eagerly congregated outside the bamboo courtyard. Captain Li hoisted a rudimentary target, artfully crafted from bamboo. With measured steps, he proceeded towards the bamboo grove. After walking over 20 meters, he forcefully drove the pointed end of the bamboo pole into the ground, stabilizing it with his hand. Han Vaigu strode over, swinging a fire axe. After a few solid strikes, he firmly embedded the pole into the earth, securing the target. You are just beginning to practice. Around 20 meters will suffice. Now, let's see how you all perform, Captain Li declared, returning to the group alongside Hao Weigua. Let me go first. Han Wenfang eagerly surged ahead of the others, her eyes wide with determination, fixating on the distant target. She inhaled deeply, drawing the bow back vigorously. Her arm trembled slightly, a mixture of excitement and anxiety playing across her face. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was released. The crowd looked around expectantly, but the arrow vanished, as if it had sunk into a fathomless abyss. A moment of awkward silence enveloped the scene. You just shot into oblivion, Captain Li remarked with a playful smile, observing the arrow's disappearance. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. She merely lost grip for a moment. Han Wenfang's face flushed with embarrassment, exuding a pitiable aura. It's all right, Xiaofeng. I believe you will perform even better next time. Su Shiyuan quickly approached to comfort her, patiently reiterating some archery fundamentals. The eldest, Yi Xiuwen, delivered a surprisingly impressive performance this time. With a deft motion, she seized the bow, exuding the characteristic boldness of a northeastern woman. Her legs stood firm, her arm muscles taut, and the bow drawn like a crescent moon. Accompanied by a crisp shout, the arrow soared forth like a shooting star, striking the target squarely and eliciting resounding applause from the crowd. The usually reticent Yamamoto Sachiko also displayed remarkable prowess. When her turn came, she leisurely bent down to retrieve the bow from the ground. Gently adjusting her breath, each movement flowed with grace and precision. As she drew the bow, the strength radiated from her waist and legs to her arms. What appeared delicate was, in truth, imbued with tremendous explosive power. In the instant of release, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the bullseye with unwavering accuracy. Her composed performance and impeccable control of strength unmistakably showcased the qualities of a martial artist. Captain Li and Hao Weigua exchanged a glance, a flicker of vigilance passing between them, deepening their wariness of her. Just as the onlookers marveled at Yamamoto Sachiko's splendid display, a sudden, chaotic rustling emanated from the bamboo grove. Captain Li, swift as lightning, bent down to grasp the compound bough lying on the ground. With a sharp arrow nocked, the bough resembled a full moon. Its tip pointed directly towards the direction of the bamboo forest. Chapter 52. A perfect shot. The twilight sun cast its golden rays, resembling delicate fragments of gold leaf, filtering through the dense bamboo leaves. It painted the ground with patches of mottled golden light. The once tranquil and serene bamboo grove was suddenly disturbed by a rustling sound. Soon after, two wild rabbits cautiously emerged from the edge of the bamboo forest, their ears standing erect, heads alertly swiveling. Their noses twitched, striving to capture any scent of danger in the air. At the slightest hint of a disturbance, they would flee in an instant. With a swift whoosh, Captain Li released an arrow from his bow. It soared forward with a fierce momentum, aimed directly at the first wild rabbit. Almost simultaneously, a second arrow was loosed, hurtling towards the other rabbit with equal precision. The onlookers widened their eyes and parted their lips in astonishment. Before any words of admiration could escape their throats, both arrows struck true, piercing the rabbit's eyes. The rabbits had no time to struggle, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Their fur remained unblemished, with not a single scratch to be found. "Oh my goodness, that was incredible!" Han Wenfang exclaimed, her eyes round with disbelief, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands. Tian Jingjing stood in stunned silence, her bamboo bough slipping from her grasp. She murmured, "This is truly the legendary perfect shot, utterly astonishing." Captain Li's extraordinary archery skills ignited a fervent passion for martial arts among the crowd. They eagerly gathered around him, bombarding him with questions about archery techniques, their eyes brimming with desire and anticipation. Thus began a fervent wave of training in martial arts. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall impart the essential techniques of military boxing and practical self-defense, Captain Lee declared, seizing the moment to stoke their enthusiasm. I will also teach you the methods of thrusting with a bamboo spear. These techniques could save your lives in critical moments. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers. Han Yongfang, her eyes sparkling with excitement, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Wonderful! I have always longed to learn martial arts from our captain, and now I finally have the chance." Tian Jingjing nodded vigorously, saying, "I have always thought the captain looked so dashing and imposing while practicing military boxing. Now we can learn together." Others exchanged eager whispers, expressing their own anticipation. While it was indeed wonderful that everyone wanted to learn, Captain Lee, with a smile, reminded them, whether it is military boxing or Xingyi, mastering the entire set without a solid foundation can be quite challenging. Noticing the slight disappointment on their faces, he swiftly continued, "However, I can teach you a few simple yet effective techniques for self-defense, which will be immensely useful in unexpected situations." On the training grounds, everyone focused intently on following Captain Lee's movements, practicing each stance with diligence. It wasn't too long before Mu Fugue, panting heavily, paused to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Captain, may I sit out? I simply can't keep going." Captain Lee furrowed his brows, his gaze piercing as he looked at Mu Fugue. "Have you forgotten the pitiful state you were in while fleeing from the pirates?" Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes converged on Mu Fugue, whose face instantly flushed crimson, embarrassment and discomfort swirling in his expression. The memory of the chaotic escape from the pirates sent a shiver down his spine. Captain Lee approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "If we wish to avoid being bullied in the future, we must train diligently." Mu Fugue clenched his teeth and nodded vigorously. He turned to Fan Tong and Zhu Yichun behind him, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Let us continue training." Inspired by his words, everyone intensified their efforts, the training ground resonating with synchronized and powerful shouts. Having organized the training, Captain Li Haoran, along with Ding Yuyan and Hao Weigua, hastily entered the bamboo dwelling. The atmosphere inside was charged with tension as Captain Li slowly unfurled the navigational chart seized from the pirates upon the bamboo table. The conspicuous markings on the map seemed to harbor untold secrets and potential threats. "Look here," Captain Li pointed to the prominent skull emblem on the map. "This skull-marked deserted island should be our current location, aligning with the Devil Island repeatedly mentioned by the pirates." Hao Weigua leaned closer, his gaze firmly fixed on the map. "There are 3 or 4 islands near our deserted isle, marked by the pirates with various symbols." He gestured toward the largest island to the east, which was also the farthest from them, approximately 20 kilometers away, marked by a figure on horseback. It likely represents an organization, possibly the pirate stronghold. "What does this marking on the western island signify?" Ding Yuyan inquired curiously. "Uncertain. Perhaps only they know," Captain Lee replied, shaking his head. He then pointed to a small island in the northeast. "This anchor symbol indicates a dock, which could serve as their storage or supply point. It's only a few kilometers away. We should scout it when time permits." "Captain, the northern island is also not far, yet it is unmarked. Perhaps it holds little value?" Hao Weigua pondered, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the map. "Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. We are still establishing our foothold." Captain Lee sighed lightly, fatigue evident in his demeanor. "The pirates are so close. I worry they might retaliate at any moment." Ding Yuyan remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. "Thus, we must swiftly ascertain the situation on this deserted island and seek a more concealed encampment." Captain Lee indicated the mountainous region to the north of the bamboo dwelling. "Ideally, we would find a cave within these hills to serve as a camp, enhancing our concealment and facilitating evacuation in case of emergencies." "I concur. Since the air disaster may have been a result of human actions, our threats extend beyond the pirates. There may be others on the island watching us." Hao Weigua continued his analysis. "Your assessment is indeed correct. Mr. Ding, we must ensure the safety of the No. 3 specimen at all costs. In the event of an unforeseen incident, we would rather destroy it than allow it to fall into the wrong hands," Captain Lee asserted solemnly. "Rest assured, prior to the exchange meeting, backups and contingency plans were already established. However, the specimen should only be destroyed as a last resort, Ding Yuyan replied with gravity. It represents a significant investment from our nation and the group, as well as the dedication of countless researchers. Its intrinsic value is immeasurable. In light of this, we must meticulously plan and bolster the security of our camp, Captain Li declared resolutely. Ding Yuyan's expression turned anxious as she gently bit her lower lip. At present, our immediate concerns are twofold: securing food supplies and enhancing everyone's overall capabilities and defensive skills to prepare for the imminent dangers. Do not worry about food. Captain Hao and I will venture out to hunt tomorrow. Captain Li inhaled deeply, exchanging a determined glance with Hao Weiguo. You and Su Shiyuan, in addition to organizing archery and self-defense training, must also instruct Su Shiyuan and Han Wenfeng in the use of firearms. Ding Yuyan nodded. That will not be an issue. It is imperative that we carry weapons at all times when going out and ensure proper safety measures. Furthermore, aside from the three of you, no one else should handle firearms for the time being. Captain Li contemplated briefly before suggesting, for food, we can fish in the pond or catch small animals like bamboo rats near the bamboo grove. We should also gather more bamboo shoots. Drying them will aid in preservation. We need to find time to make additional charcoal as well, as cooking outdoors during the rainy season will be impossible. Captain Hao quickly added, also, we must keep a close watch on the movements of Yamamoto Sachiko. She likely comes prepared. Captain Li turned his gaze to Ding Yuyan, his expression serious. Ding Yuyan's resolve shone through her eyes. Understood. I assure you that the matters at home will be handled well by Shiyuan and me. You all must prioritize safety while hunting. The three then deliberated further on various details, filled with both tension and anticipation as they prepared to confront the impending challenges ahead. Chapter 53. The trust in Black Wong as dawn broke the following day. The gentle light cascaded softly over the campsite. The group, invigorated, eagerly embraced the new day's survival challenges on the deserted island. Captain Li and Hao Weiguo had prepared their gear and were ready to venture out for hunting, in hopes of stockpiling provisions. Suddenly, a sharp scratching sound echoed from outside the camp, interspersed with low growls, shattering the morning tranquility. What is happening? Captain Li furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. Swiftly, he grasped his AK-47, alertly directing his gaze towards the entrance. Hao Weiguo promptly seized his bamboo spear, and the two shared an unspoken understanding as they hastened towards the gate. The remaining members of the camp, alerted by the commotion, armed themselves, their expressions tense as they trailed closely behind. Captain Li exchanged a knowing glance with Hao Weiguo, who understood the cue and abruptly flung open the bamboo door. The sight before them momentarily stunned the crowd. Before they collectively relaxed, there stood Black Wong at the threshold, his tail wagging joyfully from side to side. He emitted soft, mournful sounds, as if expressing his longing for the group. Beside him stood a somewhat rotund black dog, timidly fidgeting, its eyes filled with caution. Beneath them lay two lifeless wild rabbits, devoid of breath. It's Black Wong, Han Wenfeng exclaimed in delight, her face aglow with joy as she eagerly approached him. The tension that had gripped everyone dissipated, replaced by relieved smiles. Just as Han Wenfeng joyfully drew near, the stout black dog suddenly became alert. Its fur bristled, and it let out a low, warning growl, adopting a defensive stance with its front paws slightly lowered. Do not move. Allow me, Captain Li said calmly. He walked slowly towards Black Wong, crouching down to speak in a gentle tone. Black Wong, this is your mate, is it not? Let her relax. There is no need for alarm. Black Wong gazed up at Captain Li, his tail gently swaying, producing soft whines as if he understood. Then, with deliberate care, he turned and affectionately approached the black dog, tenderly licking her face. His movements were soothing and deliberate, as if whispering, do not fear. They're all friends. Black Wong, your queen is expecting a little one, and you wish for US to help care for her, do you not? Captain Li smiled, reaching out to stroke Black Wong's head. Ah, and you've even brought us a gift. Rest assured, we shall take good care of her. With that, Captain Li and Hao Weiguo resumed preparing their belongings for departure. Upon witnessing their actions, Black Wong perked up, excitedly circling around Captain Li while continuing to emit soft sounds of enthusiasm. Black Wong, do you wish to accompany us? Captain Li discerned his thoughts. Then your queen shall remain here in the camp. Ah, and from this day forth, we shall call her Black May." Wang Wang and Hei Wang gently called out to their captain, wagging their tails vigorously as if to express their approval of his name. "Captain, Hei Wang is truly clever," Han Wenfeng exclaimed, her eyes brimming with affection for the dog. "Indeed, it was thanks to Hei Wang and the pack of wild dogs that we successfully drove off the pirates in the jungle by the sea last time." Captain Li gazed at Hei Wang with admiration. "All right, we must set off now." Captain Li and Hao Weigua shouldered their gear, AK-47 and bamboo spear in hand. Addressing everyone in the camp, "Ding, make sure to sun-dry plenty of bamboo shoots and dried fish at home, and please prioritize your safety." Amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd, the trio, 2 men and 1 dog, set forth into the rising sun, gradually vanishing into the vast expanse of the grassland. As they journeyed, a gentle breeze caressed them, carrying the unique, humid scent of the tropical rainforest. Wildflowers flourished across the meadow, vibrant reds like fire, soft pinks reminiscent of dawn, and whites as pure as snow. The fragrant aroma lured colorful butterflies to dance gracefully, while bees busily flitted among the blossoms. The buzzing sounds seemed to weave a beautiful symphony of nature, evoking a sense of serene delight. After traversing approximately 7 or 8 miles across the prairie, the scenery opened up before them. A vast lake came into view, its surface resembling a colossal, smooth mirror, reflecting the azure sky and fluffy white clouds with crystalline clarity. The horizon blurred, rendering it indistinguishable where the sky ended and the lake began. The water was crystal clear, revealing fish gliding freely beneath the surface, occasionally leaping joyously, sending shimmering droplets into the air. Under the sun's warm embrace, they sparkled with iridescent hues before swiftly diving back into the depths, disappearing without a trace. Bordering the lake was a soft expanse of grass, dew-laden tips glistening like scattered crystals in the sunlight, radiating enchanting brilliance. At that moment, Captain Li's keen instincts alerted him to something amiss. He quickly raised his binoculars, focusing intently on the distance. There, not far off in a patch of grass, grazed a herd of water deer. Approximately 20 deer ambled leisurely or bent down to drink, their demeanor tranquil and serene. They were majestic creatures, tall and muscular, exuding an aura of strength. In the gentle sunlight, their chestnut coats shimmered with a soft glow as if crafted by nature's own hand. The leading stag stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, boasting a pair of robust, branching antlers that extended in various directions, the longest prong nearly 1 meter in length, exuding an air of grandeur that affirmed his undeniable status within the herd. The stag's ears twitched constantly, acting as vigilant radars, scanning the surroundings for any hint of danger. Safeguarding the herd's safety, Captain Li and Hao Weigua crouched low, trying to minimize their presence as they gradually approached the water deer. Their footsteps were nearly silent, each step taken with utmost care. They skillfully utilized every patch of grass and every mound of earth for cover, their eyes fixed intently on the herd, attuned to even the slightest movement, as if they were one with the surrounding environment. Hei Wang, truly a master of the hunt, intuitively comprehended the movements of Captain Li and his companion. Its body transformed into a clandestine shadow, silently maneuvering from the side and encircling its prey. The sleek fur blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Its agile eyes remained fixated on the herd of deer, occasionally slowing its pace as if patiently awaiting the opportune moment. At times, it would quicken its steps with the aid of a gentle breeze, using the natural sounds to mask its approach. In that moment, Hei Wang resembled a seasoned hunting expert, cautiously drawing nearer to the deer, every movement imbued with wisdom and finesse. Chapter 54. The hunt for the deer herd. Captain Li and Hao Weigua concealed themselves within the verdant underbrush, their figures reminiscent of lurking leopards, cautiously advancing towards the herd of water deer. Their steps were light and unwavering, nearly inaudible. The leaves of the grass brushed gently against their cheeks, bestowing a faint, elusive fragrance, yet this subtlety did not distract from their intense focus. They adeptly utilized the foliage and earthen mounds as shields, moving silently like phantoms, gradually closing the distance to the deer. Captain Lee slowly raised his compound bow, firmly locking his gaze upon the imposing stag. This magnificent creature, with its robust form and antlers sprawling like lush branches, radiated an aura of regality. Captain Lee signaled to Hao Weigua, then inhaled deeply. His fingers delicately rested upon the taut bowstring, attuning to the latent energy within. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. The universe reduced to just him and the majestic stag. With a slight release of tension, the arrow soared forth with a swift whoosh, akin to a streak of black lightning cleaving through the air, propelled by an indomitable force toward the stag. In an instant, the arrow struck true, piercing the creature's eye. The stag emitted a low, mournful cry before its massive body collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. Hao Weigua promptly followed suit, deftly drawing and knocking another arrow. His movements were fluid and decisive, devoid of hesitation. The arrow shot forth like a meteor, accurately striking a doe in its flank. The doe cried out in agony, toppling over and thrashing in distress. The herd erupted into chaos, scattering like startled birds, their hooves pounding the earth, creating a cacophony of frantic sounds and billowing dust. From the rear of the fleeing herd, Hei Wang surged forward like a released arrow. Its silhouette darted through the throng, resembling a flash of darkness. The dog barked vigorously, its voice echoing across the plains, imbued with an air of intimidation. It sprinted nimbly, darting left and right, herding the panicked deer towards Captain Lee and Hao Weigua. Hao Weigua once again drew his bowstring. His second arrow found its mark, striking a running doe in its foreleg. The doe crumpled under the sudden impact, crashing to the ground. Hei Wang, quick as a flash, rushed in, its sharp teeth sinking into the doe's neck, pinning it firmly to the earth. Amidst the turmoil, a fawn, overwhelmed with terror, dashed blindly toward Captain Lee, its eyes wide with fear and helplessness. Reacting swiftly, Captain Lee extended his arm with the agility of a startled rabbit. His movement was both nimble and precise, his hands clasping the fawn's neck with the strength of iron pincers. Hao Weigua retrieved climbing rope from his backpack, and together they secured the injured doe and fawn with the cord. Captain Lee surveyed their bountiful haul, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. He reached out to stroke the head of the joyful black dog, whose tail wagged exuberantly, tongue lolling out in a display of delight. Weigua, this magnificent stag likely weighs over 200 pounds. We should first attend to the entrails to make our journey lighter, Captain Lee remarked as he rose to his feet. Captain, we could fashion a sled from those small trees, making it easier to transport, suggested Hao Weigua, pointing towards a few saplings by the lakeside. Captain Lee nodded in approval, and together they dragged the water deer to the water's edge. With a swift motion, Captain Lee drew his military knife and expertly slit open the deer's belly, methodically removing the entrails and cleaning the carcass. He tossed a sizable portion of the innards to the black dog, who leaped and caught it deftly, savoring the treat with evident pleasure. Having finished with the water deer, Captain Lee pressed the lever on his watch, releasing a serrated chain. The two quickly felled several small trees to construct a rudimentary sled. Captain Lee crouched down, carefully bandaging the wound of the injured doe. Subsequently, they placed the game onto the sled, tethering a live deer on either side, and set off under the blazing sun. Along the way, the doe and her fawn struggled incessantly, attempting to break free from their bindings. Nearby, the wild dog, Black Wang, bared his sharp fangs and emitted a few low growls, causing the doe and fawn to tremble in fear, obediently following behind as they progressed slowly. As noon approached, the scorching sunlight poured down unabated, as if to ignite the very ground beneath them. The temperature on the plains soared, the earth beneath their feet becoming unbearably hot. The two men, dragging the heavy game, found their steps growing increasingly laborious. Weigua, let us rest in the shade for a while and have something to eat, Captain Lee suggested, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow and gesturing towards a few banana trees ahead. They trudged to the shade of the trees, both drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to their backs. They sat heavily on the ground and took long swigs from their water bottles, relishing the sweet bamboo water. Captain Lee rummaged through his backpack and handed a piece of smoked meat to Weigua. They chewed the jerky, gradually regaining their strength. Suddenly, Waigwa's peripheral vision caught sight of a cluster of datura flowers not far away, their white blossoms swaying gently in the breeze. "Captain, look!" he exclaimed, immediately invigorated as he stepped closer to inspect. Captain Lee followed suit, and they exchanged smiles as they observed the datura. Swiftly, they set to work, carefully gathering the plants. Waigwa took charge of plucking the leaves, while Captain Lee skillfully unearthed the roots, quickly amassing a substantial collection. The sap of the datura possesses anesthetic properties. When applied to arrowheads, even the fiercest beasts pose little threat during hunting. "Be cautious as you crush the leaves," Captain Lee advised, "for the datura is highly toxic and can be deadly if blood is drawn. It should only be used in dire circumstances." Waigwa retrieved an arrow and evenly coated the tip with the sap, which glistened coldly in the sunlight as it trickled down. Captain Lee meticulously applied the remaining sap from the datura onto the tip of his bamboo spear. The two individuals were utterly engrossed, completely oblivious to their previous fatigue. At that moment, Haoran, whose tail had been joyfully swaying, suddenly became rigid. His ears perked up high, and the fur on his body bristled slightly. A low, rumbling growl emerged from his throat as his front paws uneasily scratched to the ground. Simultaneously, a distant, piercing howl resonated through the air. The sound was long and haunting, echoing relentlessly across the vast expanse of the open fields. Chapter 55. Defeating the wolves at midday, the grassland lay in a profound silence. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed from afar, shattering the tranquility. Captain Lee's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly grasped the binoculars hanging at his chest, scanning the surroundings. In the distance, a cloud of dust stirred, and over 20 jackals raced through the grass like a tempest. Their reddish-brown forms resembled flames, rapidly closing in on them. Waigwa became instantly alert, nimbly drawing his composite bow and nocking an arrow, entering a state of readiness for battle, the arrow poised to fly. It was a pack of jackals, likely drawn by the scent of blood, and their numbers were considerable. Captain Lee promptly removed the compound bow from his back. He decisively stated, "Let these beasts first taste the potency of the mandrake poison arrows. We shall conserve our ammunition and minimize gunfire." He deftly extracted an arrow coated with venom, securely placing it on the string, his gaze fixed on the approaching pack. In an instant, the jackals appeared as if summoned from the shadows, silently encircling the two men and the dog with a suffocating precision. Their agile movements resembled phantoms, and within moments, they surrounded their prey, leaving no avenue of escape. These jackals were robust, their eyes wide with a blend of greed and ferocity. They locked their gaze on Captain Lee and Waigwa, as if the two were delectable morsels destined for their jaws. Back to back, the two men braced themselves with their weapons firmly in hand. Beside them, the black dog sensed an unprecedented threat, its fur standing on end, issuing a deep, menacing growl. Its front paws scratched the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, poised to attack at any moment. For a brief moment, the entire grassland seemed enveloped in an invisible shroud of dread, an oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. A thrilling struggle for survival was imminent. "Engage!" Captain Lee's command rang out like a resounding bell, piercing the tense air. The two men sprang into action, nocking their arrows and drawing their bows in a fluid motion. The arrows whistled sharply through the air, striking with precision and piercing the bodies of two jackals. The wounded jackals emitted agonizing howls that sent chills down the spine. They writhed on the ground, their crimson blood swiftly soaking the dry grass, staining the earth. This sudden turn of events threw the jackal pack into disarray. Their previously orderly formation erupted into chaos. The cacophony of barking filled the air. Yet, the ferocious jackals, driven by instinct, would not easily relinquish their anticipated feast. They quickly scattered, forming two flanking teams that stealthily approached from different directions, their movements cautious yet imbued with a relentless determination to breach the men's defenses. Captain Lee and Waigwa remained composed, relying on their years of camaraderie, forged through life and death experiences, to adapt their shooting angles with agility. Each arrow, laden with venom, shot forth like meteors of death, carrying the scent of mortality toward the advancing pack. The jackals, struck by arrows, emit sorrowful cries as they writhe in agony upon the ground. Yet, despite their suffering, the remaining jackals display fierce determination, relentlessly pressing forward with their savage assaults, exhibiting no signs of retreat. Their ferocity is truly chilling. One particularly robust jackal seizes the moment when Captain Lee draws his bow, launching itself toward his throat like an arrow released from its string, moving with such speed that there is scarcely time to react. Captain Lee sidesteps with the agility of a cheetah, but another jackal fiercely latches onto the hem of his trousers, violently shaking its head in an attempt to bring him down. Haoran, with a thunderous bark, leaps forward like a bolt of black lightning, sinking its teeth deep into the hind leg of the attacking jackal. The jackal screeches in pain, turning to engage in a fierce struggle with Haoran, sending dust swirling into the air. The encirclement tightens, and the jackals, sensing their opportunity, launch even more ferocious assaults, waves of aggression crashing upon them. Without a moment to contemplate, Captain Lee and Hao Weigua discard their bows and swiftly grasp poison-coated bamboo spears. Back to back, they form an impregnable line of defense, their eyes filled with resolve and fearlessness. A particularly agile jackal strikes first, darting toward Captain Lee's throat like a gale, its speed akin to lightning. Captain Lee deftly evades the attack, thrusting his bamboo spear in retaliation, the tip glinting coldly as it pierces the jackal's abdomen. The jackal howls in agony, its cries echoing hauntingly across the vast grassland. It rolls and thrashes on the ground, the mandrake poison rapidly coursing through its veins, dimming its once bright eyes and extinguishing its life force. The battle intensifies, the atmosphere thick with tension and urgency. The air is saturated with the pungent scent of blood and the harbinger of death. Captain Lee fights valiantly against the jackal's onslaught while keenly observing the battlefield, missing no detail. Suddenly, he spots an exceptionally large jackal commanding from the rear, its gaze radiating authority and dominance. Captain Lee immediately recognizes this creature as their leader, the Jackal King. "Weigua, cover me. I will take down the Jackal King," Captain Lee shouts urgently. Understanding his intent, Hao Weigua skillfully maneuvers his bamboo spear, fending off the encroaching jackals one by one to create an opening for Captain Lee. In a swift motion, Captain Lee unstraps his AK-47, chambering around with a sharp click of metal. His gaze sharpens like that of a hawk, locking onto the Jackal King as he decisively pulls the trigger. A rapid succession of bullets erupts with lethal force, striking the jackal leader squarely in the head, resulting in a spray of crimson. The Jackal King emits a piercing wail, its voice slicing through the air before collapsing to the ground, struggling briefly before falling silent. Deprived of their leader, the remaining jackals are paralyzed with terror, their hearts quaking in fear at the unexpected gunfire. They stand frozen, trembling, their eyes filled with dread and despair, their former ferocity utterly shattered. Captain Lee and Hao Weigua swiftly grasp their bamboo spears, charging with fervor towards the remaining wild dogs. Beside them, Haoran barked fiercely, racing into the fray. The wild dogs, thrown into disarray, collapsed in a moment of chaos, leaving behind a dozen corpses. They fled wildly across the vast grasslands, their figures gradually fading into the distance. After an exhilarating battle, the two men collapsed wearily into the grass, sweat mingling with blood, streaming down their cheeks. Their garments were tattered, caked with dirt and blood, as if narrating the brutality of the encounter. At that moment, urgent footsteps and shouts echoed from afar. It was the camp's members, anxiously rushing towards the sound of gunfire. Ding Yuyan ran at the forefront, her hair flying wildly in the wind, a picture of disarray. Her face was etched with worry and concern. Upon seeing Captain Lee and his companion covered in blood, her eyes instantly reddened, tears swirling in her gaze. She stumbled forward, her voice trembling with emotion. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Please don't scare us like this." Han Wenfeng's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. She hurriedly approached the captain, her voice quivering, her eyes filled with anxiety and dread. "Is the captain all right? I beg you, Please don't risk yourself like this anymore. Her gaze was laden with concern as she scrutinized Captain Lee, terrified of missing any injury. Do not worry. The blood on us is from those beasts. Captain Lee replied wearily, gesturing towards the scattered wolf corpses, a hint of satisfaction gracing his face. Witnessing the bloodied and exhausted forms of Captain Lee and Hao Weigua, the onlookers' eyes brimmed with tears, their expressions a mixture of tremor and heartache. They understood that without the captain's relentless protection, their lives on this desolate island would not be so tranquil. You have all seen that survival on this island is fraught with danger and difficulty. We must continually train and strengthen ourselves to protect not only ourselves, but those around us, Captain Lee declared, his gaze piercing as he surveyed each team member. Only through unity can we carve out a sliver of hope in this brutal wilderness. His inspiring words ignited an indomitable spirit and fervor among the group. They sprang into action, collaborating to clear the battlefield with diligence. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, Captain Lee led them in gathering their bounty, hauling it on sleds. With resolute footsteps and invigorated spirits, they strode purposefully towards their camp, filled with warmth and hope. Chapter 56. Tanning animal hides. As we returned to the camp, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue upon the horizon. The orange-red sun hung at the meeting point of sea and sky, painting the clouds with ethereal colors that captivated the heart. Despite their weary bodies, the group could not conceal the excitement and satisfaction gleaming in their eyes. Gazing upon the mountainous pile of game, they were filled with the joy of harvest. The fatigue of the day quietly dissipated amidst the intoxicating beauty and overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Dear companions, these spoils were hard-won by our captain and his team. Let us rally together and prepare for a grand feast of roasted meat tonight. Ding's resolute words invigorated everyone. The camp bustled to life as they swiftly ignited the bonfire. Indeed, as Ding had stated, with a little extra effort, we would soon have no shortage of food. Captain Lee stood in the center of the yard, his voice unwavering. Ladies, please stay and help with the game. Weigua, take a few gentlemen and set up the traps around the bamboo house. Ding Yuyan crouched beside a jackal, her brow furrowed, her voice trembling. This jackal looks quite intimidating. Where should I begin? Captain Lee approached, wielding a sharp military knife, and knelt to demonstrate. He carefully sliced as he patiently explained, first, locate the midline of the abdomen. Your cuts must be steady and gentle, slowly parting the skin. The blade glided steadily across the jackal's belly, swiftly creating a neat incision. After this, remove the internal organs, then separate the skin from the meat. Take your time at first. Be careful not to puncture the skin. Captain Lee methodically demonstrated the process. The female team members formed a circle, their eyes fixed intently on him, nodding occasionally. Once the skin was removed, Captain Lee instructed a portion of the group to chop the skinned jackal into pieces, which were then placed over the fire to render the fat. The extracted fat was poured into a clean bamboo bucket. Captain, can we consume the fat from these jackals? Han Ven Fang inquired curiously. We shall not eat this, but the fat can be used to make oil lamps. The remaining chunks of meat and internal organs can be utilized as fertilizer, Captain Lee replied, turning to Ding Yuyan with a gentle command. Set aside the meat from the Jackal King for Hei Wang and the others. We can keep the fat for cooking. Oh, splendid. Finally, we won't have to fumble in the dark tonight. Han Ven Fang excellerme hardisel palpable. Like a little rocket, she dashed to Captain Lee and pecked him on the cheek. Captain Lee, taken aback, instinctively wiped his face, muttering, "Have I not brushed my teeth in days?" The female team members erupted into laughter, collapsing into a heap. The group then lifted 2 water deer into the clearing. Captain Lee picked up his knife and approached the stag, stating, "The skin of the water deer is quite tough. I will handle this." He forcefully made an incision, carefully separating the skin from the meat along the muscle fibers. We must not waste the deer fat. The rendered fat can be used for cooking. Before long, the stag's skin was completely peeled away. This large stag contained a significant amount of fat, enough to fill nearly half a basin. Next, we embark on the intricate task of preparing smoked venison. The meat is sliced into uniformly sized strips, while Captain Lee elucidates the process. First, the venison is marinated with salt and spices left to infuse for a couple of hours. Curiously, Ding Yuyan inquires about the spices required, noting our dwindling reserves. Captain Li gestures towards the wild seasonings gathered from the prairie. With these wild Sichuan peppercorns and cinnamon, along with some of our sun-dried wild onions, we have ample ingredients to eliminate the gamey odor and enhance the flavor. Everyone collaborates diligently, each fulfilling their designated role. Soon, a neat stack of several jackal skins and 2 deer hides lies before the group. The final step is the most crucial, and Captain Li patiently explains. Tanning animal hides typically employs chemical or physical methods to denature the collagen within, rendering the leather supple, durable, and resistant to decay. He scoops up a handful of ashes left by the campfire, mixing it with water. In these primitive conditions, we resort to the traditional method of tanning with plant ashes. The ashes, combined with water to form a paste, are evenly applied to the hides. The alkaline substances, such as potassium carbonate, assist in removing residual fats and meat particles from the skin, while also softening the leather initially. As he demonstrates, he continues to elaborate. After allowing it to sit for a while, the hides are washed clean, kneaded repeatedly, and left to dry, resulting in leather that is supple and durable. There is no shortage of plant ashes in the camp. Yixuan and Sima Ya rush off to gather more. Su Shiyuan and Han Wenfang prepare fresh water and containers. Ding Yuyan leads the other women, efficiently organizing their tasks. While everyone is engrossed in their duties, Captain Li begins crafting bamboo lamps. He carefully selects several sturdy bamboo poles of uniform thickness, using a power saw to cut them into cylindrical shapes. After cleaning the inner walls of the bamboo tubes, he pours in the prepared oil. He then uses twisted rattan as the wick, placing it into the oil so that one end protrudes slightly. A simple yet functional bamboo lamp is thus completed. As night descends like a vast expanse of black satin, it quietly envelopes the entire camp in a gentle embrace. After a long day's labor, the group gathers joyfully around the bonfire. The roaring flames serve as a beacon of warmth amidst the darkness. Sparks dance merrily, rising and illuminating the weary yet content faces of the gathered individuals. The air is imbued with the distinctive aroma of roasted meat, heralding the imminent feast of grilled venison. On the grill, the venison sizzles and releases oil, droplets falling onto the charcoal, igniting bursts of blue flames that intensify the savory scent. Ding Yuyan, sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to her forehead, pays no heed to her appearance as she wields a long skewer, constantly turning the meat on the bamboo rack. Sisters, the feast is about to begin. I can already smell the deliciousness. The flickering firelight caresses her flushed cheeks, making her look like a blooming peach blossom, enchanting and dreamlike. Han Wenfang eagerly grabs a skewer of grilled meat, bringing it to her lips. Let me have the first taste. My secret seasoning is sure to be so delightful that it will make you bite your tongue. Hissing, her lips scorched, she inhaled sharply, her disheveled appearance provoking a chorus of laughter from the other women. Su Shiyuan squatted beside the charcoal fire, gently fanning the flames as sparks danced in the air. The smoke stung her eyes, turning them red, yet she remained unfazed. The hotter the fire, the sooner she could savor the grilled meat. Captain Li and several gentlemen hung the remaining marinated venison on a makeshift smoker crafted from bamboo. Beneath, a small fire crackled, and thick smoke, infused with spices and the rich aroma of meat, wafted upward. They occasionally turned the venison, ensuring each piece was perfectly smoked. In the warm glow of the campfire, everyone shared delectable dishes and exchanged stories from their day, their faces aglow with happiness. The night sky above the island sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, adding a touch of romance to this grand feast by the fire, captivating and intoxicating all present. Chapter 57. A fresh start as dawn broke. The golden rays of light filtered through the lush foliage, gently cascading upon the campsite, draping it in a veil of ethereal beauty. Captain Li stood tall in the center of the bamboo courtyard, his posture exuding confidence. Everyone gathered around. He called out in a resonant voice. Our food supplies have been relatively ample lately. It was time to tidy up our bamboo lodge. Ding Yuyan took up the conversation soon. We shall enjoy a more comfortable living space, one that truly resembles a home. Upon hearing her words, the team erupted into joyous cheers, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement. Han Wenfeng, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, bounced about like a lively rabbit. This is fantastic. I have longed for a warm and beautiful room, and I already have ideas on how to decorate it. Tian Jingjing nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she grasped Han Wenfeng's hand. Yes, yes. Our new room is bound to be exceptionally lovely. I can hardly wait to see it. Captain Li swiftly began to assign tasks. Weigua, gather the male team members and head out to cut some thick, straight bamboo. Also, make some charcoal in your spare time. Hao Weigua stood tall, responding with a booming voice. Understood, Captain. We shall complete the task. With that, he led Mu Fuguei and others, armed with chainsaws, towards the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, Captain Li guided Ding Yuyan, Su Shiyuan, and the other women into the bamboo lodge. This space, over 100 square meters both upstairs and downstairs, requires careful planning, he stated, gesturing toward the empty hall, his eyes alight with vision. Let's share our ideas on the layout. Considering structural stability, Su Shiyuan quickly proposed. I suggest we use thicker bamboo for the partition walls and minimize unnecessary doors. Dividing the upstairs and downstairs into 2 rooms and a hall seems quite suitable. We could also utilize the space near the stairs for a small storage room. Ding Yuyan nodded in agreement, adding, the living room on the first floor should be kept spacious to facilitate our daily activities. Captain, I would love to have more flowers and plants in my bedroom. Han Wenfeng said, her eyes gleaming with dreams of a cozy abode that can be arranged. I will prepare several bamboo buckets for you to cultivate your flowers. Captain Li replied with a warm smile, his gaze gentle. The group engaged in animated discussion, each person contributing their unique and practical ideas, joy bubbling forth from within. After thoughtful deliberation, Captain Li synthesized their suggestions. All right, we shall proceed as discussed, dividing both floors into 2 rooms and a hall. He decisively declared. We will also arrange for a bathroom and kitchen. Now, let's put this plan into action. Captain Li looked at Su Shiyuan, his tone imbued with trust. Shiyuan, we shall take charge of the main work on the bamboo partition, while the others assist us. Su Shiyuan nodded confidently, her tone resolute. All right, Captain. I assure you we will complete the task without any ambiguity. The 2 entered the bamboo building, where Captain Li adeptly picked up a chalk line, snapping a straight black line on the ground to precisely outline the partition's location. His focused expression resembled that of an artist meticulously drafting a grand blueprint. Meanwhile, Su Xian wielded an axe and chisel, diligently carving the mortises according to the markers, each movement deliberate and strong. As bamboo poles were joined together, the partition gradually took on a clear silhouette, forming a spacious and bright living room, 2 cozy bedrooms, and a simple kitchen on the first floor. The kitchen was arranged neatly with pots, bowls, and utensils. Even on rainy days, the group could leisurely cook and dine indoors, filled with the warmth of life. The female team members worked harmoniously, carefully polishing the cut bamboo to craft a sufficiently large dining table. The fresh aroma of bamboo permeated the air, intertwining with their cheerful laughter, creating a bustling yet warm scene, brimming with the essence of home. Tian Jingjing and Ding Yuyan even took the time to intricately weave several bamboo baskets from bamboo strips, intended for storing miscellaneous items. Each woven pattern embodied their passion and diligence towards life. The second floor was also ingeniously partitioned into 2 rooms and a hall. During the partitioning process, Su Shiyuan fully unleashed her creativity, skillfully utilizing the natural curvature of the bamboo to create unique decorative shapes, adding an artistic flair to the bamboo building. After a simple lunch, the girls eagerly busied themselves arranging their rooms, each expressing their imaginative ideas. Ding Yuyan carefully nailed a shelf made from bamboo strips onto the wall, delicately displaying her collection of trinkets, each carrying a special memory. Han Wenfeng, with her dexterous hands, crafted several distinctive decorative paintings using dried flowers and bamboo pieces, hanging them in her room, instantly infusing the entire space with a warm and romantic atmosphere, as if it were a dreamy little world. Captain Li swiftly fashioned 7 or 8 bamboo tubes, transforming them into simple yet elegant flower pots. This delighted Han Wenfang, who eagerly pulled Tian Jingjing along to gather fresh wildflowers, preparing to embellish her cozy nook. With everyone's collaborative efforts, the renovation of the bamboo building was nearing completion. The once empty and monotonous structure had been revitalized, now radiating warmth and comfort of home in every corner, each nook and cranny reflecting their collective effort and anticipation. "Captain, look what surprise we brought." At that moment, a cheerful commotion of wild boar cries erupted outside the door. Captain Li and the others hastily stepped out of the bamboo building, only to see Hao Weigua and a few others struggling to carry a hefty wild boar weighing over 100 pounds. Mu Fugui and Du Ziting carefully cradled two lively piglets, entering the camp with great excitement. "Wow, this is splendid. At last, my little wild boar has found companionship." Han Wenfang exclaimed with uncontainable joy, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Captain Hao, where did you capture this?" Ding Yuyan inquired, her curiosity evident on her animated face. "Oh, it was thanks to the trap we set earlier, though regrettably, the mother boar met her demise on a bamboo spike," Captain Hao Weigua responded, his voice brimming with pride over their bounty. "However, tonight we shall feast upon delectable wild boar meat. Now we have wild chickens, wild boars, and even deer to keep us company." Captain Li's face radiated joy. The days ahead will surely become ever more promising and filled with hope. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly invigorated. United in purpose, they set about constructing cozy little homes for these animals. The courtyard still held a good supply of bamboo. Each person had their role clearly defined, working in close cooperation to erect a spacious and comfortable enclosure for the deer. Thoughtfully, they laid soft hay inside to provide a tranquil resting place for the deer. The two wild chickens and 3 little wild boars also received their own warm and secure nests. Life flourished in every corner. Captain Li and Su Shiyuan even took the time to build a charming little bamboo house for the couple. Hei Wang wagged his tail with glee, occasionally letting out joyful barks, as if to express his fondness and gratitude for his new home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow of the sunset enveloped the campsite like a golden veil, casting a gentle light that made the humble bamboo structures radiate with a unique allure. Gathered together, they exchanged words and laughter, their voices mingling in a harmonious symphony filled with delightful visions of their future life on the deserted island. Their smiles dispelled all shadows, illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 58. Night fishing at sea. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening clouds unfurled like a billowing, ignited veil across the sky, casting a luminous glow upon the campsite and bamboo pavilion. Captivated by this picturesque sunset, Captain Li brimmed with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with vibrant energy. "Weigua, tonight we shall embark on a night fishing expedition at sea. It has been far too long since I last fished, and we could use some fresh seafood for our meal." His words fell like a pebble into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples of excitement. Han Wenfang's eyes lit up with anticipation. Grasping his arm tightly, she implored, her voice sweet and hopeful, "Captain, I want to join too. I've never fished in the sea before. Please take me along, won't you?" The longing in her large, glistening eyes was utterly irresistible. Upon hearing her plea, the attention of the other girls was immediately drawn to them, as if magnetically pulled towards Captain Li, their gazes filled with eager expectation. Reflecting on the hardships they had endured on the deserted island, Captain Li recognized that the girls were in dire need of a respite. With a warm smile, he nodded in agreement. Joy erupted among the group, with Han Wenfang leaping for joy. She waved her arms in the air, exclaiming, "Wonderful! We finally get to go fishing." Tian Jingjing, equally exhilarated, seized Yi Xiuwen's hands and shook them vigorously, exclaiming, "Sister, we can finally play by the sea." The campsite was soon filled with laughter and merriment, creating a lively atmosphere. Captain Li turned to a corner where supplies were stored. Retrieving the fishing rods he had carefully preserved from their time on the beach, he then extracted a piece of fine wire from an abandoned suitcase. Picking up a chisel and other tools, focusing intently on crafting fishing hooks. Subsequently, he retrieved climbing rope, meticulously cutting it to the appropriate length, carefully tying it to the hooks to serve as fishing line. Hao Weigua brought over several slender bamboo poles, and after a collaborative effort, they fashioned simple yet effective fishing rods. Together, Captain Li and Hao Weigua crafted a few fishing traps using 2 pieces of vine netting, accompanied by some jackal meat as bait. Observing Captain Li appropriating its rations, the dog Haoran whined in discontent, its demeanor expressing a sense of grievance, eliciting laughter from a group. With everything prepared, Captain Li and Hao Weigua strapped on their gear, leading the enthusiastic group towards the seaside. Along the winding river path to the coast, the spirited dog Haoran bounded ahead like an indefatigable sentinel, joyfully racing about. At times, it darted ahead like an arrow, startling a few resting paddy frogs, and then swiftly returned, weaving around the group with playful energy. This lively presence enlivened the otherwise monotonous journey. As Tian Jingjing walked, her curiosity piqued. She glanced around excitedly. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled, and she pointed toward a nearby tree, exclaiming, "Look, everyone, a jackfruit tree." As the crowd followed her, they beheld several towering trees on the western bank of the river, their branches heavy with ripe jackfruits, swaying gently in the breeze as if beckoning to them. Captain Li smiled and said, "Let's South remember this place. We'll come back to pick some when we have the time." After an arduous journey, the group finally arrived at the seaside as dusk quietly descended. The sea, caressed by the gentle moonlight, resembled a vast expanse of silk, undulating softly with the rhythm of the waves. The waves lapped against the shore in a melodic whisper, as if performing a beautiful nocturne that brought peace to the soul. They retrieved the wooden raft, which had been hidden by the riverbank during their move, and worked together to drag it to the shore. Captain Li and Hao Weigua found a shallow area with rocks and carefully set up fishing traps. Subsequently, they selected a long, narrow rock and laboriously lifted it onto the raft. Once everything was prepared, they paddled the raft slowly into the sea. "Captain, what are you doing with that large rock?" Han Wenfang inquired with curiosity, her eyes reflecting confusion. "We'll secure the raft with it. Otherwise, we might drift into the deep and become shark bait," Captain Li replied, half jokingly, eliciting a light laugh from the group. "All right, let us settle here." Captain Li chose a relatively calm patch of water. Together with Hao Weigua, he tightly secured the stone with ropes, allowing it to sink steadily into the sea, thus stabilizing the raft. Everyone then took out their fishing gear, eager to showcase their skills. Captain Li, seasoned and composed, sat firmly at the edge of the raft, his gaze fixed intently on the water, his fishing rod held steady. Before long, the rod in Captain Li's hands suddenly dipped. Reacting swiftly, he stood up and skillfully began to reel in the line. As the line was drawn up, a hefty grouper, weighing over 10 pounds, burst forth from the water, shimmering silver in the moonlight. "Wow, Captain Li, you're incredible," exclaimed Ximenya, her eyes sparkling with admiration and a hint of awe in her voice. "Let me help you," she said, rising to her feet. Just then a wave surged, causing the raft to sway violently. With a startled cry, Ximenya lost her balance and leaned towards Captain Li. Instinctively, she grasped his arm tightly, her form pressing against him. Her soft hair danced in the sea breeze, exuding a faint fragrance. "Be careful, the raft is unstable. We mustn't capsize." Captain Li firmly grasped her arms, steadying her. Witnessing this scene, Han Wenfang's face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Her expression cooled as she hurried forward, pulling Ximenya aside and positioning herself protectively in front of the captain. "Sister C, the raft is shaky. Don't crowd around the captain. Everyone stay steady. Safety comes first," Han Wenfang emphasized, deliberately elongating the word sister. The air was thick with sarcasm and unease, while the jealousy and warnings reflected in their eyes were utterly transparent. The other girls were wholly absorbed in their fishing, oblivious to the subtle movements and the undercurrents of emotion swirling between the two, as they observed their captain reeling in one large fish after another. Envy and eagerness sparkled in their gazes. Clutching their fishing rods tightly, they fixated intently on the water's surface, yearning for the moment when their own rods would tremble, signaling the catch of a grand fish. Amid the anxious anticipation, suddenly, Han Wenfang's fishing rod plunged sharply. she exclaimed in excitement. Ah, I've caught one. It must be a big fish. The girls were momentarily taken aback, but their eyes soon gleamed with delight. Forgetting their own fishing rods, they hastily cast them aside and gathered around her. As the hook broke the surface of the water, a plump crab emerged before them, brandishing its claws. One pincher firmly gripping the bait. It appeared to defend its prize fiercely, reluctant to relinquish it easily. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was initially stunned, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. Don't just laugh. Help me get the crab off. Han Wenfeng, momentarily flustered by the sight of the clawing crab, wore an expression of helplessness. Captain Lee approached, laboriously prying the crab from the hook, teasing, "Oh, who would have thought, just like you, it's a little foodie too." His remark sent the girls into fits of laughter once more. As time passed, the girls gradually honed their fishing skills, each yielding their own catches. Captain Lee and Hao Weigua managed to reel in several large fish. The sea was alive with joyous laughter, and the air was suffused with the delight of a bountiful harvest. It seemed as though all worries were gently dissipated by the tender embrace of the night and the abundance of their spoils. Chapter 59. Shadows of the Night Sea. As twilight deepened, the group began to gather their fishing rods, eager to inspect the traps they had previously set along the shore, anticipating a sumptuous feast upon their return. With a commanding voice, Captain Lee urged everyone to action, and they swiftly tidied their gear, filled with excitement as they made their way towards the beach. The moonlight, soft as water, enveloped them, casting a serene silhouette upon their figures. Upon reaching the traps, their anticipation was palpable as they clustered around, eyes gleaming with hope for a bountiful catch. Captain Lee gingerly lifted the wrought-tan trap from the water, his movements delicate, as if to not disturb the promise of their haul. Just as the trap broke the surface, Tian Jingjing suddenly let out a piercing scream. Ah, a snake! Her cries sliced through the night like the first thunder of spring, instantly draining the color from the faces of the women around her. They recoiled instinctively, their expressions turning as pale as parchment, retreating in a flurry of panic as fear swiftly permeated the air. Captain Lee, however, remained composed, scrutinizing the situation before reassuring them. Do not be afraid. It is not a snake but a ribbon eel. This creature makes for a nutritious soup. Upon hearing this, the tension in their hearts eased slightly. The terror in their expressions gradually gave way to curiosity as they leaned closer to inspect the misunderstood creature. The fishing net was abuzz with life. Alongside the hefty ribbon eel, a myriad of marine treasures writhed and twisted within. The silvery pomfret shimmered under the gentle caress of the moonlight, its scales reflecting myriad tiny lights like stars scattered across the night sky, glimmering brilliantly. The plump grouper exuded a calm demeanor, occasionally stirring its broad fins, while crabs brandished their formidable claws, waving them with an air of authority, as if declaring their dominion over this territory. The other two traps yielded equally impressive catches, their bounty filling 5 or 6 baskets to the brim, overflowing with the joy of a fruitful harvest. Beaming smiles adorned their faces as they hummed cheerful tunes, ready to return laden with the rewards of their labor. Suddenly, the typically docile black dog, Haoran, perked up its ears, its fur bristling with unease. It emitted a low growl towards the sea, its gaze fixated on the surface, as if sensing an immense threat lurking beneath. At that moment, a low buzzing sound drifted across the water, shattering the tranquility of the night. The group turned their attention to the source, spotting a speedboat slowly emerging from the darkness, heading towards the eastern shore. The silhouette of the vessel loomed mysteriously in the night, evoking a sense of uncertainty and trepidation. "Captain, could it be pirates?" Han Wenfeng asked, her voice quivering with fear, her eyes reflecting her anxiety. "Unlikely. Pirates typically do not operate at night," Captain Lee replied softly, attempting to allay their fears with a steady and reassuring tone. "Weigua, I shall scout ahead. You take them back and ensure their safety on the way." "Captain, allow me to accompany you." Hao Weigua expressed his concern, his eyes reflecting anxiety and care. He was uneasy about the captain embarking on this perilous venture alone. "No need. I merely intend to scout the area. I can manage with Hei Wang by my side. You must ensure their safety," Captain Lee stated with an air of undeniable resolve. Understood, Captain. I assure you I will fulfill my duty. Hao Weiguo replied with unwavering determination. Captain Lee patted Hei Wang on the head. Come, Hei Wang. The faithful dog seemed to comprehend its master's command, wagging its tail gently and closely following Captain Lee. The silhouettes of man and dog appeared particularly steadfast under the moonlight. Captain, please exercise caution. Han Wenfeng cautioned anxiously, her eyes filled with concern and worry. Utilizing the rocky outcrops and dense seaweed of the beach as cover, Captain Lee stealthily approached the direction of the speedboat, akin to a lurking leopard. His steps were light yet deliberate, each carefully placed to avoid any sound that might alarm unseen dangers. Hei Wang mirrored his actions, adopting a silent gait as it trailed behind. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy. As they neared the speedboat, Captain Lee refrained from revealing himself prematurely. He crouched behind a rock, a mere 10 meters from the vessel, his movements both agile and cautious. He removed the night vision scope from his compound bow, scrutinizing the surroundings intently. Hei Wang also crouched, its ears perked and eyes fixed unwaveringly on the speedboat. The boat lay empty, save for a solitary life buoy quietly resting in a corner. Captain Lee continued to meticulously scan every nook and cranny for any hint of danger, striving to capture potential threats lurking in the darkness. After thoroughly confirming the absence of hidden peril and suspicious figures, he lowered the night vision device and gently patted Hei Wang's head. Let us proceed and investigate, he whispered. Together, they stealthily approached the speedboat, their movements remaining light and cautious. Captain Lee ascended the boat with careful precision, followed closely by Hei Wang, who maintained its vigilance. Captain Lee first examined the cockpit, while Hei Wang remained on guard, its eyes scanning every corner. The dashboard lights had dimmed, and the ignition key was absent. The control levers were neatly arranged, as if the owner had only stepped away briefly. The driver's seat bore no signs of disarray, indicating a recent departure. An unsettling peculiarity pervaded the atmosphere. Hei Wang circled the cockpit without uttering a sound, further reassuring Captain Lee that no threats resided aboard. Allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly, he then proceeded to the cabin. The door was unlocked and opened with a gentle push, emitting a faint creak. Captain Lee retrieved his waterproof flashlight and cautiously illuminated the surroundings. The beam flickered in the darkness, as if uncovering secrets yet unknown. The cabin was simply furnished, with several neatly arranged beds and blankets stacked in an orderly fashion. In one corner lay some personal items, yet there was no sign of food or drinking water. This absence deepened Captain Lee's confusion. Hei Wang sniffed around the cabin and quietly returned to Captain Lee's side, seemingly having detected nothing unusual. Captain Lee felt increasingly perplexed. The speedboat was impeccably clean, devoid of any dust. This was clearly not the behavior of pirates, nor did it resemble that of an ordinary fishing vessel. Moreover, where had the occupants of the boat vanished to? This question loomed like a colossal enigma in Captain Lee's mind. Concerned about alarming the unseen presence, he chose not to linger. He and Hei Wang stealthily returned to their camp, leaving the mysterious speedboat to continue whispering its secrets in the night. Chapter 60. Each with their own plans, the night enveloped the camp like thick ink, drenching everything in its shadowy embrace. The flickering flames of the campfire tore through a corner of the darkness. Above the bamboo pavilion, the aroma of roasted wild boar and smoked fish wafted gently through the air. Yet, Ding Yuyan and her companions appeared to have been drained of vitality, sitting listlessly around the fire. The delectable feast before them failed to stir even the faintest hint of appetite. They stared vacantly at the pitch-black sky, the entire camp shrouded in a heavy gloom. It was evident to all that an inexplicable danger was drawing near, and the safety of Captain Lee was directly linked to the survival of the entire camp. An invisible hand seemed to grip their hearts tightly, the tense atmosphere nearly suffocating. Suddenly, a familiar call from Hei Wang echoed outside the door. Moments later, the tall figure of Captain Lee slowly emerged at the entrance. He emanated an unmistakable weariness, his face etched with the hardships of the journey. Yet, his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's, revealing a depth of resilience. Ding Yuyan's eyes instantly brightened, and she hurried forward, her concern palpable. "Captain, you're finally back. We've been so worried." Han Wenfeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her demeanor resembled that of a joyful bird. She rushed over to grasp Captain Li's arm, her heart aching as she exclaimed, "Captain, look at how exhausted you are." Without delay, she poured cool water into Captain Li's bamboo cup. The other women quickly gathered around, and soon, a chorus of cheerful greetings filled the air. The oppressive atmosphere within the camp dissipated, laughter and joy once again echoing above. After hastily finishing their dinner, Captain Li promptly summoned Ding Yuyan and Hao Weiguo to his room. Upon entering, Hao Weiguo swiftly approached Captain Li, his hands instinctively clenching. His eyes were filled with urgency. "Captain, that speedboat appeared in a most peculiar manner. Did you discover anything after following it?" Captain Li shook his head gently, his tone steady. "No, the boat was empty. The people had already departed. However, from various signs, it certainly does not resemble that of pirates." Ding Yuyan furrowed her brow, a flicker of unease crossing her gaze. "If it is not a pirate vessel, then who could it belong to? Are they coming for us?" "It is difficult to say, but their stealthy behavior in the dead of night suggests ill intentions," Captain Li replied solemnly, shaking his head slightly. "The future no. 3 embodies the collective efforts of countless researchers. We must ensure its safety." Hao Weiguo clenched his fists, his voice resolute. "No matter who they are, we cannot allow them to succeed. The immediate priority is to reinforce the camp's protective measures." Ding Yuyan's brows knitted together, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "But most of the personnel here are women. Relying solely on the 2 of you is indeed concerning." Captain Li stood up and began pacing in the room, his gaze turning towards Ding Yuyan. "Ding, previously I asked you to instruct Su Shiyuan and Han Wenfeng in handling firearms. How proficient are they now?" Su Shiyuan possesses a foundation in archery and demonstrates commendable proficiency in long gun shooting, albeit lacking in practical combat experience. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuyan pondered momentarily before responding. Han Wenfeng finds practicing with the long gun somewhat challenging, and is currently focused on familiarizing herself with the short gun. Her proficiency with the long gun still requires enhancement. Captain Li furrowed his brows slightly, his tone imbued with a sense of decisiveness. "If absolutely necessary, we should allow Tian Jingjing to join the training as well. Based on recent observations, she has proven to be reliable and trustworthy." He paused briefly, then turned to the 2 individuals, stating, "The use of firearms pertains to everyone's safety. The more individuals proficient in their use, the greater the assurance we have." Hao Weiguo and Ding Yuyan exchanged glances, nodding in unison. "For the next few days, we shall endure some hardship, taking turns to stand guard at night. In the event of unusual circumstances, Su Shiyuan and Han Wenfeng may also participate in the operations to confront the situation together." Captain Li's expression turned grave as he spoke earnestly. The 3 engaged in dialogue, their words intermingling, creating an atmosphere of tension and gravity. They meticulously analyzed every conceivable possibility, striving to extract strategies from the minutiae. Little did they know, not far from the bamboo house, a far more sinister conspiracy was silently brewing deep within the jungle. In the depths of the jungle, within the covert encampment of Wang Yang's group, dim candlelight flickered uncertainly, illuminating 3 somber faces. Vice Captain Wang sat with 2 men from an island nation. One stout and the other slender, gathered around a rudimentary grass mat. To avoid attracting attention, the 2 men had assumed the guise of international rescue team members, stealthily infiltrating the deserted island alongside a civilian rescue organization from their homeland. Presently, their makeshift bedding was heaped with an assortment of supplies they had managed to smuggle aboard the rescue vessel. A rich variety of food, beverages, and daily necessities. Advanced satellite phones, high-capacity batteries, as well as southern pistols and various weaponry filled the space. The shorter, stocky island man patted the items on the bed, speaking in halting Chinese. "Wang, these provisions and gear were hard-won, brought over with great effort." "Thank you, Yamamoto," Vice Captain Wang replied hurriedly, nodding repeatedly. He then cautioned, "Be sure to keep your speedboat well hidden. Do not allow any slip-ups. You need not worry. Suzuki, who just left, will manage that. Yamamoto Ichimu waved his hand dismissively. He then inquired with concern, "Oh, by the way, how is Miss Sachiko doing?" As the steward of the Yamamoto family, he had been dispatched by Yamamoto Yu to assist Wang Yong in seizing future number 3. Rest assured, Yamamoto, Miss Sachiko is currently quite safe. She has gained the trust of the core members of the future group, Wang Yong replied with confidence as he regarded Yamamoto Ichimu. For our next course of action, we will continue to rely on Miss Sachiko's cooperation. We have traveled a great distance with a singular objective, to seize future number 3. Yamamoto Ichimu's expression brightened, filled with ambition as he declared, "Wang, having spent so much time in Huagua, you must be quite familiar with future number 3, correct? It represents the most advanced biogenetic research achievements in the world today." Vice Captain Wang nodded hastily, feigning a facade of professionalism. "Once we procure the samples, a substantial reward awaits us upon our return home." Yamamoto Ichimu's lips curled into a greedy smile, the flesh on his face jiggling with anticipation. "Wang, what are your plans for the next step?" he inquired, leaning slightly forward, akin to a predator sensing the scent of its prey. The situation was not as troublesome as it appeared. Ding Yuyan was mostly surrounded by women. A flicker of concern crossed Wang Yong's face as he spoke, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. However, that security captain surnamed Li seems to possess some capability. This matter may prove to be rather challenging. What does a mere security guard have to fear? In their current predicament, with communications severed on this island, they were like birds trapped in a cage. At that moment, the tall, gaunt man who had remained silent until now exhibited a glimmer of ruthlessness in his eyes. "We are armed. Let us seize the opportunity to abduct that General Ding. Soon, the number 3 will be within our grasp." The dim lighting elongated and distorted their shadows, resembling 3 beasts poised to strike, conspiring in the darkness of night. Chapter 61 Mysterious Letter. The night before dawn enveloped the deserted island like a dense layer of ink, casting a heavy pall over the surroundings. An eerie stillness pervaded the air. In the corridor of the bamboo house, Captain Lee sat quietly against the wall. The fatigue from his night watch and relentless toil was evident, with bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion. Yet, he maintained his resolve, tightly gripping the long rifle in his hands, vigilantly scanning every corner of the camp. Suddenly, the sleeping black dog, Haoran, perked up, its ears twitching in alertness as it opened its eyes wide. It sprang to its feet and, directed towards the entrance, let out a sharp, warning howl that shattered the night-esque silence. Captain Lee instantly sprang to attention, swiftly raising his rifle and expertly chambering around. His voice, deep and commanding, pierced the stillness. "Who goes there?" Upon hearing the abrupt commotion, Hao Weiguo rushed out, hastily fastening his clothing, his AK-47 gripped tightly in his hands. "Captain, what is going on?" he inquired, alert and ready. Captain Lee and Hao Weiguo hastened towards the entrance of the camp. With a swift motion, Hao Weiguo flung open the door, scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. The night remained profoundly dark and silent, with no suspicious figures in sight. As both men stood in bewilderment, Captain Lee noticed a piece of bamboo inscribed with characters lying on the ground. He quickly bent down to retrieve it, examining it closely in the dim light before dawn. The words, scrawled in charcoal with an unsteady hand, read, "Visitors from outside the island, beware of those around you." Captain Lee's gaze fixed intently on the message, his pupils narrowing slightly, and a glint of caution flashed in his eyes. He then handed the bamboo slip to Hao Weiguo, his voice low and serious. "Take a look at this." Upon receiving the slip, Hao Weiguo's brow furrowed deeply in perplexity. "Who could have sent us this message? Is there someone else on the island?" Just then, Ding Yuyan hurriedly arrived at the entrance, her expression anxious, her voice tinged with unmistakable unease. "What has happened?" Captain Lee passed the bamboo slip to her, his demeanor grave and silent. After examining it closely, Ding Yuyan's face paled slightly. "Have we been targeted?" The 3 exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them, before swiftly returning to Captain Lee's quarters. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Captain Lee appeared somewhat more at ease. Judging by the content of the letter, it seemed that the sender was a friend rather than a foe. Hao Weiguo nodded emphatically. We must ensure confidentiality. This information must not leak. Captain Lee inclined his head slightly, using his clothing to vigorously erase the writing on the bamboo slip. His expression turned serious as he stated, "This matter should remain undisclosed for now." Ding Yuyan began to pace anxiously, then abruptly halted. This letter must be connected to the speedboat that appeared last night. Indeed, it seemed that other forces had quietly infiltrated the deserted island. If that is the case, our camp is no longer safe. Captain Lee cast a glance at Ding Yuyan. We must find a more concealed location for our encampment. The longer we delay, the more detrimental it will be for us. Hao Weigua straightened his posture, his gaze imbued with determination and resolve. In a situation where the enemy lurked in the shadows while we stood exposed, it was far wiser to take the initiative rather than endure passive assaults. As we seek a new camp, we may also glean insights about our adversaries. Given the shifts in circumstances, our strategy must be recalibrated. Let us first meticulously review the tasks at hand, Ding Yuyan stated with serene composure. Our foremost priority is to locate a new campsite swiftly, ensuring safety above all. I believe the northern mountains present a commendable option. Captain Lee furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers tapping gently upon the table. The terrain is complex, defensible yet challenging to assault, making it exceptionally suitable as a new stronghold. Wait, what are your thoughts? I concur. The northern mountains are indeed a favorable choice. Perhaps we might discover concealed caverns that offer both safety and sturdiness. Hao Weigua leaned forward eagerly in response. Ding Yuyan, seated nearby, gently bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. What about the camp here? I fear that as soon as you depart, the enemy might follow closely behind. Captain Lee turned his gaze towards Ding Yuyan, his expression brimming with encouragement and trust. Thus, the responsibility of defending the camp falls upon you and Su Shiyuan. You must ensure that Han Wen and Tian Jingjing become proficient in firearms, as this will allow us to operate outside with peace of mind. Ding Yuyan nodded earnestly, her tone resolute. Very well, that is not an issue. We will teach them promptly and without fail. Captain Lee then shifted his attention to Hei Wang and Hei Mei in the courtyard. Hei Wang and Hei Mei will also remain at the camp. Their vigilance is high, with them present. An enemy ambush will not come easily. Hao Weigua paced the room for a moment. We must also organize everyone to produce more arrows and enhance archery training. As a ranged weapon, having an additional defensive skill is always advantageous. Furthermore, you must remain armed at all times, rotating night watches in pairs to bolster the camp's vigilance. Captain Lee continued in an orderly manner. Should you detect any signs of disturbance, do not act recklessly. Prioritize your safety and do not act impulsively. Hao Weigua added, by the way, you must closely monitor every move of Yamamoto Sachiko. We cannot allow her to compromise the secrets of her camp. Ding Yuyan's gaze was steadfast. Rest assured, Shiyuan and I will keep a close watch on her, leaving her no opportunity for sabotage. Additionally, we must not relax in our reserves of food and water. They are the foundation of our survival. Captain Lee contemplated for a moment before speaking. Furthermore, let Mu Fugue and the others move into the bamboo house. Gathering everyone together will enable a swift response in the face of danger. Ding Yuyan frowned slightly. We must also pay particular attention to our supplies. We need to expedite the stockpiling of bamboo, for producing charcoal and crafting arrows will prove invaluable. Ding, I entrust the organization of archery practice at the camp to you too. Captain Lee paused briefly before adding, I nearly forgot. The mandarin poison we brought back last time should only be handled and utilized by you and Su Shiyuan. Rest assured, I will arrange everything meticulously and adhere strictly to the requirements. Ding Yuyan took a deep breath and spoke resolutely. Captain Lee reiterated his instructions, urging everyone to minimize their outings during this period, emphasizing that all actions should prioritize the safety of both themselves and the camp. He was acutely aware that, although dawn was approaching on the deserted island, the challenges they faced were only just beginning. With this thought, Captain Lee grasped the AK-47 at his side and took up the binoculars. He decisively commanded, Weigua, take your weapon and follow me at once. Having spoken, he turned and strode out of the bamboo house, calling for Hei Wang, leading Hao Weigua swiftly into the shadows before the break of dawn. Chapter 62. A display of disgrace. As the night descended, thick and inky, it enveloped the jungle camp with an oppressive darkness. The stifling air felt as if it had come to a standstill. The flickering flames struggled in the gloom, casting a dim and uncertain glow that illuminated three contorted figures: Wang Yong, Yamamoto Kazuki, and Tanaka Shiku. Bare-chested and reeking of alcohol, they were unmistakably inebriated. Yamamoto, with his somewhat plump physique, swayed to the off-key strains of Sakura Sakura, his substantial hands rhythmically clapping, causing the flesh on his face to jiggle. His bleary eyes were glazed, and he hollered hoarsely, drooling as he did so, the saliva glistening in the firelight. The pungent odor of alcohol emanated from his gaping mouth, presenting a truly grotesque spectacle. Beside him, Tanaka was as thin as a reed. His emaciated arms weakly flailed about, his movements both comical and bizarre. An insidious grin adorned his face, his eyes narrowed into slits as he occasionally cast furtive glances around. His prominent front teeth gleamed in the firelight, reminiscent of a cunning rodent. With a lecherous gaze, Tanaka stared at the female team member's tent, nudging Wang Yong with his elbow. In a mocking tone, he said, "Wang-san, with so many lovely ladies around every day, how can you possibly resist?" Wang Yong swallowed hard, his eyes shimmering with avarice. "To be honest, I endure great torment each day. But alas, for the sake of our nation's interests and the Yamamoto family's endeavors, I must grit my teeth and persevere," he proclaimed with a facade of virtue. Upon overhearing their exchange, Yamamoto, swaying drunkenly, rose to his feet. His steps were unsteady as he slurred, "Tonight, I must find a lovely lady to enjoy myself." He made a charge toward the female team's tent. Wang Yong, sensing the impending calamity, hurriedly stood up and seized him, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. "Yamamoto-kun, that's not advisable. We haven't secured future number 3 yet," he cautioned, casting wary glances around. "If we scare everyone off over such trivial matters, our plans will be utterly ruined." Tanaka quickly grasped Yamamoto's arm, attempting to dissuade him with his clumsy Mandarin. "Yamamoto-kun, Wang-san is right. Once we obtain future number 3, gold and beauties will be ours." Yamamoto shrugged off their hands, his face flushed and eyes wide with indignation. "Enough of your nonsense. If you want to help me, I shall go on my own." Seeing the situation spiral, Wang Yong reluctantly gritted his teeth. "Yamamoto-kun, calm down. I'll send someone to you. Please do not create a scene." Hyulajing, overhearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Wang Yong. Her face was a mask of terror and rejection, her hands instinctively gripping the hem of her clothing. Her voice trembled, "No, I want to go." Yet upon meeting Wang Yong's cold, malevolent gaze, her words faltered and she swallowed them back. With her head bowed and steps unsteady, she reluctantly followed Yamamoto into the tent. Moments later, the tent erupted with Hyulajing's heart-wrenching cries. "Help! Please don't do this." The sound was sharp and despairing, akin to a razor slicing through the once tranquil night sky of the camp. Within the shelters of the female team members, the dim light flickered feebly, casting distorted silhouettes upon the walls. The moment the wailing echoed, the air seemed to freeze. Ouyang Shue's once lively eyes widened in shock, ablaze with a fiery rage. Her chest heaving violently, she shouted fiercely, "These are not rescue workers. They're clearly a horde of demons cloaked in human skin." Xiao Yongxia's complexion turned ashen, resembling a leaf trembling in the biting wind. A flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes, yet she muttered softly, "Well, who told you to revolve around that beast all day? You brought this upon yourself." Despite her words, her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Tao Huiwan curled up in the corner like a frightened fawn, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "What should we do? We won't be harmed, will we?" Zhao Wenjia silently clenched her teeth, resembling a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. She suppressed the tumultuous anger within, veins protruding on the back of her hand, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity. At that moment, Wang Chong, hearing the screams, displayed a fleeting look of panic. He turned to Wu Daji, his voice trembling. "Brother Wu, are they truly a rescue team? Wu Daji, with an expression of indifference, did not even raise his head, impatiently waving his hand as if to swat away an annoying fly. What concern is it of yours? Having food and drink is sufficient. Mind your own business and don't invite trouble. Cui Yuming sat nearby, wearing a sardonic expression. Typically, when we steal a glance at those beauties, Captain Wang is all frowns and scowls, yet now he generously sends his girlfriend out. How magnanimous of him, he remarked, dripping with biting sarcasm. Zhang Zong displayed a lecherous expression, indignation etched on his face. Ah, Captain Wang is oblivious to the hunger of the famished. I have long desired to take these beauties away from this forsaken place. On this desolate island, companionship with beautiful women is the true enjoyment. The greed and desire emanating from his gaze were repulsive. Once they were polished white-collar workers in the city, clad in resplendent attire, navigating the towering edifices with an air of civility and elegance. Yet, on this deserted island, devoid of the constraints of law and morality, the sordid and wretched depths of their souls spilled forth like an uncovered cesspool. Humanity, in this extreme environment, was laid bare in a shocking display, a sight that was truly harrowing. Chapter 63. Peril in the mountains as the sun ascended gradually from the horizon where the sea met the sky. Beams of golden light pierced through the clouds like sharp swords, cascading upon the desolate island suspended in the ocean. In an instant, the entire island seemed infused with vibrant life, each inch of land adorned with a warm, enchanting golden veil, shimmering with brilliance. Captain Li and Hao Weigua, clad in combat uniforms with their AK-47s securely slung at their sides, bore sharp military knives at their waists and gripped handmade bamboo spears tightly in their hands, exuding an aura of fearlessness, ready to confront any unforeseen challenges. Captain Li approached Ding Yuyan, lowering his voice and wearing a grave expression as he cautioned. How? And I've checked the whereabouts of that speedboat. It has vanished without a trace. We are unaware of the enemy's movements and capabilities. You and the others must remain vigilant at the camp to ensure your safety. Ding Yuyan's beautiful eyes glimmered with concern and affection as she softly replied. The camp is safe with Shiyuan and me here. You may go without worry. The journey ahead is fraught with danger, so please be cautious. Han Wenfeng hurriedly approached, grasping Captain Li's arm tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Captain, please take care of yourselves. We are all anxiously awaiting your safe return. You must look after yourselves on the road. Captain Li maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze warm as he surveyed the group and stated firmly, during our absence, please minimize your outings and follow General Ding's arrangements. In any unforeseen circumstances, prioritize your safety. Exchanging a glance with Hao Weigua, an unspoken trust and understanding passed between them. Under the watchful and hopeful gazes of their companions, they strode forth with resolute steps along the winding eastern bank of the river, resolutely heading northward. To the east of the river, an expansive tropical rainforest prairie unfolded like a giant green velvet tapestry meticulously woven by nature, stretching between heaven and earth. The tender green grass swayed gently in the soft caress of the breeze, exuding a fresh and delightful fragrance that permeated the air. In the sapphire-clear sky, pristine white clouds floated leisurely as if manipulated by an invisible hand. Fiery red banana blossoms burst forth in exuberance, while purple orchids stood gracefully, reminiscent of dancing butterflies. Together, they adorned the prairie, transforming it into a vibrant and resplendent canvas that captivated the heart and soul. With a lithe and elegant form, a water deer trod lightly across the prairie, exuding an air of graceful composure with each step. Not far away, a herd of massive bison resembled tranquil hills, standing silently upon the grassland. Their formidable horns gleamed coldly in the sunlight, silently proclaiming their dominion over the territory. A group of playful raccoons with long noses frolicked merrily across the grass, their agile forms flitting in and out of the lush underbrush, infusing the serene prairie with a lively spirit. As they continued their journey, Hao Weig was suddenly halted, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Captain, look over there." Captain Li gazed in the direction indicated by his companion's finger, and before him unfolded a lush expanse of wild sweet potato fields. The vines sprawled and intertwined with reckless abandon, resembling a complex green net. Patches of earth were overturned, revealing plump, rounded sweet potatoes partially exposed to the sunlight, glistening enticingly as if beckoning them closer. Captain Lee stepped forward briskly, gently parting the verdant vines to cradle a sweet potato in his hands. What fortune! These sweet potatoes are indeed a timely blessing. They shall alleviate our dire food shortage, he exclaimed. The two immediately set to work, carefully excavating the sweet potatoes one by one and placing them meticulously into their backpacks, their hearts brimming with confidence and anticipation for the journey ahead. After a lengthy and arduous trek, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountains. The peaks loomed majestically, piercing the clouds like a sword thrust into the heavens, their steep and daunting slopes instilling a sense of trepidation. Trees clung tenaciously to the rocky crevices, their twisted branches spiraling like mighty dragons struggling to navigate the mountainous terrain. Captain Lee retrieved a pair of binoculars from his backpack, raising them to scrutinize the summits and the surrounding landscape. He turned to Haoran, stating, "We must ascend to the summit. Only then can we grasp the entirety of the island's visage." The two swiftly organized their gear, securing climbing ropes tightly around their waists, grasping their sharp mountaineering tools, and setting off towards the peak with determination. Sweat trickled down their foreheads like fine beads, cascading down their cheeks and soon soaking their garments. As they laboriously climbed to the halfway point, a deep, resonant roar suddenly shattered the mountain's tranquility, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. From behind a massive boulder, a lithe jaguar burst forth like a flash of lightning, its speed nearly too swift to comprehend. Muscles coiled beneath its golden fur, adorned with dark spots. Its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs glinting coldly in the sunlight. The fierce gaze of the jaguar fixed intently upon the two men, as if appraising its imminent prey. The air thickened with a suffocating tension and a palpable sense of danger. Captain Lee and Haoran had no time to ponder. They swiftly drew their bamboo spears, positioning themselves in a defensive stance against the jaguar. Captain Lee lowered his voice, speaking with composed authority. "Stay calm. This beast is searching for our weaknesses. We must maintain our ground and not lose our composure." The jaguar circled them slowly, emitting a low, rumbling growl from its throat, a sound that served as both a warning and a rallying cry for itself. Suddenly, it crouched low, its front paws pressing against the ground, coiling its body as if preparing to spring forth like an arrow released from a bow, lunging towards Captain Lee with blinding speed. "Watch out!" Haoran shouted, swiftly repositioning himself in an attempt to distract the jaguar from its assault. Captain Lee reacted with remarkable quickness, sidestepping gracefully and narrowly evading the jaguar's deadly strike. The jaguar missed its mark and crashed heavily onto the ground. However, its response was equally swift, immediately adjusting its stance and launching another attack on Captain Lee with unrelenting ferocity. The glint of menace in its eyes intensified. Haoran brandished his bamboo spear, shouting loudly, "Hey, over here," in an attempt to divert the jaguar's attention. Yet, the jaguar nimbly evaded the assault, leaping high once more, tracing an arc in the air. With its target still set on Captain Lee, the captain continued to retreat, his steps steady and resolute, while skillfully dodging the jaguar's strikes. He was also searching for an opportunity to counterattack, rapidly surveying the surrounding terrain and calculating his next move in the face of imminent peril. He understood all too well that in this treacherous mountain landscape, even the slightest misstep could lead to his demise at the jaws of the beast. In a critical moment, the jaguar seized upon a flaw in Captain Lee's defense, lunging towards his throat with alarming speed. Its sharp fangs glimmered menacingly in the sunlight, reminiscent of a scythe of death poised to descend. A wave of tension gripped Captain Lee's heart, and his body instinctively reacted to evade. Yet he felt a fierce wind brush against his neck. Witnessing this, Haoran, desperate and frantic, shouted "Captain," and leaped forward recklessly to save him. In his haste, he slipped and lost his balance, plummeting towards the unfathomable abyss below. "Wagwa!" Captain Lee cried out, his voice laden with urgency and concern, echoing the profound bond of camaraderie between them in the expansive valley. In that life-and-death moment, Haoran instinctively reached out, grasping for anything that could save him. But all efforts proved futile, as his body continued its uncontrollable descent. The jagged rocks of the cliff and the tangle of branches acted like sharp blades, leaving a web of gruesome wounds across his arms, back, and face, blood splattering forth in vivid arcs, a shocking sight to behold. Captain Li, filled with anxiety, suppressed his inner anguish and fear, shouting with all his might as he swung his bamboo spear, forcing the jaguar to retreat momentarily, emitting a low growl. He swiftly approached the cliff's edge, his hands trembling slightly as he secured a climbing rope to a sturdy tree. Cautiously, he descended the rope towards the valley floor, urging, "Hang on, Wegwa. I'm coming." His voice was resolute yet choked with emotion, resonating through the valley with both hope for survival and boundless worry. Chapter 64. The plunge. How Wegwa plummeted like a kite severed from its string, hurtling downwards towards the abyss. In a state of panic, his hands instinctively flailed, yet he grasped nothing that could offer him support. Suddenly, his body collided violently with a tree that grew askew from the cliff's edge. The jarring impact felt as if his very organs had been displaced, and a surge of blood rushed to his throat. In the face of life and death, Haoran, enduring excruciating pain, summoned every ounce of strength to cling desperately to a sturdy branch. His body dangled precariously in mid-air, swaying incessantly, while his heart raced in his chest, threatening to burst forth. "Wegwa, hold on!" Captain Li shouted hoarsely from below, his voice echoing through the valley. He tightened his grip on the rope, and without hesitation began to descend swiftly. The sharp edges of the cliff grazed his body relentlessly. The jagged rocks tore through his clothing and lacerated his skin, while the climbing rope battered his palms until they bled. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain. A singular thought consumed him. "Hurry, faster, we must save Haoran." "Captain, I'm here." Just as Captain Li's anxiety peaked, a faint and raspy voice reached him from below. He looked down to find Haoran ensnared by the tree that jutted from the cliff, clinging tightly to the branch. He appeared on the verge of another fall, with his backpack and AK-47 scattered amidst the tree's foliage. Captain Li exerted every ounce of his strength to reach Haoran's side. He quickly unfastened the safety clip and securely attached it to Haoran. Finally, he exhaled deeply. "Do not fear, brother. I am here. We will soon escape this peril." Haoran nodded weakly, his gaze filled with gratitude and trust as he observed the bloodied hands of his captain. "I am fine. You find a safe place quickly." The two coordinated their efforts. Captain Li first ensured Haoran would not slip again. He then reached for the backpack and AK-47 ensnared by the branches. Upon careful inspection, he discovered the weapon was damaged and rendered inoperable, though the magazine remained intact. He slung the broken firearm over his shoulder, supporting Haoran as he gently lowered him to the valley floor. Captain Li then swiftly descended along the climbing rope. As they entered the valley, a damp, decaying odor assaulted their senses. Thick mist enveloped them like an immense curtain, obscuring everything in a haze. The surroundings appeared shadowy and indistinct, shrouded in an indescribable eeriness. "This valley feels unsettling. We must proceed with caution," Captain Li whispered, his tone laced with vigilance. His eyes scanned the vicinity like a hawk, gripping the intact AK-47 tightly. His finger poised delicately on the trigger, ready to confront any lurking danger. Haoran bent down to retrieve the bamboo spear that had fallen into the valley, nodding slightly. His gaze mirrored Captain Li's wariness. "Yes, it is too quiet, unnaturally so, giving one the chills. It feels as though something is watching us from the shadows." The two maintained a combat formation, advancing cautiously and deliberately into the unknown. Every step was taken with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing the unknown threats lurking in the shadows. Not far into their journey, they unexpectedly discovered an artificially constructed passage. The stone walls flanking the corridor were smooth and even, evidently shaped by human hands. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity and wariness, and instinctively raised their weapons. With the barrels slightly elevated, they ventured forth, exploring the passageway. They moved with greater care and slowness, ears attuned to the faintest sounds. After an indeterminate length of time, they arrived at a spacious opening. This entrance, elevated several meters above the ground, was partially obscured by two massive iron doors. The surface of the doors was coated with thick layers of dust and rust, bearing the scars of time, evoking the image of a weathered elder silently guarding untold secrets. Captain Li and Hao Weigua cautiously approached the half-open iron doors, descending the steps with deliberate slowness. A gentle touch caused the rust to flake away, revealing a narrow gap through which two people could barely pass. Captain Li raised his rifle, leaning slightly forward as he peered through the opening. The cavern within was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few feeble rays of light that filtered into the hall. An eerie silence enveloped the space, as if it were a world detached from reality. The two retreated back to the valley, gathering branches and dry grass from the surroundings. With deft movements, they fashioned several rudimentary torches, igniting them with a lighter they carried. The flickering yellow flames danced in the darkness, casting light upon a small area and somewhat alleviating their fears. Armed with torches, they entered the iron doors, where a faint odor of decay permeated the air. They traversed the expansive hall, delving deeper into the cavern. By the dim light of their torches, they observed that both sides of the passageway were lined with an orderly arrangement of small caves. Though modest in size, the caves were meticulously organized, as if planned with care. Occasional scratches marred the walls, the origin of which remained a mystery, whether mere remnants of time or something more sinister. Hao Weigua scrutinized these caves, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Captain, these caves appear habitable. If safe, they could serve as a commendable camp for us to rest and recuperate." Captain Li nodded, his gaze vigilant, showing no sign of relaxation. "Let us not rush to conclusions. We must investigate further. This place is too enigmatic to take lightly." Holding their torches aloft, they continued to explore each corner with great caution, only returning to the hall once they confirmed their safety. Surveying the expansive hall, they eventually discovered a concealed nook where a crude nest made of grass and branches lay. The nest was hastily constructed, surrounded by various animal bones. Some bones still bore remnants of decaying flesh, emitting a repugnant stench. Deep scratches marred the walls, indicating the formidable strength of the creature that had left them. Captain Li and Hao Weigua swiftly raised their weapons, entering a heightened state of alert. Captain Li's eyes fixated on the scratches, his brow furrowing in concentration. He gradually crouched down, delicately sifting through the nest, retrieving a few strands of brown fur. He placed the fur before his eyes, scrutinizing it under the dim light. His expression grew increasingly grave. The traces in the hair suggested that it was highly likely a jaguar's lair. This jaguar must be quite large and exceedingly fierce. Upon hearing this, Hao Weigua's countenance instantly darkened, instinctively tightening his grip on the bamboo spear, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. He widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, as if that ferocious jaguar could pounce from the shadows at any moment. Captain Li handed his AK-47 to Hao Weigua, his tone resolute and steady. "Use this. It has greater firepower. I will employ the compound bow, allowing for greater agility." Hao Weigua accepted the firearm, deftly removing the magazine to inspect it, confirming ample ammunition within. He then pulled the bolt back, ensuring the weapon was in prime condition. Captain Li unstrapped the compound bow from his back, nocking an arrow and drawing the string taut. The arrow tip was slightly elevated, aimed toward the cave entrance. His gaze was unwavering and calm, exuding a sense of fearless courage. "Find a suitable hiding spot. If that beast dares to approach, we will deliver a lethal strike." The duo swiftly concealed themselves within the cave, bracing for the impending encounter. They moderated their breathing, their eyes fixated on the cave's mouth, missing not a single movement. The tense atmosphere enveloped them like an invisible net, poised for an exhilarating confrontation that was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 65. The great battle with the leopard, a nauseating stench permeated the cave, an oppressive atmosphere pressing heavily upon them. Captain Li and Hao Weigua stood like two silent statues, holding their breath as they lay in wait on either side of the cave. Their cold, piercing gazes were fixed intently on the cave entrance, anticipating the appearance of their prey. Should their ambush succeed in capturing the jaguar, it would not only clear the way for establishing a new camp, but also expedite their escape from peril. Captain, if we coat the arrows of the compound bow with mandrake sap, even the slightest touch will render the jaguar beyond salvation, Hao Weigua cautiously suggested, inching closer to Captain Li and lowering his voice. Captain Li remained fixated on the cave's mouth. We have yet to ascertain the valley's exit. For the next few days, we must rely on this beast to satisfy its hunger. Avoid using poison if possible. Understanding the unspoken urgency, Hao Weigua nodded subtly, tightening his grip on his weapon as they continued their patient vigil. At that moment, faint rustling sounds echoed from outside the cave, reminiscent of some creature stealthily approaching. Instantly, both men tensed, their eyes widened in anticipation, fixating on the entrance. Soon, the soft, rhythmic sound of scratching reached their ears, and a jaguar materialized at the cave entrance. Its top muscles radiated an aura of chilling ferocity, and it clutched a sloth in its jaws, the soft body swaying with each step, the air thick with the scent of blood. Exchanging a resolute glance, determination gleamed in their eyes as they tightened their grips on their weapons, fully focused on the formidable predator. As the jaguar stepped into the cave, a command rang out. Fire! Captain Li sprang into action, swiftly drawing back the string of the compound bow with fluid grace. The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, instantly piercing one of the jaguar's hind legs. The jaguar roared in pain, a deep, wrathful sound echoing through the cavern, reverberating painfully in the ears of the two men. It violently shook its head, casting the sloth aside. Its once ferocious gaze ignited into two blazing orbs of fury, aimed menacingly at the intruders. Then, lowering its body with a pronounced arch in its back, it emanated an intense aura of aggression. In that very moment, Hao Weigua swiftly pulled the trigger of his AK-47, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bullets rained down upon the jaguar like a torrential storm. The injured creature displayed astonishing agility and ferocity, darting between the cave's corners and rocks with bewildering speed. Its sharp claws carved deep grooves into the ground. Cunning beast, Hao Weigua muttered under his breath, quickly adjusting the angle of his weapon. The relentless stream of bullets forced the jaguar to constantly alter its attack trajectory. Suddenly, using the cave wall as leverage, the beast launched itself toward Hao Weigua like an arrow released from a bow. Feeling a surge of fear, Hao Weigua instinctively retreated several steps, raising his weapon to fire. Bullets pierced through the jaguar's abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Enraged beyond measure, the wounded jaguar let out a deafening roar, filled with pain and fury. Ignoring the blood pouring from its wound, it propelled itself upward with a powerful kick of its hind legs, leaping high into the air. A gust of wind surged forth, rushing towards Hao Weigua with lightning speed. Sharp claws glinted ominously, aiming directly for his throat. With his ammunition depleted, Hao was forced to retreat repeatedly, his back pressed firmly against the cave wall, with no apparent escape. In a moment of dire urgency, Captain Li swung his composite bow with great force, striking the jaguar. Seizing the opportunity while the beast was momentarily stunned, Captain Li drew his sharp military knife from his waist and, using the wall for leverage, leapt into the air. He arced gracefully, landing precisely on the jaguar's back. With all his strength, he plunged the knife deep into the creature's neck, hilt and all. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and after a few desperate struggles, the jaguar collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Captain, look at the scars on its front paws. It's the very beast that attacked us before, exclaimed Hao Weigua, throwing down his gun and rushing forward to examine it closely. His voice suddenly filled with excitement. Captain Li stepped closer, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, which soon transformed into the relief of having avenged their ordeal. At last, justice has been served. With the jaguar's fall, this harrowing battle for survival came to a close. The tense atmosphere in the cave gradually dissipated. Hao Weigua's taut nerves relaxed instantly, and the pain from his wounds surged like fire. He could not suppress a groan, nearly collapsing to the ground. Captain Li swiftly stepped forward to steady him. "Hold on, Weigua. Just sit down for a moment," he urged, quickly retrieving medical supplies and bandages from his backpack. With gentle precision, he cleaned the wounds with alcohol-soaked cotton balls and expertly applied antiseptic ointment. "It's nothing serious. A few days of rest, and you'll be right as rain," he reassured. Hao Weigua gritted his teeth, replying, "That beast truly put me through hell. Today, I finally feel some satisfaction." Captain Li nodded with a smile. "Indeed, with this major nuisance gone, we can camp in peace." After attending to the injuries, the two took a brief respite. However, their growling stomachs soon reminded them of their hunger. Captain Li patted his belly and glanced at the fallen jaguar. "It seems we must quickly attend to our old friend. Whether we enjoy a hearty meal tonight depends on it." Hao Weigua stood to stretch his limbs. "All right, but we need to find some firewood first. We can't eat it raw. Captain, come lend a hand. There are plenty of tattered bed frames here that should serve as firewood." Hao called out from within a cavern. Captain Li hurried over, and together they gathered the torn clothing and broken bed slats, bringing them to the center of the cave and igniting them with a lighter. The bonfire blazed to life instantly, casting a warm glow that dispelled the darkness. The dancing flames illuminated their weary yet exhilarated faces. By the firelight, they skillfully processed the jaguar, skinning, cutting, and roasting it. The savory aroma gradually filled the cave, and Hao Weigua inhaled deeply. "Delicious. Who would have thought that in such a perilous place, we could enjoy a feast like this?" Captain Li, flipping the meat, nodded with a smile. "Indeed. We managed to find joy amidst adversity." Once their bellies were filled, the two began to meticulously search each cave, aided by the flickering light of the bonfire. Within the 5 caves to their right, they discovered only tattered bedding and garments. Hao Weigua curled his lip, expressing disappointment. "I had hoped to unearth treasures, but this is all there is." In the 4 small rooms to their left, they unearthed several rusted bayonets for the Type 38 rifles. Captain Li hefted one, pondering its utility. On this deserted island, it seems it could only serve to chop wood. Hao Weigua chuckled softly. "Not necessarily. With some cleaning, it might still prove useful." Ultimately, they arrived at the largest cave, where they found a dilapidated bedside table housing a corroded safe. The combination lock had long succumbed to rust, rendering it impossible to open. As they prepared to depart, Captain Li, aided by the flickering embers of the fire, noticed a tall storage cabinet in the corner. They fetched a torch and pried open the rust-laden doors. Inside, the lower shelf was neatly arranged with several metal boxes over a meter in length, while the upper shelf bore 7 or 8 smaller metal boxes. Captain Li cautiously retrieved one of the smaller boxes and unscrewed the lid. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, Weigua, this is a remarkable find. We are destined for fortune." Chapter 66. Testing the waters. The night enveloped the desolate island like a coarse cloth soaked in seawater. Heavy and oppressive, the sea breeze emitted a mournful wail, reminiscent of a roar from the depths of hell. Waves crashed against the jagged rocks along the shore, sending countless tiny splashes into the air. Within the chaotic encampment of Deputy Captain Wang, the campfire was on the verge of extinguishing, the remaining embers flickering weakly in the wind. Tan Zhongzhong, Yamamoto, Ichimu, and Wang Yong were seated around the dying flames, their faces illuminated by the erratic light, casting eerie shadows. Each expression bore a grim intensity. Tan Zhongzhong's brow was furrowed tightly, the flesh on his face quivering violently with each breath. "Wang, are your men utterly useless? We cannot sustain them without purpose." He struck the stone beside him with force. "Why not send those boys to scout the path? Without securing future number 3, we are doomed to perish in this cursed place." With that, he spat onto the ground, the saliva sizzling softly as it landed among the ashes. Yamamoto Ichimu remained silent, an unsettling aura surrounding him. He slowly raised his head, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes, his voice low and gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Tan is correct. Let them test the waters, discern the truth. If they lack the courage for this, how can we expect to achieve anything? Wang Yong sat there, his brow deeply furrowed in thought. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "Very well, we shall proceed with this plan." Rising to his feet, he brushed off the clinging grass and dirt, striding purposefully towards the shelter of the male team members. Inside the dimly lit shelter, the light was so faint that one could hardly discern their surroundings. Wu Daji lounged carelessly atop a pile of hay, a blade of grass hanging from his mouth, exuding an air of indifference. Zhang Zong curled up in a corner, his eyes occasionally flickering as if plotting some scheme. Cui Yuming leaned against the wall, his face round and brutish, his menacing countenance all the more pronounced in the gloom. Brothers, who desires a life of luxury, indulging in fine food and beautiful women? The opportunity is upon us. As Wang Yong entered, a beguiling smile spread across his face. Tonight, we shall raid Captain Li's camp. If you possess the skill, whatever you seize will be yours. Wu Daji's eyes widened in astonishment, springing to his feet, fists clenched, his voice trembling with excitement. Really? Captain, we have awaited this day with great anticipation. To be candid, Tan and his crew are Interpol agents, suspecting that a group led by a man named Li is transporting contraband. Wang Yong lowered his voice, feigning seriousness. Perhaps this plane crash is connected to them. I ask for your cooperation in this operation, and substantial rewards await upon its success. Such a stroke of luck? I, Cui Yuming, shall be the first to charge in. But Captain, what precisely should we do? Cui's eyes gleamed with a predatory light as he licked his lips, envisioning the fruits of victory. You need only to capture those women, including Ding Yuyan. As for the food and women, you may handle them as you wish. However, any contraband must be surrendered. Wang Yong continued to incite, a glimmer of subtle cunning flashing in his eyes. Remember, do not let it result in a fatality, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to Mr. Tian. Cui Yuming narrowed his eyes, a significant smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Captain, this task is quite manageable. Let us, under the cover of night, stealthily bind them. As he spoke, a greedy light sparked in his eyes, seemingly envisioning the scene of several beautiful women struggling under their grasp. Wang Chang's voice trembled slightly. Captain, could this be dangerous? Captain Li and his crew are not to be trifled with. What if? Before he could finish, he was met with a sharp slap from Wu Daji on the back of his head. What is this timidity? Fear not. With me here, you are safe. Cloaked in the inky darkness, Wu Daji and his companions stealthily approached Captain Li's bamboo dwelling. Leading the charge, Wu Daji strode forward confidently, embodying an air of invulnerability, as if victory were already within reach. However, not long after, the four returned, disheveled and in utter disarray. Wu Daji's face was flushed with anger, his clothing torn in several places. Zhang's expression was grim, his hair disheveled and hanging over his forehead, his eyes wide with terror. Cui Yuming cursed profusely as he ran, spewing forth a barrage of invective. Wang Chang, pale with fear, nearly crawled back to the camp, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Hearing the commotion, Wang Yong hurriedly exited the tent. Upon witnessing their disheveled state, he could not help but furrow his brow. What has transpired? Why do you appear so haggard? Do not even mention it. There are wolves in Captain Li's yard. Wu Daji gasped, his words laced with fury. And not just one. They're like demons we could not approach at all. Indeed, those wolves were ferocious. We were spotted from afar and could not get close, Zhang added, his face still somber. Cui Yuming spat vehemently. Damn it. If it weren't for those two wolves, I would have turned their camp upside down today. Wang Yong returned to the tent, half convinced. I suspect those cowards concocted excuses out of fear. Upon hearing this, Tian Zongzishu scoffed disdainfully. A bunch of useless fools. This time, you shall personally lead them. I want to see if there truly are wolves. Reluctantly, Wang Yong took the four back to the bamboo camp. Before they even approached, a chilling howl echoed through the air. Hei Wang and Hei Mei barked furiously, their voices resonating hauntingly in the stillness of the night. On the second floor, Ding Yuyan, on watch, quickly seized her bow upon hearing Hei Wang's cries. Who goes there? Her voice was crisp and resolute, reverberating through the night with an air of authority. Realizing concealment was futile, Wang Yong hurriedly replied, "Ah, I am Vice Captain Wang, seeking your Captain Li regarding a matter." "Vice Captain Wang? Out at this hour? Speak to me if you have something to say." Ding Yuyan's tone held no trace of fear, brimming instead with vigilance and caution. "Oh, Ding, considering the perilous circumstances on this deserted island, might we not join forces?" Wang Yong endeavored to adopt a tone of sincerity, managing a faint smile. "Let Captain Li take the lead. It will be beneficial for everyone to have each other's support. That is out of the question. Our captain has already made it abundantly clear that we must each fend for ourselves. You should return at once, or I shall resort to using my arrows." Ding Yuyan rejected the proposal without a moment's hesitation, her tone resolute and devoid of any room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing that his plans had once again been thwarted. With no other recourse, he led his companions back to the camp in a dejected manner. Upon their return, Yamamoto Ichimu erupted in fury, forcefully throwing down the branch he held. He bellowed, "Baka, you came back just like that? If you can't even manage a group of women, what else are you capable of?" Wang Yong's face flushed with shame, his heart a tumult of anger and helplessness. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that Captain Li and his crew were merely fortunate enough to have a few wolves for protection. "Calm down, Yamamoto. At the very least, Wang and his team have gathered vital intelligence about the bamboo house." Tanaka quickly interjected, attempting to placate the situation. Then, with a glint of inspiration in his eyes, he added, "Let us not forget, we still possess an ace up our sleeves." Chapter 67. The fox emerges from its den. The night enveloped the solitary island like a dark, ink-soaked curtain. Tanaka Shizuki observed the disheveled appearance of Wang Yong after 2 failed attempts, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He then reminded Wang Yong to activate the insider, Yamamoto Sachiko. The 3 of them sat in a circle around the flickering campfire, meticulously devising the details of their plan under its faint glow. Subsequently, Wang Yong grasped the bamboo whistle used for communication, stealthily approaching the bamboo building like a lurking predator. Meanwhile, on the second floor of Captain Li's camp, Yamamoto Sachiko tossed and turned in her bed, troubled by the conversation between Wang Yong and Ding Yuyan, which reverberated in her heart like a heavy hammer. She cast a furtive glance at the sleeping Yi Zion and Jia Helian beside her, her mind swirling with calculations. With Captain Li absent, it was undoubtedly an opportune moment to seize the coveted sample number 3. However, the sharp vigilance of the guards in the camp, akin to ghosts in the night, posed a significant obstacle to any stealthy assault. A direct attack was out of the question, especially with Ding and Su Shiyuan ever ready with their firearms, while others stood armed with bows and arrows, vigilant and prepared. After much contemplation, the only feasible solution appeared to be the abduction of Ding Yuyan to extract information about the sample's whereabouts. Yet, Ding Yuyan's high alertness made it exceedingly difficult for her to leave the bamboo building unaccompanied. Just as these thoughts consumed her, an unexpected series of bird calls, 2 long and 1 short, resounded from outside the bamboo structure. A jolt of realization struck Yamamoto Sachiko. This was the prearranged signal from Wang Yong. In an instant, anxiety surged within her. What should she do? How could she discreetly leave the bamboo building to meet Wang Yong and devise a foolproof strategy? Her heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. Tossing and turning in bed, she found herself unable to sleep throughout the night. As dawn broke, Han Wenfang completed her morning routine, stretching languidly in the courtyard. "Oh dear, spending all day cooped up in this camp," she muttered, feeling as though her joints were stiffening from inactivity. At that moment, Yamamoto Sachiko's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a cat catching a whiff of fresh prey. With a slight frown, an idea sparked in her mind. "Sister Fongfong, do you remember the jackfruit grove we discovered during our last fishing trip? How about we go and gather some jackfruit to brew wine? Our grape wine is long gone, and I can hardly contain my craving." Upon hearing this, Han Wenfang's eyes lit up like 2 radiant stars. "I had completely forgotten about that. Yes, let's brew jackfruit wine." Just the thought of that sweet and tangy flavor made her mouth water. Yet, Suddenly recalling something, her smile faltered. But Captain Li specifically warned us not to leave the camp without permission. Her expression turned hesitant. If Yin found out, it would surely cause great trouble. Not to worry, Yamamoto Sachiko reassured her. Ding has been on duty all night and is likely sound asleep now. She eagerly tugged at Han Wenfeng's arm, persuasively coaxing her. We'll sneak out for just a little while and be back before anyone notices. As Jia Heilian meticulously organized the items nearby, a look of concern crossed her face. It would be unwise to take such risks. What if we encountered danger on the way? Oh, don't fret, Sister Jia. Let us invite Sister E and bring along our bows and bamboo spears, Yamamoto Sachiko hastily responded. With Sister E and my archery skills, we shall be perfectly safe. The spirited debate among the three caught E Shioen's attention. Upon hearing their plans, she resolutely opposed the idea, firmly stating that she would not permit anyone to leave the camp without permission. However, Yamamoto Sachiko and Han Wenfeng were not easily dissuaded. They flanked Yi Shioen, employing both persuasion and entreaty. Sachiko grasped Yi's hand, her face a portrait of supplication. Sister E, the fruit trees are not far. We'll be back in no time. Yes, Sister E, just consider a chance to stretch your legs and enjoy some fresh air. Han Wenfeng chimed in, her demeanor pitifully earnest. Unable to withstand their insistence and concerned for the safety of the girls, Yi Shioen ultimately sighed in resignation and nodded in agreement. Thus, Han Wenfeng and the others armed themselves with bows and bamboo spears, procuring a few wicker baskets, and stealthily approached the camp's gate. Yamamoto Sachiko was the first to extend her hand, gently loosening the rope securing the gate. One by one, they slipped out of the camp like birds escaping their cage, filled with joy as they hurried towards the riverbank. Han Wenfeng inhaled deeply, her face aglow with excitement. Wow, we're finally out. I feel so alive. Sachiko echoed her sentiments, though her vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings warily. Upon reaching the riverbank, Sachiko noticed a conspicuous stone by the pond, marked with a prominent circle drawn in charcoal ash. An arrow cleanly pierced through the circle, pointing westward along the river. This was the rendezvous signal agreed upon with Wang Yong. Fong, my stomach suddenly hurts. I think I might have eaten something bad this morning, Yamamoto Sachiko exclaimed, clutching her abdomen and letting out a small cry. You all go ahead. I'll take a moment over there and catch up shortly. Without a second thought, Han Wenfeng replied casually, all right, but make haste. Meet us at the jackfruit grove. Don't take too long. With that, the three continued on their way. Once their figures disappeared completely, Sachiko swiftly followed the direction indicated by the arrow, hastening to the west side of the pond. She approached the reed thicket and gently tapped her palm 3 times. Almost immediately, 3 soft responses echoed from within the reeds. Sachiko slipped into the thicket, quickly exchanging vital information with Wang Yong. The reeds rustled softly as Sachiko lowered her voice. We have not located sample number 3. Ding Yuyan has begun to monitor me secretly, making future meetings exceedingly difficult. Wang Yong clenched his fists. We must use a tranquilizer to incapacitate her and coerce her into revealing the sample's whereabouts. There are too many guards at the camp. We cannot take her away. Sachiko countered. A direct assault is also unfeasible. They possess long spears and bows. You should devise a method to incapacitate those 2 fierce dogs, and we will subsequently launch a surprise attack using tear gas and anesthetics. Wang Yong pondered for a moment, then declared, take this invisible pen and paperback with you. When you hear the signal, shoot the intelligence out with an arrow. Without any enemy activity, indiscriminately shooting arrows may easily raise suspicions, Yamamoto Sachiko replied, shaking her head. At the sound of 3 bird calls, we will organize a feigned attack. Amidst the chaos, you can fire the signal, Wang Yong instructed. Understood, Yamamoto Sachiko responded, swiftly stowing away the paper, pen, and anesthetic. I must take my leave now. Han Wenfeng and her companions arrived at the jackfruit grove, where towering jackfruit trees shaded the sky. Among the lush branches and leaves, plump, round jackfruits hung down, resembling exquisite gifts meticulously crafted by nature. Han Wenfeng exclaimed with excitement. Sisters, look how splendid these jackfruits are. They will surely yield a delightful fruit wine. With that, she eagerly dashed to a tree, tiptoeing in an attempt to reach the lower-hanging jackfruits, but they remained just out of her grasp. Xiaofang, allow me to assist you, I said, using a bamboo pole to sever the jackfruit stem. Yixiuwen, beaming with joy, quickly joined Han Wenfang. You and Haoran catch them with the vine basket below. If we coordinate well, we will surely gather them swiftly. With that, she firmly grasped the bamboo pole, raised it high, and forcefully jabbed at the stem of the jackfruit. The fruit swayed momentarily before detaching from the branch and plummeting earthward. Han Wenfang and Jia Haoran remained focused, their hands steady as they held the vine basket, their eyes fixed on the descending jackfruit, swiftly adjusting their positions. With a resounding thud, the jackfruit landed securely in the basket. The three worked in seamless coordination, quickly filling several vine baskets. As they busied themselves, Yamamoto Sachiko arrived, feigning weakness. I apologize for the delay. I've been feeling a bit unwell, she said. Han Wenfang, concerned, replied, You should sit and rest. We will finish up shortly. That should suffice. We cannot carry too many, Yixiuwen interjected. Let us hurry back to avoid worrying Director Ding. On the way back, Yamamoto Sachiko suppressed her inner turmoil. Although she engaged in light-hearted conversation with the group, her heart was a tempest of unease. She wondered what fate awaited her upon returning to the bamboo dwelling. Chapter 68. Jackfruit Wine. Han Wenfang and her companions returned to the courtyard, carrying several baskets of jackfruit. In an instant, the entire camp erupted with vibrant energy, reminiscent of fireworks igniting the night sky. The crowd buzzed around like bees drawn to the fragrance of blossoms, eagerly gathering together. Their eyes were fixed upon the prickly-skinned jackfruits, glistening with anticipation. Quick, let us cut one open and taste it, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their excitement. Yixiuwen procured a knife and sliced open a jackfruit. In that moment, a rich and intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, enveloping everyone with its sweet scent, instantly awakening their taste buds. Hands reached out eagerly, carefully extracting the succulent flesh to savor. As the golden, plump fruit was bitten into, a burst of sweet juice erupted, exuding a soft and sticky texture infused with the fervor of tropical sunshine, prompting delighted praises from all around. This is absolutely delicious. Tian Jingjing's eyes widened with surprise. I haven't tasted such exquisite fruit in ages. Indeed, if this delightful fruit were to be brewed into wine, it would surely possess an extraordinary flavor. Han Wenfang's eyes sparkled like a treasure hunter who had just unearthed a precious find, speaking with eager anticipation. The group nodded in agreement, envisioning the future moment of tasting jackfruit wine, laughter and joy resonating throughout the camp. Ding Yuyan was roused from her slumber by the cheerful chatter of the women and made her way to the courtyard. Upon seeing the jackfruit in their hands, her expression shifted slightly. Where have you all been? Yin Yin, we gathered some jackfruit to brew fruit wine for the captain's welcome. Han Wenfang quickly grasped Ding Yuyan's arm, assuring her, I promise we won't act without permission again. You must try it. It's incredibly sweet. Ding Yuyan furrowed her brow, glancing at Yamamoto Sachiko. You must never act independently again. The captain has repeatedly instructed us not to go out alone. What if something happens? Without saying more, she turned and left. Yamamoto Sachiko watched her retreating figure, secretly relieved. Just then, Su Shiyuan emerged from the bamboo building. Han Wenfang immediately darted toward her like an exuberant magpie, clinging to her without letting go. Shiyuan Jia, Shiyuan Jia. Han Wenfang grasped Su Shiyuan's arm, shaking it eagerly. We picked so much jackfruit. Please teach us how to brew fruit wine. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. I've dreamed of tasting sweet and tangy jackfruit wine. Her adorable demeanor resembled that of a child yearning for candy. Su Shiyuan, amused by Han Wenfang's eager expression, chuckled softly. All right, just let go of me, and I will teach you. She gently tapped Han Wenfang's forehead. However, brewing fruit wine requires patience. We must take it step by step. Upon hearing this, Han Wenfang leaped with joy, her hands waving in the air. This is wonderful. When the captain returns, we can use this delicious fruit wine to welcome him. Her exuberance suggested that the wine was already brewed and the captain had returned. Yixiuwen and Jia Haoran also joined the gathering, with a smile on her face. Ishoen exclaimed, "Indeed, if we all lend a hand, we shall undoubtedly craft an exquisite fruit wine." Haoran nodded vigorously beside her eyes sparkling with anticipation, her expression filled with dreams of the delightful beverage. Without further ado, the primary task of brewing fruit wine was to create the fermentation starter. Su Xian directed the group to fetch the rice reserved in the camp, her demeanor serious as she patiently explained the process. "First, we must grind this rice into flour. Though we lack magic, we can manage with woodworking tools." Han Wenfeng swiftly dashed off to retrieve a hammer and a sturdy bamboo bowl. Taking a deep breath, she grasped a handful of rice and placed it in the wooden bowl. Raising the hammer, she struck with a rhythmic thud, gradually reducing the rice to a fine powder. However, this task was no small feat before long. Han Wenfeng was panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Wiping her brow, she paused for a brief respite before resuming her efforts. Observing her struggle, Ishoen quickly stepped in, saying, "Allow me to take over. This task requires considerable effort. Let's alternate." United in purpose, the two of them took turns, pounding the rice into a coarse flour. Next, they needed to sift out the fine powder. They unearthed an old piece of sheer fabric and used it to strain the coarse flour into a delicate rice powder. However, the camp lacked the yeast necessary for creating the fermentation starter. Su Xian frowned slightly, then turned and picked up a bamboo spear, making her way towards the pond on the western edge of the camp. The fuzzy surface of the smartweed contained natural fermentation microorganisms that could serve as a substitute for yeast. She raised a handful of smartweed she had gathered from the pond's edge. On this deserted island, the fermentation of the starter relied entirely on these natural treasures. The others gathered around, their curiosity piqued as they examined the smartweed, their eyes alight with wonder. Su Xian washed and dried the collected smartweed, meticulously mashing it in a bamboo bowl before mixing it with the rice flour. The ratio was crucial. Too much grass would impart a strange flavor to the starter, while too little would hinder fermentation. She stirred the mixture while advising, "We should aim for a ratio of approximately 3 parts rice flour to 1 part smartweed." The women formed a circle, their eyes fixed intently on every movement Su Xian made, as if they were witnessing a significant ritual. "Sister Su, why can smartweed act as yeast?" Haoran asked, her face brimming with curiosity. Su Xian patiently explained. "The microorganisms on its surface convert the starch in the rice into sugars, providing the energy for fermentation." Haoran nodded in realization, her understanding dawning. Once the fermentation starter was formed, it was rolled into small, neat balls and placed in a bamboo basket. Covered with a damp cloth, they were set in a warm, ventilated area to undergo natural fermentation. While awaiting the fermentation of the starter, everyone began preparing the containers for the fruit wine. Ishoen proposed crafting large barrels from bamboo. Su Xian produced a woodworking saw, selecting several sturdy bamboo stalks, and deftly cut and refined them. The others eagerly assisted, some passing bamboo, while others used scrapers to clean the inner walls of the bamboo. Laughter and conversation flowed, their teamwork remarkably harmonious. As Han Wenfeng helped, she blissfully envisioned the scene when the fruit wine would be ready. "When the fruit wine is completed, we can sit under the moonlight, sipping the wine and chatting. How delightful that will be." As she spoke, she closed her eyes, appearing utterly enraptured. "You, my dear, are only preoccupied with the thought of indulging in wine. Yet, do not forget that this journey still has a long way to go." Su Xian teased with a smile, suggesting they wait until the fermentation of the wine is complete. At last, several robust bamboo barrels stood neatly arranged nearby, patiently awaiting the infusion of the sweet jackfruit wine. The group proceeded to extract the jackfruit flesh, removing the seeds before mashing it and placing it into the large barrels. They added an appropriate amount of clean water and rock sugar, stirring it to achieve a uniform mixture, allowing it to undergo initial fermentation. After 2 days, the fermentation was finally successful. Su Xian meticulously crushed the fermented mixture and poured it into the barrel containing the mashed jackfruit. Together, they sealed the large barrel with diligence. Now, all that remained was the passage of time, as it required several more days of fermentation in a cool, dark place before it could be enjoyed. Su Xian gazed at the sealed barrel, her face adorned with a confident smile. "Let's wait patiently. Once the captain returns, we shall share this together. Han Wenfang stood nearby, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the two large barrels filled with the promise of jackfruit wine. Sister Shi Yuan, I can hardly contain my excitement to see the captain's expression when he returns and discovers this fruit wine. She turned to Su Shiyuan and said. Su Shiyuan gently patted Han Wenfang's shoulder. Soon, we shall wait in peace. It will surely be an unforgettable gathering. I wonder how the captain and the others are faring now. When will they return? Han Wenfang stared at the tightly shut door, letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 69, The Horror at the Bottom of the Valley, Part 1. Captain Li knelt on one knee, exploring the edge of the box cover. After finding a point of leverage, he exerted a sudden force. With a creak, the long-sealed lid was successfully opened. Curiosity drove him to peel away the layers of airtight packaging. His voice trembled with excitement. Weigua, we are about to make a fortune. The sound echoed in the cave, filled with uncontainable joy. How Weigua hurried over upon hearing the commotion, and his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a box brimming with weapons. He eagerly snatched up a grenade, his voice rising in pitch. Goodness, it's a sweet melon grenade. This was a treasure bag during World War II. I wonder if it still works. As he spoke, he turned it over in his hands, his eyes sparkling with delight. Captain Li rose to his feet, pointing at the layers of packaging within the box. This cave is quite dry, and the iron cabinet and boxes can effectively isolate the air. Given how well they are sealed, they should be fine. He added, let us leave this for now and quickly see what other treasures are in the remaining boxes. Together, they pried open a long box. Hao Weigua, quick on the uptake, grabbed a Type 38 rifle. With a loud click, he pulled back the bolt to inspect the chamber. Unable to conceal his joy. Captain, this gun is practically brand new. We've truly struck gold. They proceeded to open the remaining long boxes. Before them lay several well-sealed machine guns and an entire box of Type 100 submachine guns. With these fine pieces, we shall hold our ground on this deserted island. Let anyone dare to challenge us. Hao Weigua exclaimed, his eyes gleaming and his spirits soaring. Captain Li casually picked up a Type 100 submachine gun. These are excellent weapons, known for their high accuracy and rapid fire, though they can jam easily. He set the submachine gun down and opened the remaining smaller boxes. Ultimately, they discovered 5 boxes of ammunition, 2 boxes of sweet melon grenades, and 1 box of gas masks, the usability of which remained uncertain. Hao Weigua cradled a handful of bullets, weighing them in his hands, a broad smile illuminating his face. Now we need not worry about a lack of ammunition. We are fortunate to have found these treasures. Captain Li nodded in agreement. Let us pack these up for now and discuss it tomorrow. Tonight, we shall rest here. The two men held their torches aloft, meticulously scanning their surroundings. They reached the end of the cavern corridor, where a large door barred their path. Exchanging a glance, they stepped forward, gripping the door handle with both hands and gritting their teeth as they pushed with all their might. Yet the door remained stubbornly immovable. Breathless and wiping the sweat from his brow, Hao Weigua expressed his frustration. Captain, given the level of security here, there must be something crucial hidden inside. Shall we simply blow it open with a grenade? Captain Li quickly waved his hand, his expression turning serious. No, that would be too reckless. What if there are explosives inside, or if it causes the cave to collapse? We would be finished. Retracing their steps, they secured the cave entrance tightly with stones and wooden planks. They added more dry wood to the fire, and the flames surged up, illuminating the entire cavern brightly. They laid their luggage upon the stone bed, gradually slipping into slumber with anticipation for the new journey that awaited them come dawn. At the break of day, the two indulged in a modest breakfast of grilled meat before opening the weapons cabinet. Captain Li seized a Type 95 submachine gun, deftly inspecting the firearm with practiced ease. He filled several magazines, securing them within his pouch. Hao Weigua slung a compound bow over his shoulder, also brandishing a Type 95 submachine gun. He meticulously checked the ammunition, ensuring he was well equipped with bullets and grenades. With everything in readiness, they donned their backpacks filled with provisions and fresh water, stepping out the door and making their way towards the valley's depths. A delicate veil of mist enveloped the valley at sunrise, casting an eerie stillness over the surroundings. Only the steady, resolute cadence of their footsteps and the occasional faint clink of their weapons broke the profound silence. As they proceeded, a sudden cacophony of rushing water echoed from ahead, a stark contrast to the tranquil ambience. Hao Weigua instinctively halted, his body tensing. As he lowered the muzzle of his gun, cautiously scanning their surroundings, he whispered, "Captain, there's something amiss. Stay alert." Captain Li raised a hand, signaling for silence. The two assumed a tactical formation, inching forward with caution. Not long into their advance, a broad pool of water materialized before them. The waterfall above, now reduced to a gentle trickle, cascaded into the pool, which exhibited an unfathomable shade of deep green. A thin layer of mist hovered over the surface, through which enormous dark silhouettes could be discerned gliding beneath. The pool exuded an unsettling aura. Captain Li furrowed his brow, lowering his voice as he spoke. His hands instinctively tightened around the submachine gun, his thumb gently shifting the safety to automatic, ever ready for combat. No sooner had he spoken than a massive anaconda, nearly 10 meters in girth, surged forth from the water, sending a cascade of droplets flying. Its emerald scales shimmered ominously in the dim light, while its sizable head, resembling a basin, rose high, its forked tongue flicking in and out. It emitted a hissing sound, akin to a warning to intruders. "Anaconda!" Hao Weigua could not suppress his exclamation. His gun immediately aimed at the creature's head, his finger poised on the trigger. Captain Li decisively commanded, "Stay calm. Steady yourselves and follow my lead. Fire." With that, he was the first to pull the trigger, flames erupting from the muzzle as a bullet sped towards the anaconda. Yet, the creature's hide proved as tough as armor, the bullet ricocheting off with mere sparks. Enraged, the anaconda lunged, thrashing its body and splashing water in every direction, uprooting nearby foliage. Hao Weigua adeptly repositioned himself, gripping his submachine gun tightly as he unleashed a rapid barrage at the creature's head. Several bullets grazed its visage, drawing forth crimson streams. In agony, the anaconda opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs, only to retaliate with renewed ferocity. Captain Li retreated while firing, when suddenly, a sharp click pierced the air. The submachine gun jammed, its furious roar abruptly silenced. "Weigua, be careful. Cover me." Captain Li discarded the jammed weapon, swiftly retrieving a melon grenade. He pulled the pin and struck it forcefully against the ground, seizing the moment as the emerald python gaped wide. The opportunity was deftly taken to hurl an object into its maw. With a resounding explosion, the python's mouth was shattered, blood gushing forth in torrents. Its robust form collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. The colossal tail struck the water with tremendous force, sending waves soaring several meters high. The splashes erupted, creating a deafening cacophony. Its tail flailed weakly, and the struggles grew increasingly sluggish. After an intense battle, the emerald python finally succumbed at the water's edge, staining the surface with a dark crimson hue. The two individuals, their taut nerves finally relaxed, sank to the ground, breathing heavily. Chapter 70, Terror at the Bottom of the Valley, Part 2. After a fierce battle, the python lay defeated by the water's edge, its dark crimson blood spreading across the surface of the water. Hao Weigua collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, a sense of relief evident in his voice as he exclaimed, "At last, we have dealt with this beast." Captain Li nodded slightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings. In a solemn tone, he advised, "Do not let your guard down just yet. We must thoroughly inspect the area." The two men diligently searched the vicinity of the pool, and upon confirming there were no further dangers, they exhaled deeply. They wiped the sweat from their brows and sat down, taking large gulps from their canteens, savoring the refreshing taste of the clear water to recuperate from their exertions. Hao Weigua smiled at Captain Li, saying, "Captain, we owe our success to these weapons. Without them, we would have been in dire straits. We were fortunate to have ample ammunition." Captain Li patted him on the shoulder, a smile breaking on his face. "From now on, no matter the challenges we face on this deserted island, we shall endure." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the Jam-type 100 submachine gun. A frown creasing his brow, he drew out a Swiss Army knife, revealing a tiny screwdriver. Although this Type 100 has a rapid rate of fire, its stability leaves much to be desired. It fails at critical moments, he lamented as he skillfully disassembled the firearm. The AK-47 is far more reliable. Even the old Mauser is superior to it. Quickly extracting the blank round, he adjusted the components. With a satisfying click, the weapon returned to normal function. Captain Lee turned his attention to the python's carcass, stating, "We should skin it. Its hide will prove invaluable on this island." The two men, despite their fatigue, persevered and approached the water's edge. With flushed faces and taut muscles, they exerted all their strength to drag the python onto the shore. Its hide is quite thick. It could be fashioned into raincoats or umbrellas, shielding us from the rain, Haoran suggested, rubbing his aching shoulder. Captain Lee, grasping the knife, began to peel the skin, gasping as he replied, "The waterproof quality should be excellent. We could even make sleeping bags to keep moisture at bay. Why not craft garments from it?" The dark hide would provide exceptional camouflage in the forest, transforming us into invisible men. Haoran, cooperating with the task, chuckled at the notion. Amused, Captain Lee continued working, and together they successfully removed the entire skin, weighting it down with stones to dry. Soon after, they ignited a bonfire, hastily roasting leopard meat to satisfy their hunger, before lying down for a brief rest. Once the python's hide had dried sufficiently, Haoran folded it and stowed it in his backpack. The two men shouldered their Type 100 submachine guns once more, secured their canteens, and organized their supplies as they pressed onward through the northern passage of the valley. The cliffs on either side of the valley rose like swords piercing the heavens, their rugged surfaces adorned with bizarre rock formations. Some resembled fangs, while others appeared as ghastly faces, exuding an eerie atmosphere under the gloomy skies. Plants with dark red leaves grew in the crevices, their shapes reminiscent of outstretched palms, their fine hairs trembling in the wind, exuding an air of mystery. The ground was littered with bleached bones, marked with sharp bite marks that attested to the perils of this place. As they advanced, the valley grew increasingly narrow, a thick layer of fallen leaves carpeting the soft earth, each step producing a creaking sound. After a brief passage, the valley suddenly opened up, the towering cliffs receding into the distance. A lush grove of palm trees unfolded before their eyes, as golden rays of sunlight cascaded through the leaves. The verdant grass carpeted the ground, adorned with blossoming wildflowers, standing in stark contrast to the previous gloom. With a sense of wonder, the two individuals ventured along the winding path. Suddenly, Captain Lee caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting behind a towering palm tree. He signaled discreetly and in perfect harmony. He and Haoran stealthily approached from opposite sides. There, behind the tree, emerged an elderly man with flowing white hair and a youthful countenance, his beard billowing in the breeze. His expression was vigilant, tinged with anger. Without uttering a word, he stepped forward, assuming a combat stance, and launched a fierce attack. Captain Lee swiftly executed the principles of Xingyi Quan, his offensive strikes akin to a tiger pouncing upon its prey, while his defenses flowed like a serpent. The two engaged in a fierce exchange with the old man, neither side yielding. Suddenly, the elder leapt backward, exclaiming, "Halt! Are you from Huagua?" Chapter 71. The Valley of Death. Captain Lee fiercely engaged in combat with the venerable elder, whose hair was as white as snow, yet whose visage retained the vitality of youth. The air was filled with the sound of whistling fists and fluttering garments as both opponents unleashed their formidable techniques, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, the elder swiftly retreated, leaping backward to firmly exit the ring. With keen eyes, he bellowed, "Halt! Are you from Huagua?" Captain Lee, slightly out of breath, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, was filled with a sense of bewilderment, yet maintained an air of respect. He inquired, "You speak Huayu and are also from Huagua?" The elder, with the gaze of a hawk, scrutinized them closely, the vigilance in his eyes gradually diminishing. He nodded slowly. "Indeed, I am from Huagua. How did you arrive on this island?" Captain Lee, sensing the gravity of the moment, recounted their harrowing tale of the airplane disaster and their subsequent stranding on the deserted island, leaving no detail unspoken. The elder listened intently, his expression softening as he absorbed their plight. "I see," he replied, since you are fellow compatriots in misfortune, please come my home. Exchanging glances with Haoran, Captain Lee detected a hint of hesitation in his companion's eyes. Nevertheless, they ultimately agreed, following the elder along a winding, concealed path. The underbrush was so dense that it seemed impenetrable, with sharp thorns lurking like hidden blades, occasionally snagging at their garments. Both Captain Lee and Haoran, agile and spry, deftly navigated these obstacles while maintaining a vigilant watch over their surroundings. Inwardly, Captain Lee pondered the uncanny atmosphere of the island, uncertain of the unknown dangers that lay ahead. With each step, he remained acutely alert, attuned to the sounds around him. Before long, the path opened up to reveal a quaint village, its rustic charm polished by the passage of time. Encircled by sturdy walls formed from robust tree trunks and solid stones, the village stood resilient against the elements, its surface imbued with the marks of age, yet steadfast in its guardianship. As they entered, they observed houses constructed from bamboo and thatch, harmoniously scattered along the streets. Wisps of smoke curled upwards from chimneys, dispersing gently in the twilight, adding a rare touch of humanity to the desolate island. The well-trodden earthen path felt solid and inviting beneath their feet, while handmade utensils displayed by the villagers testified to their ingenuity and resourcefulness. Captain Lee gazed at the scene before him, a wave of warmth washing over him. In this strange and perilous land, there existed such a vibrant enclave of life. The elder guided them into his humble abode, where the interior was furnished simply with a wooden table and a few chairs. In one corner, various household items were neatly arranged, reflecting a sense of order and cleanliness. After they sat, the elder moved steadily to a nearby ceramic pot, pouring 2 bowls of steaming tea, fragrant and misty, which he graciously offered to them. Captain Lee accepted the bowls with both hands, inhaling the unfamiliar yet distinctive aroma. He politely inquired, "Elder, does this island still possess tea?" The elderly man's lips curled upward, his eyes brimming with warmth as he patiently explained. "This is water infused with a wild plant known as Mingmu vine, which we often enjoy as a tea. It not only possesses a delicate fragrance, but also strengthens the body, clears the liver, and sharpens the eyesight. The villagers all cherish it." Captain Lee took a gentle sip. The tea was slightly bitter at first, but soon a wave of sweetness unfurled in his mouth. A comforting warmth trickled down his throat and enveloped his body, easing his tension significantly. He set down the tea bowl and respectfully clasped his hands together, inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed name?" The old man stroked his beard and replied warmly, "I am called Chu, with the given name Peng Fei. You may address me as Uncle Chu." Captain Lee curiously surveyed the elegant decor of the room and remarked, "Uncle Chu, this village appears to be exceptionally orderly, and the villagers exude vitality. To be candid," he continued, "most of us from Chujia village have a penchant for martial arts. It serves to strengthen the body and protect our homes." A look of pride blossomed on Uncle Chu's face as he slightly raised his head. Moreover, with a few remnants of war weaponry at hand, outsiders generally refrain from encroaching upon us. Captain Lee then queried, "Uncle Chu, may I inquire about your age? Such a robust physique must harbor secrets of longevity." "I am 81 this year, and my health remains quite sturdy," Uncle Chu replied with a hearty laugh, his voice resonating with vigor. "This is partly due to the martial arts passed down through my ancestors, and perhaps the Mingmu vine tea also plays a role." Captain Lee, filled with admiration, remarked, "Uncle Chu, at 81, your agility and clarity of thought are truly commendable." "Ah, merely some trivial skills, hardly worth mentioning." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "However, during our earlier exchange, I noticed your solid martial prowess. It is indeed rare for someone so young to possess such skill." Captain Lee inquired further, "Uncle Chu, might I ask the name of this island? Why does it exude such an air of mystery and danger?" "The valley you emerge from is known as the Valley of Death, once an experimental base for the islanders." Uncle Chu's eyes glimmered with a hint of sorrow. "They committed many heinous acts there. Our ancestors were taken as subjects for their experiments." The elder took a sip of tea before continuing, "Although the islanders have long departed, the terrain remains treacherous, teeming with wild beasts, and has gradually become a place of fear. Thus, Locals refer to it as Devil's Island. Captain Lee exchanged a glance with Hao Weigua, his brow furrowing slightly. Elder, are there other indigenous people on the island? And what are the pirates nearby? Do they not pose a threat? On a small island to the east, pirates reside. However, this island is too perilous, and they are wary, rarely daring to intrude. The old man replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence and composure. The island is divided by the valley, with two groups of natives residing on either side. Though we do not have much interaction, should you find yourselves without a place to go, you are welcome to move here. The villagers are mostly simple and hospitable. The elder extended a warm invitation. Considering his precarious situation, Captain Lee politely declined. We appreciate your kindness, but we must respectfully decline. To be candid, we find ourselves in a precarious situation, fearing that it may attract trouble to our village. Thus, we have resolved to relocate to the valley. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chu pondered thoughtfully and nodded slightly. If you truly intend to reside within the valley, it is imperative to remain vigilant against wild beasts. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek us out in the village. The two men, noticing the encroaching twilight, promptly rose to take their leave. Since we are compatriots from Huagua, I implore you to spend the night here. I shall offer you humble hospitality. Old Mr. Chu insisted earnestly, his eyes brimming with sincerity. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Young sir, thank you for your kindness, elder. I am Li Haoran, and this is my brother, Hao Weigua. We shall make it a point to visit you again when the opportunity arises. Captain Lee hastily clasped his fists, standing tall as he spoke. He and Hao Weigua waved farewell to the elder and hurried towards the direction of the Valley of Death. At that moment, the setting sun bled into the horizon, casting a dark crimson hue over the valley, rendering it increasingly eerie and terrifying. Jagged rocks loomed, casting elongated shadows upon the ground, resembling monstrous beings with outstretched claws. A chilling wind swept through, producing a haunting wail akin to the cries of countless vengeful spirits. Captain Lee and Hao Weigua, determined to fulfill their mission, tread cautiously through the treacherous Valley of Death. Armed with submachine guns, they moved with utmost care, their nerves heightened to the extreme. Suddenly, from a short distance ahead, a wretched screech echoed through the desolate valley, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 72. Open struggles and covert conflicts in a secluded corner of a jungle on a deserted island. The air was thick and oppressive, resembling a sticky spider's web that clung to every inch of space. Wang Yong, Yamamoto Kazuki, and Tanaka Shizuki found themselves trapped within the confines of a cramped tent. An atmosphere of suffocating tension and anxiety permeated the air. Damn it, this cursed place. Are we really going to fall victim to a mere girl? Yamamoto Kazuki exclaimed, kicking over a box at his feet, sending its contents scattering across the ground. His face was etched with fury and resentment, his eyes bloodshot from days of anxiety. Resembling a frenzied beast, Wang Yong remained silent, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. The dense smoke curled within the tent, obscuring his furrowed brow and sorrow-laden visage. We can no longer sit idly by. Tanaka Shizuki broke the silence. We are utterly helpless. Ding Yuyan and her team's defenses are too formidable, and they are armed. His voice was hoarse and dry. Considering the safety of number 3, we cannot resort to extreme measures just yet. What shall we do next? Tanaka, you must report the situation to headquarters and seek their assistance, Wang Yong suggested cautiously. Tanaka Shizuki anxiously sat aside, repeatedly rubbing the satellite phone in his hands, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. It seems we have no choice, he said. We should request headquarters to send tear gas or some form of tranquilizer before we proceed. Reluctantly, Tanaka Shizuki dialed General Ito's number, his tone urgent yet tinged with desperation as he conveyed their predicament and plea. Beads of sweat dripped down his face. When the line connected, Ito Kamaji's roar echoed through the receiver. What on earth are you doing? On a mere island. You can't even take a single camp? A bunch of useless fools. Tanaka Shizuki's face paled, and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he humbly explained, continuously emphasizing the tenacity of their adversaries and their own dire circumstances. International attention is particularly focused on the area surrounding the recent air disaster. Let us discuss this. I will await your response. After a moment of silence, Ito Kamaji replied. The call ended, and once again, the tent was engulfed in a heavy silence. The three men exchanged anxious glances, their eyes reflecting trepidation and unease. Meanwhile, within the imposing yet enigmatic headquarters of the Yamamoto Group on the island, Ito Kamaji hurriedly entered Yamamoto U.S. office. Although Yamamoto held a distinguished position, he dared not be negligent in the presence of Ito Kamaji, who was responsible for intelligence operations. Ito, what has you so flustered? Yamamoto Yu inquired, looking up at Ito Kamaji, his tone laced with concern. Ito Kamaji promptly detailed the troublesome situation on the deserted island. Upon hearing this, both men fell into deep contemplation. The international media continued to scrutinize the situation, making the site of the air disaster a focal point of concern. Ito Kamaji's brow furrowed in worry. If we boldly send people over there, it will undoubtedly raise their suspicions. What shall we do? In light of this, let us create some turmoil and divert the international spotlight elsewhere. Yamamoto's eyes gleamed with malice as he spoke. What do you mean by that, Yamamoto-kun? Ito Kamaji inquired, his face a mask of skepticism. If we are to act, let us escalate matters by orchestrating another aviation disaster to muddy the waters, Yamamoto declared with a sinister tone. Wouldn't this provoke further suspicion? I doubt headquarters would approve. Ito Kamaji expressed his apprehensions. What is there to fear? The 617 aviation disaster has lingered in the past for so long, and they remain utterly perplexed. Yamamoto retorted with determined confidence. So, are we targeting the Chinese side again? Ito questioned, puzzled. No, that would be too blatant. We can opt for flights that land in China, but they need not be their aircraft, Yamamoto replied with a devious grin. Yamamoto-kun, how astute you are, Ito exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. The two leaned in closely, whispering and sketching notes on paper intermittently. Meanwhile, at the pirate base, James Brown, the leader of the Black Knight Guard, was hosting Michael Jones, the steward from the Moore headquarters. Esteemed Mr. Michael, it has been ages. How have you been? James beamed with a smile, warmly embracing Michael. I simply miss my old friend. I came to see you and to inquire about the situation in the African nation of N. Michael patted James on the back, chuckling. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The intelligence you provided has proven invaluable. His Highness Muhammad is currently a guest on my island. James's eyes darted, suspecting that Mr. Michael's visit was not solely for this matter. The two exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter. You crafty fox, nothing escapes your notice. However, you must ensure the safety of the hostage. Rest assured, dear steward, he is our golden goose. James replied with unwavering confidence. I come only when there is a matter of significance. Our master indeed has a request for Mr. James's assistance, and you shall undoubtedly be rewarded for your efforts. The steward's expression turned serious, and he sighed. What does Mr. Eric require? I am more than willing to assist in any capacity within my means, James vowed earnestly. Michael Jones lowered his voice. Our esteemed Mr. Eric has a favor to ask. They have something of great importance trapped on Devil's Island, and we are too distant to reach it. Therefore, we implore Mr. James to lend his considerable support, and you shall be generously compensated upon the successful resolution of this matter. No, my dear Steward Michael, while I am amenable to other matters, Devil's Island is exceedingly treacherous. James Brown shook his head vigorously upon hearing this. Few dare to venture there. To be candid, we have suffered significant losses there twice recently. This is a small gift from our master, a token of respect. I bring to you a pouch of white powder. Upon hearing this, Michael extracted a tightly wrapped bag from his pocket. Once the task is accomplished, my lord shall further finance you with a batch of armaments. Having said that, Michael produced a list, densely scribbled with writing. James's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he reached out to seize the list from Michael's grasp. He scrutinized it meticulously, a glimmer of avarice flashing in his gaze. Michael, your lord has always been rather stingy, James remarked, his eyes darting with suspicion. What pressing task warrants such unprecedented generosity this time? Chapter 73. Another air disaster in the early morning. The sun gradually ascended from the horizon, bringing forth a renewed hope, painting the clouds at the edges of the sky in vibrant hues. The azure sky was immaculate, blending seamlessly with the boundless ocean in the distance. The horizon, where water met sky, rendered it difficult to discern where the heavens ended and the sea began. Within the courtyard of the bamboo lodge on the island, a lively scene of joyous labor unfolded. Ding Yuyan, Han Wanfang, and several other women gathered around the newly planted potatoes and onions. Each face beamed with uncontainable delight. Han Wanfang exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, "Ding Jia, look how tall these onion sprouts have grown." She wore her hair in a high ponytail and donned a light yellow floral dress, gently caressing the onion seedlings as if they were the most precious treasures of the earth. Indeed, and look at these potatoes, the sprouts are thriving splendidly. I suspect we shall reap the rewards soon, Ding Yuyan replied with a smile, her eyes reflecting contentment. The hard work everyone had invested over the past days had finally borne fruit. She was clad in a simple white shirt and blue jeans, her short hair neatly styled, exuding an air of calm competence with every movement. Su Xiwen carefully brushed aside the soil around the potatoes, her actions meticulous, as if afraid to harm the delicate seedlings. I truly look forward to the harvest day. It will surely bring a profound sense of accomplishment. She spoke softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Simenya had wholly shed her former airs of aristocracy, fully integrating into this familial circle. With a hoe in hand, she rhythmically turned the soil, saying soon, "We shall have fresh vegetables to enjoy. Just thinking about it brings me joy." In one corner of the courtyard lay a little haven for the animals. A small wild boar, covered in fluffy fur, poked its pink snout inquisitively into the ground, adorably foraging for food. Nearby, a graceful water deer stood, its large, curious eyes scanning the group, occasionally flicking its ears to shoo away pesky mosquitoes. The wild chickens, adorned in colorful feathers, shimmered in the sunlight, infusing the yard with vibrant life. Although Hei Mei had been with them for only a short time, under the attentive care of the others, she had seamlessly become part of this family. Her belly had grown rounder, nurturing new life within. Hei Wang stayed close by her side, resembling a devoted caretaker. "Look at Hei Mei. Her belly has grown even larger," Han Wenfang exclaimed with delight, pointing at Hei Mei as if she had discovered a new world. Sima Ya stepped forward and gently stroked Hei Mei's head. "It seems that Hei Wang and Hei Mei will soon become parents. I wonder how many adorable puppies they will have. Surely, they will be a lively bunch, making our courtyard even more vibrant." Ding Yuyan responded with a smile, her eyes full of warmth. "Perhaps they will be as clever as Hei Wang, and in the future, they might help us guard the house." The group exchanged playful banter, their laughter resonating in the courtyard, weaving together with the surrounding sounds of nature, crafting a scene of warmth and harmony. Suddenly, a thunderous roar abruptly shattered this tranquility, causing everyone to instinctively look up. In the southern skies above the island, a plane tilted precariously. The wings trembled violently, seemingly struggling to maintain equilibrium. Ultimately, it was in vain, as it spiraled out of control, plummeting straight toward the sea. The descent was swift, accompanied by a shrill, piercing sound as air friction intensified. The fuselage was surrounded by swirling currents, tearing through layers of heat waves. In an instant, the aircraft descended like a meteor, crashing forcefully into the ocean surface. A deafening roar reverberated across the water, sending waves surging. The plane was instantly engulfed by the sea, erupting into white plumes of spray that soared several meters high. The explosive shockwave carried shards of metal and fuel, wreaking havoc upon the ocean surface, as burning fuel rapidly spread across the water. Han Wenfang's eyes widened in horror. Her face drained of color, lips trembling as she muttered to herself, "Another plane has fallen." Ding Yuyan suddenly sat upright, her fingertips still damp with soil. She gazed towards the direction of the crash, her voice quivering with disbelief. "How could this be? How could this be?" The air around them seemed to freeze in an instant, as everyone remained frozen in shock. At that moment, on the surface of the sea where the disaster had occurred, survivors struggled desperately in the fuel-scented water. They clawed their way towards the shore, drenched and disheveled, faces marked by the trauma of survival. Their vacant stares were fixed upon the floating debris, eyes filled with confusion and fear. Their hair was tousled, wet strands clinging to their cheeks. Water cascaded from their hair, mingling with tears streaming down their faces, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the two. During the agonizing wait following the crash, every second felt like an eternity for the survivors. When rescuers adorned with Red Cross insignias appeared on the beach, a flicker of hope ignited in the dim eyes of the survivors. The rescuers hurriedly approached, their steps brisk yet resolute. As they ran, they bowed slightly, donning professional smiles, attempting to soothe the wounded hearts of those they rescued. A well-dressed young woman, her eyes brimming with gratitude and relief, softly expressed in Mandarin, "Thank you so much. We are truly grateful." The rescuers bowed slightly in response, uttering, "Please take care." This incongruous reply stirred a wave of confusion among the onlookers. At that moment, a tall flight attendant from M country, with sun-kissed skin, swiftly approached the rescuers. Her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her cerulean eyes reflected the relief of having survived. She expressed her gratitude in English. "Hey, thank you so much. You guys are our heroes." The rescuers maintained their professional smiles, repeatedly saying, "Please take care, please take care." Amidst the crowd, two survivors from the island expressed their heartfelt gratitude in Japanese, exclaiming. The rescue personnel, whose initially rigid expressions softened in an instant, were graced with genuine smiles. They responded with warmth, bowing deeply in appreciation, saying, "Please take care of us." They then engaged in eager conversation with the survivors in fluent island dialect. Observing this scene, a distinguished lady could not help but muse to herself. It became apparent that these rescuers hailed from the island themselves, and their assistance had indeed arrived with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 74. The calamity of the wall in the aftermath of the tragic air disaster. The beach lay in eerie silence, the survivors drenched and disoriented. Clinging to one another, they staggered up the sandy shore, their tattered garments stained with blood, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Some wore vacant expressions, murmuring to themselves, while others sat silently on the sand, tears streaming down their faces, their eyes reflecting the terror and confusion of having narrowly escaped death. At that moment, two rescuers adorned with armbands hurriedly approached, bearing provisions of food and water. A well-dressed noblewoman furrowed her brow as she observed the frail figures of the rescuers. She whispered softly, "Why are there only two rescuers? Will they be able to manage?" Beside her, a tall man in a white shirt, his face etched with fatigue, cast her an impatient glance and rasped, "At this point, having something to eat is a blessing. Stop worrying unnecessarily." Without further ado, he tore into the packaging, devouring the contents with fervor, crumbs clinging to the corners of his mouth, disregarded in his haste. Hidden within the thickets of the beach, Wang Yong, Tian Zongzishu, and Yamamoto Kazuki observed the scene unfold. A subtle smirk crept across Wang Yong's lips, a glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes. He murmured, "It seems the first phase of the plan has succeeded." Tian Zongzishu let out a cold laugh, his jowls quivering in response. "Humph, those two can't communicate in either Mandarin or English. Their stuttering exchanges will inevitably lead to trouble." Yamamoto Kazuki's expression darkened, his brow furrowed in a deep frown. He spoke in a low voice, "Let us return to the camp and deliberate. The subsequent steps must rely on our own efforts. Tian, we need to devise a strategy quickly. Their language barrier is a ticking time bomb for our plan," Yamamoto Kazuki stated as they made their way back to the camp. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Zongzishu's small eyes darted around before he turned to Wang Yong. "Wang, the next phase depends on your performance." Wang Yong patted his chest confidently, exclaiming, "Rest assured, with me here, we will surely stabilize the situation." A determined look etched on his face. As noon approached, the sun hung in the sky like a colossal fireball, scorching the beach. Wang Yong, accompanied by two rescuers laden with supplies, arrived at the shore, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Yet, their faces still bore warm smiles. Wang Yong hastened to the tall man in the white shirt, producing a piece of bread from his backpack and handing it over. His expression filled with concern. He said, "Brother, this is all we have for now. Our colleagues are working urgently to bring more. Please hold on." The man, his eyes bloodshot, gratefully accepted the bread. "Thank you. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Wang Yong feigned a sigh, squatting beside the man. "From your accent, you seem to be from the north? Where were you headed when you encountered this misfortune?" "Oh, what terrible luck. I was flying from Yinjing to M country for business," the man replied, taking a bite of the bread and swallowing it with difficulty, a weary sigh escaping his lips. Who could have anticipated such a disaster? It still feels like a dream. Was the aircraft not from our country, but from abroad? Wang Yong's gaze flickered as he pointed to a flight attendant from M country in the distance. Yes, it was from M country airlines. The man nodded, following Wang Yong's gesture. Initially, there was hope for a prosperous business deal, yet now the venture has vanished, and life itself was nearly forfeited. The nearby noblewoman, who had been sipping water delicately, was drawn closer, her eyes shimmering with a blend of fatigue and curiosity. "Sir, why is it that you are the only individual from the Celestial Empire amidst this rescue team, while the others hail from the island nation?" "My dear lady, this is an international rescue organization, a collaboration of nations in times of need," Wang Yong replied with a smile, presenting a piece of bread in a facade of professionalism. "Please, eat something to sustain you. The conditions on the island are quite limited, and I apologize for the inconvenience." His gaze was earnest as he spoke, but he swiftly exchanged a meaningful glance with his companion upon turning away. After discerning the situation, Wang Yong returned to the camp, with a trio huddled together, conspiring furtively. "The majority of survivors are from our nation. We should seize this opportunity to sow discord, inciting them to attack Ding Yuyan's camp. We shall act when a moment is ripe," Wang Yong whispered, his demeanor sinister, gesturing animatedly as he spoke. Tanaka Shizuki revealed a nefarious grin. "As dusk approaches, we shall claim that supplies were seized by Ding Yuyan's group, urging them to assault the camp. Then, we shall quietly equip ourselves with tear gas and anesthetics. And under the cover of darkness amidst the ensuing chaos, we are bound to succeed." Wang Yong elaborated, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Yamamoto Ichimu crossed his arms, his gaze gleaming with avarice. "Indeed, but we must tread carefully to avoid exposing our intentions." As evening fell, the sunset cast an eerie orange hue over the beach. Just as the survivors awaited supplies with great desperation, Wang Yong rushed over, his expression fraught with alarm. "This is disastrous. Dinner and supplies have been seized by another group of survivors. We are left with nothing," he lamented, pounding his chest in frustration, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with fury. A tall young man turned crimson, veins bulging from his neck. He angrily waved his fists and shouted, "This is outrageous. Why should they take our supplies? We must confront them." Sweat poured from his brow, his teeth grinding in rage. The noblewoman's face also flushed with anger, hands on her hips, as she shrieked, "This is intolerable. We are on the brink of starvation and thirst, yet they hoard the supplies. We must demand accountability." Her voice was piercing, her body trembling slightly from indignation. In truth, they were not lacking sustenance, nor were they in dire living conditions. Wang Yong continued to incite their fury, feigning righteous indignation as he paced among the crowd, gesticulating wildly. "As compatriots, how can their hearts be so cruel?" His voice resonated with passion, eyes ablaze with a just anger. Fueled by outrage, the survivors, under Wang Yong's leadership, surged toward Ding Yuyan's camp with fervor. Their footsteps were a cacophony of urgency, shouts ringing out in a tumultuous chorus. Upon nearing the camp, He Wang and He Mei sensed impending danger, unleashing a chorus of howls that pierced the night. The chilling cries shattered the silence, leaving the survivors momentarily hesitant as they exchanged glances. Observing their trepidation, Wang Yong leaped forward, vigorously waving his arms, the veins in his neck prominently visible. "With just 2 wolfhounds, what is there to fear? Do not be intimidated. Charge in and reclaim what is ours." The tall man in the white shirt clenched his fists and shouted in agreement. "Yes, with so many of us, can we truly fear 2 dogs? Forward!" The noblewoman echoed with an insistent voice. "What is there to fear? Are we to be halted by just 2 dogs? Press on. Her gaze was fervent, completely devoid of her usual grace. At that moment, Ding Yuyan, hearing the commotion, called out from the bamboo tower. Who approaches below? And what is the matter? She gripped the railing tightly, her voice steady, yet unable to conceal her inner anxiety. A middle-aged man in a gray checkered shirt, previously silent, was stirred by the atmosphere. He shouted with fervor, "Come to reclaim the food you have stolen." Stolen food? We have not even stepped outside. How could we have taken your belongings? Ding Yuyan questioned loudly, her eyes filled with confusion. Do not listen to her evasions. They will surely deny it. Wang Yong shouted from behind, his gaze glinting with malice. The indignant survivors, fueled by Wang Yong's words, surged forward once more. The barking of He Wang and He Mei grew increasingly frantic, yet could not deter the frenzied crowd. Wang Yong signaled to Tian Zongzishu and others trailing behind. They swiftly produced tear gas and tranquilizers from their pockets, closely following the enraged throng, poised to take action. Ding Yuyan watched as the crowd drew nearer, her heart sinking. It was evident that someone was inciting this chaos from behind the scenes. Yet, faced with her out-of-control compatriots, she could not truly resort to violence. Ding Yuyan found herself ensnared in a dilemma, momentarily at a loss for a solution. Chapter 75. The Wild Dog Guardians. As dusk descended, thick as ink, it weighed heavily upon the bamboo structure that bore the hopes and disputes of many. The sea breeze, infused with a briny essence, surged through the bamboo groves, causing the leaves to rustle like whispers of an impending clash. Ding Yuyan stood on the second floor of the bamboo building, her brows knitted tightly in concern. Anxiety coiled around her heart like an invasive vine, and her gaze was fixated ahead. An uncontrollable crowd surged forward like a tumultuous tide, crashing towards her with overwhelming force. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, the knuckles whitening under the strain. Confronted by the advancing throng, Ding Yuyan inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling violently. Summoning every ounce of strength, she shouted, "Do not advance any further. If you come closer, we shall open fire." Yet, the frenzied mob, blinded by rage and fervor, remained indifferent to her warning, heedlessly charging towards the bamboo walls. Their relentless momentum seemed poised to obliterate everything in their path. A flicker of helplessness and resolve crossed Ding Yuyan's eyes as she slowly raised her firearm, her arm trembling with the weight of her inner turmoil and tension. A deafening crack shattered the night sky. The muzzle erupted in a wisp of smoke, the gunshot resonating like a droplet of water hitting a boiling pot of oil. The crowd froze momentarily, their steps involuntarily halting. Expressions of hesitation and fear washed over their faces as they exchanged furtive glances, instinctively retreating a step. Among the throngs, Wang Yong felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that Ding Yuyan would dare to fire upon her own people. However, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes darting like a cunning fox. "Fear not," he shouted, his voice piercing through the tension. "She is merely putting on a show. With her courage, she wouldn't truly shoot at us. If she injures someone, she would face imprisonment upon her return home." He continued to stoke the flames of their fervor, urging, "Charge forward. The supplies in that bamboo building are ours." When the crowd first laid eyes on the beautiful bamboo structure, a sanctuary from the storm, their greed and desire burgeoned within, akin to wild grass thriving unchecked. They had long coveted this place, fantasizing about claiming it as their own one day. Now, inspired by Wang Yong's incendiary words, their initial hesitation transformed into fervent zeal. Clenching their fists, their eyes glimmered with avarice and madness as they launched another vigorous assault against the bamboo walls. "Charge! Seize the supplies!" The deafening shouts echoed, a cacophony of fervor that seemed intent on razing every obstacle in their path. Just as the mob approached the walls, an unexpected incident unfolded without warning. A woman at the forefront suddenly let out a desperate scream. Originally, she misstepped and fell into a trap that had been meticulously laid. Her piercing scream reverberated like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely at the hearts of the onlookers. Their fervor abruptly halted, replaced by a palpable fear. Some instinctively covered their mouths. while others stumbled back in panic. In the shadows of the bamboo structure, Yamamoto Sachiko observed the unfolding chaos with a watchful eye. Noticing the crowd's wavering resolve, she clenched her teeth, a glint of malice flickering in her gaze. Swiftly, she drew her bow, knocking an arrow with practiced precision, drawing the string taut. With a swift whoosh, the arrow, glinting with a chilling sheen, shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, striking a man in the shoulder. He cried out in agony, clutching his wound and slowly sinking to the ground. They not only set traps, but also shoot from the shadows. This cannot go unpunished. Someone in the crowd bellowed. This outcry acted as a fuse, igniting the collective fury of the masses. We shall not let this end here. Charge! The crowd surged forward, their rationality consumed by a wave of indignation. They rushed towards the bamboo structure, fists raised and voices raised in a fervent roar. Each step towards the bamboo edifice was imbued with an unmistakable sense of destruction, the ground trembling beneath their feet, sending dust swirling into the air, as if to engulf the structure in a tempest of chaos. Just as the bamboo building teetered on the brink of collapse, threatened by the relentless tide of humanity, the black hound in the courtyard sensed an unprecedented danger. Its fur bristled, and it raised its head, emitting a high-pitched, resonant bark that echoed through the night sky. Suddenly, from the depths of the bamboo forest came the sound of rustling, reminiscent of 1,000 steeds galloping forth. Countless pairs of emerald eyes glimmered in the darkness, cold and eerie like will-o'-the-wisps. It was then revealed that the black hound had summoned a pack of wild dogs. The wild dogs, like specters of the night, swiftly encircled the crowd. Their bared teeth glimmered ominously in the dim moonlight, each fang resembling the scythe of death. They growled in deep, menacing tones, their voices laden with primal fury and wildness. Each roar struck at the nerves of the onlookers, instilling a profound dread. The crowd erupted into chaos, cries and wails intertwining in a cacophony of terror. A young woman screamed in horror, "Oh heavens, so many wolves! Run!" Her cries served as a clarion call for flight. Instantly, the crowd turned pale with fear, their terrified screams piercing the night. They scattered in all directions like startled birds, vanishing in an instant, leaving only devastation in their wake. Yamamoto, Ichiki, Wang Yong, and others, witnessing the sudden emergence of the wild dog pack, realized in dismay that their plan to seize future number 3 had been thwarted yet again, igniting their frustration. In a fit of rage and fear, they drew their pistols, hands trembling slightly with emotion, and began firing wildly at the pack. The rapid gunfire echoed through the night, like the sound of exploding beans. In an instant, several wild dogs were struck, emitting anguished howls as they writhed and struggled upon the ground. Blood quickly spread across the surface, staining the surrounding earth a dark crimson hue. The pack, thoroughly incensed by this sudden onslaught, had their fur bristling with fury, their eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. They unleashed a cacophony of frenzied barks and charged like lightning towards the 5 assailants. Leading the charge was a wild dog, its fur standing on end, eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. It leaped high, aiming directly for Yamamoto Kazuki's throat. Yamamoto's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. In a panic, he sidestepped, nearly losing his balance. All he could do was fire his weapon wildly. Wang Yong, too, had lost his previous bravado, shouting hoarsely while erratically brandishing his pistol and firing incessantly. Stumbling backward, his face was etched with sheer dread. In the midst of the chaos, a man posing as a rescuer was beset by several wild dogs, letting out a desperate scream before being engulfed by the pack. The remaining 4, battered and bruised, crawled and stumbled back to the camp, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Yamamoto, Kazuki, and Tanaka Shikushi exchanged glances, each bearing the marks of their ordeal, their faces smeared with dirt and injuries. Yamamoto, his expression contorted with rage, abruptly kicked a nearby stone, bellowing, "Baka! I never imagined we would fall victim to a pack of wild dogs." Chapter 76, The Blinding Influence of Profit. The following morning, the leaden sky appeared as if burdened by an invisible weight. The air was stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. Wang Yong, Tian Zongzishu, and Yamamoto Kazuki sat within the confines of their tent, their sighs echoing in discontent. Anxiety loomed over them, thick as dark clouds. Tian Zongzishu furrowed his brows tightly, his mind racing in search of a solution to their current predicament. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Kazuki's thoughts wandered to the alluring figures of the numerous female survivors at the beach camp. A nefarious idea began to take shape in his mind. Eagerly, he leaned closer to Tian Zongzishu. There are several striking young women among the new survivors. Our fellows here seem utterly paralyzed in the presence of females, he said, his tone tinged with excitement. Why not enlist their help to draw these newcomers to our camp? For our own advantage? What do you think? In an instant, Tian Zongzishu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he envisioned the success of their scheme. He nodded in agreement. Yamamoto, splendid idea, as long as we utilize those individuals wisely. We need not fear competing against Ding Yuyan and her group. Wang Yong, standing by, subtly nodded, a sly grin forming on his lips. Once we bring them into the camp, we can use them as shields when the time comes. If anything goes awry, we will have others to take the brunt. With their conspiracy settled, Wang Yong strode confidently toward the male team members' quarters, a plot ready to unfold. At that moment, Wu Daji, Cui Yuming, and Zhang Zong were huddled together, lamenting their dismal existence on the desolate island. When will this cursed place come to an end? Wu Daji sighed, aimlessly kicking a pebble beneath his feet. Every day is either spent starving or living in constant fear, Cui Yuming echoed. Just then, Wang Yong entered with a beaming smile, his words flowing smoothly. Brothers, would you like to live well? To have beautiful women by your side every day, with no worries of food or drink. Wu Daji, with a mouthful of biscuits, mumbled in confusion. Captain, what do you mean? Do not keep us in the dark about any good fortune. Wang Yong lowered his voice conspiratorially. Recently, some attractive young women have arrived among the new survivors on the beach. Let us devise a way to entice them to our camp, and then we can. He winked, revealing a knowing smile. Cui Yuming's face lit up with a lecherous grin, almost drooling at the prospect. Captain, is this for real? But how do we bring them over? This is simple. Tian Zongzishu is an Interpol officer investigating the incident of Flight 617. Wang Yong patted Cui Yuming on the shoulder. They suspect that Captain Li and his crew were involved in smuggling contraband and may have connections to the crash. If we reveal this to the new survivors, do you think they want T-Bite? Wang Yong spoke animatedly. Solving this case will surely bring benefits your way. Wu Daji tossed aside the biscuit in his hand and declared, All right, Captain, based on your words, we shall undertake this task. Cui Yuming gave Wang Chong, who stood nearby, a sharp slap on the head and asked, Are you coming or not? Wang Chong timidly replied, I feel unwell. Coward, when there are benefits to be had, you won't have a share. Cui Yuming retorted dismissively. Wang Yong led Wu Daji and several others to the beach, where a tall man named Che Lizhen had amassed a considerable stockpile of salvage supplies, evidently positioning himself as the leader among the beach's survivors. Upon noticing Wang Yong and his companions approaching, he indignantly questioned, What do you want now? You tricked us so badly yesterday. How do you intend to settle that score? With a broad smile plastered across his face, Wang Yong's muscles seemed to contort in an exaggerated manner. My apologies, brother. Yesterday's incident was purely accidental. We were left with no choice. At that moment, a beautiful woman named Huang Qingwan, who had been standing beside Che Lizhen, brushed aside her windswept hair and inquired with a hint of suspicion, Why did you impersonate a rescue team yesterday? And why were you armed? Who exactly are you? Wang Yong's heart raced as he feigned sincerity. To be frank, we are all survivors of the 617 air disaster. Mr. Tianzhong is an Interpol officer, here to investigate the incident. Indeed, we can vouch for it. Mr. Tianzhong is indeed an Interpol officer. Wu Daji eagerly stepped forward. Consider the danger posed by those armed individuals in the bamboo house, who even keep wild wolves. We must be cautious. Zhuo Muyang, clad in a checkered shirt, expressed his skepticism. Based on what you've said, why should we trust you? Wang Yong quickly produced his deputy captain's badge from his pocket, proclaiming, Look, this is my identification. I am indeed the first officer of Flight 617. If you all return to the camp with me, I assure your safety. The incident involving Flight 617 was well known among the group, leading them to regard Wang Yong's words with a mix of belief and doubt. "Oh my God, you are truly the first officer of Flight 617, exclaimed the stunning foreign flight attendant Sophia, her Mandarin slightly halting, yet filled with astonishment. Wang Yong's eyes widened as he beheld the disheveled beauty, his gaze sweeping over her intently. Rubbing his hands together, he spoke in an overly enthusiastic tone. "Oh, so you're also part of the crew. Since we are colleagues, I shall take good care of you from now on." Sophia felt uneasy under Wang Yong's unsettling gaze and subtly shifted to the side, offering a polite smile. "Thank you, Captain Wang," she said before quickly retreating to the back of the crowd. "Brothers, do not hesitate. This area is frequently plagued by pirates," Wang Yong said, turning back with a hint of annoyance as he discreetly pulled Che Lizhen aside. "You are exposed on the beach without food or shelter. It is perilously unsafe." Che Lizhen furrowed his brow, questioning, "Can you truly guarantee our safety?" "Absolutely," Wang Yong replied confidently, patting his chest. "We have been stranded on this desolate island for over 10 days. If it weren't for the protection of Interpol, we would have perished long ago." Nevertheless, Che Lizhen remained apprehensive. "But it has been half a month since your accident, and we are still not rescued. How long must we wait to escape?" Wang Yong sighed, feigning helplessness. To be candid, this island appears to be shielded from signals, making rescue difficult in the short term. To survive, we must band together. Che Lizhen glanced at his watch, realizing why everyone else's timepieces had ceased to function. The island had indeed blocked signals. "If we collaborate with Interpol to seize that bamboo structure, the camp and its provisions will be yours," Wang Yong continued earnestly. "I assure you, on this island, you shall always be their leader." Che Lizhen cast a glance at the beautiful woman. Huang Qingwan clenched his teeth and ultimately resolved, "All right, I will trust you this once. But you must assist us in taking that bamboo structure." Wang Yong secretly rejoiced, maintaining a calm facade. "Rest assured, if you do not provoke them, Interpol will not overlook them either." Returning to the group, Che Lizhen whispered a few words to Huang Qingwan, who nodded in agreement. Thus, the two earnestly persuaded the survivors on the beach to join Wang Yong's camp. A few survivors, including Zhuomiyang, still harbored doubts, but there were indeed no better alternatives at present. Consequently, the group reluctantly followed Wang Yong, stepping cautiously into the treacherous abyss. Chapter 77. A global shock in the sweeping tide of globalization. International aviation safety hangs like a sword above the heavens, perpetually tugging at the nerves of humanity. Yet, within a brief span of merely half a month, two remarkably similar aviation disasters occurred at the same location. This shocking revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, igniting a maelstrom of concern across the globe. Governments, media, and the public alike turned their attention to the unfolding events, their hearts brimming with astonishment and trepidation. The grim news of the 617 disaster cast a shadow over the world, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief as they struggled to recover from the sorrow of this calamity. Before the world could fully process this tragedy, a second, eerily identical disaster struck once more. Such a bizarre and astonishing coincidence shattered the conventional understanding of the randomness of aviation accidents, prompting inquiries into whether there lay hidden secrets behind these occurrences. As a nation with a highly developed aviation industry, Country M swiftly reacted to the involvement of its own flights in this incident. In a conference room fortified by stringent security measures, the atmosphere grew so tense it was nearly suffocating. The highest leaders of Country M, their expressions grave, recognized the undeniable connection between both tragedies and the flights related to Country H. This was no mere coincidence. There must be some clandestine conspiracy at play. "We must get to the bottom of this," he declared with a serious tone, "and provide a clear account to our citizens and the international community." He pledged to immediately organize a specialized team to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the recent electromagnetic activities in the region. The minister in charge of aviation safety rose promptly, determined to unearth the shadowy figures responsible for interfering with flight signals. Intelligence personnel tirelessly scoured various locales, collecting invaluable data and analyzing potential sources of disruption. In Country H, the Rescue Command Center for the 617 disaster convened an emergency meeting upon learning of the second incident. The chief rescue officer, his expression solemn, slammed his clenched fist heavily onto the conference table. We had previously suspected human factors in the 617 flight accident, he asserted decisively. After this event, we can essentially conclude that this is no ordinary accident. The government of Country H took the matter with utmost seriousness, promptly holding a press conference and submitting a request to the United Nations, urging the International Telecommunication Union to intervene in the investigation of this calamity. We will not overlook any suspicious leads. We are committed to uncovering the truth, the senior officials of Country H stated emphatically at the press conference. They vowed to provide a just resolution for the victims and their families, restoring a sense of safety in international aviation. Relevant departments actively collaborated, compiling and summarizing various interference incidents encountered during the rescue efforts, thereby furnishing the International Telecommunication Union with detailed data and documentation. These endeavors undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for unveiling the truth behind the aviation disasters. With the press conferences held by both Country M and Country H, news of the incidents rapidly spread across the globe, once again provoking widespread astonishment. Attention from all sectors converged on this matter, igniting international discourse instantaneously. Major global media outlets have released in-depth reports analyzing the underlying causes of these two aviation disasters, stirring significant public interest and fervent discussion worldwide. The M Nation's New X Daily featured a comprehensive article titled Two Aviation Disasters in Half a Month. A coincidence? That meticulously outlined the timeline of the incidents, the sequence of events, and the preliminary responses from authorities. This incited widespread societal debate, with many questioning whether there are gaps in aviation safety standards and regulatory mechanisms. Citizens have called upon the government to enhance oversight and ensure the safety of air travel. Protesters have taken to the streets, holding rallies to demand a swift investigation into the truth and the assurance of aviation safety. They raised banners and chanted slogans, expressing their mourning for the victims and their yearning for clarity. These gatherings not only highlighted the strength and resolve of the populace, but also exerted pressure on the government to expedite the investigative process. On social media, discussions surrounding these topics have surged, with individuals sharing their perspectives and concerns regarding the disasters, thereby creating substantial public opinion pressure. The H Nation X-Wave Network also published an article entitled Thorough Investigation into the Aviation Disasters, Justice for the Victims' Families. This piece delved into the profound trauma inflicted on the victims' families and the repercussions for the International Aviation Order. The author called for the global community to pay attention to this matter, advocating for enhanced cooperation and communication to jointly uphold international aviation safety. Concurrently, Hong X Network released an article titled Focusing on the Aviation Disasters, exposing the hidden forces behind, providing accountability for the deceased. This article, through interviews with victims' families and rescue personnel, including aviation experts, presented a multifaceted portrayal of the complexity surrounding the events. The author vividly depicted the tense atmosphere at the rescue site, as well as the profound grief of the victims' families, resonating strongly with readers. These two articles rapidly circulated online, garnering attention from other media outlets eager to reprint them. They not only sparked intense public interest in uncovering the truth, but also provided robust support for the investigative efforts. Internet users eagerly shared and commented on these articles, expressing their condolences for the victims and their desire for transparency. The European Times X published an editorial titled Defending Aviation Safety. A global joint investigation is urgent. This editorial asserted that these two aviation disasters represent a blatant affront to global aviation safety standards, and those responsible must face severe repercussions. The international community is urged to unite, pooling resources and expertise to conduct a thorough investigation and unveil the truth. Following the publication of this editorial, it garnered widespread attention across Europe and beyond, injecting new momentum into international collaboration and dialogue. Countries around the world have proactively reached out to M Nation and H Nation, offering assistance in the investigations and actively participating in rescue efforts. These nations' actions not only exemplify the spirit of unity and cooperation within the international community, but also provide greater possibilities and hope for uncovering the truth behind the aviation disasters. Everyone eagerly anticipates the day when the truth will be revealed, bringing justice to the victims and their families. Let the departed find peace, and the living be assured. This reflects humanity's profound respect and reverence for life, as well as an unwavering pursuit of justice and truth. While nations M and Hua actively engage in rescue efforts, the island nation swiftly convened a press conference. On the flights involved in these two tragic incidents, there were passengers from our country. The Prime Minister of the island nation, with an urgent expression, stated, "Currently, the fate of those aboard remains uncertain, and we are deeply pained. We have consistently devoted ourselves to the rescue operations and will continue to do so with unwavering commitment." His tone was earnest. "We earnestly request the relevant organizations of the United Nations to intervene promptly, investigate the truth of the incidents, and provide answers to the families of the victims." As soon as the press conference concluded, the senior cabinet members of the island nation urgently summoned Yamamoto Yu and Ito Kamaji. The state had allocated significant manpower and resources for your endeavors, investing countless assets. Their brows furrowed, their faces marked by anger. However, you have managed to mishandle the situation, drawing the critical gaze of the international community upon our nation, plunging us into a maelstrom of public scrutiny. They sternly reprimanded, "If this matter cannot be resolved satisfactorily, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities." Faced with this reprimand, Yamamoto Yu and Ito Kamaji felt a surge of indignation but were rendered speechless, silently enduring the humiliation and pressure. The two hastily returned to their office, each dialing a satellite phone. Their voices brimmed with rage and resentment as they unleashed their fury upon Yamamoto Iki and Tanaka Utake, stranded on the deserted island. "Baka, are you all fools? The headquarters deployed substantial manpower and resources for you," Yamamoto Yu exclaimed in exasperation. "Yet you can't even secure a few isolated survivors. What on earth are you doing? Do you intend for all of us to pay the price for your incompetence?" Ito Kamaji slammed the table, declaring, "The headquarters offers no further support. You must devise your own strategies." Chapter 78. A corner dog jumps over the wall within the imposing headquarters of the Moore family conglomerate in M Country. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though one could wring water from it. The patriarch, Eric Moore, stood before the vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows. His brow furrowed into a deep frown. His eyes, sharp and hawk-like, fixated on the television screen, where the harrowing news of the air disaster played on a relentless loop. The news of the imminent arrival of international rescue teams struck his heart like a heavy hammer, rendering him restless and agitated. With a sudden turn, he strode purposefully to his desk and seized the satellite phone, dialing the number of his steward, Michael Jones, with urgency. "Michael, dispatch James immediately. We must locate sample 3 at all costs," he shouted as soon as the call connected. "If we delay any longer, all will be lost." Michael hung up and hurriedly made his way to the quarters of James, the leader of the Black Night Guard. Upon entering, he was confronted by the overwhelming stench of alcohol, nearly suffocating in its intensity. There sat James, reclining with a casual air, downing rum in copious gulps, an indifferent smile adorning his face. "Michael, why the rush? What is the matter?" he lazily inquired. "James, there is no time to waste. The patriarch demands immediate action." Michael pressed forward, his voice tinged with urgency and tremor. "We need to find sample 3, or we shall all descend into irretrievable doom." James Brown furrowed his brow, slamming the bottle down on the table with a resounding clatter. "Damn it, for that wretched sample. Do you even know where to search?" He spat. "Devil's Island. What kind of place is that? Who would dare venture there?" Michael paused, taken aback, and echoed, "Devil's Island?" "Yes, the very same Devil's Island I mentioned before." James shot up, impatience radiating from him. "The terrain there is treacherous beyond imagination, teeming with ferocious beasts." He began pacing the room. "We've sent several teams before just to locate Ding Yuyan's camp, and we lost a brother in the process." He kicked a nearby chair in frustration. its clatter echoing through the room. "James, this mission is indeed extraordinarily perilous," Michael admitted, his expression grave. "However, should we succeed, the rewards promised by the Patriarch are exceedingly generous, enough to ensure your financial security for the rest of your days." Mr. Eric is indeed being remarkably generous this time, James conceded. "Yet, that place fills our brothers with dread. No one wishes to court death." Michael gritted his teeth and presented an even more enticing proposition. "If we secure the sample, everything in the camp, including women and treasures, will belong to you. Besides, getting the brothers to undertake this task is merely a matter of your word." He added a flattering note to his appeal. Upon hearing this, James paced back and forth for a moment before bellowing, "Ryan, come over here." The braided pirate captain, Ryan Thompson, entered, a look of reverence upon his face. "Boss, what are your orders?" he inquired. James turned to face Ryan. "Take 20 of your brothers to the bamboo huts on Devil's Island to search for samples. Follow Michael's commands in all actions." He gestured with his hand, flattening the camp. "Women and valuables are available for the brothers to choose as they please. Once the task is accomplished, everyone will be handsomely rewarded." Ryan licked his dry lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He thumped his chest and assured, "Don't worry, boss. The brothers will certainly risk their lives for this." Meanwhile, in a distant tent on Devil's Island, Wang Yong was being harshly reprimanded by the chieftain. His face was flushed as if it might bleed, and he shattered a bottle of wine in his fury. "Baka, without reinforcements, how can we fight them?" His eyes bulged, veins protruding from his forehead, resembling an enraged bull, a sight to behold. Tanaka Shizuki sat beside him, his expression dark and foreboding. He coldly remarked, "What good is cursing? We must quickly devise a plan to obtain sample number 3, or we shall be trapped here." Wang Yong lowered his head, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised it, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "We still need to make use of those survivors." Tanaka's eyes brightened at this, a cunning smile spreading across his face. "Those survivors are starving and struggling. If we promise to help them take Ding Yuyan's bamboo hut, everything in the camp will belong to them. They will surely be tempted." He suggested, "Furthermore, we can provide them with some rudimentary weapons to serve as cannon fodder." Wang Yong smirked slyly. "Let us do just that. I will go find them immediately." Che Lizhen and Huang Qingwan, along with the other survivors, sat around the campfire, their faces marred by sorrow and dejection. Upon seeing Wang Yong approach, Che Lizhen abruptly stood, vigilance etched on his face. "Deputy Captain Wang, what brings you to us at this late hour?" Wang Yong wore a disingenuous smile, its falseness accentuated by the firelight. "Brother Che, the island is about to enter the rainy season. Storms may arrive at any moment." He coaxed, "If you take Ding Yuyan's bamboo hut, you'll have food and shelter, and you will no longer suffer from hunger." Che Lizhen and Huang Qingwan exchanged glances, a hint of temptation flickering in their eyes. "But we have no weapons. They possess guns and wild wolves, making them formidable foes," Che Lizhen expressed with concern. Wang Yong scoffed, "With our international police's assistance, what do you have to fear?" Just then, Tanaka approached, patting the gun at his waist. "We have tear gas and anesthetics, and we can provide you with some weapons. Taking the bamboo hut will be a breeze." Huang Qingwan chimed in sweetly from the side. "Brother Che, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Henceforth, we shall no longer endure hardship." Che Lizhen clenched his teeth and stamped his foot, resolutely declaring, "All right, let us proceed." At the break of dawn the following day, the dim sunlight filtered through the thick fog, gently cascading upon the island. The stifling warmth spread freely, reminiscent of an invisible shackle tightly binding the bustling crowd. The survivors wielded rudimentary weapons hastily fashioned overnight, stone axes, bayonets, and wooden clubs. Under the guidance of Wang Yong and Yamamoto Ichimu, they cautiously advanced towards Ding Yuyan's bamboo dwelling. Not long into their journey, Wang Yong abruptly raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. He swiftly concealed himself in the thicket by the roadside. The others held their breath, cautiously hiding as well. Before them, a group of shadowy figures emerged, barely discernible through the mist. As they focused their gaze, it became evident that these were a band of pirates armed with long rifles, hastily making their way forward. The arrival of pirates was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Wang Yong felt a surge of excitement and whispered to Tianzhong Jishu, "Let them engage with Ding Yuyan's people first. We shall reap the benefits." A sinister smile crept across Tianzhong Jishu's lips as he nodded slightly. "We shall wait until they are mutually weakened before we intervene to tidy up the aftermath." Two nefarious factions, akin to concealed venomous serpents, stealthily approached Ding Yuyan's camp. The air was thick with tension and peril. A bloody massacre was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 79. The monkey's omen as the sun dipped low, casting a sanguine glow upon the vast expanse of earth. Captain Li and Hao Weiguo bid farewell to the elderly man with the surname Chu. They cautiously navigated through the ominous and shadowy valley of death. Suddenly a shrill, distressing cry pierced the silence of the valley, echoing hauntingly in the chilly breeze. Captain Li and Hao Weiguo halted, their gazes locking in a moment of unspoken understanding. Subsequently, they crouched low, gripping their weapons tightly, and stealthily advanced towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching the scene, they discovered a frail squirrel monkey struggling helplessly. Its hind leg was ensnared by a robust vine, as if bound by invisible shackles. The vine dug deeply into its flesh, and each attempt to escape only exacerbated its wounds, eliciting pitiful cries filled with agony and despair. Hao Weiguo, pointing at the little creature with delight, exclaimed, "Captain, look! It's a squirrel." "That is not merely a squirrel. Observe its appearance. It resembles a small monkey," Captain Li replied, shaking his head slightly. "This is a squirrel monkey. Judging by its size, it is only a little over a year old." Hao Weiguo scrutinized the diminutive being before him. Its palm-sized body was covered in soft fur, resembling a fluffy little ball. Its round, ebony eyes occupied nearly half of its tiny face, sparkling with innocent curiosity. Its delicate pink nose quivered as if sensing the air around it, and its slender tail, longer than its body, swayed restlessly, exuding an irresistible charm. "It truly is a little monkey," Hao Weiguo remarked, concern etched on his features. "But why is it alone, separated from its family?" Crouching down, Captain Li spoke softly and warmly. "Do not be afraid, little one. We are here to help you." As he spoke, he cautiously reached out to untangle the vine. However, the vine was ensnared too tightly, proving difficult to free. Seeing this, Hao Weiguo rushed to assist, muttering, "It is so badly injured. It is utterly pitiable." After considerable effort, the two men finally liberated the little monkey. Hao Weiguo retrieved a piece of roasted leopard meat from his backpack and gently presented it to the monkey. "Here, little one, have a bite to regain your strength." Upon catching the scent of the meat, the small creature's eyes widened in astonishment, its fur bristling as it let out a high-pitched squeal. It shrank back in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Captain Li, noticing its reaction, expressed surprise. "Do you not enjoy meat?" As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of roasted fish from his backpack and offered it to the little monkey. "Here, try this. Do you like it?" As the squirrel monkey gazed at the roasted fish, its tense body relaxed. It cautiously inhaled the enticing aroma, extending its tiny paws to grasp the fish eagerly. Subsequently, the creature devoured the fish with great enthusiasm, and in no time, the roasted fish was entirely consumed. It licked its paws with a lingering desire, casting eager glances at Captain Li. Amused by the little one's greedy demeanor, Captain Li chuckled, "You little glutton. Come, let us return home for a warm meal." With that, he carefully cradled the little squirrel monkey and gently placed it in his backpack. The trio returned to the cave, where Captain Li tenderly laid the squirrel monkey on a bed of grass. He rummaged through his backpack for the medical kit and meticulously tended to the wounds on its legs, applying anti-inflammatory powder and gently wrapping them in bandages. Straightening up, he turned to Hao Weiguo and inquired with concern, "Weiguo, how are your injuries? Are they still painful?" Hao Weiguo patted his chest reassuringly. "No worries, just superficial wounds. The ointment you applied works wonders. I feel much better." Hearing this, Captain Li finally felt relieved. He bent down, retrieving a leopard skin and some smoked leopard meat from his backpack, preparing to cook dinner. At that moment, the little monkey, which had been quietly resting on the grass, suddenly twitched its nose and turned its head mechanically. Upon catching sight of the leopard skin, its fur bristled in alarm, and it trembled uncontrollably, emitting sharp, squeaky cries. In a panic, it scurried into the corner of the cave, wide-eyed with terror, fixated on the leopard skin. Captain Lee, observing the squirrel monkey, seemed to grasp the situation. He tucked away the leopard skin and gently stroked the little one's head. "Little one, could it be that your parents met their fate at the hands of this leopard?" Hao Weiguo approached as well. "Fear not, we have avenged your parents." The squirrel monkey appeared to understand their words, affectionately nudging Captain Lee's pant leg before settling quietly at his feet. "Since you are now without a home, why not accompany us from now on?" Captain Lee remarked, noticing its obedient demeanor. "We shall call you Jirue." The little squirrel monkey seemed to comprehend, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Captain Lee kindled a fire, skewering the smoked meat in small pieces over the flames. Before long, the savory aroma of sizzling meat filled the cave, breaking the silence. Hao Weiguo spoke as he savored the roasted meat. "Captain, we must carefully plan tomorrow. We need to scout the surroundings of the cave thoroughly." Captain Lee pondered for a moment before responding. "To the north of the valley, the Chubwa area is relatively friendly towards us, so we need not worry. Our primary task now is to gather information about the southern part of the valley." He added a log to the fire. "We must also ascend to the mountain's peak to gain a comprehensive view of the entire deserted island and ensure the absolute safety of our new camp." Hao Weiguo chimed in. "Regarding the camp, I wonder if there might be any dangers near the bamboo houses? We have sufficient firearms and ammunition at the camp, and with Hei Wang and Hei Mei present, we should be safe for the time being," Captain Lee reassured him. He gazed at Hao Weiguo with a hint of concern. "By the way, do you think you can reach the summit? Perhaps I should ascend alone to scout ahead?" Hao Weiguo patted his chest confidently. "I have recovered well. Me absolutely fine." Captain Lee nodded in response. "All right, let us ascertain the circumstances surrounding the cave, and then return to the bamboo hut as swiftly as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications." Hao Weiguo inquired further, "What about the indigenous people mentioned by Mr. Chu on either side of the valley? Should we investigate them as well?" Captain Lee replied, "There's a mountain separating us from both sides, so there shouldn't be any immediate concerns. We can explore that thoroughly once we have settled in." After finalizing their plans, the two men fell into a comfortable silence. They sat quietly by the fire, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. The little squirrel monkey, Jirue, obediently curled up by Captain Lee's feet, occasionally glancing up at them as if listening intently to their conversation. Observing Jirue's endearing demeanor, Captain Lee's face broke into a warm smile. "Look at this little fellow. So clever. Its presence, like an auspicious omen, will surely bring good fortune to our new camp. Life on this deserted island will undoubtedly become more favorable." Hao Weiguo smiled in agreement. "With its companionship, our days on this island will surely be filled with joy." With that, they added some firewood to the blaze and securely sealed the cave entrance with stones. They meticulously arranged bedding on the stone bed within the cave before finally allowing themselves a moment of relief. Soon, the three of them, 2 men and a monkey, succumbed to slumber, leaving only the crackling of the fire to echo through the serene cave. Chapter 80. The Altar's Rescue at Dawn. The first light of day gently spills across the winding valleys. A few melodious bird songs echo through the mountains, infusing this enigmatic land with vitality and vigor. Captain Lee meticulously inspects his composite bow and carefully stows it in his quiver, resting it upon his shoulder. He retrieves his pistol, clicks the magazine open, and swiftly tucks it into his waistband. With both hands, he raises his Type 100 submachine gun. Hao Weiguo steadies his AK-47 on his shoulder and skillfully retrieves several hefty grenades from the box, attaching them to his belt. Armed and ready, the 2 men step out of the cave, using a massive rock to seal the entrance behind them, embarking on an expedition into the southern valley. They tread cautiously, attuned to their surroundings, leaving no rustle of grass or whisper of wind unnoticed. A clever little monkey occasionally peeks out from the backpack, its eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement as it surveys this mysterious and uncharted world. Seemingly captivated by the valley's beauty, it emits cheerful sounds, adding a touch of joy and liveliness to their journey. As they progress along the valley floor, the landscape opens up magnificently. On either side, a variety of rare ornamental plants flourish, their forms diverse and their colors vibrant. Some leaves are as large as fans, their patterns as clear as fine art. Delicate flowers emit enchanting fragrances that intoxicate the senses. Amidst this verdant sea, clusters of vividly colored blossoms, the landscape, resembling radiant pearls within the lush greenery, enhancing the serene valley with a sense of movement and vitality. Towering trees reach toward the heavens, their sturdy trunks piercing the sky, while their dense foliage intertwines to form an expansive green expanse. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, which envelop the forest in an air of mystery and tranquility. Scattered across the cliffs are several mango trees, their golden fruits hanging heavily from the branches, swaying gently in the breeze. A few unknown wild fruit trees conceal plump treasures among their leaves, emitting alluring aromas that beckon passing birds to rest and feast. As they navigate around a steep rock face, the view suddenly opens up before them. A cluster of lychee trees appears, their lush branches adorned with clusters of bright red lychees. Bathed in sunlight, they shine brilliantly, exuding an irresistible allure. Haoran's eyes brighten as he hastens to the edge of the cliff beneath the lychee trees. With a swift motion, he draws a sharp military knife and deftly slices off a bunch of lychees. He plucks one and hands it to the little monkey. Jirue's eyes gleam with delight as it snatches the lychee with its small paws. With its sharp little teeth, it skillfully splits open the skin, and in a swift motion, its delicate tongue rolls out, savoring the succulent flesh. The monkey relishes the treat, juice flowing down its chin, its expression of satisfaction eliciting laughter from Captain Li and Haoran. They each peeled the lychee in their hands, savoring its sweet and juicy delight. The aromatic sweetness of the fruit spread across their palates, as if casting aside all weariness and worries. The two men and a monkey reveled in this moment of tranquility and beauty, continuing their journey through the valley with laughter and chatter. The brilliant sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The fresh air was infused with the earthy fragrances of soil and vegetation, invigorating their spirits. They felt as though they had stepped into a paradise, far removed from the clamor of the world, their hearts brimming with peace and joy. However, this tranquility was short-lived. A sporadic melody drifted faintly from not far ahead, imbued with an inexplicable eeriness and foreboding, its rhythm erratic and undulating. It resembled the whims of an unseen hand plucking at strings. The muffled drumming, accompanied by unsettling human howls, pounded heavily against their eardrums, instilling a sense of dread. Captain Li swiftly raised his binoculars, his expression grave as he surveyed the scene ahead. Haoran, on the other hand, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of disturbance. Their gaze ultimately settled upon a cave not far ahead, where a sacrificial altar constructed of massive stones came into view. The stones surrounding the altar were etched with peculiar and bizarre symbols and patterns, seemingly derived from an ancient and mysterious language, exuding an uncanny aura. Bound tightly upon the altar was a European woman, clad in simple yet elegant denim attire. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her fair, delicate features were striking. Her azure eyes were filled with panic and helplessness, resembling a sacred flower misplaced in the realm of mortals, struggling in a land steeped in savagery and mystique. Encircling the altar was a group of indigenous people clad in animal skins, their bodies adorned with strange and mysterious designs. They appear to be a tribe from a bygone era, dancing to the bizarre music with peculiar and twisted movements. Their actions were exaggerated and frenzied, accompanied by eerie howls, intertwining with the melody to create a chilling atmosphere. The chief priest, emaciated and gaunt, donned an exaggerated mask made of animal bones, wielding a staff embedded with animal teeth. He chanted in a low, raspy voice, as if communicating with some enigmatic force. The woman stood amid this chaos, her essence starkly contrasting with her surroundings, as if she had wandered into an alternate reality. Her helpless eyes brimmed with a longing for freedom and the hope of life. Hao Weigwa took the binoculars for a brief glance and urgently inquired, "Captain, what should we do? Should we save her or not?" His voice trembled with anxiety and unease. Captain Li furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the altar. He spoke decisively. "We must rescue her, but we cannot confront them head-on. We must employ our wits." Captain Li swiftly lifted his head, surveying the surroundings with keen eyes. His mind raced, formulating strategies. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his gaze. Behold, the area above was strewn with loose stones. "We shall utilize grenades to trigger a minor landslide." His eyes fixated on the slope above the altar, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "We will frighten the natives away and rescue the woman." His voice resonated with confidence and resolve. Hao Weigwa nodded in understanding. He quickly crouched down, taking advantage of the surrounding trees and terrain for cover, and advanced swiftly towards the slope. He unlatched a heavy grenade from his waist, deftly removing the safety pin with a gentle tap against a rock. With all his strength, he hurled the grenade towards the slope. With a thunderous roar, the mountaintop erupted, creating a vast chasm. Earth and rocks cascaded like rain upon the throngs of worshippers below, accompanied by the anguished cries of the natives. The entire valley seemed to tremble in response to this sudden upheaval. The natives, seized by terror, were left in a state of panic, their faces pale and bodies trembling as they gazed at the descending debris, believing they had angered the deities and incurred divine wrath. In their fear, they abandoned their rituals, discarding their offerings and implements, and fled in disarray. Observing this, Captain Li swiftly maneuvered to the side of the altar, drawing forth his sharp military blade. Chapter 81. A battle of wits and courage. Captain Li swiftly drew a sharp military knife, deftly severing the ropes that bound the woman. Then, with an urgent tone, he inquired in English, "Are you okay?" His voice resonated with concern and anxiety. The foreign woman's gaze lingered on their gear for a moment, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Subsequently, she expressed her gratitude in Mandarin. "You must be from China. I cannot thank you enough. I thought I would perish here." Her voice was imbued with the relief and gratitude of one who has narrowly escaped death. Captain Li, with a gentle gaze, asked, "What is your name? How did you end up on this deserted island?" "My name is Anita White, a survivor of Flight 617, she replied, a hint of sorrow crossing her features. "I had intended to return to Country M by plane, but unexpectedly encountered a disaster and found myself stranded on this island." Upon hearing this, Captain Li nodded slightly. "What a coincidence. We are also survivors of that flight. My surname is Hao, and this is our Captain Li." Hao Weigwa, standing nearby, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Anita scrutinized Captain Li closely, her heart fluttering with joy. The man before her was none other than the future president of the group, Ding Yuyan, accompanied by his security chief. "So it's you, Captain Li and Brother Hao. How fortunate I am to meet you," she exclaimed, maintaining an air of surprise. "I have been utterly terrified alone on this island." Seeing that Anita was physically unharmed, Captain Li and Hao Weigwa quickly readied their equipment to continue their journey southward. Observing their preparations, Anita queried with a puzzled expression, "Where are you headed?" With a calm demeanor, Captain Li responded, "We plan to assess the situation south of the valley. You should return to the camp as soon as possible. I am somewhat familiar with the terrain." Upon hearing this, Anita hurriedly interjected, "Not far south along the valley lies a meadow. It is relatively safe there. I have been utterly alone on this island, and I nearly lost my life." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her tone pitiful. "I implore you to take me with you. I promise not to be a burden and can be of assistance." Captain Li and Hao Weigwa exchanged doubtful glances. Hao Weigwa whispered to Captain Li, "Perhaps we should take her with us, keeping an eye on her as we proceed." After a moment of contemplation, Captain Li nodded slightly. Addressing Anita, he said, "Very well, but you must adhere to our instructions at all times." Anita's heart soared with joy at his words. She eagerly nodded, her face alight with gratitude. The three continued their journey southward. As they progressed, the valley widened considerably. Upon exiting the valley, they were met with a stunning vista where it connected to a vast meadow. Captain Li raised his binoculars, carefully surveying the surroundings. The southern meadow was indeed the area where they had previously hunted water deer. To the southeast lay a towering tropical rainforest. In the eastern direction, faint traces of human habitation could be discerned, likely the dwelling of the indigenous people who had fled. To the northeast, the view was obscured by towering mountains, which presumably concealed the village where Uncle Chu and his companions resided. Captain Li then shifted his gaze towards the west, where he could vaguely make out the riverbank they had traversed earlier. The remaining areas were shrouded by trees and hills. He resolved to conduct a thorough exploration after ascending to the mountain's summit the following day. "Let's take a moment to eat and rest here before returning to the cave," Captain Li suggested to Hao Weigua and Anita, as the afternoon sun hung high in the sky. Without waiting for further instruction, Anita promptly made her way to the edge of the grassland, squatting down and deftly gathering the scattered hay in no time. Subsequently, she hurried towards the thicket where she and Hao Weigua collected dry twigs. Once a fire was kindled, Anita skillfully sliced the leopard meat into strips, skewering them on branches to roast. Captain Li produced a grilled fish and handed it to the little monkey, Jerry. After the trio had enjoyed a hearty meal, Anita efficiently tidied up their belongings. Following Captain Li, Hao Weigua headed in the direction of the cave. Along the way, Captain Li casually inquired of Anita, "You seem quite experienced in wilderness survival. What do you usually do for work?" "I am an outdoor adventure enthusiast, frequently engaging in camping in the wild," Anita replied with a playful wink and a relaxed smile. "These tasks are second nature to me and will undoubtedly be of assistance to you in the future." As they conversed, Anita's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. She pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Captain Li, look! Wild fruits!" She skipped joyfully towards the spot, carefully plucking a few wild fruits. With a slight blush and a hint of charm, she leaned close to Captain Li, offering the fruits to his lips. "Captain Li, do try this. It's incredibly sweet." Without missing a beat, Captain Li accepted the wild fruit with an air of nonchalance, subtly stepping aside before savoring it heartily. Upon returning to the cave, Anita, quick-witted and nimble, eagerly took Captain Li's lighter. "Allow me," she exclaimed. With deft hands, she gathered dry grass and broken boards, skillfully constructing a pile for kindling. A gentle press of the lighter ignited the fire, which erupted into a warm blaze. She then busied herself without pause, organizing the scattered items on the ground and tidying the cave into an orderly state. Her movements were adept and swift, clearly indicative of a capable woman. Pretending to be curious, Anita approached the cave where Captain Li and Hao Weigua would be resting. She surveyed the surroundings, asking Captain, "What were these caves used for in the past?" Captain Li replied casually, "We have only just discovered this place and are not particularly well acquainted with it yet. Oh, by the way, this is our temporary room. You may take shelter in the cave across from us." He gestured towards the opposite cave. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Anita's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. With a smile, she acknowledged him and then turned to leave. Hao Weigua leaned closer to Captain Li. "Captain, shall we embark on our mountain expedition tomorrow, taking Anita along? Leaving her alone in the cave could risk exposing our weapons." Captain Li furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with concern. "Perhaps it is best to bring her. We shall remain vigilant on our journey." Subsequently, Hao Weigua ignited 2 torches within the cave. The flickering flames illuminated the faces of Captain Li and Hao Weigua as they settled upon the stone bed. They unfurled the navigational charts seized from the pirates, meticulously studying the intricate topography of the island. In hushed tones, they exchanged thoughts on tomorrow's ascent and its minutiae, crafting a thorough plan. Captain Li pointed to the chart, emphasizing the need for heightened awareness in this particular area to avoid detection by the indigenous people. Hao Weigua nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must also remain alert to any environmental changes, prepared to respond to unforeseen circumstances." The two continued to deliberate over various potential scenarios and strategies for handling them. As night deepened, the wind outside the cave seemed to grow fiercer. Within this confined space, the 3 harbored their own thoughts and aspirations, quietly awaiting the dawn of a new day. Chapter 82. The Isle of Demons. As the first light of dawn began to grace the sky, dispelling the remnants of darkness, Hao Weigua and Captain Li rose early. Treading lightly, as they exited their quarters. Outside, Anita was already bustling about, having gathered a pile of firewood through her diligent efforts. Captain Lee opened his backpack and retrieved the smoked leopard meat they had prepared earlier. With practiced ease, Anita kindled a fire, and soon, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. After a simple breakfast, the trio and their little monkey companion secured the door and set off together, heading north along the valley. The crisp air was infused with the earthy scents of soil and foliage, occasionally punctuated by the melodious calls of unknown birds that echoed through the tranquil valley. The spirited little monkey, Yuri, bounced excitedly nearby, seemingly aware that a wondrous adventure was about to unfold, radiating an infectious exuberance. Not long into their journey, they spotted the climbing rope they had previously left behind, quietly dangling and swaying gently in the breeze. Captain Lee approached briskly, grasped the rope firmly, and tugged with all his might. The rope was sturdy and showed no signs of loosening. "Wegwa, are you physically prepared for this?" He turned to Hao Wegwa with a look of concern. "The terrain is treacherous, and climbing will not be easy. Please do not overexert yourself." With a confident smile, Hao Wegwa straightened his posture. "Do not worry, Captain. These are merely superficial injuries. This challenge is hardly daunting for me." Captain Lee nodded. "Then I shall go first. You two must exercise caution and remain vigilant." He ascended with agility, moving like a monkey navigating through the trees. The usually lively Yuri clung tightly to the edge of the backpack, peering out with its fuzzy little head, curiously observing the ever-changing scenery. It occasionally chirped excitedly, as if cheering Captain Lee on. When it was Anita's turn, everyone anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman might struggle. However, to their surprise, her movements were fluid and adept, and her climbing speed rivaled that of Captain Lee. Hao Wegwa watched her diminishing figure in admiration, pondering, "It seems this woman is indeed extraordinary. I wonder how many hidden talents she possesses." Finally, it was Hao Wegwa's turn. Despite his outward nonchalance, the pain from his injuries posed significant obstacles. Each step he took tugged at his wounds, sending sharp pangs through him. Yet, gritting his teeth and fueled by sheer determination, he ultimately reached his destination. The three paused for a brief respite halfway up the mountain. Captain Lee scrutinized the winding path ahead, which appeared narrow and treacherous, flanked by steep cliffs. Occasionally, loose stones tumbled down. "This path is perilous. Everyone must be exceedingly cautious," Captain Lee warned gravely as they prepared to continue their ascent with the aid of climbing gear, pressing onward toward the summit. The journey along the rugged mountain path was fraught with difficulties. The jagged rocks posed a significant challenge, and several individuals nearly lost their footing. Fortunately, they supported and looked out for one another, managing to maintain their balance time and again. The pain from Hao Wegwa's wound rendered his complexion increasingly pallid, yet he resolutely persevered. Captain Lee occasionally glanced back to assess everyone's condition. "Watch your step. The stones are loose. Ensure you tread carefully before moving," he cautioned. After considerable effort, they finally reached the summit. Standing atop the peak, they gazed into the distance, where the brilliant sunlight bathed the eastern sea, creating a shimmering spectacle akin to countless tiny diamonds dancing upon the water's surface. In the distance, seagulls soared gracefully on the wind, while fish glided freely in the crystalline shallows, presenting a scene of breathtaking beauty. However, at that moment, Captain Lee and Hao Wegwa were too anxious to appreciate the picturesque view. They urgently retrieved their cherished nautical chart. Anita approached, feigning curiosity. Captain Lee's expression hardened, and his gaze shot toward her like a bolt of lightning. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Anita discreetly stepped aside, pretending to admire the scenery. She looked eastward and remarked, "Wow, what a beautiful sunrise." Yet, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, barely perceptible. Captain Lee raised the telescope for a closer inspection. "Wegwa, let us first ascertain our position. To the south, that cluster of bamboo groves marks our bamboo lodge camp." Hao Wegwa took the telescope, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, it's quite clear now. At last, we have a distinct reference point from this mountaintop." Captain Lee then shifted the telescope to the east. "That must be the indigenous tribe where the ceremony took place yesterday. They appear to be well organized and on high alert." As he observed, Hao Wegwa responded, We should remain vigilant. It's uncertain whether the natives will seek trouble again. Next, Captain Lee turned the telescope northeast. Do you see that small village? It is where Uncle Chu and his people reside. We have visited it before. Haoran nodded. Uncle Chu is a decent man. I wonder if there have been any conflicts between them and the natives. Captain Lee gestured toward the distant sea. Over there, less than 3 kilometers to the northeast, lies a small island, the very place Uncle Chu mentioned as a haven for pirates, possibly a resupply point. Haoran's spirits lifted. Then we must seize the opportunity to investigate. Perhaps we can find a vessel to escape this cursed place. He paused, adding, even a means of communication would suffice. Devil's Island has no signal, severing us completely from the outside world. Captain Lee nodded in agreement. Very well. Once we relocate the camp, we shall devise a plan to scout the area. Slowly, he turned the telescope northward, where, near the coast, another small island was visible. To the west, a landscape of hills and jungles intertwined. Wisps of smoke could be seen rising, likely indicating another group of natives residing there. He then directed the telescope southwest, where a misty swamp lay shrouded in dense fog. The pallid vapor resembling a sickly veil draped over the muddy terrain. Occasionally, the wind would lift a corner, revealing a murky quagmire interspersed with dark red and grayish-brown hues. The silhouettes of withered trees twisted into bizarre lines amidst the fog, their crooked forms jabbing at the sky. They resembled desiccated bones, stripped of flesh, evoking a sense of dread that sent shivers down one's spine. Captain Lee surveyed the surroundings with meticulous attention. Devil's Island presented an oval shape, oriented north to south. This valley cleaved the island in two, with an estimated area of just over 100 square kilometers. As the two engaged in earnest discussion, a sudden, thunderous roar of an aircraft pierced the air above the southern sea. Captain Lee, Haoran, and Anita simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld a plane, unsteady and plummeting rapidly toward the ground. The aircraft, like a wounded beast, trailed a plume of thick smoke as its deafening roar rent the atmosphere. Moments later, it plunged into the ocean with a resounding crash, sending forth a colossal splash. The trio, along with a monkey, stood frozen in astonishment, rendered speechless by the abrupt turn of events. In that instant, no one could utter a word. Chapter 83. Defending the bamboo house. As noon approached, the leaden gray clouds surged like tumultuous waves, rolling across the horizon and shrouding the sky in an impenetrable veil. A band of pirates, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, swiftly encircled Ding Yuyan's bamboo house. Their tattered garments and eyes gleaming with unabashed greed and ferocity painted a grim picture. To them, the bamboo house appeared as a treasure trove, ripe for plunder and brimming with insatiable temptation. Black Wong and Black May, the loyal guardians, instantly became alert. They raised their voices, unleashing frantic and piercing barks that echoed through the air, transmitting a signal of impending danger like a clarion call. Clad in a fitted denim outfit that accentuated her lithe figure, Ding Yuyan stood resolute, her long, silky hair elegantly gathered up, with a few strands dancing in the wind, lending her an air of spirited elegance. Her voice, steady and commanding, rang out, "Family, the pirates have arrived. The bamboo house is our last sanctuary on this desolate island, and today marks the moment we fight to the death." Her gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept across the crowd. To survive, seize your weapons and stand firm against them. Her words were succinct and powerful, akin to the steadfast anchor in tumultuous seas. The frayed nerves of the crowd gradually steadied. Mufugue's hands trembled slightly. These wretched brigands have pushed us to the brink. Had it not been for Captain Ding and Leader Lee offering us refuge, we would have surely met our doom. A newfound determination shone in his eyes. Even if it costs us our lives, we cannot allow them to succeed. The two young men beside him nodded vigorously, their faces reflecting unwavering resolve and fearlessness. Among the pirates, the brutish leader, Ryan Thompson, stood menacingly, his visage resembling that of a ferocious beast. "Listen up. Hand over the samples immediately," he bellowed, his voice brimming with arrogance. "Otherwise, when we break in, none of you shall live." He brandished his pistol recklessly, exuding an air of entitlement, as if everything within the bamboo house were already his. Ding Yuyan positioned herself at the window, her tone resolute. "You vile pirates, notorious for your arson, murder, and indiscriminate slaughter, have bloodied your hands with the lifeblood of our kin. It is a fool's dream to think you can obtain samples from us." Ryan's face flushed with rage, the flesh quivering menacingly. With a sweeping gesture, he growled, "Charge! Capture that leading woman, and there will be a hefty reward." At his command, the pirates let out a cacophony of wild cries, advancing toward the bamboo house like feral beasts, their faces twisted with lecherous smiles, envisioning the capture of women to indulge in their depravity. "Brothers and sisters, let these brutes first taste the sting of our arrows." Ding Yuyan swiftly knocked an arrow, her movements fluid and graceful, her gaze fixed intently on the foremost pirate as she proclaimed, "Loose the arrow." The arrow, like a bolt of black lightning, sliced through the vast sky, accompanied by a fierce sound of wind, striking the pirate's arm with precision. The pirate let out a harrowing scream, his face contorted with agony and terror, before collapsing to the ground. Su Shiyuan swiftly intervened, hitting another pirate in the leg. He emitted a chilling wail before crumpling down, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness, evidently having been poisoned by the deadly mandrake ointment smeared on the arrowhead. Witnessing this, the others unleashed a flurry of arrows in response. Furious projectiles, propelled by the wind, rained down upon the pirates like a torrential storm. The pirates, in a state of panic, scrambled to retreat. They had initially believed they could easily breach the bamboo tower, only to encounter such staunch resistance. The wounded pirates writhed on the ground, howling in pain. The remaining pirates, now filled with trepidation, hesitated in their assault. "Damn it, are you really frightened by a few pitiful arrows? Are the guns in your hands mere decorations?" "Fire!" shouted Ryan, the leader with braided hair, as he waved his pistol and bellowed with all his might. Under his command, the pirates, fueled by desperation, began to fire wildly. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a tempest. The outer walls of the bamboo tower were instantly splintered, and the foliage on the surrounding walls was shattered. Michael, the steward, shouted urgently, "Be careful. Do not harm the leading woman. Without a sample, none can account for this." As the pirates inched closer to the wall, they were met with the formidable barrier before them. The bamboo wall, towering over 3 meters, was adorned with sharp spikes, and defensive mechanisms, such as barricades, rendered it impossible to scale. A few reckless pirates, undeterred by danger, charged toward the bamboo barricade in a frenzied attempt to breach the defenses, only to stumble into a deadly trap. Suddenly, the foremost pirate screamed as he plummeted into a meticulously arranged pitfall. The sharp bamboo spikes pierced through his thigh and abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He writhed in agony within the trap, his screams sending chills down the spines of the other pirates, who were momentarily thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Ding Yuyan led her comrades in another volley of arrows. A dense rain of arrows descended, forcing the pirates to cower in fear. The second wave of attack was swiftly repelled. "How are we supposed to get in?" one pirate anxiously inquired, his face a portrait of helplessness and confusion. Ryan, fraught with anxiety, paced back and forth, his expression a mix of rage and distress. "Someone devise a plan. If we cannot take this bamboo tower today, none of us shall have easy," he roared hoarsely. At that moment, Jimmy, Ryan's loyal aide, hurried to his side and whispered a suggestion. "Boss, let us use grenades to blow open the barricade." Ryan's eyes lit up at the suggestion, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of victory. He immediately commanded the pirates to throw the grenades. With a series of thunderous explosions, shockwaves sent shards of bamboo flying in all directions. The bamboo fence was instantly blasted open, a gaping hole created by the shockwave of the explosion. "Charge!" Ryan roared, issuing the command for an assault. The pirates, armed and their eyes gleaming with wild fervor, surged forward like famished wolves towards the breach. Observing the dire situation, Ding Yuyan swiftly seized an AK-47 rifle, joining Su Shiyuan in a fierce barrage against the pirates. Their movements were agile and decisive, the sound of gunfire echoing through the air. Simultaneously, others readied their bows and arrows. In an instant, the cacophony of gunfire reverberated, and arrows fell like rain. The pirates were caught off guard, collapsing to the ground in agony. Some fell instantly, struck down by bullets, while others writhed in pain, pierced by arrows. After abandoning several fallen comrades, they fled in disarray, their third assault thwarted once more. Ryan's face flushed with rage, his features contorted in fury. He bellowed hoarsely, "You pathetic fools. Time and again, you cannot defeat a mere handful of women. You are nothing but a bunch of worthless gluttons. Killing the leading woman or destroying the bamboo structure would mean losing their objective, plunging the pirates into a quandary." Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, as raindrops the size of beans began to pelt down in relentless sheets. In an instant, a torrential downpour ensued. Ryan wiped his face in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. He cursed through clenched teeth, "Damn this wretched weather, retreat." The pirates stumbled through the rain, their progress faltering, soon disappearing into the vast curtain of downpour. Wang Yong, Yamamoto Kazuki, and Tian Zongishu, seeing no opportunity for advantage, trudged back to camp, dejected in the pouring rain. They gathered in a somber circle, whispering conspiratorially about their next nefarious scheme. Chapter 84, Exorcism and Banditry, Part 1. The tempest raged like a wild beast unleashed, rampaging across the desolate island. Torrential rain fell in relentless droves, pelting the precarious bamboo dwelling with a cacophony of thunderous cracks. Ding Yuyan gazed upon the fatigue etched on the faces of her companions, her own eyes betraying a glimmer of moisture. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to imbue her voice with resolve and strength. "Dear family, the reason we have repeatedly repelled the ferocious pirates and safeguarded our bamboo abode lies in our collective bravery and unity. Each of you present here is, in my heart, extraordinary." Her words flowed like a warm current, instantly rekindling the flickering light in their eyes that threatened to extinguish. At that moment, the unwavering resolve to defend the bamboo structure and protect the last sanctuary on this island became their sole conviction, deeply rooted in each heart as a source of motivation. Without hesitation, they seized the tools at hand and resolutely charged into the pouring rain, racing against time to mend the walls ravaged by the pirates. Meanwhile, deep within Wang Yong's encampment, a tent, battered by the storm, swayed precariously. An oppressive atmosphere hung thick in the air, nearly suffocating. The dim glow of the fire flickered erratically under the assault of the elements, casting distorted shadows of Wang Yong, Yamamoto Kazuki, and Tanaka Wakichi upon the damp canvas, reminiscent of demons clawing their way out of hell. "Listen," Yamamoto Kazuki's eyes glinted with avarice. "Today we must seize that bamboo dwelling." He ground his teeth in frustration. "Those people within live in comfort while we languish in this wretched place. We can no longer endure this." Tanaka Wakichi furrowed his brow, his fingers drumming anxiously against his knee, his voice tinged with resignation. "But the defenses of the bamboo structure are exceptionally formidable, and its firepower is fearsome." His expression was laden with concern as he continued, "Those two vigilant wild dogs will bark incessantly at the slightest disturbance. We cannot approach at all. Had we not exercised caution today, the losses would undoubtedly have been ours." Despite his naturally cautious disposition, the allure of profit stirred within him, making it difficult to suppress his eagerness and longing. As a meticulously placed spy from the island nation, Wang Yong had long coveted the legendary future sample number 3. From the moment he received the covert directive, he had resorted to any means necessary to act. Upon landing on the island, he endured humiliation and hardship, solely focused on fulfilling his mission and attaining a life of luxury. At that moment, a smug smile graced Wang Yong's face as he reassured his companions. "Do not worry. I have already given the anesthetic to Miss Xingzi." With unwavering confidence, he declared, "As long as I signal before the assault, she will ensure those two wild dogs obediently silence themselves." Yamamoto Kazuki's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming yes. With this crucial step, We have already achieved half of our success. Tanaka, slightly nodding, replied, however, relying solely on our limited numbers is insufficient. We must enlist the help of the survivors. After a fervent discussion weighing the pros and cons, the trio finally reached a consensus. They resolved to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. Taking advantage of the torrential rain, they believed that after the fierce battle, Ding Yuyan and others would surely lower their guard amidst the storm, providing them with a golden opportunity. Inside the hastily erected shelter of the new survivors, rainwater seeped incessantly through the gaps, turning the ground into a quagmire. They huddled together, each person appearing gaunt and hollow-eyed, as if the pangs of hunger and cold had stripped them of vitality. Wang Yong entered the shelter and surveyed the pitiful sight before him, secretly reveling in their misery. He knew that these individuals were on the brink of collapse, making it the perfect moment to exploit their desperation. Look at you, enduring hunger in this wretched shelter, living a life worse than that of pigs or dogs. Wang Yong feigned sympathy. In stark contrast, the bamboo building across the way boasted warm beds and ample food. He raised his voice, further inciting them. If we band together to seize it, all of this will belong to you. The tormented souls, driven nearly to madness by their harsh conditions, stirred with burgeoning unrest. Che Li Jun and Huang Qing exchanged glances, their eyes unmistakably gleaming with greed. After Wang Yong embellished their plan, the crowd's spirits lifted. Che Li Jun nodded repeatedly in agreement, and others chimed in enthusiastically, as if the sumptuous delicacies and comfortable life within the bamboo building were already within their grasp, with victory tantalizingly close. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Sachiko tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find solace. The howling winds and torrential rain outside stirred her unease. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of the storm, a distinct pattern of bird calls, two long and one short, pierced through the noise. This was the secret signal she had agreed upon with Wang Yong. Instantly, Yamamoto Sachiko sat up, her face betraying a mix of anxiety and excitement. She quickly donned her outer garment, preparing to venture outside. Beside her, Ishioen was roused from slumber, groggily inquiring, Sachiko, where are you going in this downpour? I just need to step out for a moment. You all should go back to sleep, she replied, suppressing her inner turmoil and hastily disappearing into the darkness. She understood that a new mission was about to commence, and its outcome would hinge on this pivotal moment. After dinner, the rain showed no signs of abating. Wang Yong and Yamamoto Kazuki felt a surge of joy, believing that the heavens were indeed favoring them. They led Che Li Jun and the other survivors, stealthily approaching the bamboo building under the cover of the storm. Finally, they reached the vicinity of the bamboo structure. Remarkably, the two guard dogs, usually quick to bark at the slightest disturbance, were now eerily silent. Wang Yong and his companions were filled with uncontainable joy as they exchanged knowing smiles with Yamamoto Ichimu. This indicated that Sachiko had succeeded. Leading their group, Wang Yong and Yamamoto Ichimu cautiously navigated around the traps in the pouring rain. They stealthily approached the surrounding wall, poised to launch their assault at any moment. Wang, once we breach the wall and draw near the bamboo building to throw in the gas and anesthetic, everything within will belong to us. Yamamoto Ichimu whispered excitedly into Wang Yong's ear. With that, they swiftly drew their sabers, holding their breath as they severed the vine that secured the fence. A gap over 2 meters wide appeared before them. The group eagerly advanced toward the bamboo courtyard, victory tantalizingly within reach. However, at that moment, a sharp gunshot echoed behind them, shattering the silence. Almost immediately, a blinding beam from a flashlight atop the bamboo building sliced through the darkness, aiming directly at their position, followed by a thunderous shout that pierced the night. Who goes there? What is your purpose? Then came a series of ominous sounds as gun bolts were drawn back, each noise resonating like the footsteps of death, striking terror into their hearts. Chapter 85, Exorcism and Banditry, Part 2. The torrential rain descended in sheets, with raindrops the size of soybeans crashing onto the ground, splattering into layers of water droplets. It felt as though the heavens and earth were consumed by this relentless curtain of rain, plunging the world into chaos and darkness. Ding Yuyan stood alone beneath the corridor of the bamboo house, rainwater cascading down her cheeks, soaking her garments, which clung tightly to her form. Her gaze was resolute and piercing, her grip firm on the AK-47 in her hands, resembling a steadfast statue, ready to confront the impending storm. The dim light of a flashlight flickered through the rain, revealing a group of furtive figures. They crouched low, each step laden with caution, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might betray their presence. Approaching the bamboo courtyard, their faces were etched with greed and unease, their eyes glimmering with malevolent intent, akin to ravenous wolves fixated on the bamboo house, as if it concealed boundless treasure within. Ding Yuyan inhaled deeply, her chest heaving with intensity. Her voice pierced through the wind and rain, steady and powerful. Halt. If anyone takes another step forward, I will fire. Her call reverberated like thunder in the stormy night, echoing through the stillness of the darkened sky. The crowd erupted into disarray, a cacophony of shoving and gasps rising in unison. Wang Yong's sharp and insidious voice broke through the chaos. Fear not. It's just her alone. We are many. Let us charge in together, and everything will be yours. He emerged from the throng, his eyes gleaming with madness and greed. Like a frenzied beast, he incited the crowd, and those previously hesitant survivors began to stir under his influence. Their expressions grew increasingly fervent, the greed upon their faces intensifying. The throng began to surge forward slowly, their chaotic footsteps melding with the sound of rain, heralding the imminent clash. Observing this, Ding Yuyan furrowed her brow, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger skyward. Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly shattered the oppressive silence of the rainy night. The flash from the gun's muzzle burst forth like a lightning strike, illuminating the terrified faces of the crowd. Their movements halted abruptly, expressions of fear and hesitation washing over them, their steps involuntarily coming to a standstill. Wang Yong, seemingly incensed, leaped about in a frenzy, shouting, "She's trying to scare us. If she isn't afraid of prison, she'll shoot at us."